Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku's Existence Were Erased? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It never really begins. The signs were always there, only they didn't seem like signs until Shota knew what to look for. Sure, they stood out. They certainly didn't seem normal, but they weren't enough to grab his attention. Not until one Tuesday night, out on patrol, when a villain ambushed Shota, seemingly coming from nowhere. "I've been looking for you, hero." The villain sneered. Although slipped through his mind, this one seems familiar, but there wasn't time to stop and think about it. "You're a tough one to find, Eraserhead. A lot of villains don't even know you exist." "Not me." The sneer turns malicious. "I know you. You took my brother. You're the reason they killed him." Shota gritted his teeth. He hadn't been paying much attention to what the villain said. He was busy fighting him after all, but something about his words didn't make sense. Shota hadn't taken anyone. Not that he remembered, at least. "And I'm going to kill you for that." The villain grabbed him by his capture weapon, lifting him into the air. It was then that it happened. Shota almost missed it. It was quiet and completely unexpected. If he hadn't been a hero trained to keep a keen eye on his surroundings, he would have missed it. The tired little voice that could only belong to a child, echoed through the small alley. "Leave him alone." Shota risked a glance behind him, though the villain was just as distracted by the sudden appearance of a kid. A small kid with fluffy green hair was staring at them, completely blank-faced with glowing green eyes. He opened his mouth, and the moment he spoke, Shota was dumbfounded. "I said leave him alone." That kind of exhausted, emotionless voice sounded so wrong coming from a child that age. The villain dropped him abruptly and Shota whipped his head back around, his quirk activating on instinct. Holding his hands up, the villain took a step back, a nervous smile on his face, but he wasn't looking at Shota. He was staring straight at the kid. "Hey kid. I wasn't, well I was fighting Mr. Eraserhead here, but I'm not anymore, so, could you not?" Shota wanted to look at the kid. He wanted to know how he was reacting, but he couldn't risk looking away. He was already lucky that the villain hadn't taken advantage of him the first time he turned around. "I'll go peacefully and everything. Just, don't." It was obvious the villain didn't want Shota to know what he didn't want the kid to do and was being careful with his wording. Before the villain could do or say anything else, Shota wrapped him up in his capture weapon. Besides a defeated sigh, the villain put up no resistance. Shota called the nearest police station, and once they dispatched someone to pick up the villain, Shota spun around to search for the kid. Except the space where he'd stood minutes earlier was empty. He ran to the opening of the alley, looking left and right, but there was no sign of the green-haired kid. He was tempted to just pick a direction and see if he could catch up with him, but that would leave the villain free to up and run. So, with a sigh, Shota gave up on the little boy and returned to the villain. The next morning, when Shota had returned to his apartment, he tried to recall what the boy looked like. He had messy green hair, which should make him rather easy to find, but those glowing green eyes must have to do with his quirk. He was small, so either very young or just short. The memory of another fight earlier that week came without warning. A small green-haired child in the crowd had, and the villain being distracted for a moment or two. If he really thought about it, Shota could recall seeing a green-haired kid at a few of his other fights, even the ones at night. With more questions than answers, he called Nedzu, who could probably make more sense of it than Shota could. 30 minutes later found Shota in front of his boss. Shota knew better than to believe the cheerful smile on the rat-bear-dog thing's face. He was trained enough to spy the evaluating look in his eye. "So, Aizawa, care to tell me the whole story? Start from the beginning." Nedzu had a small notepad next to him, but Shota knew he wouldn't use it. Still, Shota kept his attention on the notepad, picturing the scene as he described it, making sure he didn't leave out any details. Nedzu nodded once in a while, nodding along with the story. "So a little boy, you say? Well, that shouldn't be too hard to find. Especially if he has both green hair and eyes. Those are rather rare genetics. I'll talk to Tsukachi today and have him dig into some records to see if we can find the boy's name." He would make such a great hero. So young, yet already trying to help. Nedzu's eyes lit up, and Shota would have groaned if he cared enough. Of course Nedzu would try to recruit a child. True to his word, Nedzu called the detective, repeating Shota's description of the child to him, including the green glowing eyes. Shota was ready to climb into his sleeping bag and nap in the teacher lounge for a while, but Nedzu insisted he stay for tea. Sooner than expected, Nedzu's phone was ringing and Tsukachi was calling back. "There's no one that fits that description," are the first words Shota hears when Nedzu puts his phone on speaker mode. "I've looked through every legal record there is, quirk, description, area, even school records. There's nobody who fits that description, and if there is, then as far as the government is concerned, they don't exist." Shota had been prepared for, even expecting, many different possibilities. A kid sneaking out, maybe one whose parents don't care, or who doesn't have parents at all. He was not, however, prepared to be told that this kid, one who may or may not have saved him from a villain, does not exist. "Thank you, Tsukachi. You've been very helpful," Nedzu says before hanging up and placing his chin on his hands. Pause things. This is quite the predicament. A child who doesn't exist. Shota nods, though it's barely more than a short JRK of his head. "I would certainly like to meet this child that does not exist." "Me too." Shota manages through his confusion. "Me too." Toshinori interacts with kids a lot. He's used to them. He likes to think that, as All Might, the symbol of peace, there's not a kid out there who can catch him off guard. He knows how to handle kids. And then there's a fight in the middle of Tokyo, the villain is causing colossal damage to the building around them, and the civilians are panicking. There's a group of children nearby, and their teacher is trying desperately to guide them away from the fight, though she is having little success. Toshinori is preparing to send another punch the villain's way when said villain freezes. It only lasts a second. They just stop, staring at something behind him that Toshinori can't see. He mouth drops open, eyes wide, and then it's gone and they're back to normal. Toshi doesn't stop to question it. He takes half a second to wonder what the hell and then resumes fighting. He doesn't look behind him, he certainly doesn't ask the villain what's going on, and maybe that's his mistake. The villain is captured easily enough, and as Toshi is cuffing them, he glances up to find himself being stared at. Granted, a lot of people stare at him, he's the #1 hero after all. But this stare is different. It seems like he's being looked through, not at. It's a little boy with a scar across his forehead with bright green eyes that almost, seem like they're glowing. His hair is messy and shines green in the sunlight. The kid is only 1, maybe 2 feet away. Toshi takes a moment to panic because holy shit, this kid was so close to the fight, how did he not get hurt? But then he actually looks at the boy. He appears dead on his feet, the glowing eyes rimmed with dark circles that tell of sleepless nights and many tears. The scar across his temple isn't the only one, they line his arms and legs, just enough that you could see them, but not enough to really stand out. The boy smiles at Toshi, and the villain beside him lets out a sigh that almost sounds like relief. "Good job, Yagi-san," the boy says, and that voice should not be coming from a child so young. His voice sounds blank, ridden of emotions. It takes a moment for Toshi to register that this child, who looks so young, sounds like a retired hero with a child's voice. He sounds like he's been through hell and back. It takes another moment to register what the boy had called him. Yagi-san. Not All Might. The boy had addressed him by his civilian name. Aizawa steps from the crowd, and it's only then that Toshi notices the underground hero had been keeping the crowd back. His colleague races toward the child who is already walking away, blending into the crowd in seconds. Aizawa curses under his breath and turns to Toshinori. "Finish up here," he says, while Toshi is still reeling. "You and I need to have a chat with Nedzu." There are 4 other heroes at the meeting but no new leads on the mysterious child. Hizashi isn't fighting anyone that day. He'd been patrolling for hours but had yet to come across a villain, or even any common criminals. Nobody wanted to mess with Present Mike that day, not that Hizashi minded. No news is good news, and he'd take a quiet walk through town over a villain fight any day. And then there's someone in front of him, running into him, staring up at him with wide green, glowing eyes that look trough him, seeing something nobody else can see. Hizashi has to take a step back and the boy steadies himself. The glowing eyes are slightly off-putting, but Hizashi figures it's just the boy's quirk, even though he hardly looks old enough to have his quirk. Hizashi looks the boy up and down, scanning green hair, a large scar across his forehead, and scared arms and legs. Once he's satisfied that the boy is uninjured, and kneels down to talk to him. "You're present, Mike," he says in a matter-of-fact tone before Hizashi can even open his mouth. "You're not supposed to be here." Hizashi is startled by that. Not supposed to be here? What does that mean? The boy points to a building a couple houses behind them. "You're supposed to be in there, fighting the villains and saving Kohei-chan." Hizashi looks between the boy and the seemingly abandoned building he's pointing to. "Kohei-chan as in Kohei Matagawa who was kidnapped 2 months ago?" Hizashi asks. It may just be the imagination of a little kid, it may not lead to anything, but the Kohei case was about to go cold and any lead was worth at least looking into. The boy nods, grabbing Hizashi's hand and dragging him to the building. "Don't worry," the boy says out of nowhere. "Everything turns out fine now. I saw it." Hizashi doesn't question his words, simply opens the door and makes his way through the abandoned house. He doesn't even notice the boy following him until he spots the glowing eyes out of the corner of his eyes. It almost gives him a heart attack. Hizashi calls in backup, specifically Aizawa, since he's been on the Kohei case since it opened. "It's fine. I made sure," the boy says, and though he never enters a room before Hizashi, he gets the feeling that this boy knows the house already. A few minutes later Hizashi finds a bunch of criminals passed out on the kitchen table, and secret door in the wall swung open to reveal stairs down to a secret basement. There Hizashi and the boy find Kohei Matagawa, the missing girl. The boy isn't surprised, but Hizashi is. "How did you know?" he asks, and the boy follows him up the stairs again. Hizashi is carrying the poor girl, who started crying as soon as she saw them. "I saw it," the boy says, his voice completely monotone. "You were supposed to die, but I didn't want that, so I made sure you got here safe." "That saw it?" Hizashi glances back at the boy as they step into the kitchen. Aizawa is waiting there having handed the criminals over to the police. "Mike," Aizawa says in lieu of a greeting, as he accepts the sobbing girl being handed to him. Hizashi turns around to face the boy, and it's then that Aizawa notices him and curses quietly. The boy stares emotionless, which is beginning to worry Hizashi. "You saw it? What exactly did you see?" he questions. Aizawa runs to get the girl to a paramedic outside. "You're deaf." "That's what I always see." Finally free to take a look at the boy, really look, Hizashi does not like what he sees. The scars he'd seen earlier are far too common on his pale skin, his eyes are surrounded by eye bags that do not belong on a child his age, and the messy hair looks as if it hasn't been brushed in weeks. "It's my quirk. A future sigh of sorts. But I only see when people die, usually important people. Sometimes I can get there and stop it. Sometimes." The look in the boy's eyes speaks of horrors no one should have to see, much less a child. "Right," Hizashi says nervously, right as Aizawa coming sprinting back in. "You are not getting away from me this time, mystery child," he yells, but the boy is already on his way out the back door. Aizawa is quick to follow him, leaving Hizashi behind and very confused. It isn't until Aizawa returns a minute later, empty-handed, that Hizashi gets an answer. "You'll have to come talk to Nedzu too." Aizawa sighs. They end up at you a little while later, with All Might on the phone, and a large group of heroes there in person. Nedzu runs into the boy at the store, which is the last place he'd expected to meet him. It seems as if the boy had been looking for him specifically, seeing as he ran right up to Nedzu, tugging on his arm to get his attention. Nedzu turns to the boy, used to being grabbed by curious children. He blanks for a moment when he catches sight of curly, messy green hair that seems all too familiar, and glowing green eyes he's heard about so many times. The boy looks exactly as Nedzu pictured him, small, scarred more than a child his age should be, tired eyes that seem to look through him, not quite at him. But this boy has a smile, a bright, cheerful smile Nedzu had never been told about. It almost makes up for the dead look in his eyes. Almost. The boy blathers on, rambling far too fast for Nezu to hear what he's saying, much less understand it. He seems like little more than an excited child, and if Nezu hadn't heard the testimonies of over 20 heroes regarding this mysterious boy who does not exist, he might think that's all he is. An easily excited kid. But the boy is talking about things most kids don't make a habit of talking about. Hero fights nobody saw, heroes nobody's heard of, names nobody is supposed to know, and deaths that never happened. And then the boy stops to breath, and when he resumes talking he speaks slow enough for Nezu to listen, to understand. Don't. The boy says, suddenly serious, his glowing eyes trained on Nezu. They'll all be alright, everything will turn alright. There's no need to worry or do anything. Don't try to save anyone. Don't. Nezu does not quite know what he's talking about, but he listens closely, combining it with all the information he's gathered about this boy. Eventually he figures the boy is trying to warn him, to keep him from doing something that will eventually kill him. Alright, Nezu, principal of UA High School. That startles Nezu, he wasn't expecting the boy to know exactly who he is. Don't do anything. The boy is gone just as fast as he appeared. He lets go of Nezu's arm and turns around, walking away fast enough that Nezu cannot follow but not so fast as to draw attention to himself. Nezu contemplates the young boy's words as he finishes his shopping, only to have his thoughts interrupted. 3 criminals burst into the store, guns blazing. Nezu lets the boy drift from his thoughts, instead turning his attention to this new threat. Give us all the money in the register. They demand of the cashier, one pointing their gun at the cashier, one watching the ore carefully, and the last waving his gun around and watching the shop's occupants. Else we'll take it upon ourselves to shoot up everyone else in this pretty little shop and take the money ourselves. Nezu is just about to step in, to say something that may stop the criminals, but the boy's words echo in his head. Don't try to save anyone. Everything will turn out all right. Nezu hesitates, glancing around the shop at all the civilians. I didn't see him leave. Nezu murmurs. He must still be in the shop. If I do something and they start shooting, he may be one to get hurt, or worse, die. He takes a moment to consider other possibilities, other things he may be able to do to stop the criminals, or at least help the civilians. In the midst of his thoughts, the glass shatters, and Endeavor bursts into the shop, quickly taking care of the criminals. The civilians are quick to get out, met with some paramedics and police officers. The 3 criminals are detained. Nezu spies a small green-haired child at the edge of the crowd, scowling at Endeavor with a look harsher than any Nezu has seen before. With quick, quiet steps, Nezu walks up to the boy. Not a fan of Endeavor, I see. The boy's scowl drops for a moment, replaced by the same bright smile Nezu had seen in the shop. He's the cause of a lot of deaths I've seen. Slow, painful, fiery deaths. Even. The boy hesitates, the glow of his eyes brightening slightly as his smile wilts a bit. Even his own children a few times. Nezu hums. I have a few questions about that. The boy shoots him a questioning look. About your quirk. He elaborates. The boy says nothing, only watches him, so Nezu goes ahead and asks. What exactly does your quirk see? You told Present Mike you see deaths, but that is not incredibly helpful. The boy is silent for a moment, and Nezu worries he won't answer any of his questions. If I answer. The says finally, and Nezu lets a bit of his anxiety fade. You won't try to take me? Promise. If I answer your questions, promise you won't take me. Nezu smiles. I promise. The boy nods and thinks for a moment before answering. I see possibilities. Futures where someone might die. If I do the right things, change the present in the right ways, I can prevent the death. Sometimes they stop themselves. Sometimes someone does something without even knowing that stops their death. Nezu takes a moment to just be horrified. This child has seen people die so many times. He stopped people from dying. No wonder he looks as if he's a retired war hero. And you help the heroes sometimes? I know quite a few who have met you. Yeah. His reply is quiet. Sometimes I see their death, and their death causes lots of other deaths, and I figure if I stop the hero's death, then I can stop all those other deaths. It works most of the time. When Nedzu looks down at the boy, he sees his eyes have stopped glowing, and he's looking right at Nedzu, not through him. My quirk doesn't turn off often, only when I sleep and when I force it off. I'm always seeing something from the future, another possibility. But not now, Nedzu adds in his head. The boy is in the here and now. And your name? Nedzu asks, though he has a feeling the boy won't want to answer this question. Just as he expected, the question is met with silence, and Nedzu turns away from the boy to face the rapidly thinning crowd. Izuku. The answer comes so suddenly that it startles Nedzu, however when he turns to look at the boy again he's gone. Nedzu grins, laughing bitterly. Izuku. He says as he calls Aizawa to meet him at U, the disappearing boy who doesn't exist. They search every database they can, but there's no record of a green-haired, green-eyed boy. Name's Izuku. Aizawa swears loudly that he'll find the boy and keep him out of danger if it's the last thing he does. Nobody doubts him for a second. It never really begins. The boy comes and goes, saving lives nobody knows were going to be lost. He was almost always there, and he remains for months, a constant in the heroes' lives. They become so used to the green eyes boy named Izuku that they aren't expecting it when it stops. It never really begins, but when it ends abruptly. It ended abruptly. One day he was there, showing up at villain fights, running into heroes, saving lives nobody knew were to be lost. The next he's gone, nowhere to be found, as if he never existed in the first place. They don't really notice at first, and when they do they don't worry much. It may not be normal, but it's not exactly unusual. Nedzu promises any hero that asks to keep an eye on the situation, saying he'll keep an eye open for the boy. Shota doesn't ask. It's not that he doesn't trust Nedzu, Shota just trusts himself more. If the little troublemaker was still showing up at villain fights, Shota might just go search for some villains to fight, but that wasn't happening, so instead Shota found himself perusing the part of town where he'd first met the problem child. After clearing that part of town, he made his way to some of the other places the boy had been spotted. The street where he ran into Present Mike, the area All Might had been fighting when he saw the boy, even the store where Nedzu had run into him. All his efforts turned up fruitless, and the boy just as mysterious as before. Shota gave up for the night. Recalling the information Nedzu had given them a few weeks prior, about his quirk, about the boy himself, about his name. Izuku. Shota grumbled. Perfect name for a problem child. As if the world agreed with him, a streak of lightning followed by a clap of thunder. It would rain soon if that was any indication. I should head home. Shota decided aloud. It's only logical. His apartment wasn't very far away, but it certainly wasn't close, and it had begun to sprinkle by the time he reached the front door. The elevator was out of service, again, so Shota took the stairs up. He let out the loudest sigh he could manage when he saw the mop of green hair leaning against his front door, presumably sleeping. Problem child. Are the first words out of Shota's mouth as he approaches, almost expecting the boy to disappear again. What are you doing here? The boys looked up slowly, and for a moment Shota doubted he had the right child. There were no glowing eyes, his hair actually looked brushed and styled, and the exhausted bags that had been prevalent every other time Shota had seen him were gone. If it weren't for the scar across his left temple, Izuku almost looked like an entirely different boy. Come on in, it's warmer inside than out here in the hallway. Izuku said nothing as he hefted himself up off the floor and followed Shota into the apartment. Shota paused once they were inside, taking a moment to really examine the problem child. He was quite a bit taller than the first time Shota had seen him, which was over a year ago. Izuku sat down on the couch, the usual glow in his eyes returning. Shota took one look at his kitchen and grabbed a takeout menu from the fridge. I'm ordering some katsudon for dinner. I'll get you a plate if you tell me what you like with it. A vague sound of acknowledgement was the only response he got. All right, I guess I'll just get you whatever. There was no contradiction, so Shota did just that. When all was said and done, and they were only waiting for the food to arrive, Shota sat down on the couch next to Izuku, who wasn't asleep but didn't seem to be very cognizant either, staring at the floor as if it held the secrets of the universe. I'm SRY. Izuku mumbled, before Shota could say anything else. I didn't mean to cause you any trouble, I won't even stay for long. I just didn't want to be alone. Shota shook his head, running a hand through his hair. There are a lot of people worried about you, you know? Shota said, and the boy finally looked up from the floor. Worried about me? This almost drew a laugh from Shota. Yeah, he said instead. That happens when you drop off the face of the earth for a month. A lot of people thought you were hurt, or worse, dead. It took a moment for the words to really register, and Shota watched as the boy's face shifted rapidly from horrified, to confused, to astounded, though he had no idea what kind of thoughts were going through his head to cause such reactions. Eventually the boy spoke, though it was not anything like Shota expected. Wahas. It was much quieter than expected. Still, Shota pinched the bridge of his nose. You're not causing us any trouble, Shota said, and though he would give anything to get this kid away from villain fights, Shota wasn't lying when he said that. The kid didn't interfere with the fight, only watched a little too close for comfort. And I don't mind having you here. I just worry about your parents. The kid took a sharp breath and let it out slowly. You shouldn't, Izuku said, and any emotion that had been in his voice was gone. It was the same dead, tired voice Shota heard a year ago when he first met the child. They're dead. And now Shota had even more questions than answers. Dead? Dead? So you're what? An orphan? Living on your own? On the streets? Shota tried to keep his voice even, to keep from yelling. He really did. But an orphan? Alone? Searching out villain fights? Where heroes were supposed to die. No. Shota was done. Absolutely done. Just no. You can stay here with me, or we can talk to Nezu. The glow in the boy's eyes brightened when Shota said his boss' name, and he remembered how Izuku had only openly spoken to Nezu before now. We'll find somewhere for you to live, someone to take care of you. You're what? 5. 7. That's even worse. Shota caught the beginnings of a smile on the boy's face, and figured if he was smiling he must not be totally against coming with him, letting them take care of him. You can stay here for tonight, in the guest bedroom, but tomorrow we're going to UA. U.A. Yes, UA, and we are going to get you taken care of. Shota finished decisively, with perfect timing too since the doorbell rang right then. Food is here, Izuku. Why don't you wash your hands and you can eat? When Shota returned, arms laden with takeout boxes, Izuku was sitting silently at the kitchen table, eyes downcast once more. Are you sure I can stay? You're sure that's all right? I'm not causing you any trouble? Shota set the boxes down and ruffled Izuku's, his soon-to-be son's, hair. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. And Shota was rewarded with a dry, tired, but ever so happy laugh. They show up at UA the next morning, Izuku wearing some of Shota's old clothes. Shota had called Nezu before they came, informing him he had a very important and very delicate guest with him. He could almost feel the bear-mouse-dog thing's confusion over the phone, but Shota refused to elaborate. He knew a few of the heroes Izuku had helped would be here, they worked here after all, but Shota figured it would only overwhelm the kid if Nezu called in all the heroes. Would all the heroes even fit in the school? There were so many he'd lost count. Izuku seemed caught up in admiring the school itself as Shota led him through the school, carefully avoiding areas he knew student would be milling about. When they stepped into Nezu's office, Shota was almost proud of the utterly confused look on the principal's face. Izuku? Nezu questioned, just as surprised to see the little green-haired kid as Shota had been when he spied him in front of his door. Izuku, in turn, gave a half-hearted wave. Well, Thezawa, I'll be darned. You found him. As much as Shota wanted to agree, to take the credit, he knew the other heroes were searching too, but nobody had succeeded. Shota figured honesty would be best, especially with the kid around. Actually, it's more like he found me. Oh. Nezu raised an eyebrow, steepling his hands. Pause. Whatever. Care to elaborate, Aizawa? You should feel free to chime in whenever you feel like it, Izuku. So, with a sigh, Aizawa explained how he'd found Izuku in front of his apartment, repeating the conversation they'd had, including what he'd told and been told. I see. Nezu said after a while. It had taken him a moment to really digest the whole story. You look rather small for your age, Izuku. Have you been eating all right? Living on the streets so young can be tough. For the first time since they had arrived, Izuku spoke. It wasn't the tired, retired hero voice, but it wasn't excitable child voice either. It was more like a mature adult trying to talk through their emotions. I'm fine. I'm not exactly on the streets, and my parents left me enough to get by. Izuku shrugged, but Shota had too many questions zipping through his mind to really notice. I've been doing pretty alright for myself, all things considered. Nezu seemed to be on the same wavelength as Shota, because he asked the very question stuck in his mind. Your parents left you enough to get by? Enough of what? Izuku's eyes sharpened, the glow getting slightly brighter. Money, legacy, reputation. Just as quickly as it appeared, the sharp look was gone, and Izuku was back to the little kid Shota recognized. Right. Nezu said, the answer seeming to have caught him just as off guard as it did Shota. Well, I suppose we'll have to find you some place to stay. Izuku opened his mouth, but Nezu kept talking. You could stay here and we could build those dorms I've been planning a bit early, or you could stay with a teacher. We should be able to set you up with a legal identity easily enough, and school won't be much of a problem once that's taken care of. All we really have to find is a home for you. And Shota was speaking before he could even register the words in his brain. He can stay with me. Well, Shota didn't regret it, not one bit. I don't want to cause you any more trouble, Izuku said, in the same sad quiet voice he had the night before. Shota smiled because that meant he wanted to, he just didn't know if Shota wanted to. It's no trouble at all. He promised. Well then it's settled. I'll call Tsukachi at lunch and we'll figure out all the legal technicalities. You go on now. Aizawa, you have a class to teach. I'm sure Izuku will be fine hanging out in the teacher's lounge until the day is over. And with that, Shota had a new family, a new son. One with messy green hair and glowing green eyes. Hisashi didn't know what to expect really. It certainly wasn't this. He knew Nezu had a meeting that morning that was apparently very important and very delicate, so nobody was to interrupt it for any reason at all. He expected the meeting to last a while, it did. He expected Nezu to announce something very important he hadn't yet. He expected Aizawa to ignore most of it and sleep, from experience. He expected to find his best friend seated in the teacher's lounge sipping on a cup of coffee, already wishing it was night. He did not expect to find a very alive green-haired boy seated next to him reading the newspaper and drinking orange juice. Can you really blame him though? A lot of people thought the boy dead. You're the boy who solved the Kohei case, Hisashi said, drawing both of their attention to him. It was months ago when that happened, but it as so out of the blue Hisashi just could not forget it. You saved a lot of people's lives, heroes and civilians alike. Hisashi said after no one reacted to his initial statement. Yeah. The boy said, as if what Hisashi had just said was the most normal thing in the world. I do that a lot. Izawa, his supposedly best friend, grinned. The traitor. Yamada. He greeted. Meet my new son. Midnight later says that the resulting screech could be heard on the other side of the school. All Might claims he could hear it from the other side of the world. The first few times it happens, Izuku doesn't quite understand what's going on. He watches as people smile and then stop. He watches them bleed with awful injuries that never end. He watches the people around them cry, scream. He watches them stare with blank, unseeing eyes. He watches them grieve. But he doesn't understand. And then Mama tells him about death. How sometimes people go away and they never, ever come back. It's a sad thought, and suddenly Izuku knows why they were crying. Sometimes Izuku cries with them. After a while, he sees them more often. The sad people, the hurting people, the people going away, the people who die. He sees some people more than once. He sees some a lot. He sees some die surrounded by family, crying, hugging, loving family. He sees some die alone, a knife through their heart, and no one to remember them. Izuku remembers those. He has a notebook dedicated to the alone ones. Then he starts to recognize them. The first one is on TV. She has funny green hair, different from Izuku's, and she laughs a lot. He asks his mama about her. She tells him she's a hero. He says it without thinking. He doesn't quite understand what it means yet. She died 4 times. His mama looks something between sad and horrified, but Izuku is only confused. If she went away 4 times, how is she still here on TV being a hero? Oh, Izuku, Mama says in her not sad but not happy voice. I wonder what you really see. Are you seeing people dying? She is in a deep breath, and Izuku stares. Or are you see how people could die? Izuku hadn't thought about that. He'd just seen them die and thought that was it. But seeing people die multiple times was weird, and Mama's idea made more sense. So I'm seeing what could happen? He questions. His mama nods, though she has a funny look in her eye, the kind she gets when she worries about him. He's only 3, Inko thinks. He's too young to be watching people die. He's too young to deal with that kind of grief. Izuku turns back to the TV happily. As he watches the hero on screen, he shares more unsettling facts with his mother. She died laughing 3 times. He provides and continues at Mama's sharp breath. She was sleeping the last time. But she looked happy. Maybe she was having a good dream. Mama nods. Papa comes home soon after that. Izuku happily repeats everything he'd told Mama. Papa doesn't look the same way Mama did. Papa looks proud. Izuku feels proud. He sees the heroes on TV, he sees them die, he watches them fight villains, he sees them cry, he watches them save civilians, he sees them scream, he watches them smile as they help. Izuku doesn't meet one in person until a few months later. Papa takes him to the park where he's going to meet one of his mama's friends. They have another child. Izuku's seen children die, he's watched them get hurt and stop. He's watched them cry for their dying parent, he's seen them die quietly. Izuku doesn't think about that, and Papa is excited for Izuku to make his first friend. Izuku is excited too, but he's distracted by the loud noises coming from nearby. The person Izuku meets is soft and quiet, and very unlike his son who is loud and brash and curses almost as much as All Might. Izuku watched All Might die 14 times, 7 of those times because of the same villain. The man is very nice, and holds his hand out for Izuku to shake. His son scowls at Izuku. Papa told Izuku before he came to be polite and nice and say hello, and Izuku wants to. He likes Bakugo, but he also recognizes him. He doesn't exactly mean to say it, the words just come spilling out of his mouth before he can stop them. You died. Twice I think, but you were also there when the angry lady died. Nobody says anything. They usually don't when Izuku tells them about his quirk, but it makes Izuku nervous nonetheless. Papa is the first to react. I'm sorry. Papa says, tugging Izuku back, away from the nice man. It's just his quirk. The nice man looks like he wants to say something, but before he does, the angry blonde who curses a lot speaks. Your quirk? He asks, and Izuku stares at him. He'd never seen this boy die, but he was there when the nice man died, and when the angry yelling lady died. Izuku nods, but otherwise does not answer. You're only my age, Dad told me so. Why do you have your quirk already? The boy gets very angry, and for a second Izuku sees someone else, like him but taller and angrier, with explosions coming out of his palms, yelling at Izuku. For a split second Izuku hurts, and there's blood on his hands, scars that weren't there before, and Izuku is smiling, but it's not a happy smile But Papa is there, shaking his shoulder gently. The nice man and the boy are looking at him oddly, but in the back of his head he still sees the blood and the pain and the death. Papa? He asks. Instead of answering the loud boy's question, he's already forgotten what he asked. Can I see my own death? They don't answer him, not today, not ever, but they don't have to. Not when Izuku saw it for himself. Mama tells him later not to think about it too much. She tells him it's only a possibility. Izuku dreams about it that night. It's not what he usually sees, just the memory of what he saw. Izuku decides the next morning he wants to befriend the loud, angry boy. He never gets the chance. Mama cries when he tells her he saw her and Papa die. He wants to cry too, but in the back of his mind he's watching another hero die, and he just can't bring himself to cry. He wants to stop. He doesn't want to see it, it won't turn off. Mama looks at him after crying, and Izuku hugs her with everything he has. They hug again later, when Papa's home and Izuku tells him, They both inform Izuku that his eyes are glowing, and Izuku tells them he can't turn it off, and the people dying behind his eyes won't go away. They tell him not to worry, it'll stop eventually, when he learns how to use his quirk. It doesn't stop. It gets worse. They tell him the truth on his 4th birthday. Mama says she doesn't want to lie to Izuku anymore. Izuku thinks she just doesn't want to die having not told him the truth. They bring out funny clothes and devices. Mama's looks like the heroes on the TV. Papa's looks like the villains they fight. Mama was a hero once. She tells him softly, showing him a picture on the computer. It looks like Mama but different. And Papa was a villain. But we fell in love and had you, so we both stopped. We wanted to give you the happiest life we could, but we couldn't do that if we were always out working. I love you, Mama. You too, Papa. Izuku says, but in the back of his mind he sees her die protecting him. He sees Papa die from his grief. He doesn't tell them what he sees. He stopped telling them after the first time he saw them die. Warning: suicide. Do not read if that will trigger you, please. This is not very important to the plot. Skip to the next line if this will in any way trigger you. You have been warned. No death is ever as vivid and real as his own. With others' death we watches as an outsider, someone there to view, but when he dies he sees it from his own eyes, he feels what the other Izuku feels. He dies with them. The second time, the first he later realizes, was when he met the nice man and his angry son. That was the first time he felt himself die. Izuku doesn't see much. There's a tightness in his chest and goo surrounding him. He tries to move but he can't, he never can. Whatever's surrounding him is alive, and it's saying something but Izuku can't hear, he can't breath. Izuku is drowning, 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 drowning. He closes his eyes and then he's not. The next death is playing in his head and Izuku died. The third time is worse. Izuku is high up, and the ground is so far away. There are people there, so many people, and Izuku doesn't want them to see. He knows what's coming and he doesn't want anyone to see, to be there for that. He shuffles a little closer to the edge. Izuku wants to close his eyes but his eyes aren't what's seeing this. He turns around, and the other Izuku takes a deep breath and steps back. The door to the roof he's standing on slams open. He meets Crimson Eyes and then he's falling. Izuku closes his eyes and then the next death is playing. The fourth time is quiet. Izuku is in a hospital room. There are people around him, people he doesn't know, people he's never met, but people this Izuku loves. They cry a little, but Izuku smiles and they smile back. He's not afraid this time. He dies peacefully. This Izuku goes and he doesn't mind. He stops counting after the 5th time. He tries not to remember, who wants to remember their own death? But the vivid pictures give him nightmares for years. Izuku isn't surprised when Mama and Papa die 3 weeks before he turns 5. He's seen it multiple times in multiple ways, and no matter what he did he couldn't stop it. That doesn't make it hurt any less. He doesn't cry at the funeral. He hasn't cried since he first told Mama he saw her die. Nobody else there notices him. They don't know Mama and Papa had a child. They don't know who Izuku is. They are there because Mama was a hero and saved people. They think he's there for the same reason. Izuku learns that the government doesn't know about him. They don't know about Papa either, which Izuku thinks is even sadder than that. Izuku is alone now. Mama and Papa left him a big house and money and people who owed them favors. Izuku doesn't want any of that. He wants his parents back. They don't come back. Izuku lives alone in the big house for a year. He learns how to take care of himself from the nice elderly lady across the street. She teaches him to do laundry, cook, clean. Izuku sees her die before she does. He doesn't cry. There's someone in the deaths that Izuku sees more than he sees anyone else. He's a hero, this Izuku knows by how he dies, but he's not a hero Izuku has seen or heard of. Izuku follows him sometimes, just to make sure he doesn't die, but Izuku is only 6, and even though the villains are scared of him for now, it won't take them long to figure out his Papa is dead. For now, Izuku thinks, I'll just try to make sure no heroes die untimely deaths. He doesn't mean to get their attention. He just wants to help. He wants to be a hero too. He sees a lot of deaths. They're always happening, and Izuku gets used to going about his life while someone dies in the back of his head. He learns to stop telling people how many times they've died. He still keeps the journal for the ones that dies alone, only this time his mama and papa aren't there to help him write. Izuku watches the heroes on TV, sometimes he goes out and watches them in real life. Just to make sure they don't die, he tells himself, "Not because I'm a big hero fan." He learns their names and their quirks, but he never forgets the one hero, Aizawa Shota, underground hero Eraserhead, who dies more times in his head than anyone else. And then Izuku is 6.5 and Aizawa is fighting a villain in an alley. He's supposed to die. Izuku's seen it a few times. There are various ways he could die. All Izuku knows for certain is that he does die. But he doesn't. The villain catches sight of Izuku, and Izuku, summoning all his courage, tries to sound scary like his papa and tells him to leave him alone. And it works. Aizawa doesn't die, and Izuku gets out unscathed. There are other heroes too. Heroes that are supposed to die, but heroes that Izuku saves. Heroes he helps. He meets All Might one day. All Might dies a lot. Not as much as Aizawa, but a lot. Izuku watches the fight. While everyone else runs away, Izuku stays. People around him ignore Izuku, not that he minds. All Might, Yagi Tashinori, doesn't notice him until after the villain is captured. Izuku stares at him, and he almost smiles at the look on the hero's face. "Good job, Yagi-san," he tells the hero. He deserves it. All Might saves a lot of lives, he stops a lot of the deaths Izuku sees. He also dies a lot, mostly because of one villain. He walks away before anyone can ask him who he is. He doesn't have an answer for that. There are footsteps behind him. Izuku ignores them until they go away. Izuku searches for Present Mike. He watches the girl, Keihi Matagawa, die by her captor's hands so many times. She cries every time. Present Mike tries to save her a dozen times, but the criminals kill him too. So Izuku kills them before they can kill anyone else. It's not hard. A little poison in their tea and nobody will notice. He regrets it at first, but when he runs into Present Mike, when they take the girl out of the basement, when he sees their grateful faces and how relieved they are, Izuku doesn't mind. He hopes he doesn't have to do it again. Taking a life is not easy on an almost 7-year-old, but he did. He's glad he prevented another death. He leaves out the back door before the police can question him. He swears someone times to follow him, but when he turns around there's nobody there but an empty street. Maybe he said a little more than he should have. Maybe it's making him paranoid. Netsu is different. This time, Izuku is honest. He tells him what to do, or what not to do. Everything turns out fine. Except for Endeavor showing up, Izuku does not like Endeavor, not one bit. Netsu asks questions, and Izuku answers to the best of his ability. I've seen Endeavor kill his own children a few times. Slow, painful, fiery deaths. So no, I'm not a fan of Endeavor. I see possibilities. Futures where someone might die. If I do the right things, change the present in the right ways, I can prevent the death. Sometimes they stop themselves. Sometimes someone does something without even knowing that stops their death. Sometimes I see the hero's death, and their death causes lots of other deaths, and I figure if I stop the hero's death, then I can stop all those other deaths. It works most of the time. My quirk doesn't turn off often, only when I sleep and when I force it off. I'm always seeing something. From the future, another possibility. Izuku. My name is Izuku. A hero looks death right in the eyes and says, "Not today." It's been a year since it happened. This month is the anniversary of his parents' death. Izuku is 7.5 and he just can't bring himself to leave the house. He sees people die behind his eyes, but the outside seems so scary when all he can think about is this is when Mama and Papa died. He visits their grave, leaves flowers for them. He doesn't cry, but he does sleep. It seems like sleeping is all he does all day every day. He's so lonely. He saw his parents die so many times but it never quite set in that they were dead. Izuku never gave himself the chance to grieve. So grieve he does. He hides away in his house for a month, then 2, and he lets himself cry, and grieve, and hurt. And it feels freeing. But it hurts to be alone for so long, with nobody else in this big empty house. He finds himself asleep against the door of Aizawa's apartment. He doesn't know how he got there, he doesn't remember leaving the house. He's glad he's here. He doesn't want to be alone. It takes a couple weeks for Izuku to really warm up to them, but when he does he's bouncing around and rambling like he had when his parents were alive. He calls Shota Dad, not Papa. He and Papa are two different people who Izuku will love and remember separately. During those long weeks Izuku stays in Nedza's office while Aizawa, his new dad, the man who's going to adopt him as soon as there's proof Izuku exists, and answers questions about his quirk. He doesn't tell them about the deaths he sees, he doesn't tell anyone. He shows them the notebooks he has, 5 filled with quirks, 1 filled with names of people who died alone. Nedzu has an idea, one Izuku likes. The set to work together. They finish it the day before Izuku starts school, and Izuku has never been prouder, except when Papa was helping him with his quirk and would tell him he did good, but Izuku doesn't think about that. The shrine is new. Hitoshi knows this because he walks this way to school every day and he's never seen it until now. There are words carved into the stone, for the ones who died alone, but Hitoshi doesn't know what that means. He doesn't think too hard about it. He has more important things to worry about. For example, the teacher said there would be a new student joining their class today, and Hitoshi wants to hope. He wants to hope that this one will be different, nice, won't call him a villain. He wants to hope that this one will be his friend. Except he's hoped before, and it only made it more painful when they turned out just like the rest. So Hitoshi walks to school and ignores the ache in his chest. Everyone ignores him for the most part, and Hitoshi is thankful. It's worse if they hit him, he thinks, but because of his quirk they all just avoid him. It's not much better, but loneliness is easier to deal with than pain. Hitoshi gets to the classroom early to wipe the evil words off his desk. They're there every morning, so he knows what to do. Except he's not the only one there, there's already somebody else in the classroom, standing in front of Hitoshi's desk, and he doesn't look happy. Hitoshi hesitates. He could wait for the boy to leave and then clean off his desk, but that might be too late. So, Hitoshi enters the classroom as quietly as he can, hoping this boy will leave him alone like all the others. It doesn't work. Hitoshi hardly takes 2 steps before the boy lifts his head to look at Hitoshi. It's not very nice, he says slowly, to tell somebody to kill themselves. Hitoshi agrees, but he doesn't say anything, frozen by the boy's gaze. He looks tired, with bags beneath his eyes that could rival Hitoshi's. It's nice to meet you, the boy says after Hitoshi doesn't reply. You're new, Hitoshi says dumbly. He immediately regrets it because everyone gets scared when he speaks. His mouth shuts quickly with an audible click, but the damage is done. Yeah. The boy shrugs. I'm new. He doesn't elaborate, just grabs the towel from Hitoshi's hand and starts to wipe off his desk. You shouldn't listen to this stuff, he says, and Hitoshi takes a chance and steps a little closer. The boy doesn't react, and Hitoshi takes that as a positive sign. Kids can be cruel. He says it as if he's not a kid himself. The bell rings then, signaling 5 minutes to class, and the boy hands the towel back and goes to sit in what had previously been a vacant seat. Hitoshi puts the towel back in the cleaning closet and follows the boy's lead, taking a seat at his desk. The rest of his classmates file in the door, the teacher soon after. The bells rings again, this time signaling the start of school, and all the whispers quiet. The teacher stands at the front of the room. Class, I'm sure you remember my announcement yesterday. We have a new student in class today. Izuku, could you come to the front? The boy stands and shuffles to the front of the classroom until he's standing beside the teacher. His steps are slow but deliberate, and Hitoshi watches him carefully avoid being tripped at least once. This is Aizawa Izuku. He bows briefly. Izuku, do you want to tell the class about yourself? The boy, Izuku, shakes his head and the teacher lets him return to his desk without a problem. Usually the teacher made everyone introduce themselves, that's how the whole class found out about his quirk, but she doesn't say anything to Izuku. His must be a special case then. Lunchtime can't come fast enough, and there are classmates gathered around the new kids in no time. They ask all the usual questions, and Hitoshi finds himself eavesdropping. So Aizawa, one of their classmates, starts to say, But Izuku interrupts them. Call me Izuku. Okay. She agrees easily. So Izuku, what's your quirk? I can see the future. Kinda. Izuku says vaguely, not elaborating even when they ask him to. Hitoshi is surprised. Future sight is such a cool quirk, a great quirk for a hero, so why wouldn't Izuku want to talk about it? They ask more questions, and Izuku answers them all, some with straight answers and some with gauge answers that don't really answer the question. It comes soon enough, and even though Hitoshi was expecting it, waiting for it, it still stings. Well, Izuku, welcome to our class. Everyone here is excited to have you. Just don't talk to him. Hitoshi doesn't even have to turn around to know she's pointing at him. Or else he'll brainwash you. He's going to be a villain when he grows up, even my mom says so. He doesn't really want to hear how Izuku responds, but some kind of morbid curiosity makes him listen. Oh. Are you the people who wrote that stuff about being a villain on his desk? Nobody answers. The classroom is dead silent. That's pretty mean. He seems nice to me, and I've already talked to him. He hasn't brainwashed me once, you know. I think he's pretty cool actually. Brainwashing is a much cooler quirk than mine. It's so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The hope Hitoshi had tried so hard to avoid bursts in his chest. He knows, Izuku knows, and he isn't afraid of him. He thinks Hitoshi is nice. So when the teacher lets them outside for recess, Hitoshi walks up to the boy. Nobody else wants to play with him, not since he said he liked Hitoshi, and he holds out his hand. It's nice to meet you, he says. My name is Shinso Hitoshi. And the boy turns to him slowly, tired eyes looking him over, and Hitoshi notices for the first time that his eyes glow. Nice to meet ya, the boy says, reaching out to meet Hitoshi's hand. I'm Izuku. Hitoshi smiles, because the boy spoke to him, because the boy said he's nice, because the boy isn't mean, and he says something else before he can even comprehend the thought in his brain. We should be friends. Hitoshi has never had a friend. Not since his quirk came in. He's not sure how you make friends, but it doesn't seem like it should be this easy. He feels like he's doing something wrong and Izuku is going to call him out on it. He's going to see what a friendless freak he is and, I've never had a friend, Izuku says, and Hitoshi's mind blanks. I don't think I'd be very good at it. Hitoshi fumbles for words, desperate to answer him. Me either, but we could figure it out. Together. He thinks he may have said too much, said the wrong thing, not said enough, but Izuku smiles, a small smile almost like he's forgotten how to really smile, and nods. Yeah. You'll be my first friend Shinsu-kun. Hitoshi's smile grows. You should call me Hitoshi, since we're friends and all. Izuku agrees and they both drop the honorifics. Later, when Izuku invited him to come over to his house to play, Hitoshi will forget the tight feeling of loneliness that sat in his chest that very morning. The first thing Izuku asks when he gets home from his first day of school is if he can have a friend over to play. Shota agrees easily, just happy that the kid, his son, is making friends. The second thing he asks is how to file a quirk discrimination report. Shota doesn't question it, afraid that pushing the boy past what he is willing to share will have a negative effect. He explains the process as best he can. Izuku nods along and there are not more questions after that. Instead, Izuku tells him about his first day of school, and as he explains what happened after he reached the classroom, his question about filing for quirk discrimination makes more sense. There were awful things on his desk. Really awful things. They called him a villain and told him to kill himself, and even worse things. Izuku scoffed. They wouldn't say that if they'd ever seen someone do it. If they knew what it was like. Izuku speaks as if from experience, and that worries Shota more than anything. But Hitoshi is great. He didn't even ask about my quirk. We're friends now. Is he the person you wanted to have over to play? Shota asks gently. He's still new at being a dad. Yeah. Shota nods. He doesn't meet Hitoshi for another 2 days, but Izuku talks about him almost as much as he talks about heroes and quirks. When Hitoshi does come to visit, he is simultaneously nothing like what Shota expected and exactly what he expected. Hitoshi doesn't want Izuku to come to his house. His parents, foster parents, if you can even call them that, are mean and they don't like Hitoshi. Izuku is much too nice for Hitoshi's parents. So instead Hitoshi goes to Izuku's house after school. Izuku leads him to an apartment building only a block away from the school. He points out the shrine when they pass it, and Hitoshi wonders aloud who built it. Izuku smiles but doesn't answer. The building itself seems inconspicuous, but there are people killing about the lobby that seem very familiar to Hitoshi, only he's never met them before. Izuku waves to them all, and they wave back, exchanging a quick greeting. They head up the stairs, past the broken elevator. Izuku says it's always broken, Hitoshi doesn't question it. The walk up to the tippy-top floor, but the building only has 4 stories so it's not so bad. Hitoshi follows Izuku into what he assumes is his friend's apartment. They tow their shoes off in the entranceway, and Izuku walks inside. There's a man there, lounging on the couch, papers spread out in front of him, with long dark hair, red eyes, and eye bags to rival Izuku's. Hitoshi freezes in the doorway. "Hi, Dad," Izuku says as he keeps walking. He stops when he notices Hitoshi isn't following him. You're Eraserhead," Hitoshi exclaims, pointing at the man. It takes a moment for it to register, but when it does he turns to Izuku incredulously. "Your dad is Eraserhead?" Izuku looks confused for a moment but that fades and eventually he nods. Hitoshi is too starstruck to ask all the questions he's been waiting years to ask, so he gives in as Izuku drags him down the hallway to his bedroom. The room is rather plain. The walls are a pale yellow, the floor the same dark wood as the rest of the apartment, though there is a monotone rug dropped across the middle of the floor. A twin bed is pushed up against the back wall, and a dresser sits at the foot of the bed. There aren't a lot of decorations, a couple shelves on the walls and a large bookcase taking up the entire wall next to the door. There are a few books on the bookcase, but it's mostly filled with notebooks. It doesn't look like a kid's bedroom, and when Hitoshi voices his thoughts aloud, Izuku only shrugs. "I've only been here for 3 weeks," Izuku says, which catches Hitoshi off guard. "And Dad only officially adopted me a week ago." Izuku doesn't seem to notice Hitoshi reeling behind him. "You're adopted?" Hitoshi asks, terribly confused. He receives a nod in response. Hitoshi, having no other questions, just follows Izuku as they sit down on his bed. Izuku grabs a notebook with a large number 7 on it, and Hitoshi leans over his shoulder to watch as Izuku scribbles some information on their classmates' quirks. "Am I in there?" Hitoshi asks after a couple minutes. "Yeah," Izuku says, flipping to another page lined with details regarding Hitoshi's quirk. Details Hitoshi doesn't remember telling him. Details Hitoshi didn't even know himself. When Izuku finishes they stare at each other for a bit. "I've never had a friend over before," Izuku admits, though it isn't much of a surprise because neither had Hitoshi. "I've never been to a friend's house before," Hitoshi concedes. They sit awkwardly for a moment before Eraserhead, Izuku's dad, Izan, comes into the room. "Hey kiddo, Shinsukuin, you guys up for some ice cream?" Izuku is quick to jump off the bed and agree, and Hitoshi doesn't hesitate to follow. Aizawa-san waits for them to put on their shoes before herding them outside. The trip to the ice cream shop is short, and Izuku bounces around as they walk. His enthusiasm is contagious and soon Hitoshi finds himself running around excitedly too. Aizawa-san sighs, mumbling something that sounds suspiciously like, "Great, now there's 2 of them." They get their ice cream. Hitoshi gets blueberry, Izuku gets pistachio, Aizawa-san gets plain vanilla, and find a seat in a large corner booth. Izuku chats animatedly while they eat, and the sugar seems to only make him more hyper. Aizawa-san listens to Izuku ramble and offers him his remaining vanilla ice cream when Izuku finishes his pistachio. While Izuku is devouring his second scoop of ice cream, Aizawa-san turns to Hitoshi. "Izuku told me a bit about your quirk, and how people treat you because of it." Hitoshi feels the sudden nerves like a football to the chest. "Your family," Aizawa-san pauses, likely trying to think of the best way to word his question. "Do they treat you all right?" Hitoshi shakes. Maybe it's the ice cream, maybe it's the nerves, maybe it's a combination of both. He's not supposed to say anything. They threatened to hand him over to the police if he did, but Aizawa-san is a hero, Hitoshi's favorite hero to be specific. Surely he can help, even if it's just because he's Izuku's dad, and Izuku is Hitoshi's best and only friend. Kinda. Hitoshi says, debating whether or not he should be honest. Not really. Aizawa-san nods. You know, I'm sure if you were willing to move to another family, let someone else adopt you, you could probably get out of there. Hitoshi nods distractedly as Izuku finishes his ice cream. Perhaps, for example, you'd like to be Izuku's brother. Hitoshi falls off his seat. Shota hadn't planned on adopting another problem child. He certainly wasn't going to back out now. He'd done his research, looking into the foster parents currently taking care of Hitoshi. He was already filing for quirk discrimination against them and Izuku and Hitoshi's school, but that wasn't enough. It wasn't fast enough. The words are out of his mouth before he can stop them, and soon he's helping a startled Hitoshi off the ground. Do you mean you would adopt me, Aizawa-san? Hitoshi asks, looking like a deer in headlights. That is what I meant, yes. Shota confirms. He's not ready for the purple-haired boy to burst into tears, and he's certainly not prepared when Izuku begins crying beside him. Boys, please don't cry. Shota tries desperately to calm them down. Eventually he just picks the crying boys up and carries them out of the shop. Later he calls Nedzu to ask about adopting another child. The rat-mouse-dog thing doesn't seem surprised, and emails him the needed paperwork. Soon the bed in Izuku's room is replaced with a bunk bed, and another pair of shoes add themselves to the growing pile by the door. Hitoshi cries when they throw him a party. The first time they go to UA together, all three of them, Shota hands out earplugs to both his children. They wait in the teacher lounge once more, and Shota hides his grin behind a coffee mug. Yamada walks in right on time. He spots Izuku first, and doesn't seem so surprised, but then he spies Hitoshi, shrieks, and leaps 3 feet in the air. Aizawa, they're multiplying. Shota barely manages to hide his snicker. They later get calls from the police station across town asking if everything is okay and saying they heard a very loud yell that sounded very much like Present Mike. Izuku does well in school. Extremely well. Soon Shota has to take him, as well as Hitoshi, out of school and have them homeschool. It doesn't seem to help much. Izuku zooms through his studies, and ends up helping Hitoshi for the rest of the day until they're both ahead. It only takes a month for Nedzu to catch wind of this, and offer to personally tutor the both of them. Shota declines at first. He doesn't want his boys close to UA, an accident-prone hero school, until he has no other choice. That time comes sooner than expected, when Izuku finishes all his schoolwork in a week and a half. Hitoshi isn't quite as ahead, but Shota figures if Izuku is getting taught by Nedzu, he might as well have him teach Hitoshi as well. They show up at UA the next Monday with all the grace of 2 7-year-olds hyped up on sugary cereal and ready to cause chaos. He watches from his office as Aizawa shuffles through the front gate. 2 children with identical eye bags bounce in behind him with all the grace of 2 7-year-olds hyped up on sugary cereal and the promise of meeting a bunch of pro-heroes and heroes in training. Nedzu grins behind the window. They're in for quite the show today. Tensei had been to UA many times since graduating. He was familiar with all the teachers. He even knew a few of the students. This time was slightly different, however, because this time he had his baby brother Tenya with him. Nedzu had informed him there would be a couple of other kids hanging around today, one of the teacher's kids, though which teacher, Nedzu hadn't specified, and said they were around Tenya's age. The principal had encouraged Tensei to bring his little brother along today, and Tensei couldn't see a reason not to. He hoped his brother might be able to make some friends. They ran into Aizawa on their way to the principal's office. He seemed slightly more tired than usual, though other than that he looked the same. Tensei waved and Tenya gave a short bow. Aizawa had no reaction other than raising a brow and turning away. Nedzu greeted them once they entered his office. Come in, Tensei, it's a pleasure to see you again. Tenya, it's very nice to meet you. Tensei grinned and flopped down into a chair while Tenya gave a 90-degree bow. No need for that. Nedu waved him away, and Tensei snickered as his little brother sat stiffly in a chair. Tenya had freaked out when Tensei told him Nedzu had asked him to bring Tenya to UA. He was panicking even more now that he was actually faced with the principal. The pleasure is mine, sir. Tenya says, announces. Well, I'm sure your brother told you. Nedzu sends a pointed glance at Tensei. But there are a couple of boys hanging around UA today. They're one of the teacher's children. They should be about your age, Tenya. Perhaps you could end up with some new friends. That is if you can find them. Nedzu chuckles, but Tensei is hit with a wave of, oh no, I have a bad feeling about this. If he can find them? Tensei asks weakly. Nedzu grins. Well, let's just say these two have quite the trouble streak between them, and an overcomplicated game of hide and seek seems right up their alley. Nedzu shifts to look right at Tenya. Tenya, you have my permission to explore any open and unlocked areas of UA. As long as you explain your situation, the teachers should have no problem with it. If you ask, they might let you into the teacher's lounge as well. After you find the boys, you're welcome to do whatever else you want to, though I'd be willing to bet you'll end up spending the rest of the day with the others. Tenya nods, and Tensei lets out a sigh of relief as he leaves Nedzu's office. There's more to this than you're letting on, Tensei says, though Nedzu only grins in response. Tenya, nervous even though he'd received the principal's XPLCT permission, begins his search in the library. To him, it seemed the most logical place for other kids his age to spend their time. Tenya explores the whole of the library, though he only sees older students and a few teachers. Next, Tenya checks the cafeteria. He arrives just in time to watch another student get drenched with water when they open the door. Tenya hears loud giggling nearby, but when he turns around there's nobody there. The cafeteria is almost empty since school is already in session and it's nowhere near lunchtime. There are a couple of groups of students loitering about. Tenya wants to tell them how rude it is to loiter, but they are older than him and that would be very inappropriate. Most likely because this is their free PRD. Tenya looks at each group, though none of them are anywhere near his age. Tenya runs into Midnight on his way to the bathrooms, another likely spot to find his soon-to-be friends, and she happily agrees to help him in his task. Not before a very carefully worded warning, though. Look, little ingenium, Izu and Toshi do not like other kids much. If you want to be their friend, you gotta prove it. They want to play a game, so you play. Just watch out. Midnight pauses, then adds, as if it's an afterthought. Don't want to get hit with a water bucket. Tenya agrees wholeheartedly, and Midnight leads him to the teacher's lounge, where the same man he and Tensei had seen at the entrance. He holds a mug of what Tenya assumes is coffee and sits on a couch. Without a word, he hands Tenya an envelope addressed to him in a green sparkly pen. Midnight is gone when Tenya turns around, so he looks around the room for a moment before settling on the couch, a different one across from where the tired man sits, and opens the envelope. The first thing he notices are the two different pens and two different handwritings, as if the note was written by two different people. It makes sense, since the principal mentioned there were two boys. The green glitter pen begins, reading, "You're new here, I haven't seen you before. You came with Ingenium. You must be his brother. Maybe you'll help us prank him. We're gonna drop a bucket of water on him. It's gonna be great. You should watch with us." Purple glitter pen interrupts. "You should leave us alone." No, he shouldn't. We should be friends. Nedzu told me you were coming, so I set up a big game of hide and seek. If you can find us, then we can be friends. Toshi says I'm not allowed to seek because of my quirk dash. Your quirk is cheating and you can't turn it off, so you're not allowed to be the seeker. No matter how many times I tell him, it doesn't help me. And Toshi can't be the seeker because he and I know UA like the back of our hands, so it's much too easy to find you. I'm sure the teachers will help you if you get stuck. Except for Dad. Dad will just watch him suffer. Yeah, but don't worry, Tenya. You'll probably never run into Dad. The game starts now until the end of the school day. By the time he finishes reading the note, Tenya is more confused than when he started. He tucks the note away in his pocket after folding it neatly into fourths and leaves the teacher's lounge. It was Izuku's idea. When Nedzu had told them he was inviting a pro hero to visit UA for a meeting, Izuku had gotten incredibly excited, but when the principal said they were bringing their little brother along, his enthusiasm died down. Not that Hitoshi blamed him. They had both had pretty awful experiences with other kids their age. Hitoshi planned to just avoid the other boy, but Izuku soon announced he had a better idea. An elaborate game of hide and seek. Izuku and Hitoshi would leave a trail of pranks for him to follow, and if he really wanted to be their friend he'd work to find them. If he didn't, then Izuku and him got to pull pranks on the other teachers and students, and the other boy got to wander around for 6 hours. Win-win either way. So they set to work. They stayed up all night, curled up on Izuku's bed, the bottom bunk, because Izu was prone to falling off, and they plotted. Izuku pulled out all his notebooks and Hitoshi watched YouTube videos on non-harmful pranks. By daybreak the two were set with their plan and ran to wake up their dad so he could take them to the store to buy everything they needed. It wasn't a lot. Non-harmful pranks were surprisingly simple. When they arrived at UA the next day they were bouncing with the energy only two children ready to cause chaos could possibly have. They set up their plans and they waited. Soon enough the pro-hero Ingenium showed up at the UA gates, what looked like a mini version of him in tow. Hitoshi and Izuku shared a grin. Tenya checked classrooms. 4 students and 2 teachers sat on whoopee cushions. He checked training areas. All the weapons had been replaced with cartoon cardboard versions. He checked the auditorium. A picture of an otter wearing an astronaut helmet was projected onto the screen with the words, "Otter Space." He checked the cafeteria during and after lunch. A plate of cookies was set out, though. Lunch Rush claimed they didn't make them. Later everyone complained about the cookies being too salty. He even went back to the principal's office to check. The principal was wearing a fake mustache and a funny hat. But Tenya could not for the life of him find anyone his own age. Soon the bell rang and classes were dismissed. Tenya hid in the library until all the students had left. Then he went to find his brother. Tensei was waiting for him at the front door. "So, did you find then?" Tensei asked, but Tenya could only shake his head solemnly. They were about to leave when Tenya remembered something from earlier. Something the note had said. "You're all dry?" He asked his brother. "Yeah." Tensei nodded. "I was lucky. I haven't been pranked yet, but I saw quite a few of the teachers get hit." "You haven't been? Hey, wait." Just as Tensei was about to open the front door to leave, Tenya grabbed his arm and pulled him back, pointing up at the bucket of water that sat perched above the door. There was a loud sound of distress behind them, and they both turned to see 2 kids about Tenya's age, though one seemed to be significantly shorter than the other. The short green-haired boy looked close to tears as he leaned against a purple-haired boy who seemed rather apathetic. "He ruined it, Toshi," the green-haired boy exclaimed, dramatically draping his arm across his forehead. "He ruined the surprise." The purple-haired boy, Toshi, pat the top of the green-haired boy's head in what Tenya supposed was meant to be a comforting way. "Well, I'll be." Tensei laughed. "You must be Aizawa's kids, I take it? You're the spitting image of him." "We're adopted," the purple-haired boy informed them calmly, while his brother continued to sulk. "My name is Hitoshi and this is Izuku. It's nice to meet you, Ida-san." Tensei smiled and shook Hitoshi's hand. "The pleasure's all mine. I have to say, some of those pranks you pulled were hilarious." Tenya sputtered at his brother's blatant ignorance of the rules. These boys pulling pranks like that were disturbing the learning environment for the students. How could such a prestigious school like UA allow this? Especially the cardboard weapons. Some of the classes even fought with them instead of their normal weapons. The green-haired boy, Izuku, perked up, but he didn't leave Hitoshi's side. "Yeah, that was all, Izuku." Hitoshi shot him a sly smile. He wanted to see how they would adapt, the hero course especially. Tenya nodded. "Oh, I see," he said, waving his hands up and down. "You were testing them to see how they would react and forcing them to learn flexibility and adaptability." "No," Hitoshi deadpanned. "We just wanted to prank them." Tenya choked on air. "Well, it sure was amusing to watch. Though I wish I hadn't eaten those cookies." Izuku snickered but otherwise remained silent. "We'll have to get going now, but maybe you can get Nedzu or Aizawa to call me and we can set up another time for you all to hang out. Maybe you could even get Tenya in on your pranks." With that, Tensei turned and walked confidently out the door. This time, though, Tenya was too slow to remind him about the water bucket above the door, and Tensei was drenched. They could still hear Hitoshi and Izuku laughing when they left, and Tenya found it hard not to laugh with them. Izuku had a backpack full of notebooks. What did Hitoshi have? Gummy worms and 2 pencils. It was their first day of school learning under the smartest creature on the planet, and Hitoshi had 4 packs of gummy worms and 2 colored pencils. Things were going great. Someone screamed. Before Hitoshi could even question it, Izuku was gone, running towards Training Ground C, his backpack abandoned. This wasn't particularly abnormal, so Hitoshi sighed, grabbed Izuku's backpack, and followed his brother at a much leisurely pace. He never knew exactly why Izuku took off like that. Dad had told him it had something to do with his quirk, though nobody bothered to specify what exactly it was, but Hitoshi would be dead before he stopped following his brother to make sure he's okay. He arrived to find a large boulder on the ground and Izuku laying only inches away from it. A student was laying a few feet away, and everyone was staring at Izuku, or the boulder, with shock and maybe a little bit of awe. "Izu, you have got to stop getting yourself into dangerous situations. One of these days you're going to give Dad a heart attack, and then who's going to expel all the hero hopefuls?" Hitoshi dropped their backpack by the door so he could help Izuku up. "We'll drop by Recovery Girl's office on the way to Ned's office. She'll probably want to give you a checkup after she hears what happened, and it's better sooner than later." "You're right," Izuku mumbled as he pushed himself up. Before they could leave, one of the students shouted, "Hey, wait." The girl who had been on the floor when Hitoshi got there sprints up to them. "You saved my life." She bows, and Hitoshi swears he spots tears in the corners of his eyes. "I can't thank you enough. You actually saved my life." Izuku levels her with a blank stare. "Yeah, I do that a lot." The rumors spread from there. Every time Izuku saves someone, the rumors grow. Izuku acts as some sort of UA cryptid, appearing randomly, saving somebody from something that could have killed them, and disappearing with only a few words. Hitoshi is often rumored to be his sidekick. It all comes to fruition when the next year starts and a new batch of hero wannabes take the stage. Izuku and Hitoshi find themselves in the middle of a crowd of students, awaiting the beginning of orientation. Around them, all the older students whispered to themselves, and the new first years, at least half of those whispered involved Izuku and some exacerbated stories of him doing stupid shit to save someone. Eventually Izuku had enough and spoke up. Most of that isn't true. For people screamed and at least one whispered, "He's here." Hitoshi hid his grin, but with the look Izuku gave him, he must not have done a very good job of it. The rumors remained, some even got worse. 3. Shota learned a lot time ago not to question the problem children thought process. Izuku's was often too confusing to understand, and Hitoshi's was far too chaotic and crazy to make any sense of. Shota did, however, think he could predict and prepare for whatever they may do. He was not prepared for them to fall out of the vents in the middle of class. "Izu has something important to say," Hitoshi announced, and Shota sighed. Taking in the surprised looks on his class's faces, of what's left of his class at least, he turned his kids' surprise visit into a lesson. "If they were villains you'd all be dead." Shota deadpanned. "We'll have to work on your reaction time. Now tell me whatever you need to tell me and be gone." "Nedzu is helping me file a case against Endeavor to get him arrested for child abuse." Izuku said it so quietly Shota almost didn't believe what he'd heard. "We'll need your help, Dad." While his class balked, Shota sighed again. And this couldn't have waited until after class. Izuku and Hitoshi looked at each other thoughtfully, seemingly thinking over what Shota said, before shrugging. They climbed back into the vents, leaving a trail of chaos in their wake. Shota regretted teaching them about alternate access points and the element of surprised. Later Shota found himself in Ned's office, objectively the worst place on Earth, while Izuku and Hitoshi debated way to take down Endeavor, with Nedzu offering suggestions every now and then. They couldn't launch the case for a few more years since they didn't have any solid evidence, but by the time Izuku was 12 Endeavor was being put on temporary leave while he was investigated for domestic abuse. The next time it didn't happen to Shota personally. Instead, he received a call from Midnight telling him to come get his gremlins out of her classroom, or so help her she'll lock them in the broom closet. Everyone knows that wouldn't be effective since Nedzu taught them to pick locks. Shota took his time making his way to Kiyama's classroom. When he arrived, Izuku was fanboying over various students' quirks, A few students looked like they'd seen a ghost, and Hitoshi was laying face down on the floor. "Come on, gremlins," Shota said, pulling Izuku away from the frankly traumatized students and grabbing Hitoshi from his spot on the floor. Izuku continued to ramble about the various applications of a quirk, which quirk Shota wasn't sure, and seemed not to notice being dragged away, but Hitoshi groaned and protested tiredly. "No. Leave me here. Let me suffer." Shota grunted in response. "What did I tell you about dropping into classrooms formed events, especially while class is in session?" Izuku stops muttering about quirks, finally looking up from his notebook. "Didn't you say something about not doing that?" "Yes," Shota says tersely. "That's exactly what I said. And what did you do?" Hitoshi perks up. "We came in through the window this time, actually. Midnight put something in the vents so we can't get in that way anymore. Izuku said he could probably counter it, but I just said we should go in through the windows." Shota sighed again, though he couldn't keep down the swell of pride. It happens again, only this time Shota is summoned with a loud explosion, suspiciously coming from the support lab where Izuku and Hitoshi were supposed to be learning about security. His students, now well aware of the problems his children cause, look to him. "I'll be right back," Shota says, and they nod. There's another explosion and Shota books it out of his classroom to the support labs. He's met with a smiling Nedzu, something to be feared, and two children who look identical with blown back hair, soot covering their everything and dirt all over their clothes. The only visible difference being one has bright glowing green eyes and one has tired purple eyes. Nedzu happily hands over his children with the promise to do something much less dangerous tomorrow. It's a lie because what would Nedzu teach them that isn't dangerous? Eventually there's a new paragraph added to the rule book warning students about the children in the vents. It only adds to Izuku's status as the local UA cryptid. Izuku is 10 when he wakes up screaming. Shota figured it would happen eventually, with everything the kid saw because of his quirk. No matter how accustomed to it Izuku had become, death was still a traumatic experience, especially for a kid. Shota raced to their bedroom and was met with the sight of a screaming, crying Izuku on the floor tangled in a blanket, with Hitoshi behind him desperately trying to do something to calm Izuku. It seemed that whenever Hitoshi tried to touch Izuku, whether to hug him or wipe his tears, Izuku only screamed louder. Shota was quick to erase his quirk, and Izuku stopped thrashing about. It was then that Izuku said two words Shota had never heard him say before. "Papa. Mama." Izuku cried, his hands balled into fists as he reached for something that wasn't there. Toshi. Hitoshi tried to talk to him, but nothing they said would register. "They're dead." Izuku screamed, and Shota connected the dots. "They're all dead. I couldn't save them. They died." Shota reached out and wrapped his two boys in a hug. "Izuku, we're not dead. We're right here. Can you feel us hugging you? See? We're real and alive." Izuku's sniffles calmed but the tears kept coming. "But I saw you. You and Mama and Papa and Toshi. You were all dead, and even though I saw it I couldn't do anything. I didn't do anything. It was my fault. My fault." Izuku wiped his nose with his sleeve, his eyes squeezing shut. Shota hugged him tighter. "I knew Mama and Papa were dead. I knew. I saw it so many times before it happened." Izuku hiccuped a little bit as he tried to talk and cry at the same time. "I was so sure I could protect you and Toshi. I could see you die and I could stop it like I did before, but I couldn't. You died because I wasn't strong enough to save you." Shota contemplated the problem child's words. "Izuku, do you want to be a hero? A hero? Like you and Mama?" Shota takes this new information like a punch to the gut, but he tries to ignore it in favor of calming Izuku down. "Yeah, a hero. You may not be strong enough right now to protect the people you love, but if you become a hero you can protect everyone." Shota lets Hitoshi wriggle out of the family hug as he picks Izuku up. They move to the couch, though Izuku either doesn't notice or doesn't mind. "That's what UA does, you know? That's what I do. I teach people to be a hero." "Yeah, I remember. Do you think you can teach me?" Izuku scrambles off the couch into Shota's lap. "If I'm a hero I can protect you and Toshi." Hitoshi shifts closer, giving Izuku a funny side hug. I'll be a hero too. Then you won't have to worry about protecting me because I can protect myself. And we can both protect Dad together. Izuku giggles but nods. Shota sighs in relief. Alright boys, back to bed with you. The next morning Dad is waiting for them in the kitchen. Izuku looks nervous, but he's always nervous so Hitoshi doesn't pay much mind to it. At least not until Dad announces, Hitoshi, I think it's time we told you the truth about Izuku's quirk. Hitoshi stared at his family, his tiny, somewhat insane, but still fully functional family, and he bursts into tears. Okay, maybe not bursts but he can't keep the tears from leaking out the corners of his eyes. Izuku is quick to respond. Toshi? Toshi, what's wrong? Izuku sniffled quietly, and Hitoshi knew that soon his brother would start crying too if he wasn't already. I'm just so happy Anne and I love you so much Izu, and you too Dad. I'm so glad I met you and now why you're my family. Izuku hugged him as Hitoshi cried and soon Dad was hugging them too. I hope you don't make this a habit, Dad mumbles. What? Izuku giggles. Crying? Being emotional? Family hugs. Dad scoffed. No, waking me up in the middle of the night. Hitoshi laughed and the tears slowed. So now that that's out of the way, now we have to talk about Izuku's quirk. What about Izuku's quirk? Hitoshi asked as they separated. Izuku flopped down into one of the kitchen chairs and Dad grabbed his coffee. It's just some kind of future vision like night eyes, right? Izuku was pointedly not looking at him, and Dad looked 10 times more tired than normal, which was quite the feat. It could be a result of the night before, but somehow Hitoshi knew it had to do with whatever they needed to talk about. I knew this would have to happen eventually. You both just seem so young, too young in my opinion. Dad said, more to himself than anything else. Izuku's quirk does see the future to some degree, however he sees only certain points in the future, and none of what he sees is certain to happen. Dad pinched between his eyebrows. I see possibilities. Izuku jumped in, still not looking Hitoshi in the eyes. I see things that could happen in the future, but I only see when somebody dies. Hitoshi stared. I see when people can die. That's how I first met Dad actually. I was trying to help him because he was supposed to die that night. I saw that and I also saw how many people he would save if he didn't die, or rather, I saw how many other people would die if he did die. But didn't your parents die? Izuku nods and Hitoshi's surprised look. Yeah, they did. I was right there when it happened but, Izuku takes a deep, shuddering breath. I saw them die so many times before it actually happened that for years it didn't quite feel real. I had a breakdown after a while and ended up here with Dad. I'm still not sure how. It just kind of hit me, oh, they're gone and it's not just my quirk this time. They aren't coming back this time. Luckily Dad was there and he talked me through it. That's what happened. It was actually only 3 weeks later when I met you at school. So you. Hitoshi hesitated, but Izuku answered the question without Hitoshi even needing to ask. I've seen you die, yes. Izuku shivered. I've seen Dad die a lot. That's what my nightmare was about. I saw my parents dead but I also saw you and Dad and I woke up and you were there and though maybe I was just in denial again. Maybe I just didn't want to believe it yet. Hitoshi surged forward to hug his brother. I'm not dead, I'm right here, alive and well, and whenever you doubt it I'll be right here to hug you until you believe it. Izuku nodded into the hug. I'll be alright. We'll be heroes, remember? And then you won't need to worry about us dying ever again. Yeah. Izuku agreed shakily. Yeah, heroes. Later Shota gathers all the other heroes working at UA in order to explain Izuku's quirk to them. Hitoshi stands proud beside his father, who nervously twists his hands, mumbling under his breath about heroes and going to UA as an actual student. We're going to be heroes. Hitoshi announces, pulling Izuku's attention from his thoughts. We're gonna train and get strong so we can go to school here to learn to be heroes and then we're gonna be awesome heroes who protect everybody. The teachers were silent the entire time Shota was explaining Izuku's quirk, but now they break out in conversation. Midnight loudly proclaims, I call dibs teaching them about publicity and the media. The other teachers are quick to respond. Well, we all know Nedzu is going to be teaching them all about psychological warfare, so I call teaching them about support gear and technology. Powerloader says. Speaking of which, why isn't Nedzu here? I'm pretty sure he's adopted Izuku as his private student and future successor, so wouldn't he want to know about his quirk? Nedzu already knew. He needed all the information we could get so he could register Izuku for his identity. Shota explained. Well, I want to be the one to teach them about weaponry and fighting tactics using weapons. Snipe says. I'll be sure to get them gun licenses. They'll be sharp shooters in no time. Recovery Girl stamps her cane on the floor. They certainly can't be heroes without learning something about first aid, now can they? I'll have to teach them about taking care of injuries. They'll certainly have to be registered for their first aid licenses, preferably before they start school. Do you have any idea how self-destructive your first years can get? 2 students in the hero course with first aid training will take a load off my mind. Present Mike started yelling over everybody. I'll teach the little listeners English and sign language. Both can be helpful in hero work. As their father Shota is practically guaranteed to be the one teaching them stealth, so I guess I'll just have to stick to teaching them about basic hand-to-hand combat. Ectoplasm says, side-eyeing Shota. 13 excitedly waves their hands around. And I can teach them all about rescue work. Nedzu laughs and they all turn to see him in the doorway. By the time they actually get into the school, they'll practically be pro-heroes. To nobody's surprise, Izuku is the one who answers him. Actually, because they'll be training us without a class, it will be the perfect chance to teach us about one-on-one fights and such, but once we get into Yuta, Izuku didn't even bother with an since everybody knew they would themselves to the bone if they had to. As long as they got in, we'll have a class of our own to train with, which will be the perfect chance to learn teamwork and how to counter quirks other than the teachers. A well-thought-out answer. Nedzu responds. To be expected from my personal student. You are correct. I'm sure Yagi won't mind helping you boys gain some muscle when he comes for a visit. You'll be fully prepared to take the entrance exam, whether you choose to take the recommendation exam or the normal exam. Izuku and Hitoshi smiled at one another and Shota let himself grin along with them. The recommendation students line up and Izuku whips out his notebook. Hitoshi stands beside him looking bored, but Izuku knows better. He knows his brother is watching carefully, picking apart their quirks to the best of his ability. Though he may not be at Izuku's level quite yet, he's still very good at it. Nedzu made sure of that. Both he and Hitoshi had turned down Nedzu's offer to be a recommendation student. There were only 4 spots in total, and having Izuku and Hitoshi take up half of them didn't seem fair. Instead, they had planned on taking the normal exam with most everybody else. Their quirks wouldn't do much against the practical exam, but Izuku hoped, and calculated, that their training with the pro heroes would be enough to counter the ineffectiveness of their quirks. Nedzu had still invited Izuku and Hitoshi to watch the recommendation exams from his office, and Izuku didn't hesitate to accept the invitation. Izuku watched them split into smaller groups as they took to the obstacle course, and Izuku muttered up a storm, taking notes on every quirk as fast as he could. He'd organize them later, but for now, Izuku was just trying to get all his thoughts down on paper. 5 students, in particular, stood out to him. Inasa Yorashi, Todoroki Shuto, Yaoyorozu Momo, Tokuji Setsuna, and Hananuki Jizu. They seemed to have the most potential when it came to heroics, and Izuku was sure even Dad would like them to some degree. They would no doubt be amazing in the hero course, though Inasa appeared to have some kind of problem with Todoroki. Izuku, after receiving permission from Nedzu, raced down with Hitoshi in tow. Everyone turned to them when Izuku slammed the door open and Izuku could hear Hitoshi sigh behind him. He was, however, much too distracted with all the new quirks to focus on. I have so many questions about your quirks. Izuku fought to keep his voice down as he excitedly bounced around the room, spouting questions faster than a bullet train and moving around the room before the students, his victims, could even answer them. You have great reflexes, Hananuki-kun, and you're smart when it comes to picking your battles. Your quirk has a variety of uses to capturing criminals, search and rescue work, evacuation. What kind of hero do you want to be? Can your quirk soften anything? You've only used it on non-living objects thus far, so I figured that must be one of your limitations. Hitoshi comforted the traumatized, attacked student as Izuku moved on to his next target. Tokage, your quirk would also be great at search and rescue, but also at tracking criminals. What happens when a separated limb gets injured or destroyed? Would it be possible to separate a limb further once it's already been separated from your body? When it comes to controlling your limbs once separated, is it harder the more you have separated? After bothering all the students about their quirks, Izuku turned to Todoroki. I have some questions for you. Your quirk is pretty straightforward actually, but that's not what I really wanted to talk about. I have some questions about your father. Of course it comes back to him. Todoroki says disdainfully. I don't want to talk about him, especially not to you. Hitoshi stepped forwards, knowing Izuku didn't have a physical quirk to defend himself with should things get hostile, and the teachers would be mad if Izuku used their training to hurt another student. Actually, Izuku said, before Hitoshi could say anything. It's less about your father and more about how he treats you. Izuku dropped his voice down to a whisper. I have reason to believe he abuses you and your siblings. Don't ask how, I don't have the time to explain right now. I've been building a case against him since I was what? 3 years ago he was put on temporary leave to be investigated, but they couldn't find any physical evidence, so the case was dropped, but I know what I saw. If you need any help just call me or something. Izuku scrawled his phone number on the corner of his notebook and tore it off to hand to Todoroki. Why you know? Todoroki seemed shook as he accepted the proffered paper. How do you dash? What do you know? How can I help with the case? Izuku smiled. I've seen a lot. Because of my quirk. And I want to help in whatever way I can. If you can get any proof of him doing or saying something, then I could probably get the case back up and running. If we can gather enough proof, we could probably even put him behind bars. Izuku pulled out his phone and tapped at a few things. I have a meeting with your mother next week, and one of your siblings agreed to talk to me, Natsuo, though we haven't set a date or time yet. This is really happening. Todoroki muttered as Izuku skipped away. What is his quirk? How did he know? Hitoshi stuck behind because he knew firsthand how most people reacted to having Izuku right in their face spouting questions. His quirk is a kind of future vision, like Night Eye, and he already knew when we first met, so that's a question you'll have to ask him. Till then, take his advice. Hitoshi turned to follow Izuku, who was waiting at the same door he had thrown open only minutes before. As they were leaving, the students finally got over their shock. Wait! Somebody called out, though Izuku wasn't sure who. Who even are you guys? Izuku glanced at his brother. I guess we did kind of forget to introduce ourselves, didn't we? He turned around and gave an elegant bow, which probably would have looked cool and dramatic had Hitoshi not tripped him. Izuku picked himself off the floor and shot Hitoshi a glare. I'm Aizawa Izuku, and this is my brother Hitoshi. Izuku said, tipping an invisible hat. You should remember us. He said, as if he hadn't made an unforgettable and not entirely good impression. One day will be important. Hitoshi added, before closing the door behind him. The recommendation student were left in stupor as Netsu bustled into the room as if nothing had happened and announced that the tests were over. Izuku was dressed in a green track suit, stretching his muscles before the practical exam begins. Netsu had warned that he wouldn't be in the same testing area as Hitoshi to prevent them from working together, but that didn't stop Izuku from hacking the school's cameras, which Netsu had taught him to do, so he really should have expected this, and watching Hitoshi fight robots. Izuku stood up and tucked his phone away as Present Mic came over the speakers announcing it was their turn to take the practical exam. Izuku wasn't particularly worried. He'd aced the written exam and he knew he could take down enough robots to at least make it into the hero course. But Hitoshi and him had made a bet on who could get the highest score, and Izuku had overheard, i.e. eavesdropped via the video feed, the teachers betting on who would get first place. Izuku was ready to put his training to the test and make some pocket change. 2 birds, 1 stone. Izuku glanced at the odd bird-headed guy in his arena as he though that metaphor. Ready? Present Mic asked via loudspeaker, and Izuku quickly dropped into a running position, ready to take off. Start. Izuku shot off as the other examinees stood confused behind him. Go, go, go. There are no countdowns in real life. Just look at him, he's already off taking down robots. True to his word, Izuku had already brought down one robot by sliding underneath it after it had locked onto him, effectively twisting the robot into a pretzel. Izuku continued taking down robots as the rest of the test takers scattered out around him. He recalled one of Nedza's lessons from earlier in that year. I'll get the best result from combining stealth, power, and intelligence gathering. He muttered to himself, and a few other people looked at him oddly. Izuku carefully avoided the robot's attention, except when he needed their attention, followed their tire tracks, and straight up ripped their head off when it came down to it. Nedzu would be proud. Someone under a robot, screaming for help, but everybody is running away from the robot. They don't turn around, she calls out louder, attempts to use her quirk. They'll stop it, they say, it's just an exam. They try to stop it, but they wait to give someone time to save her. Nobody does. They stop it, but they aren't fast enough. Debris slams into her. Recovery girl is quick, but not quick enough. She's dead before they get there. Izuku stops. What he's seeing. It looks like the exam, but there are no giant robots. Nobody's died, nobody's in any actual danger. The ground rumbles, cracking beneath Izuku, and he knows he was wrong. There is a giant robot, and somebody is going to die because everybody here was too scared to help her. Izuku spins around as everybody around him runs past. They try to warn him, tell him to run, to save himself. He doesn't listen. He stares the robot down and searches. He searches for a brown bob, running towards it the moment he spots it. Help! She screams, and Izuku ignores the image of blood behind his eyes. Help! Help me! Somebody! Izuku dropped down to kneel beside her. Don't worry. He gives her his best all-might smile. I'm gonna save you. He stands up to face the robot head-on, his mind working a mile a minute. He didn't even register he was mumbling his plans aloud until the girl looked up at him amazed. Can you really do that? She asked. Izuku only smiled and put his plan in motion. He took off running straight at the robot. A few people behind him told him to turn around, but the girl called out, "Good luck." Izuku paused to take down one of the nearby three-pointer robots, ripping some of the wires from its control plate. Izuku twisted the wires together, careful to use the right kinds of wires. He jammed the unused control plate under the giant robot's track to jam it. He only had seconds. With dexterity he didn't have before the teachers trained him, Izuku jumped up onto the stalled robot, sneaking around the edge until he reached the panel hidden on the side. The wires used in the zero-pointers were much larger than the ones in the smaller robots, but they essentially worked the same way. Izuku placed the wires in the right places, twisting them in among the other wires. Finally, he connected the final two wires. It had a similar effect to jump-starting a car that's already running. The engine management computer short-circuited and the robot stalled. Izuku jumped down and ran back to the trapped girl and helped get the rubble off of her using a nearby pipe as a lever. She seemed to be injured, so Izuku carried her back towards the entrance as Recovery Girl made her way in. So dangerous. You could have been seriously hurt, young man. Recovery Girl scolded him as she healed the girl. So could she, Izuku said, and the hero paused at that. Do you mean Dash? She left the question open-ended. Tough Izuku knew what she was asking. Yeah, he said solemnly. I saw it, so I had to save her. That's why I'm becoming a hero after all. I should have known. Recovery Girl handed them some gummies, which Izuku eagerly devoured. Go on now, your dad is going to be worried about you after that stunt you pulled, and if Nedzu was serious about letting Hitoshi watch your exam, then so is your brother. As Izuku ran off, he heard the girl ask Recovery Girl some questions, though he didn't stick around to hear. Tenya waved his hands around as he lectured his friends. They were walking to the teacher's lounge as Hitoshi and Izuku told him about their exams. Izuku said he had something he wanted to do and he needed Tenya's help to do it. That was incredibly dangerous. Izuku, there were a variety of other ways you could have better handled the situation without injury. But nobody got hurt besides the girl I saved, and that wasn't even because of me. Izuku refuted, though Tenya was not quick to believe him. In the 7 years since they'd first met, Tenya had seen time and time again how much trouble Izuku could get himself into, even when his brother wasn't there. Anyway, we're here. Come on, Midnight said she'd help too. I still don't know what you even need my help with, Tenya said, as Izuku pushed him inside and sat him down in a chair. Midnight burst into the room. Yamada will be here in 5 minutes, so we have to make this quick, she said, pulling out a case of something. I brought my darkest eyeshadow. This should do the trick. Tenya grew increasingly worried as she approached him with the makeup. Tenya tried to protest, though Izuku kept him in the chair. Tenya? Hitoshi asked, and like a fool, Tenya responded. Yeah. Sit. Still in the chair until Midnight is done. With no other choice than to submit himself to whatever Izuku and Hitoshi had planned, Tenya closed his eyes and waited. When they were finished and Hitoshi had freed him from his quirk, they neglected to tell him what exactly they did. It wasn't until Tenya caught a glance of himself in a mirror that he sort of understood. You put fake eye bags on me? Izuku giggled. Yeah. Now hurry and sit down, Mike will be here any second now. Izuku handed them both a cup of juice and they all sat down on the couch. Tenya was still confused, but moments later Aizawa wandered in, took one look at them and grinned. Are you doing what I think you're doing? Izuku nodded, grinning mischievously as Aizawa sat down beside them. Footsteps could be heard as well as noisy whistling. Present Mike walked through the doors. He waved at them as he walked by, but froze seconds later and turned back to them slowly. Shota, there's another one, he yelled, using his quirk until Aizawa erased it. It took Present Mike a minute to calm down while Izuku and Hitoshi cackled. Wait, aren't you Tensei's brother? How'd you get those eye bags? I'm willing to bet you haven't been up past 10 once in your life. Izuku's cackling got louder and Tenya grew more confused. Hitoshi managed between laughs. It's eyeshadow. Did you hear that? They're doing it on purpose now. Shota, they really are multiplying. I know. Aizawa answered. Then why aren't you doing any T-dash? I told them it was a good idea. The police called again minutes later to complain about Mike's screaming. Shudo glanced at his father as they drove home, Izuku's words echoing in his mind. He looked away out the window. For now it was enough that somebody knew, somebody was doing something, even though his father was the number 2 hero. Even though the person doing something was just a kid Shudo's age. Someone believed them and was acting. That was enough to give Shudo a little hope. Hitoshi had been at U.A for 7 years, but now he and Izuku were finally students. The letters came a week after the exams, though Hitoshi already knew they made it in courtesy of Izuku, who informed him about seeing their classmates die wearing UA uniforms multiple times. When the day finally came, Izuku and Hitoshi snuck in through the teacher entrance, effectively avoiding the crowd of students. They climbed through the vents towards their classroom, nearly giving the few students who had already arrived a heart attack. OMG! One of them, a girl with pink hair messy enough to rival Izuku's, pointed at them when they dropped in. Are you the vent cryptids the senpais were warning me about? Izuku said nothing, and Hitoshi was well aware of how he hated talking to people he didn't know unless it was about quirks. Well, let's see. We are cryptids and we came from the vents, so by definition we are under vent cryptids. Hitoshi answered as Izuku claimed his seat. Tenya just looked at them tiredly, well accustomed to their mischief. Just as Hitoshi was about to do the same, the classroom door slammed open and a girl with a brown bob that seemed to defy gravity walked in. She waved and moved to find her seat until she spotted Hitoshi, or more likely, the person behind Hitoshi. Hey, you're the guy who saved me from the zero-pointer. You were so cool, you moved so fast and you just took out a robot and grabbed its wiring and shoved them in the zero-pointer and it just stopped. Izuku balked as she spoke enthusiastically. I'm so glad you got in because I didn't really have a chance to thank you back then. Somebody else, with red hair, inserted himself into their conversation. Whoa, really? Did you take out the zero-pointer all on your own? That's so manly, dude. I'm Kirishima Aijuru, it's awesome to meet you. And I'm Uraraka Ochako. Thank you for saving me. She turned to Hitoshi, finally seeming to realize he was there too. Oh, are you his friend? It's nice to meet you too. Hitoshi took one look at her and knew who she was immediately. Ah, you must be the girl who died. The class went silent. The door slammed open once more and a familiar voice filled the silent classroom. Hitoshi, you don't just say that to your classmates. Especially when they don't understand Izuku's quirk. Hitoshi shrugged and sat down in his seat as Dad made his way to the front of the classroom. Welcome to the UA Hero course. Izuku, put your notebook away and pay attention. Put these on and meet me outside in 30 minutes or I'll expel you. He tossed a bunch of gym uniforms at them before wiggling back into his sleeping bag. Hitoshi, who was expecting as much, grabbed the notebook out of his brother's hands and handed him a gym uniform. Come on Izuku, it's time for the test. Izuku perked up and grabbed his notebook back, stuffing it in his backpack and following Hitoshi to the changing rooms. It would have been faster to take the vents, he says as they walk with the rest of the class. We can take the vents on the way out. They did just that, much to their classmates' confusion. Izuku and Hitoshi were already waiting on the field with Shota when the rest of the class showed up. To the class's confusion, Hitoshi was leaning on what looked like a baseball bat. Well, you all made it. Guess nobody's getting expelled yet. Izuku snickered, but Shota shot him an evil look. Izuku, you got first place in the entrance exam. There were two loud, confused exclamations, though nobody paid them any mind. Throw this ball, you can even use your quirk if you want. Izuku easily caught the ball thrown at him and stepped into the circle. Hey Toshi, Izuku called, playing with the ball in his hands. Care to help me out? Izuku spun around and lobbed the ball at Hitoshi, who happily swung a bat at it. Home run! Izuku called out as the ball flew off into the sky. Shota grinned and held up a device showing how far the ball had gone. 239.5 meters. Impressive Izuku. Better than the first time. Shota hid his smile in his scarf as Izuku returned to his brother's side. Whoa! That was awesome. Yes, so manly. This is going to be so much fun. When is my turn? Shota's grin turned evil. Fun? Is that what you think this is? He saw Hitoshi facepalm from the corner of his eye. The person in the last place after all the tests is getting expelled. The class reacted accordingly. What? There's no way he can do that, right? UA lets teachers run their classes any way they like as long as the results are positive, which means I can expel anyone I like anytime I like. Shota glanced at his kids, who looked just as excited as everyone else had seconds ago. How's that for fun? The tests begin now. Shota kept one eye on the students taking the test and the other eye on his sons. Knowing them, they'd somehow find some way to cause trouble on the first day of school. They were soon approached by the two recommendation students as well as the girl who died, as Hitoshi put it. Shota, against his better judgment, listened to their conversation. You were at the recommendation entrance exam, but you said you weren't a recommendation student? Yaoyorozu asked. Then how are you here? Hitoshi shrugged and Izuku started to jump up and down, practically vibrating with excitement. Shota pinched the bridge of his nose. I saw you use your quirk during the entrance test, but it's hard to get a really good grip on what you're capable of. However, after the tests, I think I have a better overall understanding of your quirk. I have more questions, could you answer them? Izuku didn't even pause for a response before blurting out question after question. Their three classmates stared in shock. However, Hitoshi, knowing his brother, was nonplussed and simply grabbed his shoulder to shake him out of his rambling. You took the normal entrance exam too. Uraraka said. Like I was saying earlier, you saved me from the giant robot. Yeah. Hitoshi replied as Izuku took off in search of his backpack. We were only there to watch the recommendation students. Izuku wanted to see what you guys are capable of. He wanted to observe your quirks. It's kinda the same with the actual entrance exam. Izuku wanted to see everybody's quirk, but we actually participated in that one. I'll say. Uraraka snorted. Didn't you and Izuku get first and second place? Yeah. Hitoshi rubbed the back of his neck and looked over his shoulder, presumably for Izuku. We had a little bet going to see who would get more points, and our dad had a bet going with his friends over which of us would get first place. Shota didn't even question how he knew that, especially not now that Izuku could hack the school's cameras. Speak of the devil. Hitoshi muttered as Izuku came running back in like a bullet, notebook in hand. Before he could run into someone or run over someone, Shota wrapped him up in his capture weapon and pulled him away from the group, Hitoshi trailing behind. "It's time for the next test," he announced, prying the notebook from his son's hands. "You five better get ready. This one is an endurance test." It was almost 30 minutes later when Shota proudly showed the results to his class, his two sons in first and second place despite not having any quirks that gave them physical advantages. "God damn it!" An angry yell came, followed closely by explosions. Bakugo walked surprisingly slowly as he approached Izuku, sparks crackling on his palms. Bakugo grabbed him by the front of his shirt. Shota would have intervened, but what he said next was surprising, even to him. "That's where I know you from. You're that kid from years ago who told my dad he died." The class stared at them, jaws dropped, eyes wide. Izuku blinked at him, and Shota could practically see the wheels turning in his brain. "Aya," he said without elaborating, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. It took a moment, but the class exploded, even louder than when Shota said he'd expel someone. "Holy, you did what? What the hell, dude? You know so many people already and they all have weird things to say." Shota cleared his throat, and when that didn't work to get their attention, he erased all their quirks. Izuku seemed the most startled, though that was because his quirk was probably the only one that never turned off, though Hagakure may be startled and they just couldn't see it. "Get changed and go back to the classroom. Your next class starts soon and I won't excuse you if you're late." Shota glared at the class, and they took off to the locker rooms, all but two. "Don't think I'll give you special treatment just because you're my kids." "Of course not, Dad," Izuku said, mirth laced between his words. He and Hitoshi left, disappearing through a door Shota didn't know was there, probably the vents, and Shota himself made his way back to the classroom. Lunch came quick, and with lunch came questions. Before Hitoshi and Izuku could escape, their classmates surrounded Thin, throwing question after question. After 30 seconds of everybody talking over each other, Hitoshi had had enough. "Everyone stop," he yelled, standing up. He was a good deal taller than most of their class. "Izuku and I," Hitoshi yanked Izuku up out of his seat, "are going to eat lunch. If you sit with us, then we might answer your question while we eat." The class parted as Hitoshi dragged his brother out the door, and slowly the rest of the class followed behind. Lunch Rush happily handed Hitoshi and Izuku their usual lunches. Older students greeted them as they searched for a free table, a fair amount of them referring to them as the vent cryptids or that one kid who saved my life. That last one was more for Izuku, who did tend to save a lot of students. It made a lot more sense how he would rush off someone at random times only to end up saving somebody's life after Hitoshi knew about his quirk. The rest of their class seemed to be observing them with some mix of confusion and curiosity. They sat down and soon most of their class joined them. Tenya claimed he was only there to keep the peace and nobody was really sure if Hagakure was there or not. Izuku ignored them and dug into his katsudon. "Okay, so, first question," Kirishima said. "You guys call each other by your first names, right? So how do you know each other?" "Easy," Hitoshi said between bites. Izuku continued to ignore them. "He's my brother." There was silence for a second until Yaoyorozu spoke up. "So that answers a few other questions. My question is how you were at the recommendation exams even though you took the normal exam." "That's not a question but an inquiry," Izuku said before returning to ignoring them. "I'll answer it anyway," Hitoshi shot back. "We could have taken the recommendation exam, but we wanted to leave the spots open for somebody else since we could easily pass the normal entrance exam and there's only 4 recommendation spots. We would have taken up half of those, so that wouldn't have been very fair. Also, I already told you why we were there even though we weren't taking the test. Izuku wanted to see your quirks." Hitoshi elbowed his brother's side. Izuku in turn glared at Hitoshi. Right, I have another question then," Yaoyorozu said. "It's an actual question this time. Who recommended you?" "Dad," Izuku said, not bothering to elaborate even when bombarded with curious and confused looks. Oh, I have a question." The same girl with pink skin and hair from when they first arrived jumped up and raised her hand, before realizing they weren't in class anymore and she didn't need permission to ask a question. So you guys got first and second place in both the entrance exam and Aizawa-sensei's test, but we didn't see you use your quirks. What are your quirks? Izuku looked at Hitoshi. Hitoshi looked at Izuku. Oh, would you look at the time? Hitoshi declared loudly. He and Izuku stood up. Lunch is just about over. We should all throw away our trash and get back to the classroom. I agree, Tenya said, standing up and chopping his arms in true Tenya fashion. We don't want to be late. The class, with various dubious looks, followed their lead and tossed their leftover food in trash. Izuku and Hitoshi stuck close together as the class trickled out of the cafeteria and back to class. The two brothers waved to lunch rush before they left. Tenya knew what they were doing. While he wasn't entirely sure what his friends' quirks were, he did know that their dad was also their homeroom teacher and that they were both self-conscious about their quirks. He knew they wanted to keep them a secret from the class as long as they could, and he was willing to help them in any way he could. So when All Might burst into the room later that day, Tenya was surprised when both Izuku and Hitoshi admitted to knowing him. I am here. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might laughed loudly and the class began to freak out. All Might himself seemed both surprised and not to see Izuku and Hitoshi in the class. Oh, young Hitoshi, I suppose this will be my first time teaching you officially. The class gaped at them. As UA students, that is. He laughed again, a big booming laugh that could probably compete with Present Mike's quirk. Ah, well then. He turned back to the rest of the class. Welcome, students, to your first hero studies class. The class quieted with Tenya's insistence. Can anybody tell me what the most important part of being a hero is? A few people in class raised their hands, including Izuku, but All Might didn't call on anyone. The answer is, of course, costumes. With the click of a button, the wall opened to reveal costume cases. Everyone come get yours and try them on. Then meet me at Training Ground Beta. Looking good in very important, ladies and gentlemen. Look alive now because from today onward you're all heroes. Izuku and Hitoshi grabbed their costumes and booked it to the changing room. Hitoshi's costume was easily reminiscent of Aizawa's. Mostly black baggy clothes and a gray capture weapon wrapped around his neck. At Izuku's insistence, he also had a voice changer and a watch with a microphone and speaker for contacting Izuku, who had a matching watch. Izuku's costume was similar, since they both planned on being underground heroes. His costume was black and dark red. Black pants with various pockets, some hidden, some obvious, for distractions, and black knee guards. He had a black hoodie with dark red geometric designs, accented with some brighter red lines. Gray gloves with finger grips which allowed him to grip the knives hidden in his sleeves better. Red boots with grips on the bottom to prevent slipping. Everything was fireproof, waterproof, and stab-resistant. Though they didn't stand out much in the colorful costumes of their classmates, Izuku and Hitoshi looked like heroes. They felt like heroes. That was enough for them. For now. All right, young heroes to be. Let the battle training. All Might stared down at them, all dressed in their hero costumes. Begin. All right, young heroes to be. Let the battle training. All Might stared down at them, all dressed in their hero costumes. Begin. Sir. Tenya said as soon as All Might had finished speaking. Seeing as we are in an urban areas, will we be battling outside once again? Not quite, young Ida. All Mights laughed. Hitoshi was sending a pattern. We'll be doing indoor battle training today. 2 against 2 matches. We'll start by first drawing lots to decide teams. Then, once everybody has been assigned a team mate, we'll draw more lots to decide who are the heroes and what are the villains. Isn't there a better way to decide teams? Tenya asked, and though Izuku beside Hitoshi was mumbling about how it was actually accurate to field work, seeing as heroes often had to team up on the spot with other heroes from different agencies that they may not work well with, Hitoshi was fairly certain All Might was just too lazy to put the effort into examining their quirks individually and placing them into teams based on that. He almost said as much, but it seemed the class had heard Izuku's ramblings first and taken them as a serious answer. All Might began explaining the specifics of the exercise, but Izuku and Hitoshi had watched their dad run the exercise for every first-year class for the past 8 years. Instead, they shuffled over to two different corners of the room and tested out their watches. Izuku had given the blueprints for them to Power Loader, who had offered to have one of his students make them, but Izuku insisted he ask some of the first years to make his between the end of the entrance exam and the first day of school, stating that if anyone could do it, they would prove to be the best suited for making he and Hitoshi's support gear. To their surprise, someone actually managed to do it, and though Hitoshi hadn't met them yet, he knew Izuku liked them. As long as their gear worked the way it was supposed to, it was likely Izuku would ask them to be their official support company. They didn't stop playing around with their watches until All Might called their names. Boys, you two are together on Team D, okay? Remember that for when we draw rolls. Izuku blinked at the hero. Hitoshi knew Izuku didn't like loud sounds or new people in general, but he seemed surprisingly okay with most of their classmates, and surprisingly not okay with the number one hero. Hitoshi wanted to ask about it, but he knew his brother would tell him when he's ready. Soon everybody had been put in a team, and All Might moved on to decided which teams would fight, and who would be the heroes and villain. Izuku and Hitoshi were to be the villains, facing off against Uraraka and Bakugo as the heroes. Izuku was already tapping away at his phone, and Hitoshi had no doubt that he had a couple of plans already in the works. Villains, you have 15 minutes to get set up before the heroes are let into the building. All right, Hitoshi thought, sending a smirk towards the duo. Bakugo had explosions crackling on his palms, but Uraraka was smiling at them. Izuku didn't even seem to notice the two as he sprinted into the large building. Toshi, I have a plan, but it depends on how well you see in the dark, Izuku said as soon as they were well out of earshot. Izu, the dark is our domain, it's where we thrive. We are going to be underground heroes, so we should get used to working in the dark anyway. Izuku nodded and tapped a few buttons on his phone, and all the lights in the building went off. Was that on purpose? Is that your plan? Oh yeah, that's part of my plan. I hacked the building's security earlier while Yagi was talking. I figure if we turn the lights off, Bakugo and Uraraka will have a harder time finding their way around, and we can track Bakugo through the cameras. All we have to do is follow the light of his explosions. If you can sneak around and get Uraraka and Bakugo to split up, which shouldn't be too hard with how Bakugo is, then you could probably trick her into responding to you and wrap her in the capture tape. I can guard the bomb, and in the unlikely event that anyone finds me, I'm sure I can keep them occupied until time runs out. Hitoshi listened to Izuku ramble out his entire plan, noting his roles and agreeing without hesitation. That was just their dynamic. Izuku was the brains, coming up with plans, and backup plans. Hitoshi offered help when needed but did most of the fighting. Not to say that Izuku couldn't fight. He could handle himself with or without weapons. It just so happens he had various knives hidden throughout his costume. All Might announced that the heroes were entering just as Hitoshi and Izuku finished setting up a few traps and hiding the bomb. Let the games begin. Izuku watched as his brother left the only lighted room in the whole building. It was lit with just one light and had no windows so that the heroes wouldn't be able to find them based on that. He pulled up the security camera feed on his phone and watched as Hitoshi made his way down to the first floor entrance. Bakugo was already trying to explode the lights, though Uraraka was taking a more practical approach. She tried to use the dark to her advantage, though she clearly wasn't as used to it as he and Hitoshi. Izuku leant back against the wall as he watched the fight play out over the video. He watched as Hitoshi followed Uraraka and Bakugo down the hallways until eventually Bakugo blasted off, leaving Uraraka on her own. Hitoshi waited a few minutes before calling out to Uraraka with Bakugo's voice. Though she seemed confused, she answered easily enough, and Hitoshi didn't hesitate to wrap her in capture tape. Izuku watched as Hitoshi released Uraraka, who seemed disappointed but not too upset. A loud explosion in front of him made Izuku jump up, only to find himself face to face with one explosive blonde. Izuku didn't waste any time in pulling a knife from his sleeve and pointing it at the bomb. One step, one movement, hero, and I'll stab it and we'll all blow up. Bakugo seemed startled for a moment, before he realized Izuku was pretending to be a villain. Put the knife down, villain, and surrender, Bakugo said with an angry look on his face. His hands had stopped sparking though. Izuku figured that was the best he could hope for. Bakugo, quick as a whip, grabs his arm and red eyes stare right through him. Izuku stares back, even though he knows he can't be seen. Bakugo is chained to a chair in the middle of a dark, sparsely decorated room. There are others in the room but they pay Izuku no mind as he approaches his classmate. Izuku can't speak, he never can when this happens, he can only go so far when it comes to walking around. Bakugo looks up surprised, and for a moment Izuku thinks he can see him. He's soon brought to his senses when a crusty man with blue hair appears behind Izuku. Izuku knows this man, or rather, he knows who he used to be. Papa brought him hope one day when Izuku was 3, though Izuku never saw him again. He wants to think harder, try to remember more, but before he can the blue-haired guy mutters something and grabs Bakugo's face. Izuku watches with barely contained horror as his new classmate disintegrates before his eyes. With a gasp Izuku is back at the battle trial. Bakugo stands in front of him, one hand on his wrist, eyes glassy and blank, as if Hitoshi had used his quirk on him, but Hitoshi isn't here. It's just Izuku and Bakugo alone in the barely lit room. Someone says something, but all Izuku can hear is the pounding of his pulse in his ear. He doesn't even realize he's hyperventilating until his chest constricts and Izuku tumbles to the ground. The moment Bakugo's hand lets go of his wrist, Bakugo too is back. He looks around panicked, and sees Izuku on the ground. He manages 5 words before he too collapses. What the hell was that? They both lose conscientiousness there on the floor. When All Might calls the exercise to an end, Hitoshi figured Izuku had captured Bakugo, but when Hitoshi and Uraraka exit there's nobody else there. They wait, but nobody else exits the building. Hitoshi desperately tries to contact Izuku via their watches, but he gets no response. He issues an SOS signal, still no response. Hitoshi knows something is wrong, very wrong. Before he can race back into the building, All Might appears with Recovery Girl close behind him. Hitoshi follows them, and right after they enter the lights flash back on, and Ned's voice comes over the speakers. Izuku and Bakugo are on the 3rd floor. Once you reach I'll guide you to the room they're in. The principal's voice gets more serious. Hitoshi, Uraraka, return to your classmates. Hitoshi wants to fight it. He wants to find his brother and find out what happened, but he knows Nedzu has things under control, so he grudgingly obeys, following Uraraka back to the room where their classmates wait. They surround them immediately, but Hitoshi's focus jumps to the screens displaying the security footage. There he sees both Bakugo and Izuku passed out on the floor, not a mark on either of them. Hitoshi doesn't know what happened but he knows it must be bad if Izuku sees my friends and family die on a regular basis, passed out because of it. Bakugo wakes up later that day and is cleared to go home, though they ask him some questions first. Hitoshi doesn't hear all his answers, but whatever he said worried Recovery Girl. Izuku doesn't wake up until much farther into the night. Hitoshi demanded, to stay with Izuku in the school infirmary until he woke up. Hitoshi is asleep in a nearby chair when Izuku wakes him up to ask what happened. He doesn't remember anything, and Hitoshi figures Bakugo doesn't either, which is what made all the teachers worry. They have no idea what actually happened, so they have no way to keep it from happening again. The next morning, when Izuku and Bakugo return to class, there's practically a riot as everybody crowds around them. Hitoshi stands protectively in front of his brother. He is exhausted despite the hours he spent unconscious. They manage to get to their seats before Shota appears in the doorway, threatening to expel anyone who isn't at their desk. Izuku is asleep with his head against the desk before Shota even announces what they're doing that day. He's still asleep as they take a vote for class president. Hitoshi would vote for him if he didn't know how uncomfortable Izuku would be. He doesn't want to out his brother in a tight spot, especially after what happened the day before. Instead, Tenya and Yaoyorozu are elected as class president and vice president respectively. Hitoshi rouses his brother for lunch, only for Izuku to fall asleep the moment he sits down again. To everyone's surprise, Izuku startles awake only minutes later. He pulls Hitoshi up and marches down to Nedzu's office. The bags beneath his eyes are darker than Hitoshi has ever seen them, but there's a sharpness to them, a gleam of determination. The moment Izuku throws open the doors, an alarm goes off. Before Nedzu can make an announcement, Izuku points out the window and loudly proclaims, It's just the press. Tell everybody not to panic. Netza grins and does exactly that. They return to the cafeteria just in time to finish lunch, though Izuku sleeps through most of it. When their classmates ask where they went, Hitoshi gives a vague answer and Izuku grins in his half-asleep state. When Shota announces a field trip, Izuku bolts upright in his chair with panic in his eyes, though he never quite explains why. Water and blood and drowning. Limbs so heavy he couldn't help but sink, sink, sink. There was light but it was so after away and he couldn't breath. He was so tired. So very tired. He let his eyes drift closed. Sleep sounded nice. Cold ice and the drift of blustery wind around him. Loud noises, pale screams, the sounds of a fight. Everything was cold and it hurt to move. Even the slightest movement sent waves of pain and ache and cold. He didn't like the cold, not anymore. There was someone else here in front of him, but he couldn't see them. Everything was blurry and there was so much white. He didn't know when it happened but he fell. The cold ate away at him. He didn't want it to, he didn't want to close his eyes and let the cold take him away, but it did. The burning was a hard contrast to the ice cold. He was surrounded by fire, and through the fire he could see people. Their smiles screamed evil but the fire kept them from getting closer. He watched them, watched the fire, watched the smoke. There wasn't a way out, not that he could see. He didn't want to do it but he'd rather the fire kill him than the people behind the fire. There was burning, then there was nothing. The bus was crowded, filled with teenagers practically vibrating with nervous energy. Izuku was curled up in the very corner of the bus, scribbling away at his notebook. He'd had a panic attack that morning, and it had been so severe that Hitoshi had to use his quirk to calm him down. He never explained why, and every time they asked about Izuku got an odd haunted look in his eyes and made them promise to be careful. Hitoshi was sitting with his classmates as they chatted to each other. They discussed classes, hobbies, the entrance exam, and when the dreaded topic of quirks finally came up, Hitoshi found he wasn't as nervous as he expected. So, Kaminari was the first to bring it up. After the he hesitated, sending a glance towards Izuku and Bakugu who were in the back of the bus. Battle trial, I think we have a pretty good idea of each other's quirks. Everyone voiced their agreement before he continued. Except for you two. We didn't really get a chance to see you use it in the battle trial, since we were all watching Bakugu and Izuku's interaction. Yeah. Uraraka jumps in. I kinda have an idea of what it might be but I'm not sure. I don't remember what happened during our fight very well. It's kind of fuzzy. Oh. Hitoshi says, and steels himself for what he's about to say. That's easy to explain. I brainwashed you. Nobody reacted for a few seconds, and then everybody seemed to understand and react at the same time. You what? That is so cool. You could be such a great hero. Brainwash all the villains. Isn't my cape so sparkly and magnificent? But what about Izuku-chan's quirk? Everybody turned to Azui when she spoke up amidst the chaos. You two are brothers, correct? Would I be wrong to assume he too has some kind of mind control quirk? You would be wrong actually. Hitoshi blinks innocently, trying to copy the way Izuku looks when he gets excited about someone's quirk. Did I forget to mention? We're both adopted. Sorry, Azui, but his quirk is nothing like mine. You're welcome to try to guess it though. If you ask nicely, Izuku might even give you some hints. Everybody turned to Izuku, who was asleep against the seat, his notebook open in front of him. Hitoshi snickered and nudged him awake. Izuku. Zuzu. Izuku. His brother blinked his eyes blearily. It took him a moment to register where he was, but when he did he quickly snapped his notebook closed. Izu, they want to know about your quirk. Do you want to tell them, or just give them some hints? Before he could answer, the bus was cast into darkness as they went through a tunnel, the only remaining light being the glow of Izuku's eyes. None of their classmates had commented on it before, which made sense. They had only known each other for 3 days after all, and it wasn't that noticeable in the daylight. In the dark of a tunnel, though, was a different story. The cast an odd green hue over Izuku's face. The class screamed. There are rocks and rubble everywhere, all around him. He can see all the villains from here. They look like they all have Earth-themed quirks. No doubt they're strong here, where there's plenty of earth to work with. He watches them watch him. It's stressful. There's a sound behind him, he turns. There's nothing more after that. He stands in front of the blue-haired crusty man, who is busy whining to the black, cloud-like, warp man. They don't notice him. He doesn't want them to. He sinks further to the ground, hoping to avoid attention. He's not so lucky. A large black beast barrels into him at the blue-haired man's command. There is pain, intense immediate pain, and then he sees black, and all that's left is the memory of pain. A ghost left behind by some injury no doubt too severe to be fixed. They wouldn't reach him in time to save him, he knew that. It just made the pain worse. He closed his eyes, squeezing them shut with all that was left of his energy. He let go. Panic. That's all he could feel as his lungs became tight. He knew these people around him. He had only known them for a short amount of time, but he cared for them. He didn't want to see them leave. He didn't want to see their deaths. Still he watched them all. He heard the screams and watched them fight for their lives. They died in front of him, each and every one of them. There were just so many people, they couldn't fight back effectively. He watched because he couldn't do anything else. They kept him. He didn't know why, but they left him alive. Nobody else lived. Just him. They left after all was said and done, with the promise they'd be back. Dead bodies, corpses, lay out in front of him. He too tired to think. His family was gone. He was alone. They were all dead. He couldn't save them. Not a dream. His mind screamed. Not a dream, not a dream, not a dream. A prophecy. A promise. A premonition. A possibility. Izuku startled awake, only to be met with blinding light and his brother's face. He just barely registered Hitoshi's voice in his ear when the light was replaced with darkness. Izuku couldn't see anything. Dark, pain, disintegrate, friends, death, run, blood, gone, alone, dark, alone. Izuku didn't realize he was hyperventilating until Hitoshi grabbed his arm. There were voices around him, but he didn't want to hear them. It was loud, so loud and dark, and it felt just like what he'd seen. What he'd felt. Izuku let his instincts take over, and he panicked. Hitoshi watched the light in his brother's eyes fade slightly before they closed. He knew Izuku was panicking by the loud, quick breaths. He tried to get Izuku's attention, to get him to say something so Hitoshi could brainwash him, but Izuku didn't speak. The darkness of the tunnel passed, and Hitoshi was met with the panicked, crying, terrified face of his brother. Dad was there in a second, brushing past the rest his classmates, keeping them from crowding around them. 2 panic attacks before noon. Dad muttered so only Hitoshi could hear. What did he see? Hitoshi didn't answer. Izuku didn't stop hyperventilating until Hitoshi wrapped him up in a hug while Dad erased his quirk. When Izuku opened his eyes a few minutes later, he didn't speak. Instead he held his hands up and began signing. Hitoshi couldn't hide his surprise. Izuku hadn't had trouble speaking for a few years, and he hadn't needed to resort to sign language since they were 8. Nevertheless, both he and Dad began signing with him. Hitoshi could feel the curious and worried gazes of his classmates boring into his back. He spun around to address them. Izuku is fine, just don't bother him, okay? They nodded, no doubt remembering what had happened during the battle trial. Hitoshi took the time to look each of his classmates in the eye, making sure they understood. To his surprise, everyone, even Bakugo, looked worried for Izuku. Once they confirmed that Izuku was all right, Dad returned to the front of the bus, and Hitoshi returned to his seat. It didn't take long for Izuku to fall back asleep, though Hitoshi kept a close eye on him, even closer than before, just in case he woke up panicking again. They arrived at the USJ a little while later, Hitoshi waking his brother up again, though this time their classmates stood back, just in case, and 13 met at the entrance. All Might was nowhere to be seen, though Hitoshi knew he was supposed to be there. He had an inkling of an idea of what might have happened. Izuku had known the heroes since before the fight, so when it happened, Izuku was not kept in the dark. Neither was Hitoshi, though he supposed that was more because Izuku couldn't lie to his brother than Hitoshi was supposed to know. Izuku had odd standards when it came to what he would and wouldn't tell Hitoshi. Sometimes he insisted it was something Hitoshi had to know. Something Izuku wouldn't keep from his brother. Sometimes Izuku was tight-lipped, not spilling so much as a hint. Often, when it had to do with his quirk or something Izuku had seen, Hitoshi found himself left in the dark. He didn't mind, he understood that Izuku saw things he didn't want to talk about, but Ti didn't help his worry. Just before they entered, Izuku stopped and called out to Tenya. "Tenya, do you think you could wait outside for like 10 minutes? Hitoshi was confused. He knew Izuku had seen something about the USJ, though he neglected to tell them what, which meant it was likely too painful for Izuku to talk about. "If we don't come out in 10 minutes to tell you it's fine, then run back to school and get the other teachers. Don't question him, just do it," Dad said, and he looked at Izuku tiredly. "I hope you're wrong," he said, and Izuku nodded. "Me too," he said, and Hitoshi couldn't help but think his brother sounded so tired. Not tired like physically exhausted, but he sounded like his soul was tired. 13 gave them a brief speech after they entered. "My quirk, black hole, can SCK in and tear apart anything. I've used it to save a lot of people, but my power could very easily kill. I'm sure some of you have similar quirks. It only takes on wrong move, one uncontrolled quirk, for hundreds of people to die." Izuku looked up with blank eyes, and Hitoshi wondered what he was seeing behind that glow. Who was dying right in front of him? It wasn't something he regularly thought about, but he couldn't help himself as 13 made their speech. "While in Aizawa and all Might's classes you learned about your hidden potential and the danger your quirk can pose to others, but in this class you will learn something new. How to use your quirk to save other people. I hope you leave here today with the understanding that your powers are meant to help people, not hurt them." Everybody clapped, but soon the attention was drawn from 13 to Izuku. "Not wrong," he mumbled. "Not wrong." Hitoshi approached him slowly. "Izuku, what's wrong?" His brother looked him in the eye, and Hitoshi was surprised to see the glow was gone. He knew the energy and effort it took Izuku to turn his quirk off. He knew it wasn't something Izuku did often. Yet he'd done it now. "Not wrong. I'm not wrong. Why couldn't I have been wrong?" Izuku said, spinning around. Everyone else did the same. A dark mist was spinning in the middle of the UFA. Soon people, criminals, villains were piling out of the mist portal. "Not wrong." Izuku looked up at the sky, and Hitoshi turned to him just in time to see a tear leak from the corner of his eye. Hitoshi jumped into a fighting stance as their dad reacted. 13, protect the children. Izuku was still muttering, too lost in his own thoughts to react, much less get ready to fight. Dad leapt towards the villains, ready to fight. A voice behind them pulled Hitoshi's attention away from the horde of villains to some misty man in the middle of a monologue. "Ready to fight?" Hitoshi asked no one in particular. To his surprise, he got a response. "Yeah," Izuku said shakily. "Let's fight." Dust in his lungs, light in his eyes, water dripping from his hair. The blue-haired man stood in front of him, hand outstretched, ready to grab, ready to destroy, ready to fight, ready to hurt. He held the man's wrist with all the strength left in him. He watched as the man's expression shifted from anger to horror to terror. He felt proud, he felt powerful, he felt like he'd won. Around him his friends fought, alive and holding their own, even against the crowd of villains. He was here to help, to save them. The green glow from his eyes brightened, and he watched as those around him noticed. "This is my family," he said sharply. "You are not allowed to take them, Shigaraki Tamura." He spit the name as if it were a curse. "I will not let you take them." He let the villain go, and watched as he scrambled back, away from him. "Not wrong," he whispered. "Not wrong and not a dream." He took a confident step forward. The villains took a step back, flinching. A prophecy. A promise. A premonition. A possibility. Izuku knew death. He knew pain, he knew grief, he knew loss. He also knew love and family and happiness. He was familiar with what the world could give and take. "Ready to fight?" came his brother's voice. Izuku knew his answer to that. He knew it like the back of his hand, and he knew it would never change. "Yeah," he answered, shifting into a fighting stance, hands up, unwavering. His voice shook, not with fear, Not with sadness, not with pain, but with anger. With rage. Let's fight. Let's fight. Bakugo and Kirishima charged the Mist Man, though their attack failed because he was exactly that. Izuku watched from behind his classmates. He was confused, though not for any reason they would understand. When the black portals appeared and the class fell through them, something in Izuku's mind clicked and he rounded on the villains. I know you. The villain seemed so surprised to see him there that he actually flinched back. Izuku wasn't sure why, but he didn't mind. If they were scared of him, they'd leave him alone. I figured out why I've never seen you die. His voice dropped to a whisper, not wanting the few students around to hear. You're all ready to dash. Izuku didn't get to finish as the Mist Man made a portal beneath him, unceremoniously dropping Izuku through it. There's the slap as Izuku plummets into water. Water, the rush of water around him, the laugh of a villain as he tries to hold his breath. His chest is so tight and it hurts. He drown. This isn't one of his visions. It's not happening that way. Izuku won't let it. He forces his arms and legs to move until he resurfaces, gulping in as much fresh air as his lungs can handle. Something wraps around him. He tries to fight before his mind connects the dots. Pink, soft, long, a tongue, a frog quirk, Azuitsu. She lifts him from the water up onto the nearby ship. Izuku-chan? Why were you tossed in later than the rest of us? Karo. Izuku coughs a few times before looking up to see who else was there. He was met with the worried gazes of Azui, Kaminari, and Ishido. I'm not sure. I think I startled him and he just warped me wherever. Izuku glanced over the side of the boat, where various water-based villains were waiting. We should probably think of a plan to get out of here, before they get impatient and start sinking the boat. As the other three begin discussing ways to get off the boat and to dry land, Izuku mumbles to himself. It's odd that they put both Azui and Kaminari in the shipwreck zone. Electricity and water don't mix well and Azui has a frog-based quirk so the water won't hinder her movement. If they knew our quirks dash, Izuku freezes before talking again, only this time louder and excited. If they knew our quirks then they probably would have out us in better areas to counter our quirks. We should take advantage of that. They don't know what we're capable of, but they also won't underestimate us. The other three students turned to him as he started to whisper. Guys, I think I have a plan. Hitoshi watched the mist villain warp away most of his classmates. He then watched him whisk away his brother to God knows where. He watched his dad fight villain after villain, though Hitoshi knew he must be getting tired. He wanted to help. He wanted to do something. All he had done so far was stand and watch. Hitoshi checked his watch, 3.5 minutes before Tenya ran to get help. If he hadn't done so already after hearing the chaos from inside. Hitoshi could stall for 3.5 minutes. Hey Misty Dude, what do you call ranch in a cowboy hat? The plan was simple. Kaminari electrocutes all the villains in the water. While their injured Azui carries them to dry land and Ishido keeps away any remaining villains with her acid. It worked like a charm, and soon Izuku found himself near the center plaza. Izuku watched as his dad fought villain after villain. He was worried but also immensely relieved. His dad was still alive and fighting. And as long as he was fighting, Izuku knew he could do something. Knew he could think of a plan. Knew he could stall. The crusty man with blue hair stood there with a large black beast. The mist man appeared nearby soon after that. Izuku couldn't quite hear what they were saying, except for the crusty man because he was whining and yelling like a child. Eventually he stopped, instead yelling 3 words that almost stopped Izuku's heart. Nomu, get Eraserhead. Frozen and horrified, Izuku watches as the black beast moves faster than Izuku can see and grabs his dad. This isn't how he dies, a voice in his head says, this isn't what's supposed to happen. Of all the futures you've seen, he doesn't die this way in any of them. Do what he trained you to do. Do what you do best, better than anyone else. So Izuku stands, dust in his lungs, water dripping from his hair, eyes clouded by still glowing clearly, and he yells, "Stop!" The villains do, to his surprise, stop and turn to him. Eyes wide and frozen, the villains stare. The crusty man is in front of him a second later. Dust, All his friends turned to dust, disintegrated right in front of him, and there was nothing he could do, nothing he tried to do, nothing he can do to stop it. Oh, you were right, Kurajar. This one does look like Sensei. He kind of reminds me of Sensei's brat. I'm not a brat. Izuku wants to say. I'm nobody's brat. I'm my own person and I won't let you do this. I won't let you hurt my family. But he can't say it. His throat is clogged and Hitoshi isn't here to speak for him. The crusty man's hand reaches out towards them, one aimed for Izuku and the other for Azui. His fingers press against Izuku's face, and Izuku waits. He waits for the pain he's felt so much whenever he sees, and feels, himself die in another lifetime. He waits for death like a man on death row. Nothing happens. Oh boy, you really are amazing, Eraserhead. Even after all this fighting you save your student. The crusty man smiles, and Izuku wants to think it's terrifying. He wants to cower in fear and beg for his life, because that's what should happen. This man is a villain who wouldn't hesitate to kill them, who didn't hesitate to try to kill them. However, for some reason that Izuku cannot even begin to fathom, he is not the least bit scary. Izuku stares blankly at the man. No, Mukildash. No. No, Dad. He's screaming his throat raw and he knows it, but Izuku yells anyway. Before he knows what he's doing, Izuku reaches out his own hand, grabbing the crusty man's wrist as the glow behind his eyes brightens. They both freeze. You're not scary, Izuku whispers, though he doesn't know if he can be heard. You smile and you speak as if you are. As if I should run away fearing for my life. I've seen scary. I've seen death, I've felt death. You aren't scary. You don't know scary. Show me his death. Izuku begs his quirk. Show me something wicked and horrifying and terrible. Show it to him too. See how he likes it. Show me, show him, show me, show him. It's kind of comforting, chanting the 3 words in his head as he watches someone die. He waits for that death to end and the next one to begin. There's no pause, no wait, it's one death after another. Are you ready to die, Shigaraki Tamura? Izuku asks in as calm a voice as he can manage as they're both thrown into the scene. It's a prophecy, you know. Izuku has never been so happy to see someone die before. The world around them is quiet. Izuku can't see anyone else, but he knows Shigaraki is watching too. He doesn't know how he knows, but he does. It's a gut feeling. An impulse. They're standing in the middle of a busy mall, people everywhere. Izuku wandered the street for a bit. He doesn't see Shigaraki anywhere, but sometimes it takes a while for the person who dies to actually, die. People meander around and Izuku spies some familiar faces. There's Uraraka, and Ashido, and Aoyama. They wander around and eventually into a store. They walk back out and pass someone who looks like Shigaraki but in a hoodie. He pauses and turns to follow them. Someone blocks his way. It's another Izuku, one with less eye bags and no glowing eyes. It's not Izuku, but him form another timeline. Don't touch them. The other Izuku says. Shigaraki tries to pass by him, but this Izuku moves to clock him again, repeating his earlier statement, only this time a bit more forcefully. Don't them. This Izuku is scary, he wears all black and his hair is cut differently. This Izuku is confident and strong. Move, child, if you know what's good for you. Just because you're sensei's kid doesn't mean I won't hurt you. Shigaraki hisses. I know. The other Izuku states, and Izuku walks a little closer. This Izuku looks sad, his eyes are blank, dead. This Izuku hasn't found his family. But we both know I could kill you far more efficiently. I'm much stronger than you, and you know that. Shigaraki tries to move the other Izuku, tries to force him to the side, tries to push him away. There's blood before Shigaraki even touches the other Izuku. This Izuku watches as the villain falls to the ground, clutching his hands to his chest. The other Izuku doesn't react, even as Shigaraki bleeds out and people around them panic. He simply walk away, unconcerned. Someone screams, it sounds like Shigaraki but wobbly, and not quite there. Izuku turns to see Shigaraki, not the one on the floor but the one he was fighting. His form is fuzzy and transparent. Izuku reaches out to grab Shigaraki and the scene goes black. Izuku closes his eyes, and when he opens them again he and Shigaraki are standing someone else. The sky is black and lacking any stars. A large warehouse stands in front of them, though no lights are on. Izuku can tell someone is in there. There is crying and screaming. Izuku doesn't hesitate to step forward. The door slams open and someone storms out, too fast for Izuku to see who it is. Soon after Shigaraki stumbles out, looking tired. He falls to the ground, and that's when Izuku sees the knife lodged into his side. Shigaraki screams again, but the other Shigaraki doesn't even flinch. Izuku doesn't remember what it was like to first see someone die. He grew up with the images playing in the back of his head. He never had the chance to fear it, to learn what it was, to experience it before he was watching people lose their lives, lose their lived ones, lose their heroes. He tries to imagine what it's like for Shigaraki, who is watching himself die over and over again for the first time in his life. Must be scary and painful and confusing. Izuku spares a moment to pity the villain. Nobody, no matter how awful, deserves to see something so traumatizing, but it's the only way Izuku can help. The only way he can save his family. The other Shigaraki bloods out, just like the last one, and Izuku waits for it to shift to a new scene. This one is in the middle of a forest. There's a giant man standing there, fighting Shigaraki and a few other people Izuku doesn't recognize. Izuku and Shigaraki watch them fight for a bit before the other Shigaraki shows up. He fights with the others, but the giant is simply too strong. They cannot win against him. The other Shigaraki gets hit, flung away from the group into the trees. Izuku is quirked to follow, and Shigaraki is pulled along with him. They find the other Shigaraki on the ground, alive but heavily injured. I don't understand. Shigaraki says, staring at his other self. I'm not dead, none of this has happened, I'm right here. I don't understand. A promise. Izuku answers, only for Shigaraki to turn towards him horrified. Oh, no, what are you? How are you doing this? Let me go. Right now. Izuku smiles wryly, and the scene turns to black again. Oh, I see now. You're not an NPC, like I though. You are the secret boss. Izuku doesn't answer. He couldn't even if he wanted to. His limbs sag, and exhaustion permeates his mind. He waits for the next death to begin, but it doesn't. Izuku opens his eyes to find Shigaraki on the ground beneath him, terror filling his eyes as he stares up at Izuku. Monster! Shigaraki hisses. He tries to scramble back, away from Izuku, but he still holds the crusty man's wrist. With the least of his energy, Izuku keeps his grip on his wrist. You may be the secret boss, but you cheated to get there. You're not scary. Izuku is too tired to filter his mouth, so the words come tumbling out. You think you are with your whole league of villains, we're gonna kill the symbol of peace, disintegration quirk thing, but you really aren't. What you just saw. That was scary, and that wasn't even the worst of it. There are eyes boring into Izuku back, most likely his classmates, but Izuku is much too tired to care. You don't scare me, Shigaraki Tamura. Dust in his lungs, a light in his eyes, and water dripping from his hair. Izuku stands proud, holding the villain's wrist with all the strength he can manage. Another death plays behind his eyes, and for a brief moment Izuku wonders if he can save them. Maybe that's a death he can stop. Maybe they're all deaths he can stop. With that though, Izuku looks up. He looks at the crowd of villains scared out of their skins. He looks at his classmates, emerging from their disaster zones, roughed up, injured, but alive. This is my family. Izuku says, the words reverberating around the building. The glow of his eyes brightens as Izuku takes a step forward. This is my family, and you are not allowed to kill them, Shigaraki Tamura. Another name nudges its way into Izuku's mind. I will not let you take them from me, Shimura Tenko. He dropped the villain's wrist, letting it fall to the ground. Said villain was frozen, almost shaking his fear. Izuku took another confident step forward. I'm not wrong. He says, quieter this time. I'm not wrong, and this is not a dream. Do you know what that means? Izuku stops walking when a portal warps Shigaraki away, dropping him near Kurogiri. A premonition, Shigaraki. Loud shots ring out, startling everybody. Izuku doesn't look away from the villains. He knows the teachers are here. He know they're all safe, all alright, all alive. Kurogyri. Shigaraki hisses desperately, looking between the mist man and Izuku. Get me out of here. Now. The mist man does as he says and warped the both of them away, leaving the horde of villains alone to be caught by the heroes. The Nomu still holds Izuku's dad in his grip, but he isn't hurting him anymore. With a sigh of relief, Izuku collapses. Hitoshi is fine. He keeps telling the paramedics that he's alright. He wants them to focus on Izuku, who had to be carried out on a stretcher, or Dad, who was bleeding heavily when Hitoshi last saw him. They don't listen, assuring him that his family is in good hands. Nobody tells him if they're actually alright, though. They give him vague answers and avoid the question. The rest of his classmates are gathered around the door, mostly uninjured. They talk quietly, and when the paramedics finally declare him free to go, Hitoshi is quick to join them. And then there was this loud scream, like somebody was dying, and I was like, I have to get to the center plaza and help. Hagakure is waving her arms about, and Hitoshi guesses she's telling them all what happened when she was warped away. But when I got there, all I saw was Aizawa-sensei fighting a bunch of villains. Then I got closer and I saw Izuku. He was talking to the weird hand guy. Then he actually grabbed the guy and the guy started screaming. He did what? Hitoshi was sure his heart was going to stop. Izuku had faced down one of the main villains on his own? If he's not already dead, I'm going to kill him myself. Everybody turned to stare at Hitoshi. You mean Izuku is he dead? Somebody asked. Hitoshi wasn't sure who. No. At least, I don't think so. They'd tell me if he was dead, he's my brother after all, but nobody is telling me anything. Azui approached him slowly. You know, I was there when Izuku started doing that. The hand guy sent the black beast to attack Aizawa-sensei, and Izuku got super worried, called him dad and everything. It was only after that Izuku started to fight the hand villain, if you can even call it a fight. Hitoshi sighed. Yeah, Aizawa is our dad. The class was silent for a moment and then, yeah, I can see it. That makes so much sense. You look just like him. The messy hair, the eye bags, sleeping in random places at random times. All the signs were there. How did we not guess it? Are we that blind? Hitoshi blinked, before looking at his classmates incredulously. We're both adopted. What do you mean we look just like him? Hitoshi closed his eyes, opening them again when all he saw was his dad covered in blood and Izuku unconscious. You know what? Never mind. I don't care. I'm going to go see my family in the hospital. They're in the hospital? Someone screamed. Hitoshi found himself with 18 stowaways on his trip to the hospital. The class visited Izuku in the hospital, bringing cards, gifts, balloons, and a melon, though they weren't allowed to see Aizawa yet. Izuku was still asleep when Hitoshi visited, and he didn't wake up for a few days. When he did finally wake up, the police tried to question him, though Izuku didn't remember anything after Shigaraki had tried to kill him. Once Izuku was cleared to leave, they both visited their dad in his room. They told him school was cancelled until the next week, and when he insisted he be there to teach classes when they resumed, they didn't try to pursue him against it. They knew he needed to be back in the classroom, to see his students alive and well. They all needed that sense of normalcy back in their lives. So, the next Monday, Izuku, Hitoshi, and their dad returned to the school. Shota was wrapped up in bandages like a mummy, Izuku had some bandages wrapped around his head, and Hitoshi had a couple band-aids. The class rioted when they walked in. Sir, with all due respect, you should not be here to teach classes in the state you're in. Tenya moved as if he was chopping the air, though Shota only gave a grunt in response. And you? When he realized Shota wasn't going to listen, Tenya turned his attention to Izuku. You should be resting. Izuku signed something, and the class looked at him curiously. I wasn't injured. Recover Girl says I just overused my quirk. Hitoshi translated. She cleared me for school soon after I was released from the hospital. Shota sighed. Izuku probably won't be speaking again for a while, so if you need something from him, go find Hitoshi or a teacher who can translate. Shota eyed his class as they nodded. Izuku and Hitoshi took their seats, and the class settled down. Now, you all should know this already, but the sports festival is on its way. Ashido raised her hand. Really? They're still holding the sports festival after UA was just infiltrated. We need to show we're still strong even after that. Hitoshi said as Izuku signed rapidly behind him. Izuku says it's a good way to prove that as first years we are already strong and can handle ourselves after a villain attack. As long as UA steps up security, everything should be fine, and there will be a lot of pro heroes attending, so even if something does happen we won't be on our own. Their classmates murmured their agreement. Shota would have pinched the bridge of his nose if his arms weren't in casts. That's right. Nedzua's reviewing the security measures. This is the chance to show the world what you can do. Before quirks came about, the Olympics were a big deal, it was how people showcased their talents. Now the sports festival has taken their place. 1 chance a year, 3 chances in a lifetime, it's not something to take lightly. Shota moved towards the door as he finished explaining. If you want to be a pro, the sports festival is where you begin. He heard the students talking excitedly as he left, but Shota was much too tired to pay attention to what they were saying. All he wanted was to take a nap. Izuku watched his classmates discuss the upcoming sports festival. Izuku was planning something too, just not for his sports festival. He and Hitoshi moved to follow their dad to leave, but when they opened the door they were blocked by a crowd of students. What are they doing? Someone behind him asked, though Izuku wasn't sure who. What do you think they're doing? Bakugo asked. They're scoping out the competition. We are the class who survived a real live villain attack. Izuku signed something to Hitoshi, who nodded. Get out of my way, shitty extras. Tenya was quick to lecture Bakugo on being polite, but Izuku was too busy getting ready to enact his plan to really notice. He pulled a thin rope from his backpack, and everybody around him went silent. Why is there a coil of rope in your backpack? Uraraka asked with a funny look on her face. For plans. Hitoshi answered in his stead. Izuku tied the rope around the grappling hook he had also pulled from his backpack. At this point even the crowd in front of their door had gone silent. What else do you keep in there? Kaminari shuffled closer in an attention to peek into Izuku's backpack, but he was quickly met with a harsh glare from Hitoshi. Izuku threw the grappling hook up towards the ceiling. It hit the grate over the vent, knocking the grate into the vent and letting the hook attach to the ceiling. Izuku gave the rope a few tugs to make sure it would stick before he began to climb up it. The crowd began to talk loudly again, though this time Izuku heard mentions of the vent cryptids and the weird sounds in the ceiling. Once Izuku was up, Hitoshi tossed their backpacks up and began to climb up himself. The class watched in silence, even as the other students talked, some with awe, Ashido, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Siro, some with anger, Bakugo and Tenya, some with curiosity, Uraraka, Tokoyami, Yaoyorozu, Azui, Aoyama, and Shuji, and some with blank expressions, Shudo, Sato, Ojiro, Koda, and Jiro. Izuku ignored them all as he helped his brother into the vents. With over 20 pairs of eyes trained on them, Izuku replaced the vent grate and disappeared into the vents with his brother. Everyone just saw that, right? Someone, probably Hagakure, asked. Like, I'm not crazy, that actually just happened. The class nodded, but the students out in the hallway just stared at where Izuku and Hitoshi had been. Wow! A head popped up over the crowd. You 1A guys sure are full of yourselves. Everybody turned to the person who dared break the odd silence. I'm Tetsu from Class 1B. I've heard about you guys, but I didn't think you would just walk away. How arrogant. That doesn't matter. Bakugo yelled. Ignore those idiots in the vents. All that matters is that I'm going to win. Izuku was crawling through the vents during lunch. Dad had told him someone from the support course wanted to talk to him about his hero costume, and Izuku was on his way to the support lab to talk to them. He'd received various warnings from teachers and classmates about the support course. The warnings backfired, however, seeing as the mention of explosions didn't scare him off, but made him even more excited for this meeting. When he reached the support lab, he dropped through the ceiling, landing on a perfectly placed pillow. With a tuck and roll, Izuku found himself on the ground in front of a pink-haired girl with cross hairs in her eyes. Izuku signed, despite knowing she probably wouldn't understand him. Are you Hatsume? You've heard of me? The girl yelled. I'm famous already. Soon I'll have flocks of potential patrons flooding the halls asking for my babies. You're just the beginning, vent boy. You should feel lucky I'm trusting you to beta test some of my new babies. Izuku nodded slowly as she spoke. If it had been anyone else, they likely wouldn't have understood a thing she said since she was talking so fast, but Izuku was used to rambling. It takes one to know one after all. I took a look at what you submitted for your hero costume, and I hate it. It was so blunt Izuku would have fallen over if he wasn't already on the ground. Even if you're going to be an underground hero, you should wear something stylish, so that those who do know you remember you. That means no hoodies. No matter how stylized. Izuku pushed his way off the ground as Mei turned around and pulled something off the nearby table. It was a silver case just like the one his original hero costume was in. What's this? Izuku asked. Your new hero costume, of course. At Izuku's baffled look she laughed. What? You didn't think I was going to let you keep that sorry excuse for a costume, did you? I took it upon myself to design you a new, better costume. Go ahead, take a look, try it on. Izuku nodded, grabbing the case and racing to the nearest changing room. His first costume may not have been very heroic, but Izuku isn't very creative and it was the best he could come up with. This costume was much better, he had to agree with Mei. It was still mostly black, and he still had his black pants with various hidden pockets. In place of a hoodie there was a dark red shirt made of a sturdy but stretchy material. His sleeves still had pockets near his wrists for easy access to his knives. There were black lines along his sides in a geometric pattern. A black mask slipped over the top half of his face hid his identity well without restricting his movement. Dark gray boots with knives hidden in the soles and special grips on the bottom made it easier to climb and harder to slip when running. Black gloves with similar grips made it easier to keep a hold of his knives, making it more difficult to knock them away. Unlike with the hoodie, his messy green hair was on display, but somehow it worked well with the red and black of his costume. When he walked back into the support lab, costume still on, Mei clapped. It's perfect, just like I pictured. Now you have to try out some of my babies. I have so many that would work well. You value speed and precision when you fight, right? Take a look at these. She pulled out a couple of knives and handed them to Izuku. Unlike the knives he already had, these had a button on the grips. They're electric. When you press the button, they send an electric shock through whatever is touching the metal part. It's not much, just enough to stun an opponent, but your gloves should protect you nonetheless. With mice direction, Izuku pressed the button and the knife vibrated slightly. That's not all. Mei said excitedly. If you like those, you should take a look at this. She grabbed something from her pocket that looked just like a gumball. It's a restraining gum. You pop it in your mouth, chew for a few seconds, and spit it out. It expands to capture and hold a criminal. I designed it so it could only be dissolved with a special solution I made. That's cool. Izuku signed as she handed him the gum, tucking it into one of his many pockets. He signed for a bit about how cool it would be to use in battle, and how helpful it could be when it came to hostage situations. The two rambled together. A few times somebody would walk in meaning to retrieve something, only to turn around and walk right back out once they caught sight of the two chaotic geniuses talking excitedly about contained explosions and how to recreate a certain hothead's nitroglycerin-based quirk. They talked until the bell rang signaling the end of lunch, though Izuku left with the promise to return so they could talk more. He didn't return because Power Loader banned them from being in the support lab at the same time, for other students' safety. 3. Mirio had met a lot of first years. He himself had been a first year not 2 years prior. The point is, Mirio knew what most first years were like, and these two did no fit the bill. Their first impression left much to be desired. They fell out of the vents in the middle of an English lesson, and from then on they had proved to be chaotic gremlins hell-bent on causing chaos. And one of them was friends with Tamaki, so it's not like Mirio could do anything to stop them. Case in point, one of the gremlins, the one with green hair and glowing green eyes, Izuku, if Mirio remembered correctly, came running around the corner at full speed, jumped over Mirio, and continued running as if he hadn't just straight up leaped over someone at least a head taller than him. Mirio stood there in confusion as another one, a support course student with pink hair, rounded the corner equally as fast and ran around Mirio, ducking into a classroom a second later. The other gremlin rounded the corner not a second later, ran at Mirio straight on, brushed his hand over Mirio's arm, and ran away with only the words, "You're it." "Oh, it is so on." Mirio grinned. Maybe he could get Nijire and Tamaki in on the game too, since it seemed only the 3 first years were playing. Mirio ran into the room he had seen the pink-haired support course student run into, but no matter where he checked there was nobody there. Yelling from outside drew his attention, and as Mirio looked out the window he spotted said student climbing down the side of the building. The green-haired one was waiting at the bottom already, and Mirio couldn't help but wonder how he'd gotten there so quickly. With a grin, Mirio ran off to find his friends and get them both in on the game of tag. School was supposed to be over an hour ago. Students of varying ages, from varying courses were running all over school grounds, using their quirks to avoid the people who were it. The taggers were marked by having them tie their tie around their forehead. It worked for various reasons, especially since once you were tagged you had to take a moment to tie your tie around your forehead, giving the previous person a chance to get away before being tagged again. Mirio hadn't seen the 3 students who had started the game, but he knew most of the school was in on it at this point, and the teacher were allowing it since it helped them use their quirks in a practical setting. Mirio didn't hear the approaching footsteps until it was too late. The green gremlin hopped over his head, again, and ripped the tie off his head. "Tag you're it." He's signing the words as he turned to run away. Mirio grinned as he undid his tie and wrapped it around his head. Shudo had been ambushed by Izuku and his brother on his way out. They dragged him, rather unceremoniously, to the staff lounge where Aizawa-sensei was already waiting. They left him there for a few minutes before returning with Ida in tow. Ida did not seem surprised. He seemed like he had resigned himself to this fate, so Shudo felt he should do the same. Whatever Izuku and Hitoshi were planning, it had to at least be safe if Aizawa-sensei was allowing it. Izuku left once more, returning with his arms laden with odd yellow floppy objects which were soon revealed to be yellow sleeping bags, identical to Aizawa-sensei's. "Izuku?" Shudo asked slowly, almost scared to ask what was going on. "What are you doing?" Izuku signed something Shudo couldn't understand, but Hitoshi was quick to translate. "We are all going to get into sleeping bags and lay next to Dad," Hitoshi said quickly to keep up with Izuku's fast signing. "And when Yamada comes in we're going to record his reaction and post it on HeroTube." Tenya nodded as if he expected as much. Shout decided to go along with it since it didn't seem like it would do any actual harm. The 4 of them zipped themselves up into a sleeping bag, which Shudo found was a lot more comfortable than he imagined, and they lay on the floor. Aizawa-sensei soon joined them. Shudo wasn't sure how long they waited there. He fell asleep at some point, though not for long. He was awoken by a loud, and when he says loud he means loud, yell. The kind of high-pitched scream only present Mike was capable of producing. "Aizawa! They're infecting the others. You have to stop this madness." Present Mike continued to yell until Aizawa-sensei sat up and erased his quirk. "How could you let them do this?" Izuku, or who Shudo assumed was Izuku, rolled over in his sleeping bag and grabbed something from the corner of the room. Something that had been hidden until now. A video cam. "Wait, you guys were serious?" The video goes viral in just a few days, and Present Mike swears he won't speak to any of them for a whole day. He lasts about an hour before forgetting and accidentally asking Shudo for help. Izuku didn't remember a lot about his parents. He was only 4 when they died for real. He remembered Mama's soft voice when she told him about death for the first time. He remembered Papa playing with him and listening when Izuku told him about what he saw. He remembers both of them showing him videos from before he was born, back when Mama was a hero and Papa was a villain. He remembers Papa handing him a knife for the first time and telling him how to throw it until Izuku could throw with almost 100% accuracy. He remembers Mama teaching him about a person's vital parts and how to take advantage of any visible weaknesses. He remembers them both helping him find books on poison and how to treat fatal wounds. He's seen so many people die, some peacefully, dying of old age like they were meant to, some violently at the hands of a villain tearing the city apart, some quickly, cleanly, because somebody just wanted to watch them die. Izuku's seen himself take lives. He's seen himself use what his mama and papa taught him to kill. The memories gave him nightmares for weeks. He remembers when he first met Present Mike. He saw him die a few times the previous day, all in the same place because of the same people. Izuku searched and searched until he found the place. Mama and Papa had taught him how to be sneaky, how to get into things without being noticed, so he slipped inside. That's where he met Kohei-chan. She was scared, and bleeding, and really hurt, and Izuku decided he didn't like that. He had seen kids die before, he watched them die bloody painful deaths, but this time he could do something. He could stop it. So he padded back into the house and slipped some poison into the food in the fridge, his parents' lessons echoing in his head. Not too much or else they will die, Izuku. You only put enough to incapacitate them. Papa held up a chart with lots of numbers and words that Izuku didn't know. It takes less poison than you'd think. Do you want to try? When the teachers first started training him and Hitoshi, Izuku wondered why they were so surprised he knew how to throw a knife with startling accuracy, or how to aim for areas of the body that would knock someone unconscious, or how to disassemble a bomb in less than a minute. Dad didn't question why Izuku could make a fatal poison from common household ingredients, or how he could pick apart a person's quirk until he knew every strengths and weakness, or how sometimes Izuku would just stop talking altogether and resort to sign language. When he shows them the notebook of the people who died alone, they look at him with sad eyes. Not Nedzu. Nedzu nods and offers a better idea than just remembering them in a notebook. Nedzu offers to help him build a grave, a shrine, something solid to remember them by. Izuku is glad Nedzu understands. The haunted eyes follow Izuku around. They are dead men's eyes and Izuku cannot escape them. So many lives that Izuku could not help, and they haunt him like a ghost. Never forgotten, never forgiven. Lives lost because Izuku wasn't fast enough. Izuku sees a little girl in his dreams often. He watches her die so many times. She gives blood and skin in her quirk and they kill her over and over again. It drags Izuku's attention from the world around him. An inescapable void until her death is over and the next one begins. He sees her eyes, red and wide and scared, and he wants to help. He sees their eyes too. Endeavor's children. He sees one who overuses his quirk and died to the blue flames of his own making. He sees one who dies when the house collapses because of the stress from all the heat. He sees his wife die from stress, from pain, from grief, because she simply cannot handle it anymore. When Dad tells him she's ended up in a hospital, Izuku insists he meet her. Izuku visits her in the hospital from time to time. She tells him all about her quirk, and Izuku in turn tells her about her children. Izuku doesn't cry when he watches two pro-heroes, water hose, die fighting a villain. He doesn't cry when he watches their son hear the news for the first time. He doesn't cry when he watches their son die to the same villain they did. Dad sits with him after the villain's attack. They sit on the couch in silence. Eventually Hitoshi joins them, but still nobody speaks. My parents, Izuku begins, when he finally has the courage. This conversation is long overdue, and Izuku knows it. He just never thought he'd be able to talk about them again. My mama and papa loved each other very much. Mama was a hero and Papa his breath hitches, but he forges on. If he doesn't tell the story now, he probably never will. Papa was a villain. He fell in love with her, and they got married, and when I was born they both retired. Mama and Papa taught me a lot. They said I would need to protect myself when I got older. That I couldn't rely on the heroes. Papa helped me with my quirk sometimes. He would listen to me when I told him about how somebody would die, and he would point out all the ways that person could avoid it. Suddenly, Izuku doesn't feel like a 15-year-old boy who made it into the top hero school in the country. He feels like a child telling his parents about a nightmare he had. He feels like screaming and crying and letting all the emotions he tried not to feel out into the world. The girl dies again, her white hair stained with blood. She doesn't scream like most children do. She doesn't whimper or cry or beg for her life. She's used to it. She shouldn't be used to it. It's not something a child should get used to. Sometimes, Izuku says quietly, as a heavy feeling weighs his chest down. I see myself die. Dad gasps. It's an odd sound, and Izuku focuses on that. He doesn't picture all the times he's seen himself bleed out, hit the ground, suffocate. He focuses on Hitoshi, who leans forward to hug him. He focuses on the feeling of family around him. Izuku wants to say more, to say something comforting, but the words feel stuck to his mouth. They don't make him talk. They just hug him in silence, and Izuku is happy. Fire, raging and angry, and boiling water that doesn't hurt as much physically as it does emotionally, and the loneliness that comes from being kept from your own siblings. Izuku doesn't say it aloud, but as he remembers all the deaths he's seen, he promises he'll save Shudo from his BSTRD of a father. Blood and water mixed together, angry tears, and a missing presence of someone who was supposed to be there always, a red cap with horns and memories that are too painful to keep in mind, hatred and anger, and sadness. Izuku promises he'll save the little boy whose parents were heroes before he can die by the hand of his parents' murderer. Red eyes and white hair, pale, thin, bandages covering her arms and legs, she shakes like a leaf every time they come. They smile and smile, but the gloves come off and there's too much blood to be alive, but she lives. Izuku promises he'll save the little white-haired girl from the many deaths that await her at the hands of her captors. He promises, just to himself, that maybe if he can save all these people, if he can become a hero people trust to keep them safe, if he can keep more people from dying, if he can save their lives, then maybe, just maybe, he can save himself too. Green and red, a haunting reminder of what could have been. A flickering in his head, not a dream, not a dream, not a dream, standing up to the fire that rages so high, but hurts so much when it falls. Another flicker, a fight against a murderer, protecting a child who has lost so much already. It flickers again, long hair clinging to his back and a promise to get her out, a fight to the death, but he's not the one who dies. Not a dream, not a dream, not a dream. Familiar words in his head. A prophesy, a future of people living the best life they can manage and uncontrolled smiles, a promise of better things to come of people worth saving, of family and friends, a premonition, fights worth fighting and strength to keep going on, to keep saving lives that were meant to be lost, a possibility of a different person and a different place but happy all the same. Izuku dreams of being a hero, of saving people, of the smiles he gets when they come out alive when they thought they had died. Izuku dreams of their smiles while his head screams. Not a dream, not a dream, not a dream. We have to figure out what on earth is going on with his quirk. Shota stood in front of Recovery Girl, who was sitting at her desk. Izuku was sitting on a nearby medical bed with an uncomfortable look on his face, his eyes trained on the floor. He can't keep dash. Shota himself was having trouble both getting his thoughts out and not yelling them. I don't want him to dash. He was this close to just pulling his hair out. It's not healthy for him to keep passing out from quirk exhaustion. Actually, Recovery Girl had just been listening to him rant so far, being unable to provide any kind of answer or solution until now. Don't think it's quirk overuse. Shota stared at her and even Izuku looked up. I have a different theory now. I think Izuku has been unconsciously holding himself back. It's more common than you think, especially for kids with quirks that could potentially be traumatizing. They're afraid of their quirks or what they might do with them, so they, whether they know it or not, end up restricting themselves and their quirk. It's highly plausible that's exactly what Izuku has been doing up till this point. So, let me get this straight. You think there's more to Izuku's quirk? We just don't know it because Izuku has been subconsciously holding it back. Shota eyed her suspiciously. Sure, it made some kind of sense, but this was his son they were talking about. Shota would die before he made sure Izuku got the help he needed. But what about Dash? I knew you would ask that. Recovery Girl cut him off before he even asked the question. Have you ever heard of hysterical strength? She waved off Izuku as he started to sign. I know that you know, Izuku. I'm asking your dad. No. Shota grumbled. I haven't. Hysterical strength is what we call it when the body ignores its limits. It's caused by high adrenaline situations. Normally, your mind is always holding your body back, since we would end up seriously injuring ourselves if we constantly used our body's full potential. However, when your brain receives an adrenaline rush or is in a life or death situation, your brain decides it would rather break a few bones than die, so it ignores your body's limitations, whether the limitations it naturally imposes or limitations you yourself have subconsciously put in place. Izuku was practically vibrating in excitement as he listened to Recovery Girl's explanation. So you think, he gestured to Recovery Girl, that I could learn to bypass these restrictions I've set for myself and figure out how to really control my quirk? That's exactly what I think. Recovery Girl sighed and spun around in her chair, away from them. However, to do that we'd first need to know what exactly you're doing that your mind doesn't want you to do. Whatever you did to Bakugo was traumatic enough that his mind is suppressing the memory, and the only other person you've done it to was the villain at the USJ, and I doubt he'll let us ask him some questions. Izuku started to sign with his hands, too fast for either hero to understand, like his mumbling in sign language form. Eventually his hands just froze, and he stared at Recovery Girl with wide eyes. If I could find some way to use it without my mind stopping me, I'd have to be in another high-stakes, high-adrenaline situation, right? Recovery Girl nodded. A situation like the sports festival. Shota shook his head immediately. No. It's much too dangerous for you to use your quirk on your classmates like that. No, no, no. I can't believe I agreed to this. Shota pinched the bridge of his nose as he watched the classes make their way out onto the field. Whoever had agreed to let Midnight host the festival this year had clearly made an error. What? Mike asked beside him. Agreed to be a co-announcer with me or agreed to let your kid use his quirk in the sports festival? Both. All right. Please welcome to the stage your first-year representative, Aizawa Izuku, who placed first in the entrance exam. Izuku meandered up the stairs, trying desperately not to look up at the crowds of pro-heroes and civilians, all watching his every move. Hitoshi had asked if he'd be all right on his own or if Hitoshi would have to translate for him. Izuku had said he could do it on his own. He was regretting that decision now. He cleared his throat as he approached the microphone. It had been 2 weeks since the USJ, since what he saw, and Izuku knew he should be ready to speak again, but every time he saw his classmates' faces the words just wouldn't come out. Now he would have to face his problem in front of thousands of people. Hi. He began, but the mic screeched with feedback. I'm Izuku. Dad had told him he had 10 minutes to make his speech before Midnight would kick him off stage. Izuku had worked for days on what to say, but now that he was actually up here, no words came to mind. My quirk is, it's dangerous and painful. I've seen a lot of terrible things because of it. Izuku glanced up at the announcer's box where he knew his dad was. When I was 5, I decided I wanted to be a hero. I wanted to keep awful things from happening. Next he looked to Hitoshi, who gave him 2 thumbs up and a nervous smile. And here I am dash. Here I am, his mind whispered, the words echoing over the cracked walls of an empty stadium. There's nobody around. Izuku is alone. Standing here, one step closer to making that dream come true. Dreams burn to ashes right in front of your eyes, dead along with everything and everybody else you loved. You cannot save them if you can't save yourself first. This is far from the last step, but one step forward is one less step back. So I'm going to do my best and I'm going to win, because if that's what it takes for my dream to come true. Izuku shrugged and grinned at his family. So be it. The crowd of students yelled in outrage, but Izuku ignored them, though not on purpose. Everywhere he looked the stadium was both empty and filled to the brim. His mind dancing between the 2 images, the 2 possibilities, like it wasn't really throwing Izuku off balance. Midnight pushed him the side of the stage and began talking about the first event, but Izuku wasn't paying attention. He was vaguely aware of someone grabbing his hand and leading him down the steps, but when he looked nobody was there. You couldn't save them because you're weak. You push away power that is rightfully yours for no good reason. Use it, Izuku, learn to wield your strength like a sword, and shape it like a shield. It is your power, though it will only destroy you as you are now. And the first challenge is a King of the Hill style battle. Izuku looked up as the voice that sounded suspiciously like his own faded from his head and the images of an empty stadium went with it. A large structure will be built inside the stadium, and all the students will line up around the bottom of it. When the timer starts, the students must try to stay at the top as long as they can. The top 42 who spent the longest at the top will move on to the next event. Quirks aren't just allowed, they're encouraged. The students were corralled back into the preparation rooms to wait while Cementos built the arena. Izu, are you okay? Izuku knew his brother would be worried after he just stood there staring off into space at the end of his speech. What really surprised Izuku was how he was prepared to answer that question. Not yet, but I will be. Izuku murmured. Hitoshi nodded but stuck close to Izuku. I will be. With the pro hero's help, the arena was ready in minutes and all the students were let back out onto the field. The crowd's cheering fell on deaf ears as Izuku stared up at the massive pyramid in front of him. Midnight spread the students out along the bottom of the pyramid. Remember, kiddos. The goal is to get to the top and stay there. You have 30 minutes. She cracked her whip as the screen showed a giant timer. On your mark, get set, go. Most students rushed the pyramid, but Izuku held back. This game seemed too easy from an outside perspective. This is UA after all, the students here are the best of the best, so there's no way they wouldn't challenge us. There must be something. Bingo. As students ran up the stairs, traps began to activate left and right, knocking student back. Bakugo had managed to blast his way to the top, though he was soon fighting against other students trying to not get knocked off. Izuku slipped quietly through the yelling, fighting students. Instead of taking the stairs, Izuku elected to climb up the side of the pyramid. A few people had tried already and gotten knocked down by traps, but they likely weren't as observant or sneaky as Izuku had been trained his whole life to be. He made his way up the side of the pyramid no problem, and as far as he knew, nobody had noticed him. The present Mike decided to announce his brilliant idea to the whole world. Would you look at that? Aizawa Izuku from Class 1A has made his way up the pyramid without problem by avoiding the stairs. We'll have to keep our eye on him and see how long he can keep his spot at the top. Izuku could almost feel the hundreds of pairs of eyes shoot to him. He gave himself a moment to grieve the loss of his invisibility before students started clamoring up after him, ready for a fight. Izuku hopped up onto the top of the pyramid and into a fighting position. Hit quirk wouldn't be very helpful until he could figure out how to do whatever he'd been doing that made him pass out. Before he'd even started class, Izuku had gone through the list of accepted applicants, reviewed their quirks and school records. Now his mind recited all the information he'd unintentionally memorized as classmate after classmate approached, trying to knock him off the top. He fought back, of course, using their own momentum against them, tripping them up, fainting, anything he could do to get a step ahead. The teachers had taught him how to fight dirty after all. Villains don't play fair. Papa used to tell him. So if you want to protect yourself, you have to learn to fight back. Whatever you can do to get the fight in your favor, you do it. Villains and heroes don't fight fair, so neither should you. When Hitoshi managed to join Izuku at the top of the pyramid, the two stood back to back, ready to face the rest of the students vying for a spot in the second round. While Hitoshi managed to use his quirk on most people who came at them, Izuku was fighting mostly quirkless. Occasionally he'd grab someone's arm or leg and try to use his quirk, but it was like grasping at strings that weren't there. When the 30 minutes were up, Izuku and Hitoshi had been knocked down a few times, but they always managed to get back up, to claw their way back to the top. Getting 14th and 15th place overall wasn't bad. Izuku was happy with his placements, because they meant both he and Hitoshi would move on. Though they didn't want too much attention drawn to them since they planned to be underground heroes, so getting a little lower on the scoreboard was preferable. As they all shuffled back into the waiting area, Izuku caught sight of something that made his blood boil. Or rather someone. There, standing haughtily as if he hadn't a care in the world, was the person Izuku considered to be the worst person alive. Even villains weren't as bad as him, because at least villains were hated and acknowledged as awful. He, however, was often praised for saving people and being a hero. Who else could it be but Endeavor? If Izuku wasn't so shy, he would have flipped him off and cursed him out. As it was, Izuku sat there stewing in his rage as he eyed the youngest Todoroki child. Endeavor was here, and it was the first time in years Izuku had come face to face with the heathen. He may not have been expecting it, But Izuku is always prepared. Children who have just discovered their quirks being tossed aside by their own father, burning skin, painful cries, emotional pain beyond what any child can bear, the loss of a mother, all because of him. Today Endeavor was going down, and Izuku would make sure of it. Shudo didn't mind his classmates. His father had never allowed him to have friends, so the idea was rather foreign to him. Until Izuku dragged him off to prank one of their teachers. All things considered, Shudo should have expected it after finding out Izuku and Hitoshi were not only brothers but the sons of their homeroom teacher. They said they were adopted, but Shudo is almost 100% sure they're lying. He just has to figure out who the mother is. So, when Izuku walks up to Yaoyorozu and, for the first time since the USJ, actually speaks, Shudo is shook. He should stop talking to Hitoshi so much. When Yaoyorozu creates a fire extinguisher and hands it to Izuku, Shudo has a very bad feeling about what his friend is planning and he has no plans to stop him. Instead, Shudo follows Izuku as he leaves the student area of the arena and heads towards the crowds. Hitoshi appears a few moments later and accompanies him. Shudo almost runs into them when Izuku stops walking suddenly. "Would you like to walk with us or are you just going to follow me?" He probably should have guessed that their teacher's son would notice someone following him. Shudo doesn't hesitate to move to walk beside them. Izuku rambles on about the probability of the game for the next round and what would be best to eat for lunch to maximize energy versus intake. Most of it is lost on Shudo, but he follows Hitoshi's lead and nods along anyway. He ducks behind a wall once his father comes into view. Izuku doesn't hesitate to walk right up to the flame hero, who stands as if he has nothing to fear with his arms crossed over his chest. He has something to fear, actually, and it's Izuku. Izuku clears his throat loudly, and nearby news cameras swing over to him as Endeavor finally takes notice of the tiny green bean in front of him. "Oh, you're the little kid Aizawa found, aren't you?" Shudo can hear the annoyance in his father's voice and he hopes Izuku is fast enough to get out of there before he gets hurt. "I am, sir." Hitoshi is visibly startled when Izuku is so polite. "I also have this." Izuku holds up the fire extinguisher and Shudo holds his breath. "That's very nice, now run along dash." Izuku doesn't bother to wait until he's done speaking to open fire, spraying the foam all over the hero. He doesn't stop even as Endeavor yells in outrage. Izuku doesn't so much as flinch as the stomps around and tries to wipe the foam from his eyes. He simply continues spraying him with a blank expression until the extinguisher is empty. "In behalf of your children, sir," Izuku says, and Shudo is desperately trying to hold back a laugh. Cameras from all directions are quick to pan over to his father. The sight of Endeavor covered in fire extinguisher foam is not something to pass up. Shudo figures he could win the rest of the sports festival, and even that wouldn't make him as happy as watching Izuku destroy his father with 3 sentences and a fire extinguisher. "Get back here, boy. You insolent child." Shudo is almost afraid for Izuku, but he knows this boy. It's the boy who faced down, fought against, and won against villains capable of killing All Might. It's the boy who has haunted glowing eyes and messy hair. It's the boy whose quirk is unknown but so dangerous. It's the boy who did something to Bakugo, the class hothead, so traumatizing he made himself forget. It's the boy who smiled like the sun when they first met, no matter how cold Shudo was. It's the boy who faced down his father with a fire extinguisher. "If you so much as touch your children again, I'll do so much worse than this." It's Izuku, with a look in his eye like he's ready to kill a man, and Shudo has never been so glad to have a friend before now. Izuku skipped on his way back to the prep room. Step 1 of his ruin endeavor during the sports festival plan was complete and it had gone off without a hitch. He tossed the now empty fire extinguisher to the side where he knew nobody would trip over it. He could hear Hitoshi and Shudo whispering behind him, but he was in a good mood and decided not to eavesdrop on them. "Is that normal?" Shudo asked in a hushed voice, as if Izuku wasn't trained his whole life to listen in on conversations he wasn't meant to hear. "I mean the whole hating endeavor thing. Do you remember when you first met us?" Hitoshi asked with absolutely no patience for whispering. "You remember how one of the first things he said to you was he knows? It was a big deal for years, he would not shut up about it. He wanted to build this big case against him and get him arrested and have his hero license taken away. We were kids then, so it seemed a lot easier than it actually is. Netsu's been helping him find proof for years. Okay, but why? And how? Hitoshi sighed audibly. His quirk. He knows because his quirk told him, showed him? I don't really know. Ask him. He's the one who has had his quirk for 10 years, not me. Izuku stopping skipping and spun around. Not yet. Izuku smiled as he saw Hitoshi dejectedly translate what he'd signed. Soon but not yet. After all, what's the point of having a quirk nobody knows about if you can't use it to take your opponents by surprise? They made it back to the prep room just as their class was being moved back out onto the field. That was one intense first round, huh? Midnight cracks her whip as the students are released back onto the field, which is now taken up by a giant building. The second round's game has been decided. It is a blind maze. All of you will split up into teams or 4 or less. Once everybody has a team, you will be placed into the maze, which is pitch black. Don't worry, the audience can watch via the night vision cameras scattered throughout the maze. When the whistle sounds, you may begin to make your way to the middle of the maze, encountering faux villains and other teams along the way. In order to move on to the third and final round, you must be one of the first 5 teams to the middle of the maze with all of your teammates accounted for. If you're separated from your team, you must reunite before reaching the center or you'll be disqualified. Scattered around the maze are objects like this dash. She held up a small dagger and a couple throwing knives. They can be used to defend against traps and other teams, though the more you bring with you to the center, the more points you gain. At the end, the number of objects you brought back will be combined with the points you gain depending on how fast you found the middle. The teams will be ranked on how many points you emerge with. Once again, quirks are not just allowed but encouraged. You have 5 minutes to find your teams before we begin. Go! Izuku looked around at his classmates, who were quick to clump together with their friend groups. Hitoshi was beside him soon enough, and they nodded to each other. Izuku was going through the quirks of the kids around them, considering their skills and raw talent, when someone approached him. Izuku spun around when he was tapped on the shoulder. He just barely managed to keep his fists from flying up into a fight position. Standing behind them, shifting from foot to foot nervously, was a short girl with white hair and odd blue eyes. She has silver glasses and some kind of device woven into a bracelet on her wrist. Long white hair and a horn and terrified red eyes. Arms covered in bandages and scars. Too young, always too young. A fight to the death and blood disappearing. Everything moving forwards and backwards at the same time. Blood, there's always blood, so much blood. A hero and his cape, someone he could and couldn't save. You're Aizawa Izuku. The girl signed, though it was clearly not a question. You speak but you also sign. Why yeah? Izuku said, signing along as he spoke. He rubbed the back of his neck when she stared at him for too long. Would you? She hesitated. I mean, could I join your team, Aizawa-kun? Hitoshi decided to interrupt right them. His sign name is Green and you can call me Purple. Sure, you can join our team. Izuku nodded rapidly, smiling brightly. Another person who could understand his sign when he didn't feel like talking. Perfect. Footsteps behind them told Izuku someone else was following them, and this time Izuku turned around calmly. Do you need someone else? Kuda Koji signed nervously, and Izuku smiled so wide he thought for a second his face might split in half. Do you have a team? Izuku asked, and Kuda shook his head. You should join ours. A team full of people who can sign. How cool is that? Izuku stuck out his hand, and to his surprise Kuda shook it with a small smile. Welcome to the team. The whistle blew just then and Izuku let his smile turn predatory. The first game was just a warm-up. The second would give him a chance to show what he could do. Hitoshi knew that look. He'd seen it so many times before and it never, ever led to anything good. All right, quickly everybody introduce yourselves. Hitoshi signed as he spoke. I'm Aizawa Hitoshi and this is my brother Izuku. Not the rest of you. My quirk is brainwashing. Get it? Got it? He hoped the other two would ignore how he hadn't mentioned Izuku's quirk. The girl with white hair stopped wringing her hands and moved to sign. My name is Shizuka Kei. I'm in the general studies class, And my quirk is called silence. I can silence any sound I want, but it has a detrimental effect on my hearing, so I'm slowly going deaf. She pushed her hair back, showing hearing aids that had previously been hidden. I can still hear, but speaking is hard, so I'm glad I found people who can understand sign. I'm Kuda, I'm in the hero course with them. Kuda gestured to Hitoshi and Izuku. I can talk to animals, but I really don't like talking to most people. Is everybody ready? Midnight asked loudly from the stage. Take your places. Each team will be starting at a different entrance point. There are multiple paths to the center, so you may or may not run into other teams. On your mark. Beside him, he watched the glow of Izuku's eyes brighten slightly, and Hitoshi paused to wonder what he was seeing right then. Get set. Both he and Izuku shifted into running stances, the other two members of their team following their lead. Go! Hitoshi ran into the maze, Shizuka and Kuda right behind him, though Izuku lagged behind. Soon they are encased in darkness. Hitoshi spins around to face Izuku, who has his face lit up slightly in the green glow of his eyes. So what's the plan? He asks, and Izuku begins spitting out word after word far too fast for anyone to understand. Hitoshi slapped a hand over his brother's mouth before he could give away their position to the other teams. In human terms, please, Izuku. Right. Izuku took a deep breath, and Hitoshi realized he'd have to talk, since it was too dark to understand sign. So I figure we should wander around for a little while, but not too long, so we can gather some of the weapons and such. The traps will probably get more dense and more difficult the closer we get to the center, so having weapons would not only help without final score but also with getting past the traps and other teams. We should hold hands or do something to keep together since splitting up is an automatic disqualification. It's a maze, but the finish line is at the center, so we won't get there if we just turn right. We'll probably have to find our way there through other means. Hitoshi was used to Izuku rambling, but clearly the other two weren't if their wide eyes were any hint. Anybody else have any ideas? We could use all the help we can get. Hitoshi looked to their teammates, but both shook their heads. Well, now that our eyes are used to the dark and we can probably move forward. Watch out for any traps or weapons. The four of them started to move, Izuku grabbing onto Hitoshi's arm, Shizuka holding Izuku's hand, and Kuda gripping the back of Shizuka's shirt. A few minutes in, Hitoshi almost tripped over something small lying in the middle of their path. Hitoshi grinned as he bent down to pick it up. Hey Izuku, look what I found. He held the three small items out and Izuku excitedly accepted them. Throwing knives. He breathed, his eyes glowing brighter. Hitoshi saw the dangerous gleam in his eyes and knew that Izuku was itching to fight. He'd never know his brother to be so excited to fight, but since the beginning of the sports festival Izuku seemed to be waiting for a chance to fight someone. Hitoshi shrugged off his curiosity for the moment, ready to continue on their course. They stumbled across a few more weapons before the traps began popping up. The first was expected. Izuku had reached out and grabbed Hitoshi's shirt, holding him back and subsequently keeping Hitoshi from stepping onto a trigger. The floor in front of them was a slightly different color, and when Izuku hesitantly stepped on it, that portion of the floor sunk down and a new fell from the ceiling, landing on the very spot they would have been had they kept walking. The second trap came in the form of a button on the wall that Izuku was much too curious not to press. It's so obvious, there's no way someone could accidentally press it. Izuku had argued. Why would they put it there like that? I want to know what it does. I want to see why they would put it in such an obvious spot. It had resulted in a high-pitched sound that made them all cover their ears. Shizuka was quick to silence it, but the effect had already taken place. Footsteps nearby told Hitoshi the real trap, leading other teams right to them. Izuku grabbed his knives from his pocket, and Hitoshi jumped into a fighting stance. In the dark of the maze, Hitoshi could see the vague outline of another team coming around the corner. They had a couple of weapons, but they clearly didn't know how to wield them. Izuku caught them off guard with a couple of his knives, and Hitoshi moved in quickly to knock their feet out from under them. Kuda grabbed their weapons while Shizuka helped Izuku locate his knives. The four of them ran off quickly, leaving the other team dizzy and on the ground but otherwise unharmed. The third trap caught them off guard. Shizuku had been going to grab another weapon at the end of the hallway, but she stepped on a tripwire in the process. To their discomfort, robotic spiders descended from the ceiling. Shizuka grabbed the weapon while the other three fought off the spiders. Once she was back, all four of them booked it out of there. The fourth trap happened right before they made it to the center, the only part of the maze without a roof. Hitoshi had seen the light at the end of the hallway and gotten excited, dragging his brother behind him as he ran towards the finish. They had, of course, tripped the trap near the end of the hallway and gotten hit by a falling log. Shizuka and Kuda ended up having to help them stand up and walk out of the hallway while Izuku and Hitoshi fought off a concussion. Well, would you look at that? The second team to fin their way out is Team Hitoshi, with a decent amount of bonus points strapped to their backs. Present Mike's voice proved to be too much for the two boys who had just gotten hit by a log. Both of them passed out on the grass of the field, medical bots appearing soon to take them away to Recovery Girl. Izuku woke up in Recovery Girl's temporary infirmary. Was it? He said eloquently, and his muddled brain struggled to catch up with the rest of the world. What's going on? Hitoshi was still asleep in the bed beside him, and Izuku squinted at the large purple bruise on his brother's forehead. With his sleep-addled brain slowly waking up, Izuku pressed his own hand to his throbbing forehead. What happened? Recovery Girl slapped his hand away from his head. Don't touch that, you might make it worse. She clicked her tongue. Really, you ought to know better. You took quite the hit from that log. She eyed his forehead, and Izuku realized she was looking at something other than the bruise. It took him a moment to figure out what else she was looking at, but Izuku knew the scar on his temple made a lot of people curious about his past. His hair brushed over the scar as Izuku sat up, and Recovery Girl turned away. You and Hitoshi both have minor concussions, but you'll be fine if you rest during lunch. I tried to tell you not to participate in the last round, but knowing you two, you'll just ignore me and fight anyway. You're right. I'm gonna fight in the third round, but don't worry. I don't want too much attention on me, so I won't try too hard. Izuku propped himself up on his forearms as he joked. Don't want to hurt anybody's ego either. All right then. Recovery Girl huffed, and Izuku got the feeling she would have smacked him on the head if he didn't already have a concussion. Now off with you. Go eat lunch. I'll send your bother after you when he wakes up. Izuku did as she said and made his way out of the infirmary towards the lunchroom. The students had been asked to pack their own lunch if they didn't already, so Izuku made a stop by the locker room to grab his own lunch. Look who it is. Uraraka practically yelled when he plopped down at the end of their table. The entirety of Class 1A was at one table, and Izuku was sure that could not end well. First place is pretty impressive, even if you did get hit by a trap at the end. Izuku looked up at his classmates. Blood-stained uniforms and wide glassy eyes. Lost friends and comrades, never to be seen again. Yeah. He smiles, and though a few of them looked startled that he spoke, Izuku went on to detail what had happened while they were in the maze. I guess in the end Hitoshi and I were just too excited to get out of there. That sounds exciting. Yaoyorozu said. My team didn't run into anybody else, so we just fought off the traps and made it to the center. I'm sure you did great, Yaoyorozu, though I don't remember anything after getting hit by that log. Hitoshi stumbled in soon after Izuku, and the class commented on their matching bruises, which inevitably drew attention to the scar on Izuku's forehead. He knew it would come up eventually, but even Dad and Hitoshi hadn't asked him about it yet, and Izuku wasn't sure he was ready to answer any questions about it just yet. Green hair mixed with red, the pleading eyes of Mama telling him to run. Papa fighting the best he could against the intruders, and Izuku desperately holding back a scream. Could we have all the students back to the field for some fun games during the intermission? Midnight's voice broke through Izuku's thoughts, memories, and he was herded along with the rest of his class back to the locker room and then to the field. He focused on the feel of people pressed close around him, bumping into each other as they walked. He focused on the voices, loud and insistent, talking about a variety of trivial matters. He focused on the here and now, if only just to ignore the image of blood behind his eyes. The games set up were simple children games, but they worked well when it came to relieving Izuku's stress. They played a game of hide and seek, tag, Q-War flashbacks from Chapter 12, and even a scavenger hunt. Hitoshi insisted on bringing Izuku when he had to find something scary. He focused on just having fun for a few minutes, but like most everything, it was over much too soon, and the third round was upon them. Welcome back, ladies, gents, and non-binaries. Present Mike's voice echoed through the stadium as the crowds cheered. It was the final round of the sports festival, after all. The round to decide who among the first years was the best fighter. The arena has been prepared for the one-on-one fights. Our first competitors are Kirishima Ijiru, with his rock-hard determination, from Class 1A, and the copycat Minoma Nito from Class 1B. Minoma continuously copied Kirishima's quirk, but eventually quirk exhaustion got to him and Kirishima came out victorious. The next fight up is Tokage Setsuna, a kind of creepy lizard girl from Class 1B versus Bakugo Katsuki, with a face only a mother could love, from Class 1A. Hopefully this fight will be more interesting, though I'll bet it will be much more explosive. Shota leveled a glare at his co-announcer before leaning back so the microphones wouldn't catch his words. Mike, if you make another pun just one more time, then so help me God I throw you into that arena and you will fight my children yourself, are we clear? He was met with an evil grin and some funny noises coming from the vents. It looks to me like Bakugo is just exploding away whatever tries to get close to him. What's this? Tokage has been blasted out of bounds. Bakugo is the winner. Everyone give a warm welcome to Aizawa Hitoshi, who also got first place in the second round alongside his brother, versus Kudakuji, the quiet boy who also was on the first place team in round 2. They both have vocal quirks, so this battle could turn out to be. Wait a moment. Kuda's just. Is he walking out of bounds? And Midnight has called it. Kudakuji has stepped out of bounds. Hitoshi is the winner. That was anticlimactic. Now, we have the queen of zero gravity, Uraraka Achiko from Class 1A, battling it out against Class 1B's assassin. Every rose has its thorns, huh? It's Shiozaki Ibara. Excuse me. Mike paused his announcing when Shiozaki straight up turned around to address them directly. I am not an assassin. At Beats I simply want to continue to the next round in order to pursue victory. It is a worthy endeavor and not one to be mocked like so. I insist you take back your statement, and I would like an apology. Sorry? It's Shiozaki Ibara, the girl from 1B who doesn't want to be called an assassin even though assassins are cool. Thank you. On with the match then. Uraraka is getting into a decent fighting stance, while Shiozaki is. Is she praying? Alright then, you do. Midnight begins the match and Uraraka runs forwards and dash. Muffled laughter can be heard as someone in the stands yells. Shota, is that your son? Is he yelling, do it for the vine? Shota, what are you teaching your children? Eraserhead's voice is quiet in comparison to Mike's, but he can be heard through the speakers. That one came like that. Alright, well that's one mystery solved. Uraraka seems to have used her quirk on both Shiozaki and her vines, and is pushing them out the arena and dash. There is silence for a moment as something is yelled from the arena. The crowd bursts into laughter. That's it. Uraraka just tossed Shiozaki, currently weightless, out of the arena while yelling yeet. It's not me you have to worry about anymore, Shota. Your own class is quoting vines now. Alright everybody. We have the stickler for the rules, the speedster with class, the Sonic ripoff. Ida Tenya, against the shadow of Class 1A, the bird and his demon, Tokoyami Fumikichi. The fight has only just begun, but Dark Shadow, that's Tokoyami's quirk, has already made a move against Ida. Ida may be fast, but it's clear that Dark Shadow can keep up with him well. Oh, and it looks like Tokoyami is slowly forcing Ida closer and closer to the edge of the arena. One wrong step and Ida could be out of bounds. Shota glared at the very loud blonde next to him, who seemed to only get louder as the fights went on. And look at that, folks. Ida Tenya has crossed the boundary line. Looks like his speed wasn't quite what he needed in this fight. So now, the fight between Todoroki Shudo, who showed off his fantastic quirk in the first round of the sports festival, versus Tetsu. Did I read that right? Silence. filled only by muffled sounds formed the speakers and the chatter of the crowds. For those of you who don't know, Todoroki is the son of our very own, number 2 hero Endeavor. From the audience, in a loud voice that sounded very much like Izuku, came a chant that the rest of the crowd picked it up on surprisingly fast. Screw Endeavor, cheer for Shudo. Screw Endeavor, cheer for Shudo. On the other side of the arena, a certain fiery hero, who was still slightly covered in fire extinguisher foam, was trying and failing to get his flames to ignite. The cheer continued until the fight began and the crowd quieted down to focus on the fight that wasn't really even a fight. Well, that giant glacier was kind of overkill, but it worked. Tetsu is unable to move, so Shuto is the winner. The crowd cheered more as Shuto unfroze his opponent. He looked sort of sad. Izuku thought. And lonely. I guess it's about time I put plans send Endeavor to the Arctic in action. Are you ready? It's Yaoyorozu Momo versus Kendo Itsuka. 2 powerful women fighting it out for a chance to make it the end. Can I get a yeah? Yaoyorozu gets a good start, making a shield to protect herself from Kendo's quirk, Big Fist. It seems Kendo is on the offensive from the very beginning, pushing Yaoyorozu back, closer and closer to the boundary line. Yaoyorozu is doing her best to resist, to stay inside the arena, but oh no. And just like that, it's over. Yaoyorozu is out of bounds and Kendo moves on. Aizawa Izuku, who won first place in the second round before passing out on the field, versus Kaminari Denki, who hasn't really done much to stand out. Things are about to get electric. Izuku stood alone on the field. He is alone facing a villain that just screams power. It is just Izuku here, everybody else has turned away. Nobody to stand with him, nobody to back him up. Just Izuku. Always just Izuku. The voices of the audience screamed as his opponent stepped out. Brown hair dyed red and a promise to take care of people well loved. A hero's suit caught in the after image, stained with blood and the memory of what happened, how he failed. Green glowing eyes met yellow and Izuku could swear he felt electricity crackle across the arena, even though the fight had yet to start and his opponent had yet to use his quirk. Trust me. 2 words he'd heard himself say so many times to so many different people. Trust me, I'm fine. Trust me, I'll come back. Trust me, I love you. Trust me, I'll save them, you, everybody, only to watch them die, watch him die, time and time again. He never saw if he kept his promise. Sometimes he died before he could, but they always trusted him. Midnight is saying something, but Izuku can't hear her. He hears the crowd, and Hitoshi's voice behind him. Kaminari has died 12 times since we met, he died twice before that. How would he react to seeing himself die? How would he react to knowing I've seen him and his friends die? Izuku shifted to a fighting stance. It all begins here, there, somewhere else, there's no coming back, no stopping it, it comes and goes and it leaves and returns. Prophecies are meant to be fulfilled. Shota watched his son on the battlefield. He was facing his classmates in one-on-one fight, and without a physical quirk the 3rd round would prove to be difficult for him. For the first fight Izuku would be facing Kaminari. Shota considered how far Izuku would make it while Midnight explained the rules. Yamada is beside him, practically yelling into his microphone as he announces the first fight of the 3rd round. Aizawa Izuku, who won first place in the 2nd round before passing out on the field, versus Kaminari Denki, who hasn't really done much to stand out. Things are about to get electric. Shota does not react to the pun, far too engrossed in his own thoughts to pay attention to the world around him. Izuku doesn't have an offensive quirk, but that doesn't mean he can't win, or at least come close. If he manages to do whatever he's been doing that he can't seem to remember, then he'll probably manage to make it farther than anyone expects. Not that Shota is okay with Izuku using his quirk like that, not after he saw the effect it had on him, but it's much too late to stop him from trying. Midnight begins the fight, and almost immediately Kaminari makes his move. Electricity crackles through the air, but Izuku jumps, and by the time his feet touch the ground, Kaminari is out of juice, stumbling around the pitch with that idiotic expression on his face. Izuku approaches slowly. That's Kaminari Denki, his quirk electrification. It allows him to generate electricity and cover his body in it. With enough power, he can discharge it over the area around him, as we just saw. Shota elbowed the announcer and leant forward to his own mic. Izuku easily bypassed Kaminari's quirk by jumping in the air, and the electricity would have no effect on someone who wasn't grounded. Kaminari is left unable to battle after overusing his quirk like that. Izuku is smart in approaching slowly though, since it could easily be a trap. He learned his lesson with the log, huh? There's scattered laughter through the crowd, but most people are watching the scene before them intently, as Izuku walks up to a very brain-dead Kaminari and gently nudges him out of the arena. It wasn't a particularly flashy fight, or really a fight at all, but Izuku won nonetheless and moves on the next bracket. Lucky for Izuku and Hitoshi, the arena hosting the first-year sports festival has vents just like the actual UA campus, which meant they had plenty of room and time to crawl around between fights to get up to their regularly scheduled tests. Todoroki Enji was not afraid of anything. He is the number 2 hero. There has yet to be a villain capable of beating him. Soon his son will surpass all might and everything will be perfect. Now all that's left to do is find that little green brat with the fire extinguisher. He had to be around here somewhere. Enji had seen him in the fights. Endeavor, a voice he didn't recognize echoed around the hallway he was in. It was slightly distorted, likely the product of a voice changer. Endeavor, it's time to pay for how you treated your children. Enji looked around, but he could not for the life of him find the source of the voice. Steps, loud steps that were so obvious the person definitely wanted him to know they were there, came from behind him and Enji spun around. There, with a maniacal grin that was quite the difference to his cool and composed expression the last time, was the very same green-haired boy. He approached with his hands held behind his back, though Enji couldn't see another fire extinguisher. I wanted to apologize, Endeavor, sir. Enji scowled. I brought you this as a peace offering. The boy held out a framed piece of pear, and the moment Enji took it, he bolted, running back the way he came. Enji ignored him and turned his attention to the paper. It took him a minute to read and comprehend what it read. It was an A-hole certificate with Enji's name on it. Get back here, child. He screamed as he raced off in the direction the boy had gone. Though it seemed the boy had just disappeared. He ignored the sounds coming from the vents that sounded suspiciously like giggling and searched for the boy until the next fight. Hitoshi had been planning this for a few years ago and had been perfecting it ever since. All that was left was to get Izuku in on it, since he was the heart of the prank, and until now he had always refused. Please, Izu. For me. Hitoshi gave his best puppy dog eyes, which he knew were nowhere as effective as Izuku's own. I promise nobody will get hurt this time. Izuku stared at him with a blank expression, and Hitoshi knew he was getting nowhere. There had to be some way to convince his brother to help him out. Some trade he could make. So, I'll get Power Loader to let you back into the support lab. Izuku went from doubtful to excited in 0.3 seconds. Deal. Siro was on his way to get a snack during the intermission. The teachers had to fix up the arena before the fights resumed, so they had some free time to check out the sports festival. Siro had heard rumors about a cotton candy stand somewhere in the building and he was determined to find it. Until all the lights went out at the exact same time. Siro squinted in the dark, trying to hold his hands out so he wouldn't bump into anything, as he made his way through the hallways. The sound of something echoing in the vents above him gave him pause. He looked up, only to be met with 2 glowing eyes watching him from above. Siro wasted no time in turning and sprinting back the way he came. He ran into at least 3 walls on his way, but he didn't mind. It was better than being attacked by some vent monster. Mina did not like the dark. She wasn't scared of it or anything, she just wasn't a big fan of it. The power had shut off right as she was using the vending machine too, which meant she never got her chocolate bar. She was prepared to stomp back to the stands when 2 eyes met hers from out of the darkness. She spun around without a second thought. Not today, Satan. The lights in the stadium had all shut off, and this time it wasn't Denki's fault. Nobody really believed him no matter how many times he said it, but it was true. He was currently slumped against a wall, carefully not touching anything until they got the power working again. Some footsteps coming from somewhere in front of him drew his attention. Who in their right mind would be walking around in the dark like this? They turned the corner to face Denki and he was met with green glowing eyes. What are you doing? They asked and Denki screamed. They stepped closer and Denki shot up and ran, not even realizing he had activated his quirk until he ran into a wall and the lights flickered back on. Hey, would you look at that? I fixed it. Izuku was waiting for the fights to resume. The teachers, or somebody, had restored the power. Hitoshi was tracking down Power Loader, as per his promise, and most everybody else was preparing for their fights. Izuku himself was playing on his phone and half paying attention to the death currently being shown in the movie theater of his mind. Izuku! Izuku's head shot up, but he relaxed when he saw who it was. Shudo! Did you need something? Shudo seemed nervous, fiddling with his fingers, not looking Izuku in the eyes, shuffling his feet. Not exactly. Shudo finally looked at him, and Izuku knew immediately something was wrong. I think it's about time I told you what's really going on. My story at least. I'm not sure how much you already know but Shudo took a deep breath, and without meaning to Izuku held his. Shudo, do you mind if I record this? As evidence. No. Shudo shook his head. After another, much shakier, deep breath, he waited for Izuku to begin recording on his phone before he spoke. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? I think I'm going to have to move forward with plans send Endeavor to the Arctic a bit faster than I anticipated. Izuku steepled his fingers and he examined the plan he had meticulously written down in his notebook. I got your back. Hitoshi responded. But maybe we should go with plan take Endeavor down or rescue the Todoroki children instead. Those are faster, though they might need some additional planning. You're right. We'll go with both. Welcome back, folks. Present, Mike said, startling the students still meandering around the halls. We're about to resume the fights, so hurry back to your seats and for the first years still out and about, you better get back to the preparation area before it's your turn to fight. Izuku and Hitoshi scrambled through the vents, dropping out once they reached Prep Room B. It startled a few of their classmates. Two actually screamed aloud about a demon, before realizing it was Izuku and Hitoshi. The remaining 1A contestants were seated in the room turned to look at them. Before anyone could say anything, the speakers above them crackled to life and Presents Mike's much too loud voice filled the room again. Our first fight is between the first place winner of the second round, Aizawa Izuku, fighting the Rocky 1A student, Kirishima Ijuku. Oh, I guess that's me, huh? Izuku waved goodbye to Hitoshi, his mind already running through possible strategies and how to get his quirk to activate. He was so distracted he almost ran into the door, but Hitoshi, knowing his brother so well, grabbed the back of his shirt before he could knock into the door head-on. Kirishima clapped him on the shoulder as he passed. The crowd got louder as Izuku stepped out onto the field. He stood stock still for a moment, doing something he should have done in the first round. He looked up into the crowd of heroes and civilians alike, looked at all the faces watching him, all the eyes trained on this fight. He knew Hitoshi would be watching from the screen in the prep room, and Dad was up in the announcer's booth. Would Mama have watched him? If she and Papa were still alive, would they have watched him fight his way to the top? Would they have been proud? Green and red, bloodshot eyes and a kind smile that spoke of past pain and a refusal to let that harden her. Mama was so proud when he learned what his quirk was, the horror she hid when he first told her about it. Papa's face when he would help him take notes, when he said he wanted to remember the ones who died alone. Midnight repeats the rules of the fight, but Izuku knows he heard them already, so he shifts into a fighting stance. For Kirishima to use his quirk effectively, he'll have to have a lot of skin showing, making it easier for Izuku to use his quirk. Or try to at least. A voice that's not his in his brain, whispering behind his own thoughts, speaking of prophesies, premonitions, promises, possibilities. He doesn't listen. Kirishima starts to run forward, but Izuku's mind is already whirling a mile a minute, and he dodges easily. Dad moves much faster, so he's used to dodging as fast as physically possible. Kirishima moves again, but Izuku carefully wraps his hand around Kirishima's wrist and twists it behind him. Another death behind his eyes, a little girl with blue hair who screams for her mother as she dies alone in an alley. Another one for his book, another one for the shrine. Kirishima wriggles out of Izuku's grip while he concentrates, trying to use his quirk. Izuku doesn't notice the fist aimed for his stomach until it's too late, and he ends up doubled over and in some serious pain. Kirishima's punches, especially with his quirk activated, are nothing to toy around with. Izuku drops to the ground and rolls away while he gathers his thoughts. Kirishima is quick to follow, and he lets his quirk drop for a moment, since they aren't actively fighting. Izuku takes advantage of this, and grabs his ankle as tight as he can. He squeezes his eyes shut and focuses all his attention on the vision playing in his mind. He begs his quirk to work, to help him win, to do something. It complies. A fight in a forest, a lot of their classmates struggling against villains. Kirishima is there, as is Izuku. He watches as some girl springs up behind Izuku and stabs him. Blood gushes from the wound, and a couple classmates run to help. They get tangled in the fight, and the girl stabs a few more people before running off. Kirishima chases off another villains, and Bakuga helps. When they turn around, there's a pile of their classmates bleeding out on the red-stained forest floor. Izuku watches the horror bloom on his friend's face, so similar to the expression his mother would show when he told her about what he saw. Bakuga flinches, and Izuku watches his other self open his eyes to give them a wry smile. Other Izuku says something Izuku can't hear and Kirishima picks him up, along with a couple other classmates, the ones who are still alive. Everybody dies one day, the voice that is not his own says. It is only a matter of time. We all end up alone. Izuku opens his eyes to find Kirishima unconscious on the ground, Izuku's hands still wrapped around his ankle. Izuku lets himself feel guilty for a moment before midnight pulls him away to set Kirishima on a stretcher. Present Mike announces him as the winner, but Izuku almost doesn't hear, something else echoing in his head. Prophecies are meant to be fulfilled. Kirishima is fine. Izuku and his friends speed walk, Tenya won't let them run, to the infirmary to check on him as soon as they can. Hitoshi leaves soon, since his match is next, but the rest of them stay for a few minutes to talk with him. After a while Izuku finally works up the courage to ask the question that's been plaguing him since their fight. "Don't remember a thing," is Kirishima's cheery response, as if he didn't just admit to having amnesia. Izuku nods slowly. It had been the same with Bakuga, and even him at one point, hadn't it? Izuku scoots his chair over to grab his notebook off of the desk along with a pencil. He asks a few more questions, to which Kirishima responds in the same happy tone despite the vague answers. Izuku scribbles the answers down nonetheless. He's in the middle of a mutter storm when something occurs to him. "Hey, Kirishima?" said Redhead, sorry not sorry I couldn't resist, turns away from Uraraka to smile at him. "That was a good fight." Izuku says once he has his friend's attention. "You're a really tough opponent, and if my quirk hadn't activated when it did I probably would have lost." "Thanks man." Kirishima claps him on the back, and if it were before the teachers had trained him, Izuku would have folded like a noodle. "Most people say I'm too happy to be so tough, it's nice to hear something else for once." Izuku gives him a small smile. Speaking of which, Uraraka interrupts, shushing Tenya when he tries to lecture her. "What is your quirk?" Tenya quiets for a moment, a solemn look on his face. "I too wonder. You've said it's some kind of future sight, correct?" Izuku nods warily. "Then how, may I ask, did you knock Kirishima unconscious with it?" Izuku rubs the back of his neck nervously. He's not good at talking without Hitoshi by his side. "I'll tell you after the sports festival." Alright, after that dramatic fight I bet you all are ready to see something more explosive." The crowd cheers and Present Mike continues on as Hitoshi steps out onto the arena, Bakuga walking out opposite him, his permanent scowl right where it's always been. Now we have Aizawa Hitoshi, with his mysterious quirk, fighting Bakuga Katsuki, the explosive teen with some anger issues. "Let's get ready to rumble." Hitoshi looks Bakuga up and down with disdain. People like him remind Hitoshi of why he wants to be a hero, why he wants to prove everybody wrong, why he wants to show people he's not a villain. Born with a perfect quirk, a terrible personality, and has everything in life handed to him on a silver platter. Midnight began the fight before Hitoshi should finish his thought, and Bakugo didn't hesitate to fire up his explosions and propel himself at top speed towards Hitoshi, who deftly avoids it with a duck. Are you an idiot? Hitoshi can see Bakugo's eye twitch, but he doesn't respond. Someone must have warned him about Hitoshi's quirk. What? Do you just run around and explode anything that gets in your way? Oh, look at me. Big tough, testosterone-filled boy with a powerful quirk who is angry at everything. What did life ever do to you? Bakugo swings his fist around, an explosion already crackling on his palm. Hitoshi dodges again. Bet you never got bullied. You had everything you wanted handed to you. You don't know what it's like to have a quirk like mine. Bakugo shoves his hand on Hitoshi's chest. Or Izuku's. Bakugo flinches and no explosion goes off. Hitoshi, seeing his chance, dives forward in an attempt to knock his opponent off balance. Bakugo reacts, letting himself fall backwards to avoid Hitoshi's attack. He counterattacks by throwing his feet up and kicking Hitoshi's feet out from under him. You don't know what I've been through. Hitoshi is yelling now, to be heard over Bakugo's explosions. You don't know what I lived through to get here. Bakugo kicks back up, explosions on his fingertips, and charger Hitoshi, who is still splayed out on the ground. Hitoshi is better than this. He's fought people better than Bakugo, with better quirks and better skills, and he's won against those people. But right now, it's like his brain has checked out. The adrenaline is making it hard to think, and Hitoshi has been too busy focusing on winning that he hasn't been focusing on fighting well. Izuku will win. Hitoshi says, much quieter. He's already lost this, he knows. Izuku knows he's seen the worst of the world. Bakugo picks him up and prepares to toss Hitoshi out of the arena. Do me a favor, will ya? Don't underestimate him. And with that impressive display of strength, Bakugo Katsuki has won this match and moves on to the semifinals. Welcome back Tachi stage, the queen of zero gravity, Uraraka Ochako, who is taking on the king of darkness, who's assisted by his very own living shadow, Tokoyami Fumikichi. Ochako is just so excited. She had that Vine Girl form class 1B earlier and had so much fun. Hitoshi had insisted vehemently before her match that she, quote, do it for the Vine. He was even yelling that from the stands while she was fighting. How could she resist? Now she was fighting Tokoyami, arguably one of the strongest members of their class. She was ready to win this thing. First prize, here she comes. Her parents are going to be so proud. Midnight begins the match, and Dark Shadow is on her before she can even think. She tries to avoid it, and Dark Shadow hits the pavement behind her. Some of it breaks off, and Ochako has a light bulb moment. She dives for Tokoyami, who easily avoids her, but that's not the point. Dark Shadow continues to attack, and the more he misses her, the more they break the floor. She's focusing so much on getting the broken pieces into the air, she doesn't even notice she's ended up right behind Tokoyami. She blinks, startled for a minute, and reaches out. All 5 fingers press against Tokoyami before he notices she's there. By the time he's reacted, he's already floating into the sky while Ochako watches with a grin. I forfeit. Tokoyami says calmly as he floats into the sky. Forfeit? Midnight seems stunned for a moment, before shaking her head. Then Uraraka is the winner by default, and moves on to the next bracket. Ochako smiles as wide as she can. It almost hurts, being this happy. She's ready to win this thing. All right, listeners big and small. This is the last fight of this bracket. It's the Frosty Boy from Class 1A Todoroki Shudo, facing the last remaining competitor from Class 1B, Kendo Itsuka. Midnight, please get things started with the rules. The crowd cheers, repeating the same phrase as the last time Shudo fought. His mind floats back to when he told Izuku about his past, about what really happened. His right side begins to frost. He'll win without his father power if it's the last thing he does. And it begins with ill. Todoro, Shudo, Izuku stop glaring at me, I called him Shudo, freezing Kendo in another ice glacier. This seems to be his MO. Kendo is unable to battle, Shudo is the winner. That was anticlimactic compared to the last 3 battles. Alternate chapter title, The day Class 1A learned about what Izuku can and cannot have, and were all traumatized because of it. There were various food stands scattered about the U-Data premise. They were both outside and inside the arena. Cotton candy, taiyaki, candied apples, all kinds of sugary finger foods that you would find at a festival. It was only a matter of time until Izuku found them. Or, better yet, until they found Izuku. And Izuku, well equipped with his puppy dog eyes, managed to drag his family down to the food stalls. When Izuku returned, Hitoshi in tow, he was as hyped up on sugar as he had been the first time he and Hitoshi had arrived at UA, prepared to prank the heck out of everyone in the building. Only this time, it was worse. They had a ton of civilians and pro-heroes to prank instead. Class 1A was quickly roped into playing practical jokes on everyone in the stadium, though mostly Endeavor and other pro-heroes. Tenya had war flashback. Hitoshi fell asleep on the floor halfway through. It went something like this. Shudo was tired and cold. When his classmates dragged him along on what Izuku had called a class-bonding fun-time extravaganza, he didn't know what to think. Izuku was bouncing around like he was on a pogo stick, except he wasn't, and Hitoshi looked dead inside, and he may very well be, while the rest of the classmates looked mildly terrified. When Izuku began proposing they prank Shudo's father, well, he wasn't against it. Izuku was talking faster than what should, theoretically, be possible. Though when it came to Izuku, Shudo wasn't sure what was and wasn't possible anymore. Eventually Izuku's talking turned to mumbling, which proceeded to get quieter and quieter until nobody could understand him anymore. Hitoshi calmly tapped his brother on the shoulder, but Izuku didn't seem to notice. Hitoshi sighed. Well, guess that's over. At everybody's questioning looks, he elaborated. Izuku's stuck in a mumble storm now. There's nothing we can do to get his attention. He'll have to snap himself out of it or we'll have to wait until he's done. The class, being the absolute chaos lovers and troublemakers they are, took that as a challenge. Uraraka shook Izuku by his shoulders. He didn't react. Mina straight up jumped onto Izuku's back, arms wrapped around his neck and legs wrapping around his torso. Izuku didn't even flinch. Kaminari gave him a small shock, though Ida kept him from doing it more than once. Izuku's eye twitched, but he didn't react other than that. Tsuyu stuck her tongue in his ear. She regretted it immediately. Izuku did not notice. A few of them, Kuda, Ojiro, and Satu, took turns poking him in various places, his arm, his face, his chest, but they garnered no reaction. Bakugo blasted a couple explosions by his ears. Still nothing. Finally Hitoshi wandered off with an "I told you so," and Shudo took the chance to step up. He started by letting some frost run along Izuku's arm. Nothing too bad, certainly not enough to harm him. Nothing. With only some hesitation, Shudo brought his left hand up and lit a flame in front of Izuku's face. Izuku's eyes snapped up to his with a bright smile, startling everyone, Shudo included. Wow. Is that the left side of your quirk, Shudo? Izuku prodded at the flame, and Shudo kept it lit despite its purpose having been served. I wonder what else you could do with it. Since you have both ice and fire, you could probably regulate your temperature pretty well. It would be super useful in a fight and dash. I don't want to use my father fire in a fight. Shudo whispered so only Izuku could hear. Right. Izuku's smile was tight now, and Shudo felt a stab of guilt in his chest. Hitoshi was located a few minutes later, asleep on a table in the prep room, a half-empty can of coffee next to him. Izuku bounced into the room first, the rest of the class following behind him in a more orderly fashion, thank goodness. Tenya felt an odd sense of dread as Izuku approached his brother. Oh, is that coffee? He asked, eyeing the can. He picked it up, and Hitoshi quickly sat up in his seat. Hey Toshi, can I have some? Izuku bounced in place as Hitoshi blinked the sleep from his eyes. I'll take that as a yes. Izuku said cheerily. Tenya was about to scold him. It didn't matter if it was his brother, he should wait for a proper answer before just taking something. Unfortunately, he didn't get the chance, as the moment Izuku took a drink, Hitoshi fell out of his seat trying to stop him. Yum. Haven't had coffee in a while. There was a terrible sense of foreboding in the air as Hitoshi looked on in horror. As Izuku bounced around the room, happily chatting with anyone who would take the time to talk to him, Tenya watched Hitoshi pull out his phone and call somebody. "Dad?" Hitoshi asked, and Tenya knew he was speaking with their teacher. It was still odd, thinking about Aizawa-sensei as both his teacher and his friend's parent. "Code Red, I repeat, Code Red." A short pause and Hitoshi's voice shifted to a horrified whisper. "Izuku's had so much candy and coffee. The moment the caffeine kicks in, we're done for." Tenya thought back to Izuku hyperactivity, the candy he had been snacking on during the fights, and how Hitoshi and Aizawa-sensei has been very careful to never allow Izuku to drink any coffee. "I can't tie him up. Not here at least." Hitoshi hissed into his phone, drawing Tenya's attention back to the present. He still has another fight, maybe 2 more? Though he felt bad for eavesdropping, Tenya felt it was important to assist his classmates and friends in any way he could. Sure, Zero could tape him up until then, but then all that energy would just build up, and his next match would be a disaster. He got caught in a mutter storm already. I still don't know what snapped him out of it. If we let him lose on a classmate, who knows what will happen. Tenya cleared his throat, and Hitoshi's eyes snapped up to him. "I may be able to help." "Hey Dad?" "Tenya says he can help." Hitoshi nodded, and Tenya assumed Aizawa was telling him something, though he was careful not to eavesdrop any longer. "When Midnight has to knock him out because he's too hyper, you're getting blamed." "By Dad." Hitoshi tucked his phone back in his pocket, slapped his hands on the table, looked Tenya right in the eye, and asked, "So what's the plan? What have you got?" Izuku was practically vibrating with energy when they got Uraraka to float him up into the corner of the room where he couldn't cause any damage until the sugar caffeine high wore off. Later, when someone asks why there's not 1, not 2, but 5 footprints on the ceiling, Class 1A will laugh nervously and carefully hide any coffee or sugary snack somewhere Izuku would never look. With the broccoli. The rest of the intermission was spent keeping a careful eye on Izuku as he bounced off the walls, literally, and tried to play pranks while floating through the air. Shudo continuously got stuck with Izuku watch duty, as he was the only one who could distract their classmate long enough to get him back in the prep room with the least amount of damages. Eventually they just get Zero to wrap him in tape and call it a day. They later present him with a trophy Yaoyorozu made, which very kindly names him the best Izuku watch man. Shudo is flattered but firmly says he is never doing that again. The rest of the class agrees. Well, we return after the brief intermission. I heard some of the Hero Course kids got in a fair amount of trouble in between matches, but that's none of my business. Stop gossiping, Mike, and get on with the tournament. Right. Now we have Aizawa Izuku, who's made it this far while only using his quirk once, which is amazing, versus Bakugo Katsuki, the explosive Hero Course student. When these 2 strong classmates face off, who will come out the winner? You'll have to pay attention to find out. Katsuki is scared. He shouldn't be. Fear is for those 2-bit extras who can't hold their own in a fight. Fear is for the weaklings who will only prove to be stepping stones for Katsuki. He's strong, he always has been. He's the toughest guy there is, and his quirk is perfect for heroics. He's going to beat everyone, show them he's the best, and become the #1 hero. But he's not going to beat everyone, is he? Because this little shrimp with green hair who nerds out about quirks beat him fair and square. Katsuki doesn't remember what happened exactly. When he tries to think about it, it's like trying to pull up something that doesn't exist. Or rather, something that does exist but is being held back. What he does remember is the fear. The pure, unadulterated fear that had filled him the last time he fought the nerd. Katsuki is scared, because whatever happened last time was enough that Katsuki's mind wouldn't let him remember it. It was scary enough, horrifying enough, traumatizing enough that Katsuki couldn't even remember it. And the only thing worse than being scared is not knowing why. Izuku wasn't as nervous as he thought he'd be. All the sugar and coffee actually helped his nerves, since with all the extra energy, he could do 12 things at once and keep his mind occupied. Only now he couldn't do that, because the fight was upon him and, trapped to a chair, snarling lips, angry red eyes, dusty blonde hair. A crusty man in front of him, hand outstretched, screams and laughter and the stench of blood in the air. dust falling to the ground and the loss of a classmate, a future hero, a friend. The fight begins and Izuku shifts into a fighting stance. Bakugo does the same across from him. Nobody moves. Red eyes stare right through him. Izuku takes a step forward, then another. He runs towards Bakugo, and explosions begin to crackle as soon as Izuku moves. When Izuku moved to hit him, he dodges, sending an explosion in Izuku's direction. Izuku takes a moment to think. Bakugo is very carefully avoiding touching him. Bakugo is chained to a chair in the middle of a dark, sparsely decorated room. Izuku plays with the idea that Bakugo is avoiding him. He tries to grab him a few more times, and each time he is dodged and exploded away. Bakugo looks up surprised, and for a moment Izuku thinks he can see him. It's not the first time Izuku's seen someone die. It's not the first time he's fighting someone he's watched die. It is, however, the first time he's fighting someone who Izuku has used his quirk on. Izuku watches with barely contained horror as his new classmate disintegrates before his eyes. By some slide of luck, Izuku wraps his hand around Bakugo's bicep and his opponent freezes. Izuku stares wide-eyed as Bakugo tenses and squeezes his eyes shut and, is that fear? Is Bakugo scared of him? Izuku watches the death playing behind his eyes, someone guy in a suit who is poisoned in an office, and he blinks. Does he remember? He shouldn't. Nobody else remembered. He didn't remember before. Does Bakugo remember? The voice in his head that is not his own whispers in the back of his mind. Does he remember? Izuku pushes Bakugo, and his eyes snap open. If you're going to fight me, Izuku says, looking his opponent right in the eye. Fight with everything you've got. Red eyes meet green. Red eyes meet green. Bakugo grins, wide, practically feral. Izuku grins, an evil glint in his eyes. Explosions fill the air with smoke and Izuku ducks away to avoid taking one to the face. Blood drips down the side of his face, and another death plays behind his eyes. Somewhere in the stand someone yells, Dad is talking with present mic, Hitoshi is cheering with the rest of their class, the heroes are watching with bated breaths. Midnight is standing, ready to intervene. Bakugo is across from him, in a fighting stance once again, palms open and wide. They fight. I swear, his only goal is to give me a heart attack. Shota rubbed his temples, setting aside the empty coffee cup. It sits on a table beside 3 others just like it. I'm going to need 12 more cups before this tournament is over. The sugar incident earlier had already caused enough trouble. Now he's having a heart-to-heart with Bakugo in the middle of a fight? How much more trouble can he get in? Wait, no, he's going to jinx himself. Oh, look at that. Bakugo charges in with another explosion and Izuku rolls out of the way. When did he end up on the floor? Yamada's yelling next to him is not doing his headache any favors. Izuku has tripped Bakugo. Maybe all this running around isn't such a smart idea. It's hard to see with all the smoke, but, oh, Midnight is waving her whip. Is this it? Bakugo has stepped out of bounds, he loses by default. Izuku is the winner and moves on to the finals. Did you hear that, Shota? Your son has made it to the final fight of the final round in his first sports festival? And we still don't really know what his quirk is. Yeah. Shota mutters, watching as Izuku walks off the field, and angry, explosive Bakugo trailing behind him. Izuku is laughing and bouncing, the sugar and caffeine still in his system. His eyes are glowing as they always are, and Shota can see even from here. Next, welcome back onto the field everyone's favorite icy fighter, Todoroki Shudo, facing the Queen of Zero Gravity, the Princess of Space, the Duchess of, I can't think of another space reference, so here's Uraraka Ochako. Everybody clap. Cheer. The two of them are getting into place. Midnight is repeating the rules again. I bet that gets old fast. Shudo is just standing there while Uraraka is getting ready to fight. Midnight is stepping away. Let the battle begin. And it's over. This really is his MO, isn't it? Just freezing his opponents in a block of ice. But it seems his glaciers have gotten smaller and smaller each time. Will he be able to use the same move in the finals against Izuku? Seems like we'll have to wait to find out. Shudo. Shudo pauses. He was on his way to the prep rooms, but his father's voice behind him makes him hesitate. Father, your performance so far has been disappointing. You would win much easier if you would simply use your fire. That's dash. They both startle when a blur of green falls out from the vent above them. Izuku lands neatly on the ground in a crouch, and he bounces back up so fast both Shudo and his father have to take a step back. Shudo! It's obvious there are still traces of sugar and caffeine in his friend's system, since he's usually not this energetic. I was watching your fight with my dad and Hitoshi and I dash. Izuku doesn't seem to notice Endeavor at first, but it's obvious when he does notice because he stops talking in the middle of his sentence. The bubbly look on his face fades to one disdain. Shudo stares in slight awe as Izuku scowls at his father. What are you doing here? Shudo swears he's never heard Izuku use that emotionless voice before. He knows for certain he never wants to hear it again, especially not directed at him. I'm his father and the number 2 pro hero. I have the right to be anywhere I please. Endeavor scowls right back, and to Shudo's surprise Izuku doesn't so much as flinch. I can have a fire extinguisher here in less than 30 seconds, don't think I won't do it again. It almost sounds like Izuku is threatening Endeavor. Shudo watches as his father grimaces, his flames shrinking for a moment. He scowls down at Izuku. It's almost funny, Izuku blank-faced and staring up at Endeavor unflinching, and Endeavor clearly upset because of this boy who is half his height. The higher you stand, the farther you fall. Watch your back, Todoroki Enji. Endeavor snarls and stomps away, leaving Shudo and Izuku there on their own. Shudo! Izuku's demeanor changes in less than a second, from the empty, dead gaze that could scare a hardened criminal, to a bubbly smile and glowing eyes. I was watching your fight, and I noticed something and I could just ask you about it, but if it's uncomfortable then feel free to stop me. Go ahead. Izuku deserves to ask whatever he wants after scaring off his father like that. Izuku's face turns serious again, but still pleasant, nothing like the scary look he'd given Shudo's father. I know you said you'd never use your fire in a fight, but surely you've noticed. You're freezing, Shudo. You can't go on like this much longer. You'll end up with frostbite at this rate. You won't be able to pull off one of those big ice attack on me, not without seriously harming yourself. I won't use his fire. Not now, not ever. Shudo, that's not dash. Izuku squints, looking Shudo up and down. You can't dash. Izuku, I won't. I can't. Izuku is quiet, which is unusual in this scenario. Alright, see you on the battlefield. Welcome to the finals, everybody. This is a big fight, I'm sure you've all been looking forward to it. Aizawa Izuku, who has made it this far, even against strong opponents, is fighting the one, the only, Todoroki Shudo, the son of the flame hero Endeavor. Izuku faces Shudo. Ice red with blood. Blue flames and the memory of a boy long lost to the world. White hair streaked with red and frost-bitten fingertips. Red and white hair, split, frost and flames. A haunted past and an oppressed future. Ice came barreling for him, not nearly as much as there had been in the first round. Izuku jumped over it easily enough. Shudo! Shudo is standing across from him, shaking, clearly freezing. Shudo, why are you letting him control you? Shudo grimaced as he sent another wave of ice, even weaker. You say you won't use your fire because of your father, but all I'm seeing is you letting him control you even more. White hair stained with blood, too late, too late, too late. What happens when you have to save someone and your ice isn't enough? What happens when somebody dies because you refuse to fight using your fire? Nice. Another dodge. It's a dance of attack and dodge. Izuku is screaming now. I won't use his quirk. I won't. Shudo yells too. What is wrong with you? Izuku runs at him, and Shudo is too frozen to evade him. Izuku grabs his friend by his shoulder, his left shoulder. Izuku shakes him, and he briefly wonders what he looks like right now, in this moment. Blood and fire and feathers, fighting for those around them, fighting for their lives, fighting with everything they have. If you stand for nothing, Shudo, then what will you fall for? Izuku pushes into his friend's mind, the scenes playing behind his eyes become real, if for only a moment. They're surrounded by classmates staring with blank glassy eyes. Izuku and Shudo are in the middle, Izuku clutching his friend's shoulder, just like they were in the fight. Blood drips from wounds on their heads, arm, chests, legs. Clothes are torn apart, burnt, dust on the ground. Ice encases Shudo's feet, and like a puppet whose strings have been cut, he falls to the ground, gasping for air. What is this? What's going on? Where are we? Shudo manages between breaths. The future, or one version of it. Izuku answers. He doesn't know how he knows that, but he does. It's like information he knows forever, though it's long been forgotten. This is what happens when you don't give your all. People die, Shudo. The scene around them shifts. Izuku watches as death after death plays around them. Their teachers, their classmates, their friends, their family, civilians, other heroes. Person after person dies as Izuku and Shudo sit there on the ground. By not using your quirk, you're only giving him more power over you. But my mother, I don't want to use his dash. It's your quirk, isn't it? Izuku's composure breaks and he yells once again. Sorry, it's just dash. He takes a deep breath. If you want to be a hero, if you want to show him you can be something great without him, then what better way to do that than to use your quirk, the one he tried so hard to control, and use it the way you want to. In front of them the scene changes to a hospital. On a bed, a woman with long white hair and familiar gray eyes stares down at a photo of her family. Shudo's eyes widen, he clearly recognizes her, but Izuku doesn't question it. A tear leaks from her eyes as she sets the photo down and lays back, eyes closing. Is she alive? Did she die? Am I too late? Shudo clutches at Izuku's arm, panic in his eyes. White hair mixed with red. Red eyes stricken with panic and terrified. Reaching hands and arms covered in bandages. The similarities are too much to ignore. She's fine, Izuku says, patting his friend on the back. Like I said, this is only a future possibility. A prophecy, a promise, a premonition, a possibility. Always a possibility. Shudo stays silent for a moment, letting go of Izuku. Do you think I could do that? Shudo, I think you can do anything. Shudo blinks and the dead people are gone. The arena is back, with the cheering crowds, their classmates alive and well in the stands, present Mike very loudly wondering what's going on, his father up in the stands, arms crossed and a scowl etched into his face, and Izuku, on the ground in front of him, wide glowing green eyes trained on Shudo. His left side bursts into flames and Izuku, being the maniac he is, bursts into laughter right along with it. Shudo grins and they both stand up. The ice on his right side melts away, and Shudo feels better than ever. Izuku backs up as the flames grow higher and higher. Shudo dodges a punch aimed for his left side, and swings his right arm around. They fight like this, punching, kicking, dodging, until Shudo has Izuku backed against a wall of ice. With a smile not befitting the situation, Izuku raises his hands and laughs once again. I give. When Midnight announces Shudo as the winner, Izuku tackles him in a hug and they fall to the ground together laughing. Shudo stands up on the first place pedestal as All Might places a gold medal around his neck. Beneath him Izuku is standing looking much too happy for someone who just lost. When he notices Shudo's gaze on him, his smile widens and he shoots Shudo a thumbs up. Shudo returns the smile. You did it. Izuku mouths. Shudo has never been prouder. All right, you miscreants, shut up and get in your seats. The class chatter silences the moment Shudo walks in. 2 seats are suspiciously empty. Hitoshi, Izuku, you have 5 seconds to get in your seats before I expel you. There was some shuffling noises from the vents before a rope fell out and Izuku and Hitoshi climbed down. Well, Hitoshi climbed down, Izuku fell out and landed on his desk. Today we're doing something I'm totally not qualified to help with, picking your hero names. Midnight is here to help. At his cue, Midnight threw open the door. Shota zipped his sleeping bag and flopped into the corner, closing his eyes and slowing his breathing so it would look like he's asleep. No matter how tempting it may be to take this chance to sleep, he wants to listen in as they plan their hero names. especially when it comes to his kids. They've been working on their hero personas for years, but they never chose a name, which just makes Shota even more curious. He was not disappointing, especially when it came to their reactions when Midnight announced they had to present their names. Some weren't bad, like Uraraka choosing Uravity, Kirishima choosing Red Riot, and Shuji choosing Tentacle. Some were debatable, like Ishido choosing Pinky after Alien Queen got sheet down, Hagakure choosing Invisible Girl, Ojiro going with Tailman, and Jiro choosing Earphone Jack. A few were straight up awful, like Bakuga's King and Lord Explosion Murder, Aoyama choosing I Can't Stop Twinkling, and Tenya and Todoroki using their own names. Finally, after the rest of the class had announced their names, Hitoshi was called up to the front of the class. He stared at his board for a moment, as if reconsidering, before flipping it around. The underground hero, mind blank. The class clapped, Izuku more enthusiastically than the rest of the class combined. I don't want villains figuring on my quirk too easily, so I didn't want to use anything too specific. It's perfect. I love it. Midnight clapped along with the class. Go sit down now, it's your brother's turn. Izuku let his feet drag as he walked as slow as he possibly could to the front of the room. Shota opened his eyes, sure the class was too focused on Izuku to notice him awake. He'd have to lecture them about that later, but for now it worked in his favor. Izuku looked blankly at Midnight, who was excitedly gesturing he stand in front of the class. With his Izuku size, he held up his board and spun it around. The life-saving hero, Kano. Izuku said with no explanation, before dropping his board and returning to his seat. Shota barely caught the wink Izuku sent his way. Shota grinned. Both names were much better than he had anticipated. Shiro, Denki, and Mina had been on their way to meet up with Kirishima and Bakugo for lunch when they were intercepted by a large group of upperclassmen. We heard you were chosen. One of them said solemnly. Behind them the rest nodded in unison. Chosen? Mina asked, ever the extrovert. Yes. They answered. Chosen by the Vent Cryptid. We heard that during the sports festival, they made a reappearance, and that you three had a direct encounter with them, even speaking to them. Well, it was more like them speaking to me. Denki said. I kinda just screamed and ran. Chosen. The upperclassmen whispered in awe. Come with us. All three of them were grabbed by their arms and pulled into the crowd of students. With how many were there, the whole school could have been in on the Who Cryptid thing. What you are about to see is to be kept from the teachers no matter what. With that, the students let go of Denki, Mina, and Shiro. A door in front of them opened and they were unceremoniously shoved in. The room was a club room filled with students of all ages. One wall was completely taken up by photos, printed news articles, and other miscellaneous papers, all connected with red yarn. Todoroki was standing in front of it looking serious. A table in the corner across from the door had a couple laptops surrounded by at least 4 people per screen. A printer was situated next to the door, and trash bins filled with paper and yarn next to the printer. What alternate dimension did we just walk into? Denki asked as he and Mina tentatively stepped further into the room. We've been searching for the cryptid for years. A voice behind them said, I'm Hadanijire, nice to meet you, little kuhais. Welcome to the club. You might have heard of us. We run a HeroTube channel and news website detailing the UA cryptids. I'm the president, but the cryptid has been around much longer than this club. Mina interrupted with a half of her hand. Wait, you run that UA HeroTube channel? Yep. Hada said, popping the P. We'd like to interview you, have you recount your interaction with the cryptid. Until now, they have never appeared off UA grounds, so now that they've appeared at the sports festival we have to add this information to the official website. We'd also like to hire you to help us track down the cryptid, but that's not as important so I thought I'd save that for last. We're in. All three said at the same time. Good. Hadu said. Let me show you around. Mina was sitting on a desk as Nijire set up the camera. When the light turned red, the filming had started. Welcome back to UA News. Today, as always, we're hunting down the UA Vent Cryptid. Nijire backed away from the camera, handing it off to another student who was the designated cameraman. Today I am joined by Ashido Mina. Mina waves as Nijire gestured to her. Who had direct contact with the cryptid during the last sports festival? You may recognize her from the last interview. Nijire grabbed a folder from the table and flipped through it. For those of you just joining us, the UA vent cryptid is a mysterious being who appears to live in the vents here at UA High School. 8 years ago they appeared via loud noises in the vents and glowing eyes watching from the shadows. Since then, various UA students have been searching for concrete proof that this cryptid is real and does exist. She held up a picture of 2 green dots that could be seen through the vent grates. The best we've got is some pictures of their eyes. As such, the search continues. Mina snapped her fingers. You know what? We should talk to these 2 kids in my class, Hitoshi and Izuku. Nijire nodded sagely. Aizawa's children. Yeah. They like to crawl through the vents, and a lot of people call them vent cryptids, so maybe they've met the cryptid. A reasonable conclusion. Mirio said from behind the camera. Off we go to find the mysterious first years. The 3 of them ran around the school, running into teachers and classmates alike, but they never found the 2 they were looking for. Every now and then the camera would soot to the vents to catch an odd noise or a couple of glowing green dots. Eventually they ran into Aizawa, who freely admitted he had no idea where his sons had gone. As they ran into other students, their group of 3 grew. First was Denki, who began following them after Mina texted him. The second was Mirio's friend, who hid his face against a wall whenever the camera came anywhere near him. Some 1B students joined them after that, followed by Ochako, Kirishima, and Siro. By the time Nijire decided they ought to call it a day, their group had expanded to more than 10 people. Izuku and Hitoshi appeared just after they turned off the camera and everyone groaned in frustration. But 3. Picking a hero to intern with is tough. Hitoshi complained as he and Izuku sorted through page after page of internship offers. Izuku had much more than him, but Hitoshi was the one complaining. Izuku sat cross-legged on his bed while Hitoshi was sprawled out on the floor, papers scattered around him. Who am I supposed to pick? The only response he received was a hum and the sound of paper shuffling. Aiza, did you hear me? I said, who am I supposed to choose? Again, Izuku only hummed vaguely in response. Come on. Aren't you supposed to be the one who's good tea analysis? I suppose. Izuku mumbled, half as an answer and half to himself. Hitoshi took advantage of that and activated his quirk. Soon Izuku was seated on the floor beside Hitoshi with absolutely no clue how he got there. Fine, I'll help you. I don't understand why you don't just work with Dad again. I know you still need practice with your capture weapon. You don't have to call me out like that. Hitoshi exclaimed, clutching his chest dramatically. Yeah, whatever. Izuku rolled his eyes and turned his attention to the scattered papers on the floor. You have some pretty good offers here. You did get pretty far in the tournament after all. Edge shot is probably your best bet, besides Dad, of course. Of course. Hitoshi imitated in a voice scarily similar to his brother's. You're the one who asked for my help, but if you're going to be that way then I guess I won't help you. Izuku stood up and dropped the papers he was holding onto Hitoshi, successfully obscuring his vision. Fine. I guess I'll go with edge shot. Hitoshi grumbled, brushing the papers off his face. Who are you going with, Mr. Smart Guy? Izuku winked at him, mischief in his eyes. You'll just have to wait and see. Shota knew something was up when Izuku and Hitoshi were already in their seats looking as innocent as ever the moment he walked into the classroom. Izuku looked like he hadn't slept in a week, with bags under his eyes big enough to carry the Eiffel Tower. Behind him, Hitoshi looked worried as he kept glancing between Shota and Izuku. Shota only got more worried when Izuku stood up and promptly collapsed. He hasn't slept in ages, Dad. Hitoshi said as he lifted his brother up off the floor, purposefully ignoring the concerned looks from their classmates. I think he's having nightmares again. Do you think he saw something during the sports festival and didn't tell us about it? Sounds like something he'd do. Shota sighed. Bring him to Recovery Girl. Todoroki approached him after class. Sir, I may know something about what you think Izuku saw during the sports festival. Well, actually, it's something he showed me. I also have a few questions about his quirk. Wait, wait, wait. Shota held up his hand, effectively silencing the boy. Let me get this right. Izuku used his quirk on you? Todoroki nodded. And you saw something? Another nod. And you didn't pass out and forget everything? Shota pinched the bridge of his nose when Todoroki nodded again. This could be the miracle we were looking for, or it could end horribly. I guess we'll have to find out. Shota stood up and began to leave, gesturing for Todoroki to follow him. Izuku's quirk is complicated, Shota said as they walked. He said at the beginning of the year it was a future vision of sorts. That's not entirely wrong. I don't want to have to explain this twice, so you'll have to wait until the rest of the class is here. Todoroki nodded and remained silent the rest of the walk. They reached the infirmary soon after that, only to find Izuku sitting on a bed reading a book while Hitoshi sat in a chair beside him looking done. Izuku, Shota said, in lieu of greeting. What happened? Izuku laughed nervously, a telltale sign that something bad had happened and he didn't want to tell them. Nothing really. Nothing big, at least. Certainly not anything bad enough to warrant sending me to the nurse's office. Shota gave him a look, and eventually Izuku crumbled. I saw them dead again, our classmates, my parents. The nightmares are just the usual stuff. You guys are dying in front of me and I can't do anything to help. To save you. Izuku takes a shuddering breath and Shota is beside him before he can even register he's moving. He hugs his son like a drowning man hugs a life jacket. Hitoshi joins them too. You can always tell us, you know? Shota mumbles as best he can with his face pressed into his kid's hair. We're always here, we aren't going anywhere anytime soon. Izuku doesn't respond, but Shota knows he had because he can feel the tears soaking his shirt. Are you going to tell your classmates about your quirk, or do I have to? Izuku pulls away slightly, laughing. Through his tears. I'll do it, Dad, don't worry. They stay like that for a few minutes at least, just hugging each other, reassuring Izuku that they are there and alive. The class was all in their chairs when they returned. Instead of moving to take their own seats, Hitoshi and Izuku stood at the front of the classroom with Shota. I know a lot of you are curious about my quirk. Izuku began and Bakugo flinched almost imperceptibly. I think it's only fair that I tell you all the truth. Especially after what happened during the sports festival in a couple of my fights. He takes a deep breath, and Hitoshi wraps an arm around his shoulders. I told you my quirk is a foresight quirk, but that's not the whole truth. My quirk is kinda messed up and really complicated. I've only had to explain it once before, so this probably won't make much sense, but if you have questions could you wait till I finish? There were a few scattered yes and okay from the class and Izuku continued on. I see only certain pieces of the future. Mainly I see when somebody dies. It's usually someone important either to me or the world. I don't see when they actually die, it's more like I see times in the future where they could die. Like if something went wrong at this one moment, that person would die. It kinda works like a little movie theater in my brain that's always running except when I'm sleeping. Only, this theater is playing people dying 24. I can turn it off while I'm awake, but it takes a lot of energy and effort so I don't do it unless I need to focus on something really important. Todoroki raised his hand and Izuku offered him a wry smile. So what you showed me during our fight was just a possible way they died? Yeah. Izuku nodded. That's why I said not to worry. They aren't dead yet, and won't be for a while if I have anything to say about it. That sounds awful. Uraraka exclaimed, jumping out of her seat. You've seen people you love die? And you can't turn it off. She rushed forward and crashed into Izuku and Hitoshi, wrapping the both of them up in a hug. Is that what the nightmares Hitoshi mentioned earlier were about? Izuku, that's so sad. She could almost compete with Izuku for most emotional with how much she was crying. Izuku! Ashido wailed, following Uraraka's lead and joining their little group hug. The rest of the class trickled forward, until everyone was wrapped up in a giant 1A group hug. At some point Shota was dragged in with them. That's how the next teacher found them, standing in the front of the room in a tangle of limbs and tears with Izuku in the middle. Bonus. So, Izuku, about your parents, your mother specifically dash. Shudo, I don't know which hero you think is my mother this time, but I can tell you with utmost certainty you're wrong. I'm not even Dad's biological child, and both my birth parents are dead. Stop guessing. But Hitoshi Dash. His birth parents are dead and the foster parents he had were awful. But what if Dash? I'm leaving now, Shudo. When I return you better be done. Izuku. Yeah, Dad? I saw who you were planning to intern with. And why? Shota received no response. Boy. Endeavor stared down at Izuku with contempt evident in his eyes. He wasn't even trying to hide it. What are you doing here? Here being the front door of the Endeavor Hero Agency, standing with his hero suit and an overnight bag. I'm interning with Shudo, was Izuku's cheery response. Or did you forget? I didn't forget. Endeavor snarled. Shudo watched this interaction with confusion and a slight smug grin. No matter how much his father hated Izuku, there wasn't anything he could do without drawing unwanted negative attention to himself. Hurry up and come inside, we have a lot of work to do. Endeavor stomped away, and after shooting Shudo a quick smile, Izuku followed. They passed a few sidekicks on the way, and Shudo watched as Izuku paused at each one to marvel at their quirk. Safe to say, by the time Izuku and Shudo reached Endeavor's office, almost the whole staff had met Izuku, and they had all collectively decided he needed to be protected at all costs. They didn't even know his quirk yet. I've been working on hunting down the hero killer. You two are going to help me while you're here. Shudo had been nervous when Izuku told him he planned to intern with Endeavor, but now, seeing how Izuku interacted with the rest of the sidekicks and even Shudo's father, he realized he had nothing to worry about. If anyone should be worried, it's Endeavor. Endeavor, Izuku, and Shudo patrol Hosu for hours upon hours that day. Endeavor doesn't pause much, and Izuku is barely able to keep up with him and Shudo, but he doesn't regret interning with them. Especially not when one of the sidekicks show them to the room they'll be staying in for the duration of the internship. 2 words. Bunk beds. Shudo flops onto a bottom bunk while Izuku bounces around the room examining the windows, beds, and vents. He tosses his duffel bag onto a random bunk. I cannot believe you. Shudo mutters, face pressed into his pillow. I thought you were joking when you said you were going to intern with my father. You should know me better than that by now. Izuku says, though his words are almost too quiet to hear. Most of his attention is focused on unscrewing the vent grate. Everyone knows vents go through the entire building, even Endeavor office, which means if he can get into the vents, Izuku can get anywhere. What are you planning? Izuku doesn't respond as he pulls back the grate as quietly as he can. We just spent all day chasing after my father, whatever you're doing it can wait till tomorrow. Izuku gives a non-committal hum and continues to work even as Shudo goes to sleep. For the next few hours, Izuku crawls about the mostly empty building, opening up vents and unscrewing grates until he has access to every room. Endeavor walks into next morning and unlocks his office only to find it covered in silly string, with no proof of entry. The second day is less running around and more actual training. One of the sidekicks, Burnin, offers to help Shudo with his fire while Endeavor continues to look for the hero killer. Izuku takes the chance to run around and study every quirk he came across. Some sidekicks who were less busy than others let him ask questions, even demonstrating some things. It was, of course, inevitable that at some point Izuku would say more than he should have, or just say the wrong thing. You aren't fireproof though, are you? The intern he was currently talking to looked startled to have Izuku pop out of nowhere, notebook in hand. Your fire quirk is really cool and strong, but it doesn't make you fireproof. Izuku continued to talk, not giving the intern a chance to even answer. You've died approximately 12 times, 5 times because of fire-related injuries or accidents. That wouldn't be possible if you were fireproof. Izuku ended up having to explain his own quirk to the poor, traumatized intern. Izuku went to bed at an appropriate time that night, at Shudo's insistence. It didn't stay that way. Izuku woke up drenched in sweat, a scream climbing its way up his throat. He held his breath, he didn't want to wake up Shudo or bother anybody else. Shadows moved in his peripheral and Izuku shot out of bed. His bag was tucked beneath the bed, and Izuku fumbled to get it out as he panicked. With shaky hands, Izuku undid the zipper and grabbed his phone from where it sat at the top. He dialed a number he knew by heart as quickly as he could. Behind him, Shudo shifted in his bed. "Dad." Izuku's voice cracked, the tears sitting on the edges of his eyes threatening to spill. "Dad. You've reached Aizawa's voicemail. I can't or didn't pick up the phone right now, so leave a message. Or don't. And Yamada, if it's you calling and it's about a bug, just hang up and call someone else." Izuku's breath hitched. Blood, so much blood, too much to be alive, the glint of a knife in the moonlight, 2 figures, classmates, friends, gone just like that, not quick enough to save them, stuck on the ground. His fault. Gentle fingers pried the phone from his grip, a warm hand sitting on his shoulder. "You have nightmares about it, huh?" Shudo asked, sitting down beside Izuku on the floor. "About things you see because of your quirk?" Izuku managed a weak nod. "I have nightmares too. About my mom and my siblings. About my father. Did I tell you about Tuya?" Shudo wrapped Izuku up in a hug and Izuku pressed his face into his friend's shirt. White hair, black hair, blue flames eating away at skin, burning flesh and singed clothes, angry blue eyes, gone. "Tuya left a while ago, he ran away. I wish I was brave enough to leave, but I would always worry. About Fuyumi, my sister, and about mother." Izuku gripped Shudo's shirt. "You're alive," he whispered. "They're all alive, they're fine." They stayed that way, on the floor in their own little bubble, until the sun began to rise and Izuku's tears began to dry. The third day Izuku and Shuto rejoined Endeavor in Hosu. They remained there late into the night. They were there when the screams erupted from the other side of the city. They were there when the Nomu appeared, running amok and causing panic and mass destruction. They were there when Manuel ran past, searching for his intern, searching for Tenya. They were there when Izuku put 2 and 2 together. "Shuto!" Izuku screamed, and Shudo turned to look at him from where he was fighting off a Nomu with Endeavor. "Shudo, hero killer, come with me, find Tenya." Shudo couldn't make out everything that Izuku was yelling, but from what he could hear, he knew something bad was going on. The two ran off to find themselves a serial killer. Stain is standing over Tenya, brandishing his knife when Izuku arrives. Shudo had stayed behind a bit longer to warn some of the pro-heroes. Izuku sent him his location the moment he saw Stain, and shifted into a fighting stance. "Another child?" Stain complained. "When will you children learn?" Stain pointed his knife at Izuku. "This society needs to be purged, and if you stand in my way I will not hesitate to kill you as well." Izuku's eyes shot between Tenya, who lay on the ground bleeding, seemingly unable to move, and Native, who was slumped against a wall, also bleeding and frozen. So many chances to die, the voice that is not his own says, "So many times you've seen this go wrong." Izuku runs forwards. He may not have super speed. Stain jumps away from Tenya in order to avoid Izuku. Stain is fast, like Dad, so Izuku will have to rely on his reflexes to keep up with him. At least until backup arrives. He may not have telekinesis. Izuku sends a kick in the direction of Stain's knees, but he avoids it and slashes at Izuku with his knife. Izuku ducks away, just barely avoiding getting cut. He may not have a strong quirk. Izuku falls to the ground after getting an elbow to the side. He coughs a few times and stumbles back up. He stands tall, bruised and bleeding in a few places, but alive. "Give up, child. You're no match for me." But he's helped people. He's saved lives. He's been a hero. "I won't," Izuku says, his voice rough from overexertion. "I won't give up. A hero wouldn't give up." His breathing is labored, still he faces Stain with a wry smile. "Tenya is my friend, Native is a hero. If I don't at least try to save them, I would never forgive myself. I won't back down, hero killer, because I'm going to save them if it's the last thing I do in life." Blood dripping from his cheek, bruises marring his arms and legs, a testament to the effort he's put into this fight. Blood is matted into his hair, though there is no obvious injury to justify its presence. His eyes glow as bright as ever, and in the dark of the ally they stand out, a toxic green against dangerous red. eyes filled with terror, hate, and a fearsome power. "This is my family." Izuku growls, hands clenched. "You are not allowed to take them, hero killer." Izuku spit some blood out and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He looked positively feral. "I will not let you take them. You should know by now, Stain. Prophecies are meant to be fulfilled." "What's your name, child?" Stain asks, lowering his blade for a moment to look Izuku in the eye. "You can call me Kano." Izuku grins, and the alley fills with fire. The flames clear, and Shuto is standing at the mouth of the alley, wide-eyed. "I'm going to be a hero. A true hero." Stain murmurs. They attack. Shuto and Izuku together, in tandem. Tenya yells at them, they yell back. "We'll fight for you," Izuku says finally, turning away from Stain to face his friend. "We will bleed and fight for you, we'll make it right for you, and if we lay a strong enough foundation, we'll pass it on to you. So if you're going to fight, then stand up and fight." Tenya stares in awe. On second thought, maybe it's horror in his eyes. "Izuku!" Shuto calls, and it's the last thing he hears before the hero killer is on him, a lick of his blood, and Izuku is on the ground, unable to move. I've imagined death so much it feels more like a memory. Izuku opens his eyes to see the world around him frozen, as if it's a film and someone has hit pause. The colors are muted, some grayed out completely. It feels like being in the middle of a storm. In the eye of a hurricane there is quiet, and the silence around him right now is deafening. Izuku is so busy examining the frozen scene in front of him, he doesn't notice the very not frozen figure to his right until they speak. "You've saved a lot of lives, Midoriya Izuku." "That's not my name," he says immediately. It's a reflex at this point, he doesn't even pausing to wonder who this person is. "My name is Aizawa Izuku." "It is now," the person says, and Izuku takes a moment to consider how familiar this voice is. "But I knew you before. When you were still a Midoriya. I've known you for a very long time, Izuku. You're the voice in my head." He isn't asking it, it isn't a question. It's a statement, an observation, a fact. "Not quite. I mean I am, but that's not all I am." Izuku turns to look at the figure, but all he sees is the vague shape of a person, fuzzy around the edges with no identifying features. "I guess you could say I'm death." It takes a moment for those words to register in Izuku's mind. "I've been watching you since you were born. Your quirk is an interesting one." "Oh," Izuku says in lieu of a response. "So am I dead? Is this where it gets me?" "Not yet." Death chuckles, shaking their fuzzy head. "You've almost died quite a few times already, though this is probably the closest you've come in a while. But it's not your time yet. You still have a lot of lives to save. There's a million things you haven't done, just you wait." Izuku stares at his friends frozen, staring at Izuku, but they can't see him, not right now. "So I'm alive? I still have a chance to save them?" "You already know the answer to that." He does. With one last smile directed to the figure, Izuku closes his eyes, tilting his head up. He almost laughs at how ridiculous it is. "Are you ready? To go back?" "Yeah." A prophesy, a promise, a premonition, a possibility. Izuku sits up as the world returns to its normal. Shuto rushes to his side as Tenya continues to fight with Stain. Despite the knife in his chest, Izuku manages a small smile. "Don't worry, Shuto. It's not my time yet," he says with the utmost confidence, moving slowly as he tries to stand up. "You guys are my family." Shuto wraps an arm around his shoulder to help hold him up. "Stain won't hurt you. I won't let him." Stain catches sight of him soon enough, still alive, and the hero killer looks as if he's seen a ghost. He's distracted long enough for Tenya to land a solid kick to his head, and Stain crumples to the ground. Shuto pulls out his phone and makes a few calls as Tenya ties up the serial killer. Izuku is trying not to jostle the knife in him too much. Shuto and Tenya help Izuku walk out of the alley as best he can. Native carries Stain on his back. The pro heroes arrive soon enough. Endeavor shows up first, angry and burning. He opens his mouth to yell at them, but a screech above them drags his attention away. A large black Nomu with wings flies down, screaming incoherent gibberish. It sinks its talons into Izuku's shoulder, and he's flying, flying, flying. Then falling, falling, falling. Stain is up, he's alive, he has his knives and he is dangerous. And Izuku is on the ground, unable to do anything. Fakes. Stain hisses. All of you. You're all fake heroes, and you don't deserve that title. Come, fight me. I will defeat you all. The only ones I will let kill me are the true heroes. All might. Stain raises his knife to the sky, the shifts so it's pointing at Izuku. And Kano. The heroes stare, Izuku stares, and Stain. Stain collapses. People rush at them all at once, and Izuku closes his eyes, giving into to sleep. Shudo is fine. He didn't get hurt much, he doesn't really need to go to the hospital. Shudo definitely doesn't need them all fussing over him just because he's Endeavor's son. He wishes they would focus on Izuku, who took a knife to the chest. Ida feels the same, he can tell, but neither of them say anything. Asking questions means taking up more of the doctor's time that could better be used helping Izuku. Izuku who fought so bravely. Izuku who didn't hesitate to take a knife for them. Izuku who saved their lives. Izuku who is brought into the same room he and Ida are staying in 3 hours later, gauze wrapped around his arms and some around his head. Izuku who is unconscious right now, but alive. Izuku who the doctors say actually died for a few minutes in that alley. Shudo lets out the breath he didn't realize he was holding when Izuku's eyes flutter open later that night. Izuku sits up and looks around in confusion until his gaze lands on Shudo and Ida. Izuku smiles. Izuku who actually died, took a knife to the chest, fought a serial killer, smiles at them. Shudo smiles right back. The chief of police visits them after Izuku wakes up. Shudo says some regrettable things. The credit for Stain's capture goes to his father, and the three of them get off relatively scot-free. Shudo and Ida are permitted to leave the hospital the next day. Izuku has to remain a while longer, but Aizawa and Hitoshi show up the next day to keep him company. Both he and Ida ignore the sniffles they hear as they leave the room. The family needs to talk, and far be it from them to interrupt. Izuku and Hitoshi don't show up to class the next day. Ochako knows this because she keeps a close eye on the door the whole day, even when Aizawa lectures her. They don't show up at lunch either. Tenya assures her they're all right, but Ti doesn't do much to quell her worries. In the middle of their afternoon classes, the door slams open and Ochako nearly falls out of her seat. Izuku and Hitoshi stand there, dressed in suits rather than their school uniforms. Hitoshi is blank-faced as usual, but what really throws Ochako for a look is the grim expression on Izuku's face. They take a couple steps into the classroom, and almost immediately Aizawa stands up straight, looking a lot more awake than he had been seconds ago. The three of them turn to the back of the classroom, and Todoroki stands up. "It's time," Izuku says, and though it's in his normal quiet voice, it fills the room as if he had screamed it. Todoroki leaves with Izuku and Hitoshi, Aizawa trailing behind them after telling the rest of the class they had to remaining school day to study. The door slams behind them, and Ochako has absolutely no idea what just happened. The moment Izuku stepped out of the classroom with his brother and Shudo, he began explaining. "I have been building this case for just under 10 years now. With your siblings' testimony and the proof I've gathered over the years, it should be enough to, at the very least, get you 3 out of his custody. Worst case scenario, your place in your sister's custody, seeing as she is of age. If I'm correct, however, and I'm almost always correct, then he'll also have his hero license taken away and the hospital will have to have your mother reevaluated. Should that happen, you'd be placed in your mother's custody instead." Nobody says anything as Izuku pulls a surprisingly thick file from his bag. "That's a lot." Shudo says eventually. "Don't mind him." Hitoshi answers in Izuku's stead. He's been waiting for this for years, and he has so much information stocked up in that head of his he could ramble for hours. Izuku is still flipping through his folder, and Hitoshi has to grab his shoulder to keep him from running into a door. "We'll catch a ride with Nedzu to the courtroom, but this is just the initial appearance and preliminary hearing. Not much will happen until the trial." Hitoshi and Shudo continue to talk as they walk, Hitoshi explaining what to expect and how to prepare mentally for it, and Shudo asking an occasional question. Izuku mutters under his breath, switching between organizing his folder and gesturing wildly. They meet Nedzu at the gate. They stop by Shudo's house briefly to let him change into more court-appropriate clothes, before heading to the courthouse. They're halfway there when Shudo finally finds the courage to ask a question that has been on his mind since Hitoshi and Izuku burst into the classroom. How do you know so much about this? Ah. Hitoshi nods, as if he'd been expecting that question. Maybe he had. What? Do you think this is Izuku's first court case? Shudo, shocked because yes, he had thought this was his first. Hitoshi starts laughing loud enough to draw even Izuku's attention. It's not dash. Hitoshi barely manages to speak between laughing and looking at Shudo incredulously only to burst into laughter again. Izuku, tell him about my parents. Hitoshi dissolves into snorts and giggles as Izuku turns around in the passenger seat to face Shudo. When I first met Hitoshi we were 8. He was living with a foster family who were neglecting him. After Dad adopted him, Nedzu assisted me is filing a case against his parents. We won, of course. They were deemed unfit parents and the other children they were caring for were moved to other homes. Hitoshi sat up suddenly, something mischievous in his eyes. They're still afraid of Izuku to this day. Really? Why? Shudo asked, because certainly Izuku could be scary occasionally but someone being afraid of him? Shudo couldn't picture it. You'll understand when you see him in the courtroom. That does not answer any of his questions, but Shudo rolls with it. His father is already at the courthouse when they arrive, he's snarling at reporters. However, they all abandon him the moment Izuku steps out of the car. Even with microphone pressed up to his face and at least a doze cameras trained on him, Izuku doesn't seem the slightest bit nervous. Mr. Aizawa. The reporters scream, and Shudo has trouble distinguishing one voice from the next. This isn't your first time filing a case against a hero, however your accusations this time are very different from usual. You're accusing Endeavor of child abuse and neglect, as well as spousal abuse, are you not? Do you have the proof to support these claims? Where did they come from? Izuku waves off the reporters, accepting one microphone. In the calmest voice Shudo has ever heard from Izuku, he speaks. I am close friends with several of the Todoroki children as well as their mother, and it is my sincerest hope that this issue can be resolved peacefully, as it is in their best interests. Thank you, that is all. It's much more professional than Shudo expected. The reporters are forced to back off as Hitoshi and Shudo alight from the car, but the yelling never ceases. Like Hitoshi had said, nothing much happens. Izuku says some stuff, his father's lawyers say some stuff, the judge says some stuff, and they leave after a few hours. Izuku says they'll come back tomorrow for the real trial. All rise for the Honorable Judge Hanji. Shudo is seated with his siblings in court the next day. Izuku warned him that they may, or may not, be called up to the witness stand, and said to be ready just in case. Izuku is seated with Nedzu as well as someone else in a suit in the prosecutor's seat. Some police officers speak to Izuku and Endeavor, and then things are going. Izuku stands up, and Shudo unconsciously holds his breath. Ladies, gentlemen, and honored guests, I'd like to present to you all various evidence files, showing not only Endeavor's incompetence as a pro-hero but his inability to act as a proper father to his children. He has abused and neglected both them and his own wife. Endeavor attorney stands up so fast his chair scrapes against the floor in an ear-piercing sound. All eyes move to him immediately. This is a child. The man exclaims. Are you really going to believe the words of a child, not even out of high school yet, over a distinguished pro-hero? Izuku sets down the folder he was holding. I suggest you drop the ad hominem argument while you still can. The defense attorney is so surprised by Izuku's refute, he sits down quietly, despite Endeavor fuming beside him. Shudo cheers quietly. One victory for his friend is one less victory for his father. Shudo should, at this point, stop being surprised by Izuku. Fuyumi is the first to be called up as a witness, but she is the oldest so it makes sense. Izuku smiles kindly at her and she smiles back. After a few questions, Izuku brings out his folder. Shudo is slowly learning to be very afraid of an Izuku with a folder, and the more that's in the folder, the more afraid he should be. Fuyumi, could you tell me about your twin brother Tuya? Shudo freezes, spine rigid, and he can see Natsuo and Fuyumi doing the same. How does Izuku even know about Tuya? Endeavor had kept any information about him locked up tight. I can. Fuyumi says softly. Tuya went missing around 8 years ago. We don't know if he's dead or something. But he's gone. Before Shudo, my father was training him, since Tuya has, or had a more powerful version of his quirk. But Tuya, he had a weak constitution, a body fit for an ice quirk, rather than his fire one. I'm the opposite, an ice quirk but meant for a fire one. Whenever father pushed him too far he'd burn himself, and it just got worse and worse. Until Shudo was born and manifested his quirk. Tuya was abandoned after that. Father deemed him a failure. There was an accident one day, and Tuya was never seen again. He was assumed dead but I think he saw his way out and he took it. Fuyumi is trying very hard not to cry now, it's obvious. No further questions, Your Honor. Izuku says and quickly moves to help her down from the stand, handing her some tissues. Before they part, Fuyumi to go back to her seat and Izuku to call up his next witness. Izuku whispers a soft, "Thank you, Fuyumi." Fuyumi is smiling again before she even sits down. Natsuo gets called up next, even though he doesn't have much to say that Fuyumi didn't say already. Tuya and I were close. Natsuo admits, when Izuku asks him the same question. When he died I decided I would never forgive our father for what he'd done. It still is his fault Tuya is gone. It's his fault Shudo had to, Mom. It's his fault Shudo got hurt and Mom had to go to the hospital. Izuku gives a bitter smile. Could you tell me more about your mother? Natsuo looks up with fire in his eyes, which shouldn't be possible since he has a ice quirk. Mom was great. I loved her, still do. She was so kind, the opposite of him. She always loved us. Father, not so much. You all know what quirk marriages are, right? Well, that's what my parents have. Father wanted a child with a powerful quirk, so he found someone with a quirk perfect to complement his own, and basically paid to have her marry him. He made her have kids until one with the perfect combination of their quirks was born. And how about now? How is your mother? He drove her mad, to the brink of insanity. She had to be put in a mental hospital. She's better now. Me and Fuyumi visit from time to time, Shudo too. She still loves us, and we love her, but she can't leave the hospital until father lets her. Except he won't, I know he won't. I won't forgive him for what he has done, but if we could just get Mom out of there then. I might leave him alone. Thank you. Izuku says again. You've been very helpful. Shudo steps up after them. Izuku smiles brightly at him, and Shudo eyes the folder in his hands. Shudo, can you tell me how you got your scar? With a deep breath and a reassuring look from his friends and family, Shudo begins the story. You all already know my mother was forced into a quirk marriage, but that's not all. By the time he's finished the story, half the jury is crying, Izuku himself is just barely managing to hold back his own tears, and Shudo feels somewhat like a weight has been taken off his shoulders. Izuku asks a few more questions, about the training father out him through, about Tuya, about his mother. Shout answers the best he can. When they're done, Izuku gives him a small smile and squeezes his arm. Thank you. This wouldn't have happened without you. Shudo thought he was the last witness. He thought Izuku was done. He really should get used to Izuku doing the impossible. Todoroki Rei, if you could answer a few questions for me about your family, how you met Endeavor, and about your children please. Some way, somehow, Izuku has brought Shudo's mother here. He got her out of the hospital. He can hear his siblings gasp beside him. And I have here a report from the hospital Ms. Rei had been staying at. It's a psyche evaluation, or a re-evaluation. They say Rei is almost fully recovered, and her medication is working perfectly. There is little reason for her to remain at the hospital other than Endeavor not allowing her to leave. Now, on to my questions. When, 3 days of court later, the jury declares Endeavor guilty, Shudo watches his siblings cheer, and he feels free for the first time in his life. As soon as he's allowed to, Shudo runs up to Izuku and wraps him in the tightest hug he can manage. Fuyumi and Natsuo are quick to join him, and from the middle of their impromptu group hug, Izuku laughs. Shudo has never been happier. They're leaving the courtroom when they run into them. Endeavor seethes when he catches sight of Izuku. "You," he says, loathing laced through his every word. "Why is it always you? Don't you know your place, boy?" Izuku doesn't so much as flinch. "You should know by now, Endeavor." The name is said with so much sarcasm Shudo almost does a double take. "That there are two things I am exceptionally good at." Izuku takes a step forward, eyes sharp, words even sharper. "Eating cookies and causing chaos." Shudo almost takes a step back, even though Izuku's fury is not directed at him. He can't imagine what his father is feeling, having all that rage focused on him. "And I don't see any cookies here, do you?" Izuku's eyes are glowing, and though they're no brighter than they normally are, the normally soft green seems toxic in this moment. "So screw off, NG, or you'll see just what I'm capable of." When they step out of the courthouse, there is someone waiting, dressed in a shiketsu uniform, with buzz-cut hair. He very loudly bows to Izuku, "How does me manage to make a bow loud?" and thanks him with the words, "You have done me a great service, handling Endeavor like this, I would die for you." Izuku, without giving him a second glance, says, "Don't worry, you will." Before sliding into the car, Izuku is walking through town in the middle of the night. He couldn't sleep. Not after the Endeavor case and the nightmares it brought with it. So he left to take a walk, hoping it would clear his head. He didn't expect to run into someone who has been missing for 8 years. Todoroki Tuya has black hair and his arms and face are covered in burn scars, but the blue eyes stand out. Izuku pauses as Tuya stands in front of him. "Thank you," Tuya says, and Izuku couldn't stop himself from smiling if he tried. Tuya gives a grim smile in return. "It was my pleasure." Izuku responds cheerfully. "Take care of them for me, will ya?" Tuya asks with one hand stuck out. His hands aren't burnt, but they're rough and calloused. Izuku shakes his hand. "You don't even have to ask." The end-of-term tests are on their way, and Class 1A is extremely unprepared to say the least. Most of their class have been studying like crazy in an attempt to cram as much information into their brains as they can before the tests. Yaoyorozu and Tenya are helping the rest of the class study. Kirishima somehow managed to convince Bakugo to help him, and Hitoshi has had 2 all-nighters spent just reading from the textbooks. With how exhausted he is, it isn't uncommon to find him around campus taking cat naps in seemingly random locations. Hitoshi is pretty sure Izuku hasn't slept in at least 4 days, and sleep-deprived Izuku is not someone they want to deal with. The first incident happens during lunch. Izuku is half asleep already, picking at his bento with little interest. Tenya is scolding him for not eating a proper lunch when Monoma appears, knocking his lunch tray into the back of Izuku's head. "Ha ha ha, Class 1A, is it?" Hitoshi is almost sure he has rabies, but that would be a rude thing to say, so he's going to say it later when less people are around instead. "I almost couldn't see around that big head of yours, Dash." Izuku turns around in his seat, eye bags prominent, glowing eyes sharp, and Hitoshi recognizes the look in his eyes from the last time Izuku didn't get enough sleep. Monoma doesn't recognize it, though, and he continues to insult Izuku and his classmates. Hitoshi doesn't have a chance to warn him, not that he would have, before Izuku reacts. Monoma Nito, copycat quirk, 32nd place in the entrance exam, 23rd place in the sports festival, placed in Class 1B to separate you from 1A students with violent inhibitions and short tempers. A superiority complex and probably rabies. You have something against Class 1A despite having never interacted before the sports festival. Your quirk allows you to use one of 4 quirks at a time, each quirk being available to you for 10 minutes after having touched its original user. Your quirk could easily be avoided by long-distance attacks or wearing skin-covering clothing. While you may have an advantage when an opponent is not expecting their quirk to be used against them, in a serious fight you would prove to be at a disadvantage since the original user would be more adept at using air quirk. Your best bet would be collecting quirks that would work against your opponent. Izuku tapers off into mutters. That was a very in-depth quirk analysis. Kendo says as she comes up behind Monoma and chops his neck, effectively knocking him out. Hitoshi gives her a grateful smile, but Izuku doesn't even seem to register her presence until she clears her throat and repeats her previous statement, but louder. "Huh," is Izuku's only answer before he shrugs and turns back to his food, still somehow mumbling around the food in his mouth. Izuku has no filter whatsoever when he is sleep-deprived. Hitoshi sighs. Izuku won't willingly sleep until after the exams, which means they're in for a whole week of this. The second incident is just before class. Bakugo is yelling at Kirishima for being an idiot. In much worse words, Izuku has his face pressed so close to his notebook Hitoshi wonders how he can even read it, and the rest of the class is going about their own business when it happens. At this point, very few people have had the full effect of exhausted Izuku unleashed upon them. It will not remain that way for long. What do you think that means, shitty hair? Bakugo has been yelling at Kirishima for a solid minute and the rest of the class had become adept at ignoring them. You don't divide by that number, you divide by the FING-. "I'm going to fail," Kirishima exclaimed. Kaminari nodded sadly while Mina pat his shoulder. "I'm going to fail." Izuku dropped his notebook onto his desk, grabbed Kirishima's arm, and started speaking at the speed of light. Nothing he said made any sense to those who could understand it. If you know enough, there is a 50% chance you'll pass and 50% chance you fail. We can then stick you in a box filled with experimental ion thrusters, maybe a little poison just to make sure, and close the box. According to Schrödinger's hypothetical experiment to dissuade the belief in the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, then you may or may not come out having passed or failed the exam. Hitoshi pried his brother off their classmate and covered his mouth. "I'm sorry," he said, already exhausted for the day. He hasn't slept in days. In the corner of his eye, Hitoshi saw Mina and Kaminari taking notes as fast as they could, and he was even more done. Don't bother, nothing he said was accurate, nor will anything on quantum mechanics be on the exams. Taking advantage of Hitoshi's distraction, Izuku wiggled away from his brother. Up until the late 19th century, execution by elephant was common in Asia, so if we time travel back to then and take a plane to Asia, then we put you in the box on an elephant, then put the poison in the box, the gladiator we will teleport from Greece will poke hole in the box, but they have to be female gladiators or else the swords won't be right. Maybe it'll work better if we stick a cat in the box with you, because then Schrödinger's ghost may help us out, but only if he's pleased with the cat we choose. Izuku, why don't you go take a nap? Hitoshi suggested, guiding Izuku back to his desk. I don't know about sleep. It's summertime. Izuku mumbles. He promptly passes out on his notebook and doesn't speak again for the rest of class. Hitoshi was grateful for the peace, but he knew it wouldn't last. The third incident happened in the support lab, when Izuku was visiting Mei. It ended in an explosion that rocked the building, a new warning in the student handbook, and 3 detentions. It was agreed upon that it should never be mentioned again. After that, Hitoshi convinced Izuku to actually sleep at night, and the incidents were reduced in number. Izuku didn't have friends until he was 8, when he met Hitoshi. Shudo knew this because just after the court case, Izuku had shared his own tragic backstory with Shudo. It was sad to say the least. Suddenly, Izuku's nightmares and panic attacks made much more sense. I haven't really had friends either, Shudo admitted one day while he, Izuku, and Hitoshi were eating lunch together. But I'm your friend now, right? Izuku said, eyes tired and glowing. Shudo was thrown off by the nervous look in his eyes. Shudo smiled. Yeah. You guys are my first friends. Izuku took a deep breath and opened his mouth, probably to go on another rambling spree as had been his MO that week, but Hitoshi gave Izuku a look and Izuku promptly shut his mouth with an audible click. I'm glad, Izuku said instead. After all, you know what they say. Shudo then made the worst decision of his life. What? He asked. Friendship is magic. Shudo blanked. Hitoshi didn't even look up as he slapped his brother in the back of his head as Izuku laughed. Izuku lifted his hands up to protect his head as he tried to talk and laugh at the same time. Shun the non-believer. Shun. At Hitoshi's dry look, Shudo found himself laughing with him. They returned to the classroom only to be jumped by the rest of their class. Kirishima was ruffling Shudo's hair. Hitoshi ended up wrapped in a group hug containing Shuji, Tokoyami, and Jiraiya. Mina somehow ended up on top of Izuku's head. Shuto didn't know how that happened. Happy International Friendship Day! They yelled as they wrangled Izuku, Hitoshi, and Shuto into a giant hug. And if someone managed to get Aizawa into the hug, well, nobody had to mention it. The activity was designed to give the students a break between studying for tests and doing their actual school work while simultaneously teaching them about stealth, planning, strategy, and basically all-out war. Its official name was the Two-Team Objective Search and Rescue Activity. Shota called it Capture the Flag on steroids. And this year Izuku and Hitoshi were not only allowed to participate, but they had been placed on separate teams. God save them all, this could only end in disaster. Shota watched Izuku herd his teammates into one of the empty room with a large table as Hitoshi sat with his team outside beneath a tree. Both have very unique ways of approaching situations like this, and both would do anything to win, even if there was no prize other than bragging rights. But bragging rights could be a very powerful thing in the Aizawa household. Neither of them would pass up the chance. Izuku's team looked like a military crew. Their prep room was filled with detailed quirk analysis, plans, maps, and various memes someone had printed out and taped up among the other serious stuff. The best part was when someone would point to one of the memes instead of what they meant to point out, but they rolled with it and pretended the meme itself was an important part of the plan. The team of 10 had been split up into 5 teams of 2, each person paired with someone they would work well with, in terms of both quirk, personalities, and fighting style. During the meeting they all had very serious expression on their faces, save for when someone would crack and start laughing. On the other hand, Hitoshi's team just seemed like a large group of friends hanging out and chatting, though it seemed Hitoshi had stolen one of Izuku's notebooks and was using that to help them make plans. Hitoshi, unfortunately, had Bakugo on his team, which meant a lot of his plans were likely to go off course. Where Hitoshi's plans were detailed, deliberate, and seemingly perfect, Izuku's plans were pretty vague, left much up to his teammates, and seemed easy to see through. But Shota knew his son's thought process. He knew Hitoshi was not prepared to face the war Izuku was planning. And he knew Izuku knew something very important. No plan survives contact with the enemy. The following day was the actual battle. Flags were handed to teams, the campus was split in half, and teams were sent to their half of the school to hide their flag. They had 15 minutes, and then they were to spread out across their team's territory until Present Mic announced over the speakers that the game had begun. Izuku sent off the other 4 teams of 2. They each had been briefed on their plans, though only the ones involving them directly. If they had too much to remember they'd risk forgetting something important. They're as prepared as they can be with only 1 day's warning. The traps are being set, the balloons are filled and prepared, their flag is hidden in the best place they could find in 15 minutes, and his teammates trust him and know the plans. If Izuku knows his brother, and he'd like to think he does after 7 years of friendship, then he knows Hitoshi has prepared meticulously for every possible incident. But he also knows Hitoshi will have forgotten something very important. Izuku's plans are never perfect, because they're not meant to be. His plans are adaptable. They're made to be changed on the fly. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Present Mic's voice comes on over the speakers and Izuku grins. His partner, Siro, beside him smiles back. For Izuku, the war has just begun. Hitoshi is not a planning person. That's Izuku. Izuku has notebook after notebook dedicated to the quirks and heroes and villains he's seen. Izuku has plans to take down every major villain and hero that ever existed. Izuku probably knows their classmates better than they know themselves at this point. But Hitoshi can try, and he knows his brother well enough that he can at least plan to counteract Izuku's plans. Plus he has Todoroki on his team, and he's pretty sure there's something going on between him and Izuku, so that's one advantage. Now all he has to do is find some way to actually beat Izuku at his own game. The plan is simple on the surface. His team splits up. Each person has been assigned one of 10 area of Izuku's territory, and each person is to comb their assigned area for the flag very carefully. In case they run into someone from the opposite team, Hitoshi stole Izuku's notebook, the one with the in-depth descriptions of their classmates' quirks, and used it to prepare his teammates to fight them. Their plans are watertight and Hitoshi is confident. Unfortunately for him, he forgot to account for Bakugo, and Izuku seems to know that, because only minutes after Present Mic announces they've begun, Hitoshi runs into Izuku, armed with what looks like water balloons and water guns. Happy crisis! Izuku said cheerfully, grabbing a water balloon from his belt, and Hitoshi turned and ran as fast as he could, because if he knew his brother, and he did, then whatever was in those water balloons, it was not water. Hitoshi runs into Bakugo later, soaked to the skin with water and what looks and smells like paint in varying colors. Their flag is gone by the time they return. Izuku cheers when Hagakure and Ojiro return with the other team's flag in hand. The bragging rights are mine, he declares before promptly passing out and spending the rest of the day sleeping in the teacher's lounge. Finally, the end of term tests were over, with the one exception of the practical exam, and the class as a whole let out a breath of relief. Izuku was half asleep, barely capable of standing on his own as the class grouped outside the gym. In front of them stood the faculty all in a row, which was suspicious enough by itself. It didn't help that Dad was grinning as if he'd just expelled a student. Though he hadn't expelled anyone, that is, he had crushed the hopes and dreams of 18 hero wannabes. You're not fighting the robots from the entrance exam. Instead, you'll be paired up into teams of 2. Each team will fight one of the teachers. Fighting a pro hero was a daunting test, even if they would have teammates. Hitoshi watched amusedly as his classmates panicked over the thought of having to fight their teachers. To even things out a bit, we'll all be wearing these. Dad held up some odd device that looked sorta like a really badly designed bracelet. Wait, they'll slow us down a bit and make it harder to move. Nezu popped out from their dad's scarf, holding a sheet of paper and a clipboard. We've paired you all up already, and the groups are as such. While their class wasn't panicking as much, there were still traces of fear, astonishment, and just plain confusion in their expressions. Ashido Mina and Kaminari Denki against me. The principal. Satu Rikido and Kirishima Aijuru against Cementos. Kuda Kuji and Jairkyoka against Present Mic. Todoroki Shuto and Yayarozu Momo against Eraserhead. Uraraka Ochako and Shiro Hanta against Midnight. Ida Tenya and Orjiro Mashireo against Power Loader. Hagakure Toru and Aoyama Yuga against Snipe. Shuji Mizo and Tokoyami Fumikage against 13. Aizawa Izuku and Azui Tsuyu against Ectoplasm. And last, but certainly not least, Bakugo Katsuki and Aizawa Hitoshi against All Might. Hitoshi stared at the principal, who had not only teamed him up with the most stuck-up, full of himself, rude, obnoxious BSDRD in the whole country, but they had to fight the #1 hero. Oh my god, I'm dead. Hitoshi mumbled so that only his half-asleep brother currently leaning against him could hear. This is how I die. Don't be ridiculous. Izuku responded, words slurred from lack of sleep. I'm not joking, Izuku. Hitoshi schooled his expression. Look at him. Bakugo will literally kill me, and then he'll go for All Might. Izuku pried his eyes open and they both turned to stare at their explosive classmate a few feet away. He was yelling at Kirishima, who was standing between Bakugo and Satu. I don't trust him not to kill me in my sleep. Hitohi whispered as Izuku yawned. Me neither, but you still have to work with him unless you want to fail. You look tired. Azui said, approaching Izuku with interest. Maybe you should take a nap before the exams begin. Izuku shook his head and then stopped when he immediately regretted it. I'm fine, don't worry about me, Azui. Izuku managed, standing up as straight as he could. He blinked his eyes a few times, the bright light of the outdoors helping to wake him up. I have a few questions about your quirk, actually. You don't have to answer them if you don't want to, but we should probably form some kind of strategy before the test. First, Azui said, a finger pressed to her chin in thought. Komitsu ribbit? I think you're right about the strategy. My quirk is called Frog, I can jump really high, my tongue is long and flexible, I can spit out my stomach, and I secrete an acid that doesn't do much more than tingle, maybe burn a bit, ribbit. Izuku gave himself a second to sort through that information. Well, you already know my quirk. It won't be much help, sorry. No need to apologize. Tsu said. We can't expect our quirks to work to our advantage against every villain we face, Ribbit, so this is good practice for both of us. Izuku watched their classmates mingle from the corner of his eye. All except Hitoshi and Bakugo seemed to be planning and working together in one way or another, and it gave Izuku an idea. Hey Tsu, I have an idea. Listen to this. Izuku whispered his plan into his partner's ear, and they both pulled away grinning. That's ingenious, Ribbit. Soon after, Netsu popped up again to announce the exams would begin shortly, each team going one at a time. Ashido and Kaminari were let into the gym while the rest of their classmates were herded into the viewing area where Recover Girl waited. Netsu disappeared somewhere in between, and Izuku had a really bad feeling about what was to come. His intuition was spot on, as Ashido and Kaminari failed spectacularly against the principal. Satu and Kirishima were next. Izuku figured they had a pretty good chance to win if they played their cards right. Cementos would be a tough opponent for them because his quirk countered their well. All of Izuku's theorizing was for naught, seeing as they both failed anyway. Kuda and Jairu gave an impressive show. Present Mike had a solid strategy, and at the beginning it seemed like he'd win. However, he forgot to account for his entomophobia, which Jairu and Kuda promptly took advantage of, though it required some convincing on Kuda's part. In the end, both students passed and Izuku had the perfect idea for his next prank. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu played smart, with Todoroki taking charge at the beginning only to find himself captured in the first few minutes. Yaoyorozu, having bested even the toughest of exams in the past few days, took the lead. With a brilliant plan, she and Todoroki captured Eraserhead in a replication of his own weapon. Zero and Uraraka against Midnight did not go the way Izuku thought it would. At first, the two of them hid as Midnight guarded the exit. With copious amounts of whispered last-minute planning, Uraraka grabbed a ton of rocks. Making them float, she and Zero hid behind them as they sneaked as close to the exit as they dared. Uraraka threw another rock in the opposite direction, and the resulting noise caught Midnight's attention long enough for Uraraka and Zero to escape. Tenya and Ojiro pass as well. Hagakure and Aoyama against Snipe was anticlimactic to say the least. Aoyama, with his sparkly personality, distracted Snipe without even trying while Hagakure tiptoed up and snapped the handcuff on the hero. Shuji and Tokoyami, both being simultaneously long and close-range fighters, didn't have too much difficulty with 13. Dark Shadow attacked from far away, being fast enough to avoid 13's quirk, while Shuji snuck closer to slap the HNDCFFS on them. In the end they passed. And then came the moment of truth. Izuku and Tsu were led into the gym through one door that closed and locked behind them, which ectoplasm entered through what would be their finish line. Izuku took a second to examine their surroundings. They had been placed in a large office-like building. A shrill sound blared and the timer started. It was time to put their plan in action. Tsu didn't hesitate to jump up onto the wall, headed for the second floor. Izuku raced down the hallway as quietly as he could while also running at full speed. Exactly as he had planned, ectoplasm was waiting at the exit, creating clones to send off through the building, presumably to search for them. Izuku promptly decided their best bet was getting the HNDCFFS on ectoplasm, since the clones could easily block the gate even if they got past the hero. Izuku spun around on his heel and fled, heading straight for the decided meet-up spot so he and Tsu could go over the information they'd gathered. He had to fight a few clones on the way there, but it wasn't hard with his knives. Tsu was waiting for him, watching the doors carefully. I hope you've come to the same conclusion I have, Ribbit, she said as soon as he tapped her on the shoulder. Izuku quickly ran through the information he'd gathered. Our best chance to succeed would be if we tried to capture ectoplasm. It might be hard since we'd have to find the original, but if we try to escape we'd have to take on most of the clones blocking the exit. That's smart. Tsu agreed. So we fight ectoplasm? Do you have a plan, Ribbit? Izuku hesitated. Not exactly. That's all right. I can't expect you to do everything after all. I think I might have an idea, Ribbit. It's kind of gross though. As she whispered her plan, Izuku grinned. It's perfect. Hitoshi watched from the viewing room as his brother and their classmates worked together to fight against an army of ectoplasms. Eventually the clones began retreating and Izuku and Azui ran for the exit. When it finally seemed like they had won, had bested the hero's clones, things took a turn for the worse. The clones hadn't been retreating, they had been gathering together to form Ectoplasm's special move. A giant ectoplasm which promptly grabbed both students. Izuku and Azui shared a look. Hitoshi did not want to recount what happened next. It was something that would forever be burned into his memory. Azui spit up the HNDCFFS she'd swallowed and used them to cuff the teacher. It was disgusting, but it meant they had won and their exam was over. It also meant Hitoshi's exam was starting. Him and Bakugo against All Might himself. Might as well sign his death certificate now. Bakugo stomps into their arena, not bothering to so much as glance at Hitoshi. They have no plan, their only knowledge of each other being what they know from fighting in the sports festival, and they have no communication. They're done for and the test hasn't even started yet. How could things get any worse? Almost exactly as the bell rings to signal the start of the exam, a surge of air hits them. It's strong enough to knock even Hitoshi off his feet. In the distance he can hear All Might laughing. Come and get me, heroes. If you can. Bakugo is off the ground in a flash and chasing after their teacher. Hitoshi grabs his arm. Wait a second. What are you doing, you idiot? I'm going to fight All Might like we're supposed to. Bakugo snarls. Hitoshi stares at him, mouth open in pure disbelief. Are you suicidal? No. Bakugo growls out, teeth clenched and explosions crackling on his palms. That's the name of the game. We fight our teacher and we pass the exam. I'm gonna show all those extras I'm the best. Better than even All Might. That's not the goal. Hitoshi argues. The point of the exam is to either work together to win against an opponent stronger than us or to know when we can't win and retreat for backup. We sure as hell aren't working together, so our only choice is to run. I am not going to run away like some kind of coward. Hitoshi lets go of Bakugo's arms as he yells. Using his quirk to blast off in the direction All Might went, he leaves Hitoshi behind. Diamond fool. Hitoshi mutters, hopefully not loud enough that the cameras can pick it up. With no other choice, Hitoshi leaves Bakugo behind to fight the #1 hero and picks his way through the mock city towards the exit. It's deceptively easy. He's almost expecting some kind of trap to pop out from the shadows as he steps through the gate. You pass. Nedzu's squeaky voice declares through the speakers. Bakugo's enraged scream can be heard even from the other side of the gym. Victory never tasted so sour. Izuku and Hitoshi are seated on the floor of their shared room. Beyond the window the sky is dark, with only the barest hints of moonlight leaking in through the glass. Neither speak for a long time. Hey Izuku? Hitoshi is the one to break the silence. His voice is quiet and filled with an emotion Izuku can't quite place. Yeah. Why do you want to be a hero? Izuku doesn't answer for a long while, and Hitoshi stares at the ceiling, his exam playing on repeat in his head. There were so many other options he had, so many different choices he could have made. Maybe he was a coward for choosing to run. Remember when we were 10? Izuku eventually says. When I told you about my quirk? About my parents? Hitoshi nods numbly. I still have nightmares about them. About you and Dad too. About our classmates. Basically, I have nightmares about everyone I care about. I can't stop my quirk from showing me the deaths of everyone I love. I can't erase the memory of my parents' deaths. But what I can do is make sure nobody else has to wish they could. My hero name? Kano? I chose it because I want people to hear my name and think anything is possible. I want to be the hero that makes a better world seem like a true possibility. I want to save people's lives so they can see all their future possibilities. Izuku takes a deep shuddering breath. What about you, Toshi? At first, Hitoshi begins, swallowing back the tears that sit on the edges of his eyes. It was because of spite. I wanted to show people that not only was I not a villain, but I was a hero. And now I want to be a hero so I can help others who had quirks like mine, who were told they were evil and a villain. I want to be a hero that little kids can look up to. Izuku doesn't say anything for a while. Hitoshi almost thinks he's fallen asleep, until he mumbled something just loud enough for him to hear. For what it's worth, I think you're already halfway there. You're my hero, Hitoshi. Don't forget that. For the rest of the night, Izuku hugs Hitoshi as he cries. Neither of them sleep, but neither of them mind. Izuku and Hitoshi enter class that morning later than everyone else, even Kaminari, just barely beating the bell. They both look exhausted, more so than usual, and neither speak when they enter. They stumble to their seats, and if Ochako didn't know any better, she'd say they were hungover. Both slump down into their chairs, heads resting on their desks, half asleep already. Aizawa enters soon after them, eyes equally tired. He eyes the class for a second before sighing. Kaminari, Ashido, Kirishima, and Satu, you four failed your practical exams. The first three wailed loudly. However, it was a logical ruse. You'll all get to attend the summer training camp. After all, those of you who failed will need more training than the rest, so you'll be taking supplementary classes in the evenings. The class's relief is palpable, but Ochako's still glad she passed. Even if she would have still attended the camp had she failed, she wouldn't want to take makeup classes. You'll all need some supplies for the trip. You have a little over a week to pack and prepare. I'll hand out a list of needed items at the end of the day. Aizawa squints at Izuku and Hitoshi. Ochako tends to forget they're actually his adopted children most of the time, but his worry makes sense, since the both of them are practically dead to the world. That's all for today, he eventually says, wrapping himself up in his sleeping bag. It takes a moment for the class to realize what Aizawa said, but when they do, they all simultaneously freak out. Do you know what this means? Hagakure squeals, grabbing Mina by the arm and shaking her. It means shopping. We should all go on a shopping trip together. As a class. It will be so much fun. Mina shrieks and jumps out of her seat. We'll make a class trip out of it. All of us. Despite all the yelling, neither Izuku nor Hitoshi so much as flinch. Hitoshi has his face pressed to the top of his desk, while Izuku is laying with his cheek pressed to his arm, cushioning his head. Both look peaceful, caught up in the dredges of sleep, unaware of anything going on around them. Ochako resolves to let them sleep, only waking them up at the end of class. The mall is large, of course it is, it's a mall. There are crowds of people perusing the shops, and Izuku and Hitoshi are waiting patiently near the entrance for the rest of their classmates. Let it be known that Izuku was not a fan of large crowded places, and was immensely regretting coming to the mall. Hitoshi, being the understanding brother he is, lets Izuku sit down on a bench with his eyes closed, head lolled to the side, half asleep, while Hitoshi keeps watch. Dust in his lungs. The sounds of the mall echo around him. Friends chatting as they pass, excited about a new movie coming out soon. Children playing, yelling only a few feet away. Parents, mothers, gossiping. It's a gut feeling. An impulse. The feeling of being watched by a million eyes. Izuku doesn't open his eyes, but the hairs on the back of his neck prickle. He picks up on the voices of his classmates, but his attention is focused elsewhere. He watches a scene play behind his eyes. It's familiar but at the same time completely new. A hoodie-covered character, red eyes meet dull green. Izuku opens his eyes slowly, resisting the urge to pop them open and shoot up from his seat. Instead of looking around desperately for the bringer of death that haunts his class, Izuku glances around calmly for red eyes hidden by a dark blue hoodie. When he sees nothing, Izuku settles back down, but he never lets down his guard. I guess it's time, he says, memories of his fight against Shigaraki in the USJ spin in the back of his mind. Hitoshi gives him a cursory glance before pulling him up out of his seat to join their classmates who are slowly trickling in through the doors. As more people gather, Izuku continues to look over his shoulder. Maybe we should split up? Yaoyorozu offers, once they've all gathered. Yeah. Uraraka agrees. A group of 20 people isn't easy to squeeze into one store at a time, after all. After some discussion involving separating the supplies they need into groups based on what kind of stores they would be found in, and then subsequently separating into various groups depending on what kind of supplies they needed, Hitoshi ended up with Tenya and Tokoyami, while Izuku was left with Kirishima, Shuji, and Aoyama. Izuku wander behind his group, keeping his eyes on the crowd around them. It really shouldn't be surprising that he eventually got lost in the flow of bodies, seeing as it is Izuku after all. He isn't even startled when the calloused fingers wrap around his neck. Around them people move on with their lives, too entwined with themselves to notice a wanted criminal in their midst, threatening the life of a high school boy, barely 15, much too young to die. They don't see the murderous smile decorating the face of the crusty-looking man, nor do they see the pure terror filling the young boy's eyes. Nobody gives a second glance to the hand wrapped around his neck. The heroes will take care of it, they think, until the boy crumbles to dust in front of them and the man turns towards them. Dust sweeps across the floor until the police and heroes arrive, but TI's too late. Much too late. It always is. Heroes are just a fallacy. The dust settling on the ground, all that's left of the innocent lives taken only moments before, is proof of that. With all the energy left in him, Izuku forces his quirk off. Red eyes meet dull green. Aizawa Izuku, was it? What a coincidence. Let's have a chat. Kirishima stops in the middle of the crowded mall, seemingly for no reason, and turns to look behind him. When he grabs their arms, his two companions stop, sensing his distress. Hey guys? Where's Izuku? A prophesy, a promise, a premonition, a possibility. Look at them. Going about their lives like there's nothing to worry about. Shigaraki spits. Izuku does just that. He looks at the people around them, innocent people who have the same right to live as everyone else on the planet. But because they think the heroes will protect them. They think they're safe. Maybe they are. Izuku argues, not the slightest bit worried about the hand around his neck that could reduce him to dust in seconds. No, he's worried about something else. Something much worse. No. Shigaraki hisses. They aren't. If I killed you right now, how many more do you think I could kill before anyone stops me? 20, no, 30 people turn to dust just like that. And they have no idea. No clue. They aren't scared. All they talk about is Stain this and Stain that. How the heroes captured Stain and saved they day. Why is he so popular? Why do they care so much about him? Shigaraki is practically seething at this point, but Izuku finds himself wanting to answer. Maybe it's because they relate to him. Izuku shrugs, the fingers around his neck shifting slightly as Shigaraki stares at him in contempt. I mean, most probably don't agree with him, but at least they know he stood for something. Izuku stares the villain right in the eye, repeating the words he had told his own classmate only a few weeks ago. What do you stand for, Shigaraki? Shigaraki grins. Well, aren't you something, mini-boss? I had a few questions about that quirk of yours, since I can't remember much of what happened when you used it on me, but TI seems like that will have to wait until later. He says with a pointed look at something in front of them. Izuku turns to see what he's looking at, and there is Kirishima and Uraraka staring open-mouthed at Izuku and Shigaraki. Until next time, Aizawa Izuku. Shigaraki whispers. And if you or your friends try to follow me, I'll dust everyone in this godforsaken mall before anyone else arrives. The hand around his neck disappears, and Izuku is free. He stumbles forward, towards his classmates, sending a glance towards the direction Shigaraki went in. Call the police, he says, turning his still dull gaze towards his friends. Both stare in shock before fumbling their phones out. Izuku is handed over to the police. That's not something Ochako thought she's ever think, but here they are. Hitoshi approaches both her and Kirishima after they give their statements to the police with a few questions of his own. Ochako has questions as well, and seemingly so does Kirishima. Mainly, what the hell? That was so creepy. Ochako wraps her arms around her, the image branded into her brain. Izuku, eyes dull and blank, almost like they're dead, staring at her. I knew Izuku could be scary, I saw him at the USJ, but that was a whole different type of scary. I never want to see it again. Me either. Kirishima agrees, pale and looking as if he'd seen a ghost. Hitoshi snorts. I guess it can be kind of scary if you don't know what's going on and have never seen it before. It freaked me out the first time, and I knew what was happening. He shrugs. When Izuku turns off his quirk, his eyes just kind of go dark, And since most people get used to seeing him with the whole glowing eyes thing, they get pretty scared when that happens. The paramedics already assured us he was physically fine, so don't worry. Physically, Ochako says, her voice hollow, devoid of emotion. He's physically fine, but what about mentally? Will he be okay mentally? He mind flashed back to the panic attack Izuku had on the bus when they were headed to the USJ, how he passed out from nightmares. She covers her mouth in horror. Hitoshi doesn't look her in the eyes. That's enough of an answer. When Hitoshi and Dad pick him up from the police station after he tells the cops everything that happened from beginning to end, Izuku is even more tired than he was that morning. And he never got the camping supplies he needed. Hitoshi lets him rest his head on his shoulder in the car, which Izuku is grateful for. He's even more grateful when his brother leans down to whisper in his ear. If you need to talk, or if you have a nightmare, you know I'm always up. Insomnia's a beach. Izuku manages a weak laugh. He lifts his hands to sign. I know. Thank you. Hitoshi smiles in response, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Blood and water mixed together, angry tears and a missing presence of someone who was supposed to be there always, a red cap with horns and memories that are too painful to keep in mind, hatred and anger and sadness. Pink gas clouds the air around them, trees lit up with blue fire and the screams of their classmates. The night is dark and only just beginning. Haunted eyes and a child in need of a hero. A fight against a murderer, protecting a child who has lost so much already. It's time. Izuku signs. That's a promise. He's asleep before he can see the worried expressions of his family members, as they wonder what he means by that. The nightmares wake him up 3 times that night, and every time Hitoshi is there to hug him and assure them everyone else is alive and well. Dad gives them all hot chocolate after the 3rd time, and they stay up the rest of the night watching Disney movies. Neither comment on the lack of a toxic green glow from Izuku's eyes. The bus is much too quiet. 20 teenagers have been packed into a small bus for hours, and nobody said a word. Hitoshi almost thinks he's dreaming because there's nothing in the world that could make 20 teenagers sit quietly for hours at a time. Nothing except a sleeping Izuku leaning against their dad at the front of the bus. When they had seen their teacher carrying a sleeping Izuku onto the bus, it seemed they had all unanimously agreed that anyone who woke him up was dead to them. It was effective. Mostly. The bus stopped, eventually, and the class clambered out as quietly as they could, which, to their credit, was quieter than Hitoshi thought possible. Still, despite their efforts, Izuku startled awake when Bakugo shoved Kaminari, who bumped into Ashido, who almost fell on top of Izuku. Izuku, ever vigilant, chose that exact moment to wake up and roll of the seat just in time to avoid being squashed. Though he was shaken to wake up in an unknown environment, having almost been squished, and with no memory of how he got there, Hitoshi explained the situation. Izuku wouldn't wake up in the morning, so Dad had brought him, still sleeping, to the bus, and Izuku calmed down after that. Hitoshi, however, didn't miss the glow in his eyes that was nearly as bright as a flashlight. It wasn't too noticeable in the day, but it would become more and more obvious as night crept ever closer. Hitoshi steeled himself. Izuku was still recovering from the mall, his class didn't know what was going on, and if he knew his dad, this training camp was going to be hell. His theory is only confirmed when the cliff there, standing on, collapses and all 20 students of Class 1A go tumbling down into the forest below. Izuku is tired. Not just physically. Yes, he was exhausted and wanted nothing more than to curl up in a cozy blanket and sleep for weeks, but he was also tired mentally and emotionally. The nightmares had taken a toll on him, and now here he was, standing in a forest that looked exactly like the one from his nightmares. Red eyes, blue eyes, black eyes, green eyes, blood, flames and an impossible heat filling the air, blood, the glint of green scales in the moonlight, blood, voices in his head that aren't his own, hands grabbing at his arms, blood. Somuhblood. Izuku doesn't know everything about his quirk, but with every beat of his heart, his instincts scream. Look behind you, watch your back, keep an eye on your friends, watch out, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. With every footstep another picture is playing in his mind, his quirk pushed to its limit. He isn't entirely sure what's going to happen. His nightmares don't tell the future, but they do put together bits and pieces of the puzzle that has become his life. Every vision he sees, every person who dies in his mind is another piece of the puzzle, another possible solution, another chance. All that's left is to put the pieces together to see the big picture, and to make sure he does it before anybody gets hurt. That can't be that hard, can it? Note to self, a voice in his head says, never tempt fate. Izuku stops walking. Around him, classmates continue to pick their way through the trees. Izuku listens. Mostly silence and the sounds of nature fill the air, with the occasional mutter from his classmates. In the tree next to him, birds take off, all at once, flying away for seemingly no reason. Izuku knows better than that. The ground trembles as a massive beast emerges from the trees in front of them. Not that hard, right? Now he has to worry about massive mud beasts alongside everything else. Great. They make it through the forest. Eventually, somehow they manage to find their way to camp just in time for dinner, where Class 1B is already eating. Also waiting there is Dad, the wild pussycats, and a mysterious child in a red-horned hat. Izuku ignores them all and tries to climb a tree to sleep. Hitoshi considers it a personal achievement when he gets Izuku to come down and eat a few bites of curry before he abandons the rest of them to fall asleep God knows where for who knows how long. With his nightmares, Izuku could be asleep for 5 hours or 5 minutes. It's always a gamble. Hitoshi knows something is going on. Ever since the mall, Izuku has been acting strangely. He talks about a promise that nobody seems to know anything about. Well, talk is a strong word. Izuku hasn't said a word since the mall incident, instead signing to Izuku and their dad when he needs to say something. Luckily, the class caught on easily and hasn't asked him anything other than yes or no questions for the most part. If only Izuku would talk, sign, about what's bothering him. If only Izuku could properly express what's bothering him, because it's hard to explain something you don't completely understand yourself. Hitoshi went to sleep that night with a bad feeling. The next morning the class was awoken much earlier than they were used to by their teacher, who was sporting what appeared to be a very evil grin. Izuku emerged from a tree in the middle of breakfast, still half asleep with glowing eyes, scaring Class 1B. Soon after that the torture began. That? Hitoshi muttered as he stumbled back into camp the next evening, his brother close behind. Was absolute hell. And now we have to cook again. Izuku signed something, but it was much too sloppy for Hitoshi to make out. At least some of our classmates can cook. Bakugo had surprised the entire class by showing off his skills. Izuku had sneakily said he wouldn't be Bakugo if he wasn't the best at everything. Speaking of his brother, Izuku has been staring off into the woods since they arrived at camp. Hitoshi had noticed Izuku was more distracted since they arrived. Something had to be weighing on his mind, but Hitoshi had no idea what it could be. With a sigh, he gave up his guessing game. Go on, he said, vaguely gesturing towards the entrance to the woods that Izuku was so intently staring at. I know you want to, for some reason, so go. Izuku turned his head slowly, and Hitoshi watched as he cracked one of his rare genuine smiles. Thanks, Toshi, Izuku said quietly, much too quietly for anyone else to hear. With that, Izuku turned and darted into the forest. Hitoshi only hoped he wouldn't do anything stupid. Izuku stepped slowly and as quietly as he could. Small footsteps in the mud led him right to his destination. After a small trek up a mountain, Izuku found himself on a small cliff edge, the only other person being a small black-haired child in a red cap seated at the edge of said cliff. Izuku approached, stepping purposefully on a stick as he did so. He knew the child had heard the resulting crack when his head turned the slightest bit. After another few seconds of silence, Izuku stepped closer still and sat down beside the child. Even heroes make mistakes sometimes, Izuku said, just above a whisper. Society likes to pretend heroes are perfect, that they never make mistakes. Heroes are just as human as the rest of us. They make mistakes, they have regrets. I'm sure your parents regretted leaving you behind. What are you talking about? The kid said, eyeing Izuku from the corner of his eye. Who even are you? Another stupid hero wannabe? My name is Izuku, Izuku said, in place of an answer. What's yours? Koda. It's nice to meet you, Koda. Izuku pulled his knees up and wrapped his arms around them. I'm sure your parents were great heroes, but even better parents. I know they must have regretting leaving you behind. Beside him, Izuku watched Koda's eyes fill with tears. Based on the painful look on his face, the kid must have been trying hard to hold them back. I wish. Koda began, but he let the sentence trail off. You wish people would stop calling your parents heroes? You wish people would stop saying their death was a good thing? You wish they'd catch the person who killed them? Izuku guessed. Koda shook his head violently. I wish I had my mom and dad back. Izuku sighed, resting his head on his knees. Me too. Koda turned to stare at Izuku in bewilderment, pure confusion evident on his face. What are you talking about? I heard you calling the tired-looking guy dead. Izuku could feel tears beginning to pool in his own eyes. Yeah, I mean he is my dad, I guess, but only by adoption. My real parents, they died when I was 5. I was right there. I watched them die and I couldn't do anything. There was silence, as if the world was giving them a moment to truly process what Izuku had said. What happened? Koda asked before shutting his mouth with an audible click. Sorry. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Izuku let out a wet, sad laugh. It's a gruesome story, are you sure you want to hear it? Izuku waited until Koda nodded. It was a hesitant, slow nod, and it made Izuku smile for some unknown reason. Here was a child who knew what it was like to lose your parents. Here was a child who knew what Izuku had been through all those years ago. Here was a child who reminded Izuku of himself. And gosh darn it, if he wasn't going to help this child. Well, you see, it was almost 10 years ago when I was 5. My mama was a hero just like yours actually. She was the hero Hiku. You weren't even born yet, so you've probably never heard of her. We lived in a big house at the edge of town. It was mostly because Papa insisted we live there. My mama didn't mind it, she always said she liked the quiet, the slow pace that existed only in the part of town where we lived. I liked it because we had a giant backyard full of trees and mud. Perfect for a little kid like me, who just wanted to explore and play. Like any kid really. I played out back nearly every day. My parents didn't mind. They always said the sunshine was good me. One day was different. Things weren't just quiet, they were silent. The house that was always so full of the sounds of family. My mama cooking in the kitchen, my papa working in the garage, the radio or TV playing some random show or song. There was none of that. Things just felt wrong, the world felt off. I think at some point, my 5-year-old brain knew something bad was going to happen. There was no other reason for the world to be so silent. Like a blank canvas, waiting for something to happen. Either way, it was too late. It was almost noon when it happened. I was getting hungry, and I headed back to my house for lunch. I accepted to find my mama waiting outside, ready to call me in for lunch. Quite the opposite. In fact, not only was nobody there, but the back door was locked. My first thought wasn't that something bad had happened, but just that my parents had gone somewhere and forgotten to tell me. I pulled myself up to the nearest window and peeked inside. I don't think I really understood what I was seeing at first. There were 4 people in the living room. My mama, papa, and 2 people I didn't recognize. My papa was draped over a chair, eyes closed with blood dribbling out of his mouth. One of the strange men was standing over him, something metal in his hand that I couldn't identify. My mama was on the floor, the other stranger standing over her. Her eyes were wide and they looked right at me. I watched as she reached out her hand and screamed something I couldn't hear before the stranger hit her on the head with another metal object. I figure it was a pipe of some sort. Blood spilt formed the wound and her eyes shut for the last time. I didn't move for a while. It felt like forever that I stared at their bodies, but in reality it was probably only a minute or 2. When the realization that my parents were dead finally hit me, I dropped from the window and ran. I had a vague idea of which direction to go, but in my panicked state I kind of ended up just running about with no clear direction. I'm not sure how, but I found my way to a police station. I don't think they understood what I was saying, but eventually they followed me back to my house where my mama was still laying dead on the floor. Papa was gone. I assumed the murderers took his body, but the police called an ambulance for mama. The police tried to talk to me, to ask me what happened, but I couldn't answer them. I was in shock. When the ambulance arrived, the paramedics pronounced my mama dead, and the police brought me back to the station. From what I heard, they couldn't find any record of me. No legal documents, no birth certificate, nothing. As far as the government was concerned, I was the boy who didn't exist. After that, things get a little blurry. I ran from the police station and hid until the police stopped coming to my house. So many people showed up to Mama's funeral, but I didn't know any of them. Whenever someone would see my crying, they would smile sadly and say the same thing. Don't worry, she died a hero. Her death wasn't a good thing, and it made me so angry that they were acting as if it was. I lived in our house, alone, for some time after that. I did some stupid things. Made a lot of mistakes and eventually ended up where I am today. I don't regret any of it. It is how I met Dad and Hitoshi after all, but sometimes I wish I could go back to how things were. Sometimes I wish I had my mama and papa back. So, Izuku finished, nearly out of breath from all his storytelling. That's what happened. Koda was silent, so Izuku continued talking after a short pause. I don't know if you've heard about my quirk. I've had it since I was born, but basically it lets me see future possibilities where people die. Do you mean? Yep. Izuku kept his face decidedly blank as he spoke. I saw my parents die multiple times before they ever actually died, and I still couldn't do anything to save them. Why did you tell me this? Why are you trying to be a hero, even after all of that? Koda asked, genuine curiosity and confusion in his eyes. Izuku's lips quirked up, not quite a smile but close. I see a little bit of myself in you. You've lost your parents, you're going through the same thing I did when I was about your age, but unlike me you have someone who understands. Someone who can help, but only if you'll let them help. I don't want you to deal with the death of your parents like I did. There are better ways. Izuku stared off the edge of the cliff. As for being a hero, I want to try my best to make sure no other children have to lose their parents like you and I. You'll help me? Even though I was rude to you and your class? At that, Izuku turned back to Koda and smiled, a real smile, and the child seated next to him smiled back. I'll always be here to help you, Koda. Whenever you need me. Koda sniffled and stuck out his hand. Promise. I promise. Izuku said, sealing his fate with a handshake. Prophesy, a promise, a premonition, a possibility. Do I have to do this? Izuku asked, purposefully making his voice as whiny as possible, knowing full well that he did indeed have to do this or else many lives would be lost. Izuku has seen this night play out many different times, with many different repercussions, none of which ended well. Hitoshi tightened his grip on Izuku's wrist as he dragged his brother along towards a clearing in the forest. Yes, you have to come, or else I'll be stuck with the class on my own. Izuku groaned. He didn't want to be stuck with the class either. All he really wanted to do was sleep, but tonight that wouldn't be an option. Tonight Izuku had a job to do. Come on. Hitoshi said, walking faster and subsequently pulling Izuku faster. We're almost there. The quicker we get there, the quicker we get done. All right. Izuku stopped dragging his feet as they reached the clearing. While the area was large, it was almost full with all the students from both Class 1A and 1B. Izuku mentally prepared himself to face Monoma. To his surprise, Monoma wasn't there. Neither were Satu, Kirishima, Ashido, or Kaminari. Hitoshi filled him in as Izuku stared in confusion at the crowd, searching or his missing classmates. Everyone who failed has to attend supplementary lessons in the evening. Izuku froze. If 5 people weren't here, then things wouldn't go as he had predicted. All his plans had just flown out the window. As if to make things worse, Mandalay began calling out pairs, Izuku having missed the entire explanation of what exactly they were doing. Class 1B had disappeared. Bit by bit, slight panic began to set in. It wouldn't be too long before they arrived and threw everything into chaos. Izuku had maybe a few minutes to sum up with some semblance of a plan. How could this possibly go wrong? Hitoshi and Bakugu. Mandalay called out at that very moment, as if to spite Izuku even more. Hitoshi glanced at Izuku once more before making his way over to an extremely angry Bakugo. Izuku could swear he saw actual steam coming out of his ears. Having lost the help of his brother, Izuku examined the rest of his class, wondering who else might be able to help him. As Izuku busily made his way through his class, thinking through the capabilities of each of his peers, his name must have been called, since people began nudging him towards Mandalay, but Izuku ignored them. Other teams were formed, and some began to enter the forest. Izuku's breath began to quicken, the slight panic slowly turned to full-blown. I have to do something to fix this or everyone might die, panic. As Izuku was attempting to stave off a panic attack, pink-tinged gas began to seep from the forest. Time was up. Izuku rushed up to Mandalay, who was trying to calm his classmates. Izuku grabbed her arms, causing her to turn her attention to him. With glowing eyes, Izuku stared at her and spoke slowly. Get everyone out of the forest back to camp. I'll take care of Kuda. Whatever you do, don't let them take Bakugo or Tokoyami. Mandalay must have heard the seriousness in his voice, because she nodded. When Izuku let go, she began to herd the class back toward camp. The first step of his semi-plan complete, Izuku turned and ran up the mountain as fast as he could, hoping with all his heart that it would be fast enough. The vague feeling of something gone wrong sat heavy in his chest. Hitoshi didn't quite know what was going on, but he did know 3 things. 1. Something was wrong, and the test of courage had been cancelled. Ragdoll was gathering Class 1B and they were going to meet up at camp and make sure everyone was safe. The pink gas was dangerous, and everyone had to hold their shirt over their nose while Yaoyorozu made gas masks for everyone. 2. Bakugo and Tokoyami were in danger. Hitoshi didn't know what posed that threat, not what the treat even was, but Mandalay had told them to work together to protect the both of them. 3. His brother has disappeared. Izuku was gone, even though Hitoshi had just seen him with the rest of the class only moments before. Hitoshi knew his brother was chaotic, but this kind of chaos wasn't something he would do. Rather, this seemed like the kind of thing Izuku would see in his visions, the kind of thing that would give him a panic attack, the kind of thing that would cause him to lose sleep. The kind of thing he wouldn't want to tell Hitoshi. Hitoshi could have screamed. This was the big secret Izuku had been keeping. The one that kept him up with nightmares. Something was happening and Izuku knew it, which meant he was probably off saving someone. The question was who and from what? Izuku stumbled onto the ledge atop the mountain. Kuda spun around as soon as he heard Izuku's footsteps. Breathing heavily, Izuku didn't waste time with words and grabbed the child by the arms, pointing down the path he came. What? Kuda asked, a frustrated look on his face. The ground shook slightly, and Izuku desperately pushed Kuda towards the path. Well. A deep voice that Izuku knew well came from the other side of the ledge. I came up here to see if I could find a good view, but it looks like I found something much better. Izuku stood up as tall as he could, but he seemed minuscule in comparison to the giant before them. As quietly as he could, Izuku pulled Kuda behind him and whispered, "Run back to camp now." The giant, whom Izuku knew as Muscular, sneered. "What? Don't tell me you're going to play hero, little boy. I'll squash you in a second. Less than a second even." Izuku held up his fists, assuming a fighting position. "That's laughable," Muscular responded, holding up his own fists. Izuku could only hope Kuda had done as Izuku had said and ran while he could. Fists flew as Izuku jumped around, trying to buy enough time for Kuda to get away. For a while Izuku was holding his own, but Muscular wasn't keen on being defeated and he grew his muscles in response. Izuku's hits didn't seem to do anything but tire him out. Eventually Izuku ended up with his back against the mountain wall, literally stuck between a rock and a hard place. Muscular was laughing, monologuing on about something Izuku couldn't be bothered to pay attention to. With blurry eyes, Izuku slumped to the ground as Muscular punched him once more. Behind a tree, Kuda watched his hero, the only person who really understood him, crumble to the ground. Hitoshi wasn't sure what to do. Izuku had disappeared, the only thing known about his whereabouts being what he told Mandalay before he left, that he was with Kuda. That, however, didn't help since nobody knew where Kuda was. Both classes had been corralled into the camp while the teachers kept a lookout. Something was supposed to happen. What exactly that something was, nobody knew. According to Mandalay, the information was straight from Izuku, so the teachers knew some part of it had to be true. Then the blue fire trickled closer and closer, slipping through the trees towards the camp. With the fire came light pink gas, dusting the top of the grass. As it drew closer, the students crowded closer together, getting as far away from doors and windows as physically possible in such a small space. The teachers' shoulders tensed, prepared for a fight. Quirks activated as inconspicuously as possible, both faculty and students. Only moments later, strikingly familiar blue eyes emerged from the darkening forest. With the moon high in the sky, Hitoshi watched blue flamed flood from the hand of a mysterious, yet all too familiar, blue-eyed man, and he knew something was wrong. Very wrong. Looking around desperately, Hitoshi found himself staring in the opposite direction. In particular, staring at the path through the forest Izuku had taken only a few days before to find Kuda. With Kuda. Izuku was with Kuda, and where would Kuda be? The same place he was that day. Without so much as a word of warning, Hitoshi turned and took off towards the forest, slipping easily through the crowd of teenagers. He followed the path closely, just missing the blue-eyed fire user melting to mud behind him. This time, Izuku didn't open his eyes. He squeezed them closed, blocking out as much of the moonlight as he could. "How long?" he croaked out. "That depends," said the gravelly voice of a familiar growing character. "We could be here for only a few seconds or for as long as a few months." Shadows shifted behind his eyelids as Izuku shifted upwards. "Why?" Instead of answering the question, Izuku opened one eye and peered at the dark figure. "You know," Izuku licked his lips and examined the mountain next to him. "You don't really seem like death to me. You don't know as much as I, though you would." The figure remained quiet for a moment, and Izuku basked in the silence, knowing that at any moment it could end and he could be moved back into an impossible fight. "That might be because I'm not really deaf." Izuku didn't startle, and there are no witnesses to tell you otherwise. Except for me, and between you and me, Izuku startled so badly he nearly leaped 2 feet in the air. "What do you mean?" Izuku pressed, both eyes open now. "You're not deaf." "Well." Izuku was trying very, very hard not to yell since this mysterious figure didn't really deserve to be yelled at right now, but let it be known it was not easy. "I don't really know who I am. I don't remember anything about who I was." "Who you were?" "You were a person?" "Yeah, I was once. Clearly not anymore. It's been so long I don't know anything about myself anymore. All I remember is my quirk had something to do with death." The figure shifted to the corner of Izuku's vision. "Sorry I misled you, Midoriya. Sorry, it's Aizawa now, right? All I know is death and you." "Me?" Izuku's eyes widened. "You know me? Well, I have been watching you since you were just a baby. That's a long time to get to know someone." Izuku vaguely felt himself nod, thinking back to the first time he met this shadowy figure. Izuku turns to look at the figure, but all he sees is the vague shape of a person, fuzzy around the edges with no identifying features. "I guess you could say I'm deaf." It takes a moment for those words to register in Izuku's mind. "I've been watching you since you were born. Your quirk is an interesting one." Right. "You've been watching me, but... And how?" "I think that's a question for another time," said the shadowy figure as they slowly seemed to slip through reality, edging back into the shadows until they were hardly distinguishable from the rest of the world. Izuku took a deep breath and let his eyes fall shut once again, question after question speeding through his mind, one after another. When Izuku opened his eyes, he took his time standing up, sore muscles protesting harshly. Izuku faced his enemy, who towered in front of him, hardly even realizing Izuku was there. From the forest beneath the mountain, Izuku caught a flash of blue and purple, and a terrible feeling flooded his stomach. Something was going to go terribly wrong. When Izuku had turned his attention back to the fight at hand, Muscular was dripping wet, and Kuda was standing in front of a tree, hands out. Before he even knew what he was doing, Izuku ran as fast as he could with his screaming muscles until he was standing in front of Kuda. Something wet dripped from the corner of his head, landing with a splat on the ground, staining the dirt red. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, Izuku lifted his fists. "What do you think you're doing?" Izuku asked, eyes a bright toxic green as he stared down Muscular, who towered over him. "We're not done fighting yet." Muscular sneered. "Stop trying to play hero, child." "Make me," came a voice behind Izuku, one that sounded scarily similar to his brother's. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut and tried his hardest to keep from grinning. Muscular, not noticing anything, made a foolish mistake. "I will." And just like that, Muscular froze and the fight was won. Izuku and Hitoshi should have gone back to camp together, safe and sound. Coulda should have been safe. Everything should have been all right. That should have been the end. Except it wasn't. Hitoshi ran up to Izuku, whose head was oozing blood and whose eyes were nearly as bright as a flashlight, if flashlights were green. Izuku, in his dazed state, didn't seem to notice the large, inky portal forming on the cliffside. Instead, Izuku was focused on Kuta, carefully instructing the child to run back to camp and find Mandalay. "Kuta," Hitoshi said, as the portal continued to grow. "Forget everything, hide. Now." Kuta's eyes widened, though that was the last thing Hitoshi saw before turning back to the portal. A certain crusty figure stepped out, accompanied by an oddly dressed man who kinda looked like a performer. Well. Shigaraki began. Hitoshi tried to hide his injured brother, but it was useless. "Aizawa Izuku. You don't seem so scary now, do you? You're lucky Sensei has a use for you, or I would kill you now. What do you want?" Hitoshi tried to use his quirk, but Shigaraki was much smarter than Muscular. He just rolled his eyes and gestured towards both Hitoshi and Izuku. The other man dashed forward, just as silent, and swiped his hand out toward Hitoshi, whose eyes widened before quickly shutting. "No!" Izuku screamed and grabbed his brother's arm, right as the hand met Hitoshi. Then all he could see was blue. Izuku had been turned into a marble. A marble now being carried through an inky black portal, with there being nothing Hitoshi can do to stop them. He hated being the one to tell his dad what had happened. With a heavy heart full of guilt and fear, Hitoshi trudged back to camp to meet the rest of his class. They all looked up when he arrived, hope in their eyes. Hitoshi shook his head. "It's just me," he said. "They took Izuku." Kuta started crying right then and there. "He promised." Kuta cried. Mandalay was quick to comfort him to no avail. "He promised that he would always rescue me. And he did. Even though he knew he couldn't beat Muscular, he still fought to protect me. He's a hero. You have to save him. He promised he'd save me. So promise you'll save him." "I promise," Hitoshi said without hesitation. "A prophesy, a promise, a premonition, a possibility." "Let him out," Shigaraki commands, as they step back through the portal into their super-secret base. Sensei said to treat the child well. Shiggy is seething, practically foaming at the mouth. With a snap of his companion's fingers, the blue marble transforms into a green-haired boy. Shigaraki stands in front of him, a smirk on his face. He couldn't hurt the child, but boy didn't have to know that. Yet, even as the boy raises his head, he doesn't look at Shigaraki. Rather, he stares through him, as if there is something there nobody else can see. Shigaraki sneers. "Pretending I'm not here won't do you any good." Still, the boy doesn't look at him. His green eyes are glassy, glowing slightly. Shiggy watches the child stare at nothing. He watches the pain in his eyes, and for a moment, just single moment, he's reminded of himself. Then the boy blinks and the scene around them changes. The world is gray, nothing but monotone colors. People surround them in frozen stances of everyday life. The boy sits on the ground in front of them still, but now he's covered in blood, eyes open and unseeing in a different way than before. Just as quickly as it appeared, the scene is gone. "What the hell was that?" Shigaraki growls. Behind him he hears the others taking a step back. "Yo," Dabi says, hands up and looking nervously from side to side. "Shiggy, dude, what did you say this kid's quirk was? Because as far as I remember it was nothing like that." "Death vision." Shigaraki answers impatiently. Sensei said he gave the boy a death vision quirk. "Then what was that?" Toga cuts in. Why did it affect us? I don't know. Why would you think I know? During this very loud conversation, Izuku stares straight in front of him, trapped within his own mind for the first time in years. Trapped in the memory of the past and the possibility of the future. A memory he'd long ago forgotten to the claws of time. Trapped in the memory of the silvery white scar lacing his temple. Eventually they tie the boy up. He doesn't seem to notice, much less react as they twist his arms behind his back. Every now and again the room around them changes, but it changes back just as quickly, so they've all grown accustomed to ignoring it. What they can't ignore is the scarily blank expression on the face of a boy who has just been kidnapped. Do you think he's okay? Shigaraki hears Dabi whisper. He doesn't look okay. He looks kind of dead inside. Shigi grits his teeth. Maybe we could convince him to join us if he ever wakes up. Shut up. Shigaraki bangs his fist on the bar. It's silent after that. It is the middle of the night. The bar lights are off, most of the villains have left, and the remaining are asleep. Well, they're supposed to be asleep. It's likely the final peaceful night they will have before the heroes come for them, so they've decided to take advantage of it and get a good night's sleep. Most of them, at least. Shigaraki stay you all night playing video games. Kurogyri is so tired of his lackadaisical attitude. Even if Kurogyri himself doesn't need much sleep, Shigaraki is still a growing boy and should be getting at least 8 hours every night. Then again, they are villains, and villains are exactly known for their stellar sleep schedules. With the loud video game sounds keeping Kurogyri up, they might as well do something productive. Like get a drink. Because that's definitely productive. As Kurogyri is walking downstairs, he passes the room they had left their hostage tied up in. Someone had the foresight to turn off the lights and shut the door. As he continues past, he notices a faint light coming from beneath the door. Had they accidentally left the boy with a flashlight, or worse, a phone? In a slight panic, Kurogyri opens the door and is met with empty glowing eyes staring right into his soul. For the first time since they kidnapped him, the boy opens his mouth. Shirakumo? Kurogyri shuts the door faster than light and does a prompt 180, going straight back to bed. That one name had given him an extreme headache and the feeling that he was forgetting something important. It's breakfast time, and Toga get to bring the cute green-haired boy his food. It's just bread and water. He's after all prisoner. Even if he is really pretty covered in blood. Hostage-chan. She sing-songs as she get closer to his room. I brought breakfast. She opens the door to find the boy leaning against the wall, eyes closed. Oh, you must have fallen asleep. Time to wake up. She moves to draw her knife, thinking she'll wake him up with a little poke. The boy's eyes shoot open, still glowing as brightly as before. Still as unnerving. Looky here, hostagen. I have bread and water for you. The walls flash from the bar's interior to what looks like a bus, but soon everything is back to normal. No one, not even Shigi-chan, has been able to explain what's been going on, but Sensei is going to visit them soon and explain everything. Don't worry, she says more to herself. It won't be long now. She sets the food down in front of the boy and skips out, ignoring the millisecond change from bar to hospital. Behind her glowing green eyes blink slowly, just barely returning from an extreme disassociation. It stopped. The world around them stopped changing just as suddenly as it started, and Shigaraki doesn't know why. On a completely related note, the boy seems to have woken up, and Dabi so eloquently put it. And the boy does not. So, talking. He chatters on about their quirks, their effects, and their possible uses. He talks about the science of alcohol when Kurogyri is around, though Kurogyri never talks back and never gets too close to the boy. He mumbles about video game strategies when he sees Shigaraki playing. Until Shigi yells at him to stop, at least. He talks about everything all the DMN time. And it is driving all of them insane. Finally, Sensei arrives. It was then that Sensei arrived. Well, to be more specific, Izuku was teleported to Sensei. And boy was it positively terrifying. Izuku began to cough uncontrollably, something sticky making its way up his throat. Just when he felt like he would throw up, black goop began to leak out of his mouth. It kept coming until it encased Izuku. the last thing he saw being the face of Shigaraki. As the black goop cleared from his vision, Izuku saw someone he never thought he'd see again. Someone who should be very dead. Once the goop had emptied from his throat, Izuku croaked out a word he hadn't said in nearly 10 years. Papa! Hitoshi woke up in the hospital. Alone. The memories of the camp came rushing into his mind all at once. The League of Villains had taken his brother because Izuku was protecting him. It was his fault. Izuku was gone and he might never come back, and it was all Hitoshi's fault. There was a knock on his door. It was Todoroki, accompanied by the rest of their class with the exception of those still asleep. Todoroki approached Hitoshi slowly, a glint in his eyes that Hitoshi more often than not saw in his brother's eyes. I have a plan, Todoroki said. Hitoshi already knew he would help before he even knew the plan. Papa! Izuku tried to run his eyes before remembering he was tied up. Instead, he settled for blinking as many times as he could. Still, no matter how many times he blinked, his papa still stood before him. Sure, he looked older and different, but it was undoubtedly his papa. Hello, son. Hisashi Midoriya said, smiling behind his mask. It has been quite some time, hasn't it? Noticing his son straining against the ropes tying him up, Hisashi felt a fit of brief anger at his successor. Sorry about that, he said, using one of his many quirks to cut the ropes. I told Tamura not to mistreat you. It seems he didn't quite listen. Hisashi let a bit of malice sneak into his voice, but he didn't mind. This was his son after all. He didn't have to be as careful around him. Thanks. I guess. Izuku said, confusion clear on his face. What dash? Izuku's breath shuddered for a moment, and Hisashi found himself tilting his head to the side. Even with his multitude of empathy quirks, he was having trouble getting a clear picture of his son's emotions. What's going on? That made Hisashi smile again. I've saved you from the heroes. I'm sorry it took so long, son, but it was difficult to find a good time. All right, Izuku said. He was shaking, this much Hisashi could see. Was his son cold? Hisashi couldn't feel much anymore, so he had no way of knowing. He teleported a blanket into the room nonetheless, holding it out to his son. Izuku stared at it for a moment, emotions flashing through his eyes too fast for Hisashi to entirely comprehend. Eventually, Izuku took the blanket and wrapped it around his shoulders. Hisashi nodded. So, son, how are you handling the quirk I gave you? And just like that, the confusion on his son's face returns. Hitoshi knew this was a stupid, reckless, chaotic idea that had little to no chance of ending well. Yet, here he was, standing outside the hospital with Todoroki and Kirishima. They are heading to the villain's secret base to rescue Izuku. Or they were. Before Tenya burst through the hospital doors. What do you think you're doing? Tenya yelled, hands chopping angrily. Hitoshi's anger flamed. What did it matter to him? Nobody was going to stop Hitoshi, not even his dad. What do you think we're doing? He yelled back. We're rescuing my brother. Tenya clenched his hands into fists. This isn't what Izuku would want you to do, and you know that. Hitoshi launched himself at Tenya, ready to claw his eyes out. Kirishima grabbed him with hardened arms even as Hitoshi started screaming at the top of his lungs. How do you know that? What do you know about my brother? Hitoshi swung his fists randomly, not even looked to see who he might hit. He just wanted to hit something. I've known his for years. Do you know why he's there with them? With the villains who want him dead? Because he was saving me. They would have taken me if he hadn't jumped in the way. It would be me in his place if it weren't for Izuku. It's my fault he's there and I'm going to save him. Tenya stepped closer, looking Hitoshi right into the eyes. Izuku did that because he didn't want you there. We don't know what he has seen, but whatever it was, he didn't want it to happen. He cares about you, he wouldn't want you to do this. You won't stop me. Hitoshi dropped his arms, the anger fading to resolve. None of you can stop me. Then let me go with you. Tenya insisted, even as Hitoshi turned to walk away. The more of us, the safer we'll be. I must insist we try not to engage in a fight, however. You don't want to get in trouble with the law. Fine. Hitoshi gave in. Now we're just waiting for Yaoyorozu with the tracker, Kirishima said, right as the hospital doors opened once more. Yaoyorozu peeked her head out. I'll help you, she said decisively. On one condition. You let me go with you. And just like that, what began as a group of 3 turned into a group of 5, all on a mission to save the most heroic and perhaps most traumatized of their classmates. Izuku was so very cold. It wasn't a physical cold, though, it felt more like a mental numbness. Something Izuku absolutely hated. It felt so wrong in his mind. After all the death he'd experienced, all the awful things he'd seen, all the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad things, this was the worst. Because it was empty. What? The quirk I gave you? Papa says again. How do you like it? Is it working well for you? Have you gotten a good handle on it? Have I gotten a handle on my quirk? Izuku stares wide-eyed, the empty feeling in his head expanding to encompass his whole body. Izuku couldn't respond. After a few moments of silence, Papa seemed to realize this. Well, we can talk about that later. It's not that important anyway. Izuku liked his lips, unfeeling even then. If you're alive. What about Mama? Is she alive too? Izuku did not like the look on Papa's face when he asked that. He immediately regretted asking it, but there was no going back now. Papa stood slowly, gesturing for Izuku to do the same. Would you like to see her? Izuku nodded without hesitation despite the unsettling feeling curling in his stomach. Papa led him out of the room they had been in. The hallway was just as dark and dingy and villainy as everything else. Izuku found himself shuffling behind Papa as they passed closed door after closed door, Izuku hoping he never had to find out what lay behind them. The Papa stopped in front of a single door marked, Trophies, and Izuku knew what was coming. Izuku knew, but he went in anyway. Papa led him to the gray, stone, frozen figure of his mama, boldly displayed in the center of the room. Izuku stumbled back. Mama? Papa turned around to look at him with an oddly cheerful look on his face. Is that Mama? Did you do that? The resulting chuckle was answer enough. You dash. Izuku nearly choked on his words as he pushed himself back toward the wall. You killed her. You killed Mama. Papa stepped closer, but Izuku just kept going backwards. Son, you don't understand. I had to. She threatened to turn me in when she found out my plans for you. Izuku screamed. He wrapped his hands around his head and just screamed. The high-pitched sound reverberated around them, echoing down the hall. Don't call me son. He cried. I'm not your son. You killed Mama. You didn't have to, but you did. That is no way to talk to your father. Papa admonished, but Izuku just kept screaming. Izuku, stop that now. You don't understand. Izuku kept shaking, but he couldn't scream anymore. Something was keeping him from making any sort of sound. You wouldn't even be here without me, you know. That insolent woman could be replaced, but not you. Not my son. You don't even know how much I've done for you. Izuku shook his head and covered his ears, refusing to listen, but the words slipped past any defenses he put up. He didn't want to hear them. Without me, you would be nothing. When you were born, I had a doctor examine you. You have an extra toe joint. Do you know what that means? It means you were born quirkless. If I hadn't given you that death vision quirk when you were born, you wouldn't have a quirk at all. You would be quirkless. Do you know what happens to the quirkless in this world? They get beaten down, taunted, and bullied. Without me, you would end up just like them. Just a useless, weak, quirkless Deku. And oh, didn't that bring back memories of another life, another time, and past that never happened but stung nonetheless. Whatever was keeping Izuku from making sound chose that moment to disappear. Izuku opened his mouth and started screaming again. A single word repeated over and over again. No, 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 no. Son, that is enough. Papa said, but Izuku was numb. Don't call me son. He screamed before a hand was placed on his forehead. The hand was cold and felt lifeless. I suppose, Papa said, his voice just as cold and lifeless as his hand. If you won't appreciate my gift, you don't deserve to have my gift at all. It seems I'll have to take it from you. There was a feeling in his head, a pulling, as if someone was trying to yank away something that belonged to him, something that was a part of him, something that was his, something nobody could ever take from him, something he had bled and cried and fought for, something that he wouldn't give up for anything. So Izuku fought the pulling with everything he had. He fell unconscious before he could see what happened, but a shadowy figure in his vision smiled at him, assuring him everything would be all right. Hitoshi stood on his tiptoes to peek into the warehouse the tracker had led them to. It appeared to be some sort of Nomo factory. It was too dark to see much more than that. Until the heroes showed up and blasted the warehouse open. So much happened in so little time. Black goop gurgled up from the earth, and from the goop emerged the members of the League of Villains. A villain dressed all in black emerged from the shadows, and soon after All Might showed up. Then, a movement behind the villain caught Hitoshi's eye. There, standing alone and weak, was Izuku. Even from so far away, Hitoshi could tell something was very wrong. Because Izuku's eyes were darker than Hitoshi had ever seen them. Izuku feels wrong. He feels different, off somehow, but he just can't put his finger on why. He examines the scene in front of him with a foggy mind. There's Papa, talking loudly, though Izuku doesn't bother to listen to what he's saying. There's Shigaraki and company standing behind Papa. In front of them stand a large group of heroes. Izuku notices All Might is at the forefront. Even with his groggy mind, Izuku notices two very distinct heads poking up from behind a crumbling wall. One purple and the other half red and half white. Izuku knows them, he does, but right now he can't seem to remember how he knows them. Izuku sways a little bit, tuning back into the conversation between Papa and All Might. Papa seems to be saying something that makes the hero angry. They're probably going to fight, Izuku thinks. Yeah, probably, says a voice beside Izuku. Izuku turns his head slowly, feeling as if his brain is mush. There stands a shadowy figure that Izuku thinks he recognizes, but he can't be sure. I know what you're thinking, says the shadow person. Why am I here again? Every other time I've appeared you've been dead. Or dying. Not this time. I can assure you, you are perfectly alive. Thanks, I couldn't tell. Izuku slurs. You seem different, says the shadow, and though he doesn't say it aloud, Izuku agrees. I don't know what All for One did to you, but you seem really out of it. Do you even remember who I am? Oh, course, Izuku says. You're my imaginary friend. There is a deep sigh. Then silence. Izuku turns back around to find Papa and All Might fighting and the shadowy figure gone. Izuku is alone again but for his thoughts. His surprisingly empty, death-free thoughts. Izuku realizes what's wrong. He's seeing the battle in front of him. And only that. Something in his mind breaks, sending waves of sharp pain through his brain. Izuku wraps his arms around his head once more and screams. He can hardly feel in that moment, so he does the only thing he can do. He reaches out with his mind for the one thing he can still feel and he yanks. Shudo feels so weak. Izuku is right there, hardly 20 feet away, screaming as if he has just been stabbed in the gut and Shudo can't do anything. He's stuck behind this wall, doomed to watch from a distance as his friend suffers. Then something truly strange happens. Quirks start erupting from their owners like uncapped bottles of shaken soda. Black gaseous portals start appearing and disappearing everywhere. Yaoyorozu starts making random objects without any capability to stop. Hitoshi watches in horror as random people begin falling under his mind control and snapping out just as quickly. Shudo is hardly even surprised to see spikes of ice and fire dotting the area around them. It's as if someone else is controlling their quirks. Based on the look on his face, Hitoshi seems to be thinking the same thing. The obvious culprit is the large villain named All for One standing at the center of everything. The much less obvious culprit is the screaming green-haired boy with green lightning crackling around him. Hitoshi taps Shudo on the shoulder. I have a plan. It's dangerous, risky, and very Izuku. Shudo doesn't even have to think about it. He came here for a reason. I'll do anything to save Izuku. Shudo says wholeheartedly. Izuku is screaming. All he knows is pain. Every death he has ever seen, every death he has ever felt, none of it compares to what he's feeling right now. There is nothing other than the pain pricking his mind as he screams. It feels like it's been going on forever. Green flashes around him and there is yelling but all. Izuku knows. And cold. A cold hand reaching out to him. A cold hand accompanied by a tired limp hand. Two hands attached to two people. Two people that Izuku knows. Izuku reaches out. Two hands grab his. The screaming stops. As soon as they are back on the ground, Shudo lets Hitoshi take his brother, who appears unconscious. He knows that no matter how much he cares, Hitoshi cares more. So he lets go of his friend for now. The random quirk activation slows, though it doesn't cease completely. In fact, it seems to focus on one specific person. All for one. Every time the villain tries to use a quirk, it goes haywire. As Hitoshi begins to walk away from the chaos, Izuku on his back, said green-haired boy blinks his eyes open. He stares at All for One with an unwavering gaze, and Shudo has the sudden feeling that they've missed something big. All for One turns to look straight at them. Even though he's 20 feet away, they hear his voice clear as day. "Give me my son back." Izuku blinks slowly. All for One's quirk shuts off randomly. "Do not call me your son," Izuku says, his voice quiet but his words so very loud. All Might punches All for One while he's distracted. Izuku closes his eyes and Hitoshi keeps moving. Shudo watches his friends as they walk away. Izuku is safe, but at what cost? Behind them, All Might defeats his rival for the final time. Izuku passes out on his brother's back. Shudo realizes just how much Izuku means to him. The world changes. They don't know yet just how much, but world changes because of them. Because of a boy who does exist. Because of his quirk. Because of his friends. Behind them, a shadowy figure named Yamashi watches the boy holding what used to be his quirk change the world without even realizing it. Yamashi watches the boy who only has so much time left. Yamashi watches the boy who time and time again has managed to defy fate itself, and he knows things won't turn out how the universe wants them. Because All Might was supposed to die in that fight. Izuku was supposed to become a villain. Shudo was supposed to give up on friendship. The world wasn't supposed to change. A prophesy, a promise, a premonition, a possibility. It never really begins. At the center of everything is Izuku. Green-eyed, messy-haired, tired Izuku. Fate isn't the type of person to let go easily. Says his mind. There is no response. Only the silence of the void and the splitting of worlds behind them. There is still much to do. The voice in his head changes to that of a certain shadowy figure's voice. Everything will be all right. A small, knowing smile fills the familiar figure's face. Everything will be just fine. There is, after all, a prophecy to be fulfilled, a promise to be kept, a premonition to be heard, and a possibility to be seen. Izuku wakes up in a hospital room. A very sterile, very white, very silent hospital room. And for a moment, just one single moment, he almost forgets. He almost forgets that Papa is a supervillain who killed Mama and kidnapped him. He almost forgets that Papa tried to take his quirk away. He almost forgets that All Might fought Papa and that Izuku's friends rescued him. He almost forgets the immense pain he felt as his brain split and fate changed. He almost forgets. Almost, but not quite. Izuku turns over, and in the quiet of the white hospital room, he falls back asleep to a slumber that is anything but peaceful. Izuku wakes up again in the same hospital room, only this time it isn't so white. Flowers fill every empty space in the room. Each table is covered in vases, flowers litter the floor, and even a large bear holding a bouquet occupies one of the room's chairs. It's still unimaginably quiet. In the quiet of the hospital room, where he is all alone, nothing else fills the void but his own thoughts. Izuku notices something that wasn't there before. A gentle poking, a soft nudging in the back of his brain. It is a familiar feeling but alien at the same time. With his mind, Izuku reaches out for it. It shrinks back, away from him like it isn't used to being used. Izuku pulls back. He doesn't try to reach out for it again. In the now colorful hospital room, Izuku falls asleep once more, the gentle nudging acting more like a comfort than anything else. The third time Izuku wakes up, he isn't alone. On the other side of the hospital room, looking slightly out of place among the flowers, is Hitoshi. He's sleeping in one of the two chairs, the other being filled with the giant stuffed bear. Izuku tried to make as little noise as possible as he sat up. It's much too quiet for his liking, and his every movement sounds like a bomb going off. Beyond the hospital room walls, Izuku hears another familiar voice. His dad. From what Izuku can hear, Dad is talking to a doctor, probably about him. Izuku doesn't want to eavesdrop, but it is much too quiet for him not to hear. Quirkless, confused. Izuku closes his eyes and drifts off back to sleep, the word quirkless echoing in his head. Something about it feels wrong. The nudge in the back of his agrees. Izuku isn't quirkless. Is he? The fourth time he wakes up, he doesn't go back to sleep. Izuku blinks his eyes open slowly. There is a bright light shining in his eyes, and it makes Izuku want to go back to sleep. He doesn't, however. The light disappears and Izuku can see the doctor standing over him, looking surprised. Behind the doctor stands Shota, and behind him is Hitoshi. Izuku blinks again, just to make sure his eyes aren't playing tricks on him. What's going on? Izuku tries to ask, but he feels too exhausted and it comes out slurred. Dad rushed forward as the doctor stepped aside. Izuku? Izuku, don't go back to sleep. Izuku doesn't want to go back to sleep. The nightmares had haunted him even as he slept, and Izuku had no desire to return to them. Izuku, look at me. Stay awake. Izuku mumbled something that even he didn't understand before trying to sit up. How long have I been asleep? He asks, words still slurring together. Dad and the doctor exchange a look that Izuku is too tired to read into. Almost a week. The doctor responds. At some point during your kidnapping, your temporal lobe was damaged. The temporal lobe is responsible for conscious use of your quirk, so it's likely that your quirk was activating without you knowing, that kept you asleep for so long. That or the trauma you experienced was so damaging your subconscious decided it was safer to keep you asleep. My quirk. Izuku's sleep-addled brain was very lost. Yes, your quirk. We've heard from various reports that All for One tried to take your quirk. It appears he wasn't successful, however in his attempt he did manage to damage your temporal lobe. So I still have my quirk? Papa didn't take it? The doctor hesitated. Yes, you still have your quirk. That does bring up something else I need to discuss with you. We have reason to believe you have two quirks. One, the death vision quirk All for One gave you, and another one you were born with. Izuku is only growing more confused. But All for One said I was quirkless. He said a doctor looked at me when I was a baby and I had an extra toe joint. His only response is silence. And laughter. The doctor starts laughing as if he's heard the funniest joke in the world. The doctor can hardly get words out, he's laughing so hard. Don't you know? There's a reason we wait until you're older to check for an extra toe joint. Babies' bones are different from adults. We checked and I guarantee you are not quirkless. Never were and probably never will be. Oh, what a relief it is. Izuku takes a deep breath in, a deep breath out, and starts laughing too. It feels so nice, after days of nightmare-ridden sleep and stressful thoughts, to just let himself laugh. Soon Hitoshi is laughing too. The doctor stops laughing eventually, but Izuku continues giggling even as he speaks. It seems you won't be able to use your death vision quirk for a few weeks while your temporal lobe heals. During that time your original quirk may make itself known, so I would be careful and try to practice with it. You wouldn't want to lose control again. Other than that, you've healed wonderfully. You've already been cleared to leave when you're ready. Izuku turns to stare at his dad, who in turn stares at him. With a sigh, his dad slinks over. Don't worry, kid. You built some dorms while you were asleep. Everyone else has already moved in. We can get your stuff from the apartment as soon as we leave the hospital and get you set up in your dorm. Izuku smiles. The dorms are large buildings, all in a row with multiple floors. Lights shine through some windows while others remain dark. Izuku can pick out some windows with decorations that reveal their occupants. Hitoshi's window has cat curtains on it. Ashido's window has stickers. Aoyama has fairy lights lining his window. Even Shoto had an ice decal on one side and a fire decal on the other. Each individual window had something unique. Except for one. That's your room. Hitoshi filled in, pointing out the empty window. It's next to mine. Nobody's gone in yet, so it should be completely empty. Izuku nodded, smiling brightly. They opened the front door to the empty common room, and Izuku found himself unexpectedly relieved. He did not want to deal with his overly excitable classmates. He had only woken up a few hours ago after all. Despite having slept for nearly a week, Izuku was exhausted. The incessant nudge in his head was not helping. The nudge was, in fact, the worst part. It was always there, tap, tap, tapping at his brain. Yet, everything Izuku tried to grab at it, to do something with it, it shrunk back. Dad and Hitoshi led him to the elevators. Again, they were empty. You know. This said as the elevator doors closed behind them. We might make it to your room without seeing anyone. Our classmates might not even know you're back. Hitoshi and Izuku shared a sly smile. Dad rolled his eyes. Just keep the chaos within the dunes. He said. No promises. Hitoshi and Izuku said at the same time. When the elevator doors opened, Hitoshi stepped in front of Izuku, leaning out to check the hallway before gesturing for Izuku to follow him. The two snuck out of the elevator and tiptoed to the one blank door next to the door covered in cat stickers with a nameplate that reads Hitoshi. The sound of scratching on the other side of the door would have been worrying if Izuku didn't know his brother enjoyed taking in stray cats. Eventually, they managed to open Izuku's door with minimal squeaking, which shouldn't be possible since the hinges were built less than a month ago and shouldn't squeak at all, but no drama. And if Hitoshi and Izuku were humming the Mission Impossible theme song while they moved all Izuku's stuff into his room, nobody had to know. Except Shuji and Jairu, who both have hearing quirks, but both are too busy laughing to say anything. Once all Izuku's belongings were safely in his room, Hitoshi gave his brother a salute and left for his own room, leaving Izuku alone to decorate his new dorm. What would have happened if Izuku wasn't exhausted and hadn't dropped onto his bed to sleep for the rest of the day? Izuku woke up much later when the sun had set and the dorm lights were off. Izuku and Hitoshi, both being night owls, seemed to be the only ones in their class still awake. Thus, Hitoshi wasn't surprised when Izuku knocked on his door to join him in petting the cats and playing video games well into the night. The silence was filled with whispered words and muffled laughs. For the entire night, neither mentioned the events at the camp or immediately after. It was almost like nothing had happened. Almost, but not quite. The next morning Izuku did not go down to breakfast for the sake of keeping his presence a secret from the rest of their classmates. No one seemed to suspect anything, so Hitoshi and Izuku continued planning, plotting, and scheming much to their dad's amusement. Izuku had a more selfish reason for avoiding his class other than pranking them. He had noticed that the more people around him, the worse the nudge got. With only a couple people around, it was just a nudge, easy to ignore, hardly noticeable. With 9 or 10 people around, the nudge got more insistent, like there was more than one thing poking at his mind. The more people there were, the worse it got. Izuku knew he wouldn't be able to handle more than 40 people at once. Whatever his original quirk was, it got more violent the more people there were around him. The insistent it grew, the less it seemed to shrink away when Izuku tried to use it. Once, when the whole Udata staff was around, Izuku could feel the poking in the back of his head, and when he reached out to grab it, it didn't shrink away as much. In fact, if he reached just a little more, he might have been able to grab it. But his kidnapping was still fresh in his mind, so Izuku never grabbed it. He never pulled. He never used his quirk. Izuku also found himself missing his other quirk. Without his death vision, Izuku felt utterly useless. The world around him was always too quiet, and Izuku kept catching himself looking around, searching for a death that wasn't there. It left him even more disoriented each time. For now, Izuku remained trapped with his own thoughts, a voice he couldn't quite make out whispering words he couldn't quite understand but felt important nonetheless. Zero just wanted a drink of water. He knew it was past curfew and he was supposed to be asleep, but he was worried about Izuku. His first thought was that a drink of water would help him get to sleep, so he snuck out of his dorm down to the kitchen. As he grabbed a cup from the cabinet and turned on the tap, he noticed a pair of glowing eyes watching him from the other side of the kitchen. Zero's first thought was that it was Izuku. That theory was quickly disproved because, 1. Izuku wasn't back yet. 2. Izuku's eyes glowed much brighter than the dull gleam Shiro was seeing. Shiro did a 180 and walked out of the kitchen with a half-full glass of water. He was not dealing with a demon today. Nope, no way. Any hope of getting to sleep vanished in a snap. Izuku didn't know why Shiro left so suddenly. He was about to say hi when his classmate left without even turning off the tap. Izuku flipped the sink off for him as he returned to the crossword puzzle he had been doing at the kitchen table. The incessant nudge in his head calmed down a bit when Izuku was alone again. I swear I saw it. Shiro later says when he tells Kaminari, Ashido, and Karashima about it. It had dull, glowing eyes. It definitely couldn't have been Izuku. I think the dorms are haunted. The next day Izuku and Hitoshi prepared to put their plan in action. They had, of course, created and prepared for many plans. After much deliberation, however, they decided on a certain plan that Izuku had aptly named Scare the Socks of Class 1A and 1B while also finding out what Izuku's quirk is, or Scabofowiki for short. Oh boy, was Izuku excited to put Plan Scabofowiki into action. They began with their own class. All but 2 members of Class 1A had gathered in the common room to the weekly study session. The class had been split into 2 groups with Tenya and Yaoyorozu each helping one of the groups. Formed the vents, Hitoshi and Izuku watched their completely unaware classmates laugh and talk. Izuku could feel the prickling in his mind growing stronger with more people around, but he was too excited to care. Hitoshi and Izuku shared a look and began their plan. Step 1 was to make a lot of noise in the vents. Izuku began knocking her elbows into the sides of the vent while Hitoshi kicked his feet around. The loud sounds echoing through the vents clearly got their classmates' attention if the sudden silence was anything to go by. Don't worry, Yaoyorozu said. I'm sure it's just Izuku and Hitoshi. Or, Kaminari cut in. It's the vent cryptids we saw during the sports festival. The ones who shut off the lights and nearly murdered me. The class began murmuring, each person offering their own theories. None were correct other than Yaoyorozu's, but they were still fun to listen to. Many of their classmates ended up unwittingly giving the 2 ideas for future pranks. Step 2 was to mess with the lights. Izuku and Hitoshi has already accosted Nedzu and received the key to the dorm basements, giving them full access to the breakers. With a few flips of the switches, Step 2 had been achieved. Step 3 was the simplest. While Hitoshi remained in the basement flipping the lights on and off, Izuku was to emerge from the shadows and scare the socks off their classmates. The steps would then be repeated with Class 1B. See? Simple. What on earth could possibly go wrong? Except when Izuku stepped out of the dark corner he was hiding in, the class shrieked. Someone activated their quirk, and suddenly the slightly uncomfortable stabbing in his mind changed, and what had previously not wanted to be used was pushing for him to grab at it and use it. Before he knew it, Izuku was on the ground, thankfully not screaming. His quirk, because it had to be his quirk, what else could be causing this kind of pain in his own mind, was screaming at him to grab what he didn't know, so Izuku did the only thing he could. He reached out. And he pulled. Mina could tell the exact moment it happened. Something with dull glowing green eyes had appeared in the corner closest to her and she had panicked and activated her quirk, acid oozing from her skin like normal. And then it wasn't. And things weren't normal anymore. Because across from her Aoyama was screeching at the vaguely pink liquid dripping from his fingers. The pink acid that should be coming from Mina. They looked at each other, horror in their eyes. Hagakure did not believe in ghosts, but when glowing green eyes stare at you from what was previously a completely empty corner of the room, you do what any normal person would do. You scream. And turn visible, apparently because people were staring at her with their jaws on the floor. On the other side of the room someone screams Tsuya's name and everyone looks around. I'm right here. Tsu says, but Hagakure can't see her. Nobody can. The screaming is going on for a lot longer than Hitoshi thought it would. He assumed as soon as everyone realized it was only Izuku they would stop screaming. Hitoshi waited. And waited. And waited. When the screaming didn't stop he knew something was wrong. When he made his way back up from the basement he knew why the screaming had continued. Izuku was on the floor, mouth open in a silent scream, while around him quirks went crazy. Izuku! Izuku, can you hear me? Can you respond? Hitoshi knelt next to his brother, trying to pull him into his mind control. When Izuku managed a feeble yes, Hitoshi activated his quirk, but nothing happened. When he looked around, he found some of their classmates had been mind-controlled instead. He was going to have to call Dad, wasn't he? After Dad arrived and erased Izuku's quirk, all the other quirks went back to normal. It sufficed to say Plan Scabafowiki was abandoned in favor of taking Izuku to Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl listened to Hitoshi's revelation of what had just happened before pulling up the medical profile of two people, Inko and Hisashi Midoriya. Hitoshi immediately recognized them as Izuku's birth parents. You know, the ones that were supposed to be dead. Their quirks were highlighted. A weak telekinesis quirk named Attract and All for One. With these two quirks, Recovery Girl began. The possible combinations could have been limitless, but with the information you've provided me and what just happened, I think I can make a good guess as to what Izuku's original quirk might be. I also think that for now we keep Izuku away from large crowds and active volatile quirks. Recovery Girl wrote something down on Izuku's own medical paper and showed it to Hitoshi and their dad. Quirk redirection? What's that? Recovery Girl sighed. It's a quirk that may be as powerful and dangerous as All for One's. You see, All for One is a quirk that allows the user to take and give quirks as they please as long as they are in physical contact with the person. Izuku's quirk is a small mutation of that quirk. The ability to take and give the effects of a quirk. Combined with his mother's quirk, it appears Izuku can do this at a distance, without a physical connection to the person. Large crowds of people mean a large amount of quirks and a small space. His original quirk isn't used to being used, so when presented with too much information at once it, essentially, panics. And Izuku, who is unused to handling this quirk, cannot control it. Thus, with enough people around we end up with something along the lines of Kamino Ward. Quirks activating randomly doing random things. Izuku, completely silent, stood up and walked out of the medical bay without so much as a single word. Hitoshi prepared to chase after him, but Dad stopped him. Let him go, Dad said. He needs to think about this. It's a lot to find out you've inherited your supervillain father's quirk. Besides, you and I need to talk about Kamino. Izuku, as usual, went to the roof. Most other students rarely went up there, so it was the perfect place to go when he didn't want to be found. It was silent save for the wind blowing and the birds above. For the first time since his kidnapping, there was not sharp poking in his mind. No death scene ruining the moment. It was just Izuku. His fingers moved on their own to brush against the scar on his temple, usually hidden by his hair. Most days he forgot it was even there. Most day he forgot the pain that came with it. Today was not most days. The scar wasn't really special. He had scars all over his arms and legs, most of them formed when he was a clumsy child and broke a dish and fell into a river. Some were scars from fights he'd gotten into trying to keep someone from dying. This scar was from when Izuku first tried to save someone's life. It was also a reminder of what happens when Izuku fails to save someone's life. In the silence of the waning sunlight, Izuku promised himself once more that he would never, ever fail to save someone again. Izuku only caught the tail end of the conversation. He had been walking back to Recovery Girl's office when he had Hitoshi and Ad arguing. He hadn't meant to eavesdrop and he was planning to leave right then and there, but he just couldn't. Oh, how he wished he had left. I know it was dangerous, but Izuku was there all alone. I couldn't just leave him behind. He's my brother and it was my fault he was taken in the first place. Weren't you worried? Hitoshi wasn't quite yelling, but it was close. When Dad replied he sounded calm, but Izuku knew better. Of course I was worried. Why wouldn't I be worried about Izuku? He's my son. For all I knew he was dead already. Izuku knew, objectively it was Dad saying it, but in that moment all he could hear, all he could see, was Papa in front of him, yelling at Izuku. He threw his hands over his ears, but you can't block out a memory. Hello, son. I'm sorry it took so long, son, but it was difficult to find a good time. So, son, how are you handling the quirk I gave you? Son, you don't understand. That insolent woman could be replaced but not you. Not my son. Son, that is enough. Give me my son back. Izuku shakes his head violently, as if he's trying to shake the very memory out. My son, 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 my son. There was a hand on his shoulder and a voice he recognized, but he was much too deep in his panic attack to really comprehend what was being said. Don't call me son. Izuku choked on his words. Salty tears dripped from his eyes into his mouth, but Izuku did care. Don't call me son. Don't call me son. Don't call me son. Izuku, said a very calm voice that sounded nothing like Papa. How about I just call you Izuku? Izuku knew that voice. That's Dad's voice. Dad who saved him and took care of him and brought him to UA and helped him become a hero. Deep breaths. Okay, Izuku. Izuku felt the hand on his shoulder move and wrap him up in a hug. As his breathing evened out, Izuku heard the commotion around him. You're safe now, Izuku. And he was safe. Izuku returns to his dorm later that night already half asleep. Hitoshi lets him sleep in his room, curled up on the floor with the cats. It is peaceful and quiet, and Izuku greedily accepts the much-needed sleep. Meanwhile, Shota stays up planning something extremely chaotic for class the next day in hopes that it will cheer up his sons. When he presented his lesson plans to the principal, he was met with an evil grin that rivaled his own and given the go-ahead. When he presented his plan to his colleagues, he was met with 3 different reactions. Pure horror was the most common. Thought it was followed quickly by incredulous looks and a few tired stares. When he finally took his idea to the class, he was met with the reaction he expected. War! They all yelled simultaneously. How they all managed to say it at the same time, Shota will never know, but he promptly moved on with his lesson plans without thinking too much about it. A water war. He corrected them. You'll each be given 5 water balloons, or grenades, and a water pistol. You're free to steal from other people. Each class is their own team, though the business departments have chosen to opt out. Shota slapped the board behind him. It flickered to life, the screen displaying the rules neatly typed out. Quirks are allowed, but the only way to get a person out is by hitting them with water. Shota gave a very pointed look at Bakugo. Teachers and cameras are scattered around the campus. Once you're hit, you're out, and it will be announced over the speakers. You may continue playing, but your hits will no longer count. When an entire team is out, it will be announced and you'll be expected to return to your classroom when your team is called out. He then grins. The winning class gets a week off from homework. Shota eyed his class. Some were excited, some were apprehensive, some, Izuku and Hitoshi, were asleep. Shota knocked his sons on the head to wake them up. Hitoshi sat up quickly, giving Shota the stink eye, while Izuku rolled off his desk, bleary eyes and now on the floor. Shota sighed. Now put on your PE uniforms and get outside. Izuku wanted sleep. The poking in his head only grew more annoying as time went on. Even though he now knew what that poking was, it was his quirk, or rather the quirks of those around him. It kept him awake some night, just wishing it would stop. Spoiler alert, it never did. So Izuku wanted to sleep. Just sleep. And he knew that as long as this water war was going on, the entirety of UA would be much too busy either participating or refereeing the game. Which left Izuku free to sneak away to a safe, quiet, hidden spot where he knew nobody would bother him as he napped. In his sleep-deprived state, Izuku did not realize the kind of absolute chaos that would be caused by his disappearance. After all, what can a chaos child do except cause chaos? 3. Each class was primed and ready to go, listening to the countdown from their own classroom. Each student had exactly 5 water balloons and 2 water pistols. All the teachers had taken up their posts around UA with the principal watching over the cameras. 2. Class 1A had gathered near the door as soon as the countdown started. The goal was to get outside as quickly as possible without losing any team members. Although quirks couldn't be activated until the countdown ended, Momo was prepared to start making extra water balloons as soon as possible. Class 1A was in it to win it. Well, most of them at least. 1. They held their breath. Go! Doors slammed open and students flooded the hallways. Hitoshi pulled a rope from his backpack and began climbing out the window. The rest of the class chucked water balloons out their own door in an attempt to clear a path. There was screaming, evil laughter, even someone crying. Still the war thundered on. Water soaked the floor and some students. Announcements came rapid fire. Ningen Hito is out. Detarame Ko is out. Dansei Geru is out. To their surprise, nobody from Class 1A was hit, not even Bakugu. So, the class as a whole continued to the outside, tossing water balloons at anyone who came too close. By the time they finally got outside, they had knocked a few people out of the game, though Bakugu had chosen to go off on his own with Kirishima trailing behind him. As the rest of the classes made their way outside, the water war really began. Denki had a feeling he wasn't going to last long in this activity. When the rest of the class had grouped together, he had been left at the back of the group. He also couldn't use his quirk. Not unless he wanted to accidentally kill someone. In this situation, his intuition proved correct, for not long after Bakugu and Kirishima left, water balloons began raining down on them. Momo was quick to create and hand out umbrellas while Uraraka slapped as many balloons as she could to make them float. Denki, being at the back of the pack, to say, was left defenseless. So, as Class 1B cackled from the windows above them, a water balloon hit Denki right on the head, dousing him in cold water. "Kaminari Denki is out," said Nedzu over the speakers. "I've been hit," he yells. Denki falls to the ground dramatically, clutching his head in his hands. Mina kneels next to him. Denki grasps her hand weakly. "Mina," he rasps. "Tell my wife I love her." He lets his head drop to the ground, staring blankly into the sky. From above, a water balloon hits Mina, the water dripping down to look like tears. She crumbles to the ground as well. They both lay there. "Ashido, Mina is out." Nearby, Siro yells, "I will avenge you both." A water balloon hits him in the face. As the class moves away, Mina and Denki sit back up. "Wanna go get some ice cream?" Mina asks. "I'm pretty sure Hagakure hides it in the freezer behind the frozen peas." "Sure." It continues on this way for hours. It's no surprise that the third years last the longest, but the second-year support class builds a catapult and takes out most of the third-year hero courses. Hatsum flies around with a jetpack, shooting people from above. That is, until her jetpack explodes and she's hit with a water balloon from someone in the third-year support course. The general education courses are taken out quickly due to their lack of training, though Hitoshi offers help for a few first years. Kirishima is hit, protecting Bakugu, who promptly tries to explode the second year who hit him. 3 hours later, only Momo, Tenya, and Uraraka remain from Class 1A. Todoroki gave up and returned to, presumably, the dorms a long time ago after being shot by Mirio Togata, who had popped up from the ground with the words, "This is revenge on Izuku for the great tag betrayal." Todoroki, confused, shrugged and said he'd pass on the message. Hitoshi is still traveling with the group even though he was knocked out long ago. As they travel in a group, each person faces a different direction to watch for attackers. Tenya, unfortunately, is doused by a bucket of water waiting above the front doors when they try to make their way back inside. "Ida, Tenya is out," the speakers announce. Momo shakes her head solemnly, raising 3 fingers. Uraraka and Hitoshi do the same as Tenya walks away, leaving puddles of water in his wake. "You will be remembered for your bravery," Hitoshi calls after him. As they're entering their classroom, Momo is hit by a water balloon thrown by Nijire. Uraraka gasps dramatically. Momo slumps against the wall, clutching her side. Uraraka turns to glare at Nijire. "This is Sparta," she declares, throwing every water balloon she has at the girl. Hitoshi aids her by handing her his water balloons. They manage to get Nijire out, though while they're distracted, Uraraka is shot from behind by a third-year general education student. Yaoyorozu Momo and Uraraka Ochako are out. Neither are terribly upset, though they are surprised since there is no announcement that Class 1A as a whole has been taken out. It is then that Hitoshi realizes something, and with wide, horrified eyes, he turns to his classmates and says the one sentence that would strike fear into the hearts of many for years to come. "Guys, where's Izuku?" Even though he's fairly sure the rat principal knows where his son is, Shota pries the speaker microphone from his paws and makes an announcement of his own. "The game has changed. The first class to find my S-Shota scowls." He could feel a headache coming on. The first class to find Izuku wins. Everyone is back in the game. He tries to ignore the beady eyes staring at him. Shota is not prepared to face whatever evil plan Nedzu has up his sleeves. Not today. Izuku slowly blinked awake just in time to hear the announcement. Too tired to care, he rolled over in his lime green sleeping bag and went right back to sleep. He had appreciated the free nap time he got during the water fight, but he most definitely did not appreciate the subsequent manhunt. Shudo was very confused. First was the water war, which didn't particularly interest him. He was shot by some third year who had something against Izuku. Why they decided the best revenge was shooting Shudo with water will forever confuse him, but it happened. Their whole class, or most of their class, Shudo wasn't sure if Izuku counted since he wasn't participating, was out when their teacher decided to change the game randomly. It suffice to say, Shudo didn't know why they were looking for Izuku, but he did know Izuku would not want to be found and have his nap interrupted, so Shudo kept his mouth shut and went along with everyone else. Their first plan was to send Hitoshi into the vents to search while the rest of the class split up into search parties. The remaining 16 of them, Bakugo and Kirishima, were still off in the great unknown, split into 4 teams. Team 1 comprised Jairu, Momo, Shuji, and Satu, who were sent to check the dorms. Team 2 was composed of Hagakure, Ajuru, Ochako, and Kaminari were instructed to check the outdoor portion of the school's campus. Team 3 was Siro, Ashido, Ida, and Tokoyami, who had to search the bottom half of the school. And finally, Team 4 was Shudo, Tsuyu, Aoyama, and Kuda, who left to check into the top half of the school. Shudo had only been walking with his team for 5 minutes when he felt hands on his shoulders. His first instinct was to freeze them, but before he could do anything he was pulled upwards. "Ah," he said, looking around. It appeared he was now in the vents, which were surprisingly large. "So this is what it looks like." Across from his sat Hitoshi, who had a vague look of amusement on his face. "I'm gonna get right to the point," Hitoshi said. "You know where my brother is, don't you?" "Yes." "And you don't plan on telling any of us, do you?" "He needs his sleep." Hitoshi sighed and dropped his head. "Not even if it means a week free from homework?" "Izuku is more important than a week off of homework." "All right." Hitoshi shrugged, lifting his head so Shudo could see his sly smile. "I guess I can't fault you for worrying about my brother's health. If you follow the vents that way you'll come out in front of the elevator where you can meet back up with the rest of your team." Shudo nodded and left in the direction Hitoshi had pointed. Another 3 hours later and nobody had located Izuku. School was almost over and the teachers were gathering their classes in the dorms. With the teachers distracted, Shudo slipped into the teachers' lounge as the speakers crackled to life once more, their teacher's voice echoing through the halls. "Izuku, you have 30 minutes before I lock you out of the dorms." Shudo watched Izuku, thoroughly wrapped up in his sleeping bag, roll out from under the couch in the teacher's lounge. Izuku blinked up and Shudo for a moment before Shudo helped his friend up and they both walked back to the dorms. Aizawa-sensei locked them both out of the dorms anyway, but Izuku just climbed in through the window and unlocked it for Shudo. After the incident, Izuku is not allowed to go off on his own anymore. Instead, he sticks with his dad, learning the ins and outs of his quirk and how not to accidentally kill someone. It's almost a week later when Izuku finally has enough control over his quirk that he doesn't activate it and start randomly switching quirks every time he panics. The nudge never quite goes away, but the more he uses his quirk the less it shrinks away when Izuku tries to use it. And the less he remembers the pain of using it at Kamino Ward. The less he associates his quirk with the feeling of his head splitting apart and tearing the world in two. Then All Might returns, appearing before the entire school alongside the principal. And Izuku. Izuku breaks. Because All Might is so thin and small. All Might is a skeleton. All Might is dying, a voice in his head says. There's a familiar flicker of something. Blood splattered and yellow. And it's all Izuku's fault. It's all because of Izuku's papa All for One. All Might would be okay if Izuku hadn't let himself get kidnapped. If Izuku had controlled his quirk. If Izuku had been stronger. If he had escaped. If Izuku had helped in some way, then maybe All Might would still be All Might. And suddenly everything around him is too close and too much and too loud. Izuku closes his eyes. Not a dream, his mind screams louder than ever before. Not a dream, not a dream, not a dream, no ta dream, no ta dream, no ta dream. Never a dream. A prophesy, a promise, a premonition, a possibility. Always a possibility. Shudo is trying to pay attention, he really is, but something is wrong, he can feel it. All Might is standing in front of them even though he doesn't look like All Might. Shudo knows his father won't be happy, but since when does he care about that? There is simply a feeling in his chest that he is missing something important, but he doesn't know what it is. He glances to his right where Hitoshi stands. They turns around and immediately freeze. Because Izuku is staring straight ahead at something they can't see with glowing green eyes. Not the dull gleam they've been for the past week, but vibrant glowing eyes that cast a green tint over his face. Shudo can only wonder, who's dying this time? He's seen so many people die, some peacefully, dying of old age like they were meant to, some violently at the hands of a villain tearing the city apart, some quickly, cleanly, because somebody just wanted to watch them die. Izuku's seen himself take lives. He's seen himself use what his mama and papa taught him to kill. The memories gave him nightmares for weeks. The haunted eyes follow Izuku around. They are dead men's eyes and Izuku cannot escape them. So many lives that Izuku could not help, and they haunt him like a ghost. Never forgotten, never forgiven. Lives lost because Izuku wasn't fast enough. The thin white scar on his temple aches. Fire, raging and angry, and boiling water that doesn't hurt as much physically as it does emotionally, and the loneliness that comes from being kept from your own siblings. Izuku doesn't cry for his own papa, but he cries for all the others who have gone through the same. He cries for Shudo and his siblings. He cries for their mother, but never for himself. Izuku doesn't cry when the heroes die, but he cries for their son who shouldn't have to lose his parents at such a young age. He doesn't cry as he meets their son months later and saves him from the same fate. No matter how much he wants to, he doesn't cry. The girl dies again, her white hair stained with blood. She doesn't scream like most children do. She doesn't whimper or cry or beg for her life. She's used to it. She shouldn't be used to it. It's not something a child should get used to. Izuku swears he'll save her every time her lifeless red eyes cross his mind. A flickering in his head, not a dream, not a dream, not a dream, standing up to the fire that rages so high, but hurts so much when it falls. Another flicker, a fight against a murderer, protecting a child who has lost so much already. It flickers again, long hair clinging to his back and a promise to get her out. A fight to the death, but he's not the one who dies. Not a dream, not a dream, not a dream. There is only one thing left to do. Like a checklist, Izuku marks them off. A prophesy, a future of people living the best life they can manage and uncontrolled smiles, a promise of better things to come of people worth saving, of family and friends, a premonition, fights worth fighting and strength to keep going on, to keep saving lives that were meant to be lost, a possibility of a different person and a different place but happy all the same. He does not cry. For every death he's seen, every life that's been taken, every child who never grew up. He cries for the dying but not for the dead. It is a very strange sensation. That is, returning to the world of the living after being violently forced back to the world of the dead. It is a feeling Izuku will never get used to. A feeling he prays nobody else will ever feel. As he returns his focus to the here and now, something clicks into place, like the final piece of the puzzle. In the back of his mind he watches someone with white hair and blue eyes die. Thinks, so that's what has been missing this whole time. If he focuses, then behind the scene playing in his mind, Izuku can still feel the nudge of his other quirk. With the two of them together, something in Izuku feels complete. He does not pay attention to the way his classmates around him stare. He does not notice the flicker on the walls around him, the faint red tinge to his hair, the scars crossing his arms that become more prominent. There is no fear. Only opportunity. Special moves. Shota is standing before his class alongside Cementos. His class, fully decked out in their hero costumes, stands a big group around Izuku, whose eyes are glowing once again. Izuku is smiling brighter than ever before, practically vibrating in excitement. Yes, Shota says, turning his attention away from his son and back to the class as a whole. In order to pass the provisional license exam, you're going to need to strengthen your quirks. Bringing stability to a situation is a mark of a hero's true fighting ability. Special moves are a great way to do this. Over the next 10 days, you'll be working to come up with and perfect your own special moves with the help of Cementos and his special gym. Shota tilts his head in the direction of his fellow hero. After a few more questions, the students scatter throughout the gym, each accompanied by one of Ectoplasm's clones. Shota figured some of his students would have trouble coming up with special moves of their own, but he found himself impressed by their ingenuity and creativity. And stupidity. It's only the 4th day, which is later than Shota expected, when he catches his son sleeping on the job. Hitoshi! He yells up into the rafters of the gym where he can barely make out a head of purple hair. Get down from there. The rest of the class turns to stare at Hitoshi as he stretches and stands up. He stands up there for a moment, staring at something behind Shota, his eyes growing wider with every passing second. The world around them flickers for a millisecond. Hitoshi stumbles backwards, forgetting he is on a thin rafter. Shota, along with the rest of the class, watches as Hitoshi falls. Shota uses his capture weapon to catch him. As soon as his feet are safely on the ground, he spins around to stare at his other son. Izuku, who is currently standing above an incapacitated clone, mumbles and writing in a notebook that Shota didn't even know he had with him. Shota purposefully ignores how the cracks in the cement floor beneath him are faintly glowing green. It takes a while and a few coughs from Shota, but Izuku eventually looks up with wide, confused eyes. What dash? Shota begins, already wishing he had coffee. What on earth was that? Izuku grins and starts vibrating again. It's my idea for a special move. Izuku shoves his notebook in Shota's face, but pulls it back again far too fast for Shota to read it. I noticed that with my second quirk, or is it my first since I was born with it? Well, with my redirection quirk I noticed I always end up redirecting a quirk to another person, sending its effects to that person directly, meaning TI doesn't affect any of the other people I may or may not be fighting. I thought if I could find a way to direct a quirk's effects to multiple people, then I would have a better chance when fighting multiple villains at once. So, instead of redirecting my quirk to someone, I tried redirecting it to the outside. Izuku dissolved into mumbles about the specifics of moving a quirk's effect from a person to an environment. All right. Shota pinched the bridge of his nose. Can you do it again? Izuku nodded so fast Shota thought his head might fly off. Izuku set his notebook down on the pavement next to him and stood up straight. Shota watched as he stared into space for a few moments, nothing happening. The lights flickered. Someone, presumably Aoyama, screamed. Around them the world was broken. Cracks littered the walls and blood stained the concrete. In front of them was possibly the most terrifying sight Shota had ever beheld. Izuku stood in the same spot, still smiling, but his eyes cast an eerie green glow over his face and his smile somehow seemed to stretch a bit too wide. That wasn't even the worst part. Behind Izuku were dozens of glowing pairs of eyes, all different colors. The ones that stood out the most were the large green eyes watching from right over Izuku's shoulder. Izuku blinked and everything went back to normal. So? He asked, still as excited. What do you think? Shota rubbed his forehead. He could feel the headache coming on. Shota almost didn't want to ask. He was almost too afraid of the answer he might get. Being a brave pro-hero, however, he asked anyway. Who are all those people behind you? Oh, them. Izuku bent to pick up his notebook again, very nonchalant. They're ghosts. Behind Shota, half the class threw their hands up in the air and walked away. Shota was going to have to get all of them some therapy. Not real ghosts, of course. Just people from my memory. That was when Aizawa Shota gave up trying to understand his son's quirks. He waked away mumbling something that sounded suspiciously like of course the problem child has problem quirks. No one commented on it. Tenya, you have everyone's phone number, right? Yes, Izuku, that is correct. I have an idea. Is it a good idea? It's an idea. Izuku added Hitoshi, Tenya, Shuto, Mina, and 15 others to the chat. Izuku, I had an idea. Hitoshi, I could hear Tenya sighing from 2 floors up. Hitoshi, Izuku, what did you do? Izuku at everyone, welcome to hell. Hitoshi, oh dear God. Hitoshi, not today, Satan. Izuku, sad face. Izuku, friendship ended with Hitoshi. Shuto is now my best friend. Shuto, this is a great honor. Shuto, first I would like to thank my mother. Shuto, and the fire extinguisher. Denki, seriously? Right in front of my salad? Tenya, Izuku. Tenya, you promised this would be for school use only. Izuku, and it is. Izuku, friendship and collaboration are very important. Izuku, especially in hero work. Teifu. Hitoshi, don't buy it, Tenya. Hitoshi, I told Dad he never should have let Nedzu give you those manipulation lessons. Momo, Nedzu? As in the school's principal? Hitoshi, no, the other Nedzu. Momo, of course. Pardon my confusion. Momo, you'll have to introduce me to this other Nedzu, sometime. Mina, Izuku, Momo. Izuku, I mean this in the nicest way possible. Izuku, but Izuku, are you God? Momo, adds Shtakiai. Kyoka, I think you broke her. Kyoka, nice going, you broke the only reasonably responsible person in our class. Tenya, excuse me. Hitoshi, Aizu, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Izuku, I was right and Yaoyorozu really is God, but she can't admit it for fear of the universe nerfing her. Hitoshi, not quite. Hitoshi, but it's been a while. Tenya, no. Absolutely not. I forbid it. Hitoshi, and Momo is the perfect candidate. Tenya, I will not allow this. Izuku, candidate for what? Izuku. Hitoshi, Midnight is grabbing her things as we speak. Hitoshi, I'll meet you in the teacher's lounge. Aijiro, you guys are allowed in the teacher's lounge? Shuto, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Tenya, I will not participate in this any longer. Izuku, guess Tenya is out. Izuku, we need a replacement then. Ochako, I volunteer as tribute. Hitoshi, your sacrifice will be remembered. Katsuki, Beach, what the F? Aijiro, Bibakugu, it's not what you think. Katsuki, I won't hesitate. Beach. Katsuki has left the chat. The school is quiet. Too quiet. Something is going to happen. Present Mike keeps checking behind him as he walks. He checks above doors before he enters a room. He stays far away from the vents. All he has to do is get to the teacher's lounge and he is safe. The students can't get him there. But the hallways are suspiciously empty and Mike does not trust that one bit. Still he keeps walking. And walking. And walking. And nothing happens. It is, for once, quiet and peaceful. That is, if you ignore the screaming coming from the student dorms. When he finally arrives at the teacher's lounge, he is still alive and in one piece. That counts as a win, right? He pushes the door open. Shota, how could you let them do this again? There are 5 people on the floor wrapped up in personalized sleeping bags. One is purple and covered in cat doodles. The next is neon green and has what appears to be blood dripping down it. The third is red and white and has flames on the red side and snow on the white. The fourth is pink and has planets and stars on it. Finally, the 5th is black and has a name tag slapped onto it that reads, "Hello, I am God." Izuku, it has been done. Hitoshi, as the prophesy foretold. Izuku just wanted some crisps. He went to the principal, filled out all the right forms. He even got All Might to accompany him to the store. He should, by all accounts, be as safe as humanly possible. But he just had to bump into a civilian while he was getting his crisps. And that civilian just had to activate their very troublesome quirk by accident. And now Izuku doesn't know what's going on. There's an adult he doesn't know apologizing to him. His quirk is still active and the person is still talking and there is music playing from somewhere and it is all very loud and very scary. So Izuku turns and runs. He runs right into a tall skeleton man that Izuku definitely recognizes. Young Izuku. All Might says as Izuku latches onto his pants. You shrunk. Do you remember me? Izuku stares up at the hero with wide green eyes. Of course he remembers All Might. Who wouldn't? Yep. He whispers, like it's a secret. Mama said he wasn't supposed to talk about his quirk, but this is All Might and he asked. You died. Izuku looks down at his hands and counts his fingers a few times. I can't count that high yet, but at least a bajillion times. Izuku grins at his fantastic understanding of numbers. You died more than anyone else except Mr. Eraser, cause he's died the mostest. All Might looks very nervous and Izuku wonders if maybe he shouldn't have told him. Young Izuku, how old are you? Izuku squints at the bright lights above them as he thinks. Time feels fuzzy. Izuku has to think for a long time before he remembers how old he is. 6 years old. He announces proudly. All Might looks really pale, like he's died, only Izuku knows he hasn't. All Might coughs, blood spewing from his lips, and Izuku pats his leg in what he hopes is a comforting manner. Maybe All Might is dead, if he is coughing up so much blood. I should get you back to your family. All Might says suddenly, reaching down to pick Izuku up. Izuku yanks away, eyes glowing a toxic green and filled with fear. No! He declares, holding his arms close to his chest. Mama's dead. All Might looks surprised for a moment before nodding slowly. He offers his hand to Izuku, but Izuku grabs onto his shirt instead. I meant your father. All Might amends, and Izuku purses his lips. Clearly All Might doesn't know. They start to walk out of the building they're in. Papa's dead too. Izuku says. He knows, to some degree, that he shouldn't just follow anyone anywhere, because bad people do bad things to kids, but this is All Might. If Izuku can't trust All Might, then who can he trust? Nobody. Don't trust anyone but yourself. Mama and Papa left you. What makes anyone else any different? Oh, well, I meant, Izuku stares at the people they pass by. All Might sighs, drawing Izuku's attention back to him. I'm just going to take you to you, okay, Izuku? Izuku nods. They keep walking, Izuku holding onto All Might's shirt and shrinking away from anyone who gets too close, and All Might tapping at his phone. Mina, either I'm going crazy or All Might just walked into school with a tiny Izuku. Hitoshi, I leave him alone for 3 minutes. Shudo, your brother is a trouble magnet, just accept it. Tenya, Aizawa-sensei has informed me that Izuku was hit by a de-aging quirk and will spend the next 2 days in the dorms. Tenya, when he arrives, please remain calm. We do not wish to frighten him. Tenya, he is apparently 6 years old. Ochako, all a little baby Izuku. Ochako, I wonder if he has his quirk. Tenya, he does. Mina, Hitoshi. Mina, what was Izuku like as a kid? Hitoshi, I don't know, we met when we were 8. Hitoshi, Dad says Izuku is in what we call the leap year. Hitoshi, it's the year between when his parents died and when he first met Dad. Hitoshi, nobody really knows what happened to him or what he was like during that time. Tenya, his mindset could be fragile. Please do not crowd him when he arrives. Shota stares down at his problem child, who is apparently 6 years old, for the next 2 days. The child stares back. His eyes glow green, a sure sign of his active quirk. For a moment, Shota sees the tired 7-year-old he found half asleep against his apartment door 8 years ago. Only that Izuku had been tired, he had the eyes of a retired war veteran, someone who had seen the worst of the world and was, against all odds, still alive. This Izuku looked different. His eyes screamed of the injustice of the world and the fear of a little child running for his life after watching his parents die. This Izuku was the real Izuku. And it hurt. It hurt because the Izuku Shota knew had come so far in the past 8 years. All the progress he had made, all the things he'd learned, all the people he'd met and befriend. Izuku had finally started to let himself heal, to fill in his cracks with gold. And yet, all of it was lost for the next 2 days, and Shota would have to live with the broken 6-year-old Izuku used to be. The worst part is the scar. The shiny scar that sits right above Izuku's right temple. It's a scar Izuku has had for as long as Shota has known him, though he's only recently learned of the emotional pain attached to it. It breaks his heart to learn that Izuku's had that scar since before he was at least 6 years old. Izuku stares at Shota with empty glowing green eyes. Shota sighs. This is going to be a long day. I got it. Mina waves the phone over her head as she sprints away. Hitoshi lunges after her. They both hear Tenya in the background telling them to be careful. Neither listens. Hitoshi tackles Mina right before she tosses the phone to Hagakure, who laughs and hands it off to Tsuyu. Tsuyu shrugs, taps at the screen a couple times, and hands it to Ochako, who presses her fingertips to it, letting herself and the phone float up to the ceiling. Why are you guys so invested in what's on my phone? Hitoshi asks, standing on the couch in an attempt to reach Ochako and his phone. There's nothing interesting on there anyway. He's right. Ochako says from her spot on the ceiling. There's like 30 cat-themed games and that's basically it. Oh, look at his text. There has to be something interesting in there. Mina says, and Ochako drops the phone down into her waiting hands. She makes a sour face almost immediately. Why are all your texts to Izuku just smiley faces and frowny faces? Hitoshi snorts and makes a grab at his phone again. What? Did you think you find all our deep dark secrets? Now we tell those to the cats 'cause they can't snitch. Mina looks saddened for a second and hands his phone back to him. Hitoshi smirks, but when he looks up again, Mina has a mischievous look in her eye. Kuji! She yells, sprinting up the stairs. 10 minutes later finds them sitting on the couch in the common room, Hitoshi with one of his cats on his lap and Kuda next to him, speaking quietly in what he assumes is cat. Mina watched in anticipation as the cat meowed back. When Kuda finally sat back up and began signing to Hitoshi. What did he say? What did he say? Mina asked. Hitoshi grinned as he translated it. He said snitches get stitches. Mina gasped dramatically as Hitoshi stuck his tongue out at her. Immature? Maybe. Fun? Hell yeah. No way. That's not what he said. Kuji, what did the cat actually say? Please. You have to tell us. Kuda shrunk away from Mina's loud yelling. Just as Hitoshi was about to unceremoniously shove her off the couch, the dorm doorbell rang. Hitoshi passed Hit Cat to Kuda and glared at Mina before answering the door. Standing there with a very blank expression was a 6-year-old Izuku, their dad standing just behind him. Hitoshi stared at his brother for a moment, struggling not to laugh, before turning his attention to their dad, who looked as if he'd been to hell and back. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. He's your problem now, was all he said before turning and walking away, just leaving Izuku there. Izuku, who was looking at Hitoshi with something akin to pity, confusion, and despair all mixed into one facial expression. Izuku, whose eyes are glowing a vibrant and very familiar green. Izuku, who is sporting bruises and scars that even Hitoshi doesn't remember him having. Izuku, who kinda looks like he's about to murder Hitoshi if he doesn't let him in right now. Note to self, Hitoshi thinks as he opened the door wider to let the toddler inside. Don't underestimate baby Izuku. The next 3 hours are filled with classmate after classmate finding their way downstairs into the common room, only to freeze upon sighting 6-year-old Izuku. From there, the reactions vary. Some stare with confused eyes and ask Hitoshi what to do. Hitoshi shrugs and resumes watching the documentary Izuku had picked on Netflix. Others immediately run up to Izuku and start squealing about how cute he is as a little kid. Usually, when they do that, Izuku pouts and tells them to leave him alone. More than once, Hitoshi has left the room, only to return and see his little brother trying to climb out the window or slip out the door. When Hitoshi finally managed to get Izuku to sit down calmly on the couch and watch some All Might cartoons, he found Izuku staring at him more than the TV. Hitoshi sighed heavily. Okay, what is it? Izuku's gaze darted back to the TV. You keep staring at me, so just tell me what's wrong already. Izuku played with the hem of his shirt, eyes darting between his hands, Hitoshi, and the cartoon All Might. Finally he mumbled, I'm not supposed to talk about it. Talk about what? How many times you died? Mama always says it's impolite and rude. So I can't talk about it. Hitoshi leant against the back of the couch. But what if I want you to talk about it? Izuku startled, dropping the hem of his shirt and staring at Hitoshi with wide eyes. Do you want me to talk about it? Yes. You died 10 times before I stopped counting because I can't count more than 10 yet. Izuku counts to 10 on his fingers before proudly holding up both his hands for Hitoshi to see. Hitoshi nods his head very slowly, carefully keeping his face decidedly blank. I'm going to make some tea, Hitoshi says eventually, still trying to process the fact that his brother had seen him die multiple times when he was only 6. Do you have a preference? Izuku stares at him. Hitoshi sighs. 6-year-old don't know big words yet. Is there a kind of tea you like better than others? Nope. Izuku shakes his head, curly green hair flinging about wildly. Hitoshi is well aware of the glowing green eyes burning holes in the back of his neck as he leaves the common room to set the kettle on to boil. When he returns not even a minute later, the common room is empty and there is a suspicious vent grate lying on the floor. It takes all of 3 seconds for the 1A dorms to go from relatively peaceful and quiet to absolute chaos. You lost Izuku? At least 4 people are yelling, Bakugo is exploding something, there are cupcakes in the kitchen and somebody lost a shoe. Let's think about this calmly and rationally. Ida says. He's only 6 right now. How much trouble can a 6-year-old really get into? Everybody turns to stare at him. Great. Now he's jinxed us. There is a very familiar, very small, very quiet, very green-haired child peeking out of the vent and Kei has no idea what she's supposed to do about it. Does she tell Powerloader-sensei? Does she ignore him? Why is there even a child in the support course lab vents? Why does he look like Class 1A's Izuku? The child continues to stare. Might be panicking. Just a bit. You can't really blame her. For you. She demands signs. For you. The child parrots, hands moving very adeptly for a toddler. Oh dear Lord, this is going to be a long day, isn't it? So let me get this straight. You left Izuku alone in an unfamiliar place. Yes. With unfamiliar people. Yes. And now he has disappeared into the vents, again. Well, when you say it like that. You are idiots. Kei held out her hand and the tiny green vent goblin handed her a monkey wrench from the nearby toolbox. They worked in silence except for the occasional tool. It was much easier to get work done when you didn't have to run around searching for the tools you needed, so the project that Kei had initially thought would take all day only took an hour and a half. It's done. Kei signs eventually. The glowing green eyes watching her from the vent brightened slightly. She handed the silvery bracelet to the kid and watched as he slipped it on his much smaller wrist. It only took a couple seconds for the bracelet to adjust and shrink. What's it do? The kid who Kei was 99% sure was Izuku asked. Well, you're supposed to tap here and it automatically distributes a preset amount of quirk suppressants into your blood. It's supposed to help kids who can't turn their quirks off. I got the idea from a friend of mine. Kei isn't sure how the whole Izuku is like 6 and doesn't seem to remember not being 6 thing works, but she figures it's probably best if she doesn't tempt fate. But it doesn't work. Since I'm not technically in the support course yet, I don't have access to actual quirk suppressants, so it's just a fancy bracelet for now. Probably baby Izuku stares at her for a long time. Do you want to be in the support course? Yeah. Kei nods absent-mindedly as she starts cleaning up the excess metal and wires. She pauses to sign as she cleans. When the school festival comes, I'm going to show off all my best gadgets and get famous, and then they'll have to transfer me to the support course. Probably most definitely toddler Izuku only hums in response. Kei isn't sure if that's a good or bad thing. By the way, how old are you? Hitoshi isn't sure where Shudo got the whiteboard from or why one side of it is covered in red string and pictures of him, Izuku, and their dad, but he figures it's best not to question it. And here, Shudo uses his laser pointer, where did he even get all this stuff, to point at the support labs on the map of UA he'd drawn on the other side of the whiteboard. This is where we are most likely to find Izuku while he's still 6. We aren't exactly sure when the quirk's effect will wear off, however, so it's plausible that he could be anywhere on UA campus back to his normal age. We'll be splitting you up into search parties. Hitoshi stepped in. He could also be hiding somewhere else. Shudo nodded seriously. Yes. He could be in the vents, which is why we'll send Hitoshi into the vents to check for him, though he could also be under tables, behind curtains, or under couches, so make sure you check everywhere. Especially places you don't think he could be. Those are his favorite places to hide. How do you know that? Hitoshi stares quizzically at Shudo. Izuku is my best friend, he says as if it makes sense. This is green. Kei signs as she holds the door to the 1C dorms open for her tiny green-haired companion. Her classmates stare in confusion and maybe mild horror at the small child standing next to her holding what looks like a blowtorch. Did you kidnap a child? Quiet? One of them signs. Kei responds, not bothering to elaborate. Her classmates are too nosy for their own good and Kei is mildly scared of little baby Izuku's quirk. I'll be in my room if you need me. She watches as Izuku signs a hello and goodbye at her classmates, barely managing to hold in her laughter. Most of them don't understand signs, so they don't understand, but they all look shocked to learn that the kid less than half their age knows sign. Are you hungry? Kei asked tiny innocent-looking miniature baby Izuku. Do you want something to drink? Izuku stared out the window at what appeared to be other members of Class 1A looking in trees and in bushes. He thought, maybe he wants to go back to his friends. Just as Kei was about to ask him, Izuku turned away from the window and pointed at a bright green book on her bookshelf, a question in his eyes. That? Kei signed, pulling the book down and handing it to itty-bitty teeny-weeny toddler Izuku. That's my beginner's guide to quantum mechanics and theoretical physics. Without another word, Izuku opened the book and started reading. Kei watched curiously for a few moments before moving on to do her homework. Is it really homework if we're still on school campus when we do it? She wondered, glancing at the 1A students still outside her window. Who cares? Work is work. It was dinner time and Izuku still hadn't been found. Even with the teachers and both hero courses searching for him, Izuku had evaded capture. Was he even still on campus? You know. Izuku started, before seemingly remembering where he was switching to sign. You remind me of someone I saw a couple weeks ago. His fingers ghosted over the scar on his temple, eyes distant and blank. It was an odd look on such a young boy, and Kei found she didn't like it. Really? She examined the boy closer. You kind of remind me of someone I met about 10 years ago, actually. She hummed a quiet tune under her breath. Despite not being able to hear it, she liked the feeling of the vibrations in her throat in the air. Tell me about this person I remind you of. Kei signed. She debated taking a break from her homework before dinner, eventually deciding to do just that. She dropped her pencil and stretched her arms. What? Izuku stared off into the distance for a moment. She looked a lot like you, but her hair was blue and her eyes were silver. I think she had some kind of noise quirk because when she was attacked she screamed really loudly. Kei felt her breathing hitch. It couldn't be. Someone knocked on her door, 3 knocks in quick succession. Their code for dinner is ready. I couldn't save her. I'm sorry. Tiny life-saving toddler baby Izuku stared at his hands with such a sad face that did not belong on someone so young. You didn't have to save her. Kei signed. That wasn't your job. Dinner could wait. Shudo knocked on the door to the 1C dorms and a boy with vibrant yellow hair answered. I'm looking for him. Shudo said simply, holding up his phone to display one of the many photos Mina had taken of Izuku as a toddler. The Gen Ed boy nodded slowly. Oh, you mean Green? The boy asked. Shudo, only mildly confused, nodded. That was Izuku's sign name, right? Yeah, he's with Shizuka. She brought him back about an hour ago. Come with me. I'll show you to her dorm. Shudo stepped inside and followed the yellow-haired boy up the stairs to what he assumed was the girls' side of the dorm. Why did the name Shizuka sound familiar? I promised Mama I'd save everyone, but I couldn't save her or Papa. I couldn't even save Yui. I'm sorry. Kei stared at the little green-haired gremlin boy Izuku as he explained his quirk and his backstory, but when she heard her sister's name, as she stared at the boy who seemed so familiar, the boy who had tried to save her sister's life, she couldn't help it. She wept, tears spilling down her cheeks. She wrapped the tiny green-haired vent goblin hero Izuku in a hug. Don't be sorry. She pulled back, trying to sign through the tears. You saved my life. You tried to save Yui's. That's more than enough, little hero. There was a knock on the door and vibrations filled the air signifying that someone was talking. Without hesitation, Kei stood and flung the door open. Kiyoshi stood there with one of the Class 1A boys, the one with half white and half red hair. Kei recognized him as Izuku's friend and the Todoroki boy. The two looked at her oddly and she realized she was still crying. "I would like my friend back, please." He signed and spoke at the same time. Nodded, wiping at her face with the back of her hand. They turned to Izuku and signed to let him know his friend was here. Little hero Izuku set her book down and joined her at the door. Kei turned back to the Todoroki boy. "You take good care of my little hero, okay?" He seemed surprised for a moment but nodded. Kei nodded, satisfied, and knelt down to speak to little hero Izuku again. "And as for you," she signed, "don't go running off again. You'll worry your friends and family." Little hero Izuku wiped his own tears away as he nodded. "My parents always wanted to thank you. If it weren't for you, little hero, I would have died in that villain attack with my sister. So, thank you. I wish I could have saved Yui too." Little hero Izuku signed. Kei smiled sadly. "Yeah, me too, but we can't change the past now. So you go back to your friends and learn how to be the best hero ever so you never have to regret not saving someone again, okay?" Little hero Izuku nodded seriously. "Then go, little hero, go." Izuku returned to normal early the next morning, but he quickly confirmed with everyone that yes, he was alright, and yes, he remembered everything. If the glow in his eyes was brighter than ever, nobody needed to know why. But 3. Yamashi was only about 20 when it happened. As one of a few people in his small town with a quirk, he wasn't well liked. A bit of an outcast really. Yet, when someone strange approached him, wishing to take his quirk, Yamashi hesitated. This quirk was a part of him, it made him who he was, and he really didn't want to give it up, no matter how painful it might be. "One way or another, I'll take it," the figure said, but he didn't give in. Yamashi went down fighting. Luckily, or unluckily depending on how you think of it, Yamashi's spirit stuck it out. His quirk and his life were stolen, but the two remained intertwined. So for a long, long time, though he isn't sure how long exactly since time is irrelevant when you're a ghost, Yamashi stayed with his quirk in the collection of a dangerous figure who would come to be known as All for One. It was a painful, useless existence, and more than once Yamashi wished he could escape. Then one day Yamashi was no longer with All for One. He was with a little green-haired baby boy. If you asked him how, he wouldn't have a good answer, but Yamashi knew this was All for One's son. He thought he had finally found a way to get revenge on the man who had stolen everything from him. With the little memory he had of his quirk, Yamashi activated it, flipping an invisible switch. As long as the boy had his quirk, it would never turn off. But as he stuck with the baby, as he watched the boy grow up, he realized he couldn't ruin the life of this child who had done nothing wrong. Yet, he had no more control left in him, and he could not turn the quirk off. Yamashi watched as the boy's mother died in front of him. He watched as the boy lives alone for over a year in the large, empty house. He watched the boy suffer alone, wishing he could do something, anything to help him. He watched the boy's fear and anger turn to resolve and determination. He watched as he took the quirk that had caused Yamashi so much pain and used it to save people. As the years go on, Yamashi's memory of himself fades. The boy is all he knows, but they only have one thing in common. The first time Izuku dies, it is to a knife in the chest. Yamashi does not know what's happening at first. The world around them freezes, and for a moment, a single blessed moment, Yamashi is not a spirit tied to his quirk, he is a figure in front of the boy and he speaks the first thing that comes to mind. "You've saved a lot of lives, Midoriya Izuku. It feels so nice to be a person again. I've known you for a very long time. 50 years is a long time to be little more than a voice in someone's head. You've almost died quite a few times." Yamashi knows it is not time yet for the boy to die. There are still many things that need to be done. Friends to be made. People to be saved. So Yamashi asks the universe to give him another chance at life. The first time Izuku dies, Yamashi is not prepared, but he saves the boy nonetheless and the world continues on. The same cannot be said for the second time the boy dies. The second time, Yamashi feels himself being pulled from the darkness of the boy's consciousness. He finds the boy bloody on the ground, the world once again frozen. Yamashi is honest this time. "I don't really know who I am. I don't remember anything about who I was. In the back of his mind is a crawling sensation not unlike the feeling of his quirk, only much colder. All I know is death and you. For 15 years, Yamashi's whole life has been this boy. He'll be dead if he lets him die, all for one's son or not. He has, after all, managed the one thing Yamashi never could. He's saved people. The third time Izuku dies, it is at the hands of the very same man who killed Yamashi many decades ago, in the same manner. It feels a bit like their quirk is cursed only to take and take and take. Even when the boy learns to use this god-forsaken quirk to help others, to give something, or in this case, someone gets in his way. Take, and Yamashi wants to scream. Even as his own father threatens him, the boy fights the pull, grasping desperately at the strings of his quirk. It's always just take. Yamashi steps forward, pulling at the last of his energy. Take. The boy, Izuku, all for one's son, Yamashi's boy, cries out in pain, but Yamashi is calm. He has to be calm. Take it. Yamashi pulls the quirk away from the boy, gently letting it slip from the boy's weakening grasp into his own mind. It is, after all, his quirk. He knows it best. With his quirk temporarily back in his possession, Yamashi stares death in the eyes and yanks because he is long dead and there is nothing more for him to fear. All for one wrenches his hand away from his unconscious son. Yamashi, still a shadow, smiles at the boy. At Izuku. This time, the world doesn't freeze. Izuku screams and Yamashi lets go of his quirk for the final time, letting it spring back to its rightful owner. You will do great things, my boy. Yamashi drifts back into the dark unknown. His confidence places in the boy who does exist. The boy who changed the world. It is peaceful letting go. He does not mind so much when he realizes he won't be coming back for quite some time. Bonus Omake. Izuku. Smiley face. Hitoshi. Sad face. Izuku. Smiley face. Hitoshi. Sad face. Izuku. Hey, what did you get for number 17 on the maths homework? Hitoshi. I haven't even finished English. What makes you think I've even started on maths? Izuku. I'll ask Tenya. Hitoshi. Sad face. Izuku. Smiley face. Hitoshi. Sad face. Izuku. Smiley face. Hitoshi. Sad face. Izuku. Have you seen my notebook? Hitoshi. It was in the kitchen last I checked. Izuku. Smiley face. Hitoshi. Sad face. Izuku. Smiley face. Hisashi was very tired. Not physically, of course. He had multiple quirks to combat physical exhaustion. No, Hisashi was mentally and perhaps even emotionally drained. Heroes and detectives alike had been coming in and out of his cell, day in and day out. No matter how much Hisashi made his demands clear, they never quite seemed to get the message. You know who I want to see. Hisashi would have smirked at the dead-eyed look Detective Tsukachi gave him if he still had a mouth. His words were truth, however, and the detective sighed. I know you want to see Izuku. Hisashi mentally recoiled at the use of his boy's first name but said nothing. But we have to get permission from his father first. I am his father. Hisashi snarled. The detective paused and looked at him. Hisashi could feel the probing stare even through the thick quirk-reinforced glass. Well, we need permission from his adoptive father then, since he has all legal rights and you are a wanted villain who can't be trusted around a teenager you claim is your son. For the first time in many, many years Hisashi was speechless. Izuku's adoptive father. Someone was trying to take Izuku from him. Someone had already succeeded in taking Izuku from him. His son. His successor. His most prized possession. How proud he had been, watching his son on the television, dominating his yearmates in the sports festival. He had used his quirk so well. Even Tamura has spoken of his boy's quirk. He had done so much more with it that Hisashi ever could have imagined. And then, when he finally got his son back, Izuku had proceeded to go above and beyond his expectations yet again. He had fought back and in the process revealed another quirk Hisashi didn't even know he had. He would be a brilliant nemesis for the next holder of One for All. Now all Hisashi needed was to get him back. I want to see my son. Hisashi said in the calmest voice he could manage. Now. It wasn't very calm, even he could admit that, but it seemed to get the point across to the detective. I will let them know the next time I see them. The detective stood up. Until next time, all for one. The bang of the metal door behind him was music to his ears. No. Shota, I know you don't like it. I don't like it either, but it might be our only way to get any information out of him. We might even be able to do a DNA test and find out if he even is Izuku's biological father or not. It could all be a ploy to get to the boy. But we will never know if he doesn't see Izuku at least once. Just once. Consider it, please. Shota glared at Detective Tsukachi as he left, the glare only intensifying as he realized the detective made some good points. Fine. Shota called out. The detective paused, 1 foot out the door. I'll agree to one meeting with multiple safety measures, but only if Izuku wants to do it. The detective smiles. That's what I thought you'd say. The nightmares were getting worse. The constant visions of a little girl with white hair and red eyes dying at the hands of her captor triggering memories Izuku had long since swept under the rug. Or so he thought. The two images were so similar, both little girls, hardy 6 years of age with long hair, one white one blue, and 2 terrified pairs of eyes, red and silver. The scar on his temple ached. Scratch that, the scar on his temple burned. Izuku clutched his head in his hands. He could hear the confusion of his classmates as their quirks began activating randomly, and Izuku did his best to pull back his quirk, to leave the other's quirk alone, but something felt different this time. Something felt inherently wrong. Almost as if he couldn't have death vision on, playing scene after scene behind his eyes, without his other quirk being active too. Almost as if they were combined. Izuku could feel Hitoshi's hand on his shoulder. He could hear him shouting in his ear. But something inside demanded Izuku's attention. Green's eyes. Blue eyes. Brown eyes. Red eyes. The world around them flickered with the red hue of blood before Izuku passed out, slumping over in his seat, the panicked cries of his classmates filling the room. Izuku awoke in the infirmary, the white walls and recovery girl leaning over him a familiar, though not particularly welcome sight. Izuku couldn't tell if the scene playing behind his eyes was a vision or a memory. To some degree, it didn't matter. Izuku sat up after recovery girl declared that he was physically okay. His dad sat in a hard plastic chair nearby looking as if someone had kidnapped his sleeping bag and demanded a ransom. Izuku studied his dad silently for a moment, waiting until recovery girl shuffled out of the room to ask the question on his mind. What's wrong? Nothing, was his dad's immediate and conditioned response. They both know it wasn't true and both knew that the other knew. Dad sighed. It's about all for one. Izuku in a breath of air as fast as his lungs could take it in. All for one. Nearly every bad thing that had happened in Izuku's life was caused by that man. Izuku wasn't upset. No, he was long past upset. Izuku, for perhaps the first time in his life, was well and truly angry. His voice was ice cold as he asked his next question. What about him? Class 1A was a family. No matter what anyone said, Class 1A was a family and they cared for their own. So, when Izuku collapsed in the middle of class, they were there. When Hitoshi returned from the infirmary without Izuku, they were there. When their teacher was called to the infirmary 20 minutes later, they were there. Everyone could feel the thick feeling of wrongness heavy in the air, even as they returned to their dorms at the end of the school day. They could all see the vague red tint to the walls and the dark clouds in the sky like a bad omen. Everyone noticed how the air only seemed to thicken more when Izuku returned, eyes empty and distant but very dull, lacking their usual glow. Nevertheless, Class 1A was a family, so they were there. Even when Izuku sat down on the common room couch, staring blankly at the television that wasn't even on. They sat down beside him, quiet as a mouse, and they were there. Even as Izuku started to shake, tears spilling from his eyes and walls flickering around them, they were there. Even as Izuku screamed, an agony and hatred-filled sound, they were there. Even as Izuku, innocent, kind, bright, smiling Izuku cursed out someone they might never know, they were there. For better or for worse, they were there. Because Class 1A was a family, and when you messed with one of them, you messed with all of them. Hisashi waited. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a whole week. Hisashi waited patiently. He watched the heroes and detective come in and out, day after day, but he said nothing. They knew what he wanted. Finally, a week and a half after he'd last seen him, Detective Tsukachi returned. Detective Tsukachi. Hisashi greeted him. Where is my son? Send him in. The detective sat down slowly. Izuku is not here. Hisashi froze. How many times must I tell you for your foolish heroes to get it through your thick skulls? I want to see my son. The detective stood back up. Do not return unless you have my son with you. Izuku has been informed. He has yet to make a decision. Izuku will see me. He is my son, he has to see me. Do not return without my son. The detective sighed and left. The sound of the metal chair scraping against the linoleum sounded simultaneously like a death sentence and chance at freedom. So Hisashi waited. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Also he could see his son. He's still asking for him, Shota. He won't speak to anyone else. Izuku might be. No, Izuku is our only chance to get any information out of him. Has he made a choice yet? Why don't you ask him yourself since we both know he's listening? Both Shota and the detective turned to stare at the two glowing green eyes watching from the vents above them. Slowly, the vent grate inched open and one Aizawa Izuku dropped down. Shota stared and Izuku stared back, a wordless conversation passing effortlessly between them. Are you sure you're ready? I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Izuku turned to Detective Tsukachi with rage-filled eyes. I'll do it, he said, with such conviction that they had no choice but to believe him. Let's go say hello to the one man who managed to take everything from me. Izuku's eyes were a toxic green that spoke of past horrors and future pain. Let's go say hello to All for One. Izuku looked like he was ready to tear the world apart, starting with a certain supervillain. All for One wouldn't know what hit him. No one wanted to spar with Izuku other than Bakugo. It was mostly because he kept messing with their quirks whether he meant to or not, but it was also because Izuku was angry. Really, truly angry. And an angry Izuku was scary. The only person who could handle an angry Izuku was an equally angry Katsuki. The two got along like a house on fire. Class 1B was scared. Izuku hadn't even used his special move, but everyone could feel the tension rolling off of him, everyone could see the anger and hatred in his eyes. Paired with Bakugo, the two were a force to be reckoned with. Most of Class 1B wisely stayed away from them. Most being the key word. Monoma never was incredibly smart. Haha, I see Class 1A is just a bunch of uncivilized teenagers just itching for a fight. Once again proving why Class 1B is far superior. Monoma declared when they ran into each other at the end of 1's training. The rest of the class was ready to jump in and defend Izuku, but to their surprise Bakugo beat them to it. Do you want to go? He yelled, explosions crackling on his palms. What was that? Monoma cackled. I couldn't hear you over the sound of my superiority. Izuku stepped forward. He asked if you want to go? Izuku swung his fists up in a fighting stance, swiftly shifting 1 foot behind him. The rest of Class 1B looked nervously between Monoma and Izuku, some going so far as to take a step back. Before anyone could start fighting, however, Kendo chopped Monoma on the neck. Please ignore him, she asked, bowing on his behalf. Izuku moved back out of his stance with a shrug. Izuku and Bakugo shouldered through Class 1B, leaving the rest of Class 1A behind. I'm sorry about them too. Hitoshi sighed. Izuku has some stuff going on. He's not usually so aggressive, I promise. I can't say the same for Bakugo. As the two classes minus Bakugo, Izuku, and Monoma apologized, chatting amiably as they waited for their teachers, one thing was decided. Izuku needed to be protected. And so the Class 1A family grew to include Class 1B as well. Izuku was in a black sedan with bulletproof tinted windows, government agents, and probably a hitman. Yet, he wasn't focused on any of that. No, he was focused on where they were taking him. Tartarus. The most secure prison in all of Japan. Home to thousands of deadly villains. Home to All for One. And Izuku was ready. He hadn't thought he would be. Though this trip would be worse than pulling teeth. That he'd have to force his feet through the door. He'd thought it would hurt. But anger changes a person, for better or for worse. And Izuku was ready. With glowing green eyes and the image of blood in his mind, Izuku marched into his father's prison. As his son walked through the door, Ichizashi felt like smiling. The heroes didn't know it yet, but he had just one son. He greeted the boy. How nice to see you again. You don't know how much I missed you. Izuku didn't recoil, and Hizashi knew that meant he was right. I cannot forgive these heroes for keeping you from me for so long. All for one. Izuku said, and for a moment Hizashi could swear his voice was cold. What do you want? I want my son back. Hizashi said, glaring at Eraserhead and Detective Tsukachi standing in the corners of the room. I want to be a family again. Maybe, Izuku said, and for a moment the harshness in his son's stare hit Hizashi full force. He nearly flinched at the toxic look he was receiving. And from his own son. You should have though of that before you killed my mom. What are you talking about, Izuku? Hizashi demanded, confused by his son's coldness. Aren't you glad to see me again? Get rid of these heroes and we can leave. Together. What are you talking about? Izuku clenched his hands into fists and glared with the full force of his quirk. Blood stains covered the walls, and glowing eyes flickered around them. Hizashi would never admit to being afraid, but for that moment he knew what fear felt like and he despised it. Stop that, son. I am not your son. Izuku yelled, and the visions around them faded in and out. And I hope you rot here in prison. Izuku began to walk away. Hizashi was flabbergasted. After all I did for you? After I gave you a quirk? After I raised you? You choose to leave me? Get back here, son. He watched as his son froze mid-step. Izuku slowly turned around to glare at him, but it lacked the power and anger form earlier. Now, all Hizashi saw was indifference. You have done nothing. His son spat. Hizashi watched his son leave, perhaps for the last time, and he was not afraid. But all he could see was Inko's green eyes willed with pain as she whispered her last words. They had haunted him for many, many years, yet it was only now that he understood them. I hope you suffer as much pain as you've left me with. Izuku had felt pain, and anger, and hurt. Now he felt peace. There was only one thing left to do. Izuku fumbles with the front door as he stumbles into the dorms. He thanks whatever deity there may be that none of his classmates are in the common room. He's had a difficult enough day without embarrassing himself in front of his friends. He slips his shoes off with minimal effort and proceeds toward the elevator. If anyone sees him between then and him reaching his room, they don't say anything, and Izuku is content with the peace. His quirk is quiet, but he can't escape the red eyes that stare into his soul every time they die. So empty, so blank, dead, 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 dead. He flops onto his bed and stares at his ceiling. The longer he stares, the blurrier it gets. From the tears or the lack of blinking, he doesn't know, but he stares. The colors of the posters on his walls seem so muted. Even the sounds echoing around the dorms are muted, like his ears are underwater. He holds his hand up, flat in the air, and watches it hang there. It's a strange feeling, but not one he's entirely unused to. It's been years since it last happened. It was before Dad adopted him. Just after Mama had died. Green eyes, so full of emotion, his last memory of her so broken on the ground, the last of his father's humanity dead with her. He doesn't remember a lot from that time. He remembers how gray the world was. How quiet it seemed. How he stumbled through the days without really feeling anything. How he watched the world go by. He was a spectator in his own body. But Izuku is tired. And it's peaceful, he thinks, to have a moment where he can simply exist. So he does. 4 days, Izuku exists in a fog, watching his classmates progress around him. Even in their muted colors and mumbled sounds, he loves his friends. He loves his family. So he exists, fog or not, and he tries his hardest to feel. Slowly but surely, color returns to his world. The brilliant red of Shudo's hair, the purple in his brother's eyes, Mina's gorgeous pink skin, all of it starts to brighten. Just in time for them to take the provisional license exam. A whole year early. Izuku takes a deep breath. He faces the bus, a pale yellow, almost beige. The excited sounds of his classmates are a comfort, even if they are clearly watered down and quieted for his sake. He wants to scream as he plops into the window seat, Shudo taking the seat beside him and Hitoshi the one behind. The stares out the window. The sky is so gray today, he muses to himself as the clouds drift overhead. His head drops to Shudo's shoulder, and when he receives no complaint, Izuku lets his eyes drift closed. The world is so gray, and Izuku is so tired, but Shudo is warm and familiar and comforting. He's asleep before he realizes it. This dream is not like the others. Not a dream. The world in front of him is pitch black, but Izuku feels the dozens of eyes bearing into his back. He resists the urge to hunch his shoulders, to hide from their gaze. Instead he puffs his chest. This is his quirk, he will use it as he pleases, thank you very much. Not a dream. He turns around slowly. There are tens, if not hundreds, of glowing eyes watching him, bearing down on him from everywhere, but there is no malicious intent. Curiosity, perhaps, some pity, some sadness, but no anger. No, there is only understanding here with the eyes. A single pair of green eyes lead them from the front. For the briefest of moments, Izuku swears he recognizes those eyes. Notadream. He knows those eyes. Notadream, Notadream, Notadream. Wind in his ears, the briefest of sounds, a voice, decades old and long forgotten but never unloved. Izuku tastes the tears as they roll down his cheeks into his mouth, but he doesn't register crying. They eyes watch him. Some with pity, some with sadness, some with love, but not with anger. Never anger. The voice comes again, a whisper in his ear. This time he understands. Midoriya Inko is merely a wisp of a spirit trapped in her son's quirk. I love you. She whispers, begging the universe to let him hear her. I love you and I'm so proud of you. In front of her, her son cries. It's not your fault. Inko has drifted in the void for many years, too many to count. Still, she will remain if it means getting to watch her son grow up to be a hero. She will remain as long as she can. I love you too. He murmurs back. The green eyes crinkle. Izuku may be crying but he's smiling too. He steps forward, toward the eyes, into his body. He cannot spectate. Not now. I have to go. He says. This is too important to miss out on. He blinks his eyes open. The world around him is not the washed-out faded color he grown used to the past week. The world is vibrant. The red in blue in the sky, the yellow of the bus, even the red in Bakuga's eyes. It's all there. It's all exactly as he remembers it. Air whooshes past his ears. The bus is moving, bringing them closer and closer to their goal. There are quiet murmurs from his classmates, but otherwise the bus is silent. Izuku tilts his head a bit, still on Shudo's shoulder, and some hair falls into his face. Green. A deep forest green just like his mother's. She may be dead but her memory lives on. He will have to remember to visit her grave again, after he gets his provisional license so he can show it to her. It hits him like a punch to the gut. His mother was a hero. Becoming a hero is following in her footsteps. He knows he has her green eyes and green hair, but he wonders if there are other things he inherited from her. He doesn't know it but he has her smile and her laugh. His baby face comes from her side of the family too. So does the protectiveness. Shudo brushes the hair out of his face and Izuku gives him a grateful, albeit small, smile. He gets a small smile in return. The light around them fades as the bus passes through a tunnel. Izuku thinks back to all the other times they've ridden on a bus. How nothing good ever happens when they go on field trips. This one will be different. He'll make it different. He is not a spectator. This is his life. He's changed the future before, what's stopping him now? Izuku's eyes glow with the combined strength of hundreds of ghosts trapped in his quirk. In his mind's eye he watches a little girl die at the hands of her captors 1,000,000 times over and a little bit of rage seeps into his gaze. I have a plan. Izuku is asleep. Class 1A is silent. Historically, they don't have the best track record when it comes to class field trips. They hope, they beg the universe to be kind to them, to be kind to Izuku, To please dear God, let this one field trip turn out well, that this one will be the exception. Izuku has been distant lately, and they worry about him, but they don't push their boundaries. They know he needs time and space, but they worry nonetheless. But they hope, for his sake, that this trip goes well. They don't know if they can handle another situation. It is at that moment, as they come to the realization that if something goes wrong they may not being able to take it, that the bus passes through a tunnel. Izuku's eyes are open and watching them, his face bathed in green as he opens his mouth to speak. The glow, while normally noticeable, is a vibrant green, akin to a flashlight. They can see the anger and the pain and all the repressed emotions, but they do not drag it out. They don't ask. If he wants to tell them he will, so they wait. I have a plan. Izuku says. Kaminari pops up from the back. Is it a good plan? I have a plan. Izuku repeats. Mina cheers. Class 1A is a family, and when you mess with one of them, you mess with all of them. So as Izuku spreads his notebooks out for everyone to view as he explains his counterattack, they listen close. Class 1A is a family, and there is no better team to work with than your family. When they step out of the bus, the first thing to greet them is a cheerful laugh and a bright green head of hair. Izuku ignores Ms. Joke as she bombards his dad, instead focusing on the students behind her. One with curly black hair that's so hauntingly familiar it makes Izuku's chest ache, bounces forward and shakes his hand enthusiastically. Something in his heart stings and he wonders if this is what he could have been. Someone optimistic, bubble, and so very happy. He is haunted by the image of himself dying over and over again, looking so different yet completely the same. He's pulled from his train of thought by the feeling of quirks poking his mind. He brushes over them, just long enough to get a sense of what they do, before moving on to the next. He watches with glowing eyes as people react to what he's been told is the strangest sensation ever. The feeling of having your quirk pulled taught surface, even briefly, is weird for anyone other than his classmates, who are so used to it they don't even pause. The boy in front of his has yet to notice that Izuku isn't even paying attention to him. Are you afraid of death? Izuku asks, interrupting him mid-sentence. All conversation around them halts. I just want to make sure I'm not traumatizing you or anything. I would hate to trigger some PTSD or something. I know how much that esiges. Behind him, Hitoshi sighs. No one answers him. Oh well, it was worth a try. Izuku shrugs. He grabs his hero costume and moves to the large building he assumes is the testing facility. Don't be so full of yourself. The boy yells after him. You can't just intimidate us. Izuku pauses walking and swivels around. You sure? You seem pretty intimidated to me. With that he turns back around and continues on his course. Footsteps behind him let him know his brother is following him. A smile slips onto his face as the footsteps multiply. He counts them, waiting until the whole class is with him to speak. You ready? Yes. If the cheers of his classmates are anything to go by, then yes, they're ready. Plus ultra, am I right? They won't know what hit them. Izuku pats the last target onto his arm as the announcer finishes explaining the test. Surrounding him are his friend and family. They all have matching determined looks. They're going to come for us first. Izuku says, notebooks spread out on his and his friends' laps. They think they know our quirks. He points at one page, the word Sports Festival in large font at the top of the page. They think they know us. So they'll attack us first. Easy targets. How do we stop them? Denki asks, but Izuku just grins. We don't. They can all feel the hundreds of eyes trained on them as the walls of the building around them literally fall away. The cityscape that now surrounds them is hyper-realistic, and Izuku is already running plans through his head. His eyes meet Hitoshi's, green meets purple, and they grin with just a little bit of estism. Around them, their classmates shift into fighting stances and defensive stances. However, we have the element of surprise. Izuku continues. They think they know us and our quirks and what to expect. They won't account for the last few months we've spent improving. Or your quirks. Shudo murmurs. Oh yeah, you used your quirk in the sports festival. Mina jumps us, somehow managing to vibrate in place. But it's kinda hard to tell what it is. Plus we didn't even know about your other quirk back then. Izuku nods, and points out a page in one of his notebooks, his own name listed at the top. They'll either stay away from me, wary of what I can do, or they'll gun for me, try to take me out before I become an unknown variable. So what? Hitoshi smirks. You're like our secret weapon, right? Something like that. Izuku answers. A bell rings out, announcing the start of the test, and Class 1A doesn't hesitate to jump into action. The hesitation has been trained out of them. Facing villain attack after villain attack means there isn't time for questions, there isn't time for hesitation. Not when it's life or death. Not when it's the difference between a vision in his head and reality. Izuku doesn't hesitate. Voices ring out around him. His classmates, his opponents, even spectators in the stands cheering them on. Izuku closes his eyes, he focuses on the pull of his quirks, of the ants crawling over his skin and the feeling of the hundreds of quirks around him pulling him in a million directions. He focuses on his classmates. Voices. We'll have to throw them off balance. Izuku explains patiently. How? They think they know our quirks, right? The class nods. But they don't know that we know each other's quirks, too. Is that why you insisted we all practice fighting with our quirks swapped around? Partially. If you all can swap quirks easily, then we can throw off our opponents. Defy their expectations and all that. Izuku closes his notebooks as he speaks, one by one. But also, if I lose control of my own quirk again, it will be much safer if you all know how to control each other's quirks. They had a plan, carefully constructed with ground rules and a goal. Ochako. So Izuku focused on his classmates around him. Can I borrow your quirk, Kirishima? Their first goal was to get away from the crowd, find some safety and regroup. Zero over here. Class 1A is a family. Aoyama. Laser. Quick. And when you mess with one of them, you mess with all of them. Shudo is quiet. He doesn't call out for help, because his classmates are already there when he needs them. He doesn't ask for his classmates' quirk, because he knows his own quirk and he uses it well. But he sticks close to Izuku. There is an irrational part of him mind that doesn't want to let Izuku out of his sight. He can't protect him if he can't see him. So he sticks close. He watches Izuku, eyes closed but quirks clearly active, as he reaches, pulling at invisible strings. It's almost like the entire test is a puppet show, with Izuku pulling the strings. It's not too far off from the truth. Shudo throws up an ice wall to his left to block an incoming attack as he grabs Izuku's arm to pull him out of the way of a flying ball. To their right, Hitoshi was doing something similar, guiding Izuku by the elbow. Everyone! Tenya yelled. Let's move away from the center. Izuku's left eye peeked open to glance at Shudo. They stared at each other for a couple seconds as their classmates fought their way out of the crows of opponents. Oh, for goodness sake. Hitoshi sighed, rolling his eyes and grabbing their wrists to put their palms together. Something explodes on their left, probably Bakugu, and on instinct Shudo grabs Izuku's hand and hauls him away from the blast. Izuku keeps his eyes closed as their class shifts farther and farther from the center, fighting off their opponents with bared teeth and sharp eyes. The ground beneath them begins to shake. Shudo looks up to see the very same boy who had greeted them when they arrived at the facility laughing at them. Around him, Shudo can tell his classmates are panicking, making use of their quirks to stay stable on the tilting ground. Who's intimidating who now? The boy says. My quirk can vibrate anything, even the Gru dash. He is, fortunately, cut off by the halting of his quirk. None of them even hesitate to launch an assault of their own, even as Izuku opens his glowing eyes to stare. You use it well, Izuku says, but a quirk is only as strong as the person using it. If they weren't in the middle of an exam, Shudo thinks he would have swooned. Faster, 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 faster. You're never fast enough. Red seeps between cracks in the concrete, blonde hair dyed red, glasses open eyes, unseeing, faster, faster. Izuku doesn't hesitate. A gut instinct, as old as the earth itself, survival of the fittest. He plucks quirks from their owners like a child plucks petals from a flower. He swaps them around, throwing them to their new, temporary, owners haphazardly, hardly even paying attention as an ice wall appears on his left, blocking a dozen or so red ball. Their class moves in one smooth, seamless formation, defending and attacking as their quirks work in tandem until they find themselves at the top of a hill. You know what they say? Izuku hums, and beside him Hitoshi snorts. No, Zuku, we don't know what they say. Hitoshi rolls his eyes and gives his brother a flick on the forehead. Why don't you enlighten us? Izuku merely grins. They say, no plan survives contact with the enemy. So we have to have backups and backups for our backups and so on and so forth. What are you thinking? Shido asks. Attack formations. They stand in two circles, an outer circle consisting of melee fighters with good hand-to-hand quirks. A smaller, yet no less powerful, inner circle or long-distance and ranged fighters. At the very center, pulling quirks like a puppeteer pulls strings, stands one Aizawa Izuku, with glowing green eyes bathing his face in an abnormal green light. If one looked closely, they might notice multiple pairs of eyes around him, watching, waiting. People stare at him unabashedly. Two pairs of green eyes stare back. Izuku does not hesitate, and neither do his ghosts. Momo stares as red ball whip around her. She holds a shield in one hand, carefully deflecting and stray ball that come too close. Her hands are shaking, and even in the noisy battle arena, she can hear her classmates' voices louder than everything else. Yamamo, do you think you can make this? Izuku asks her on the bus, passing over his notebook, a chemical formula scribbled out on the page, most of it intelligible except for the important parts. She stares at it. It's a complicated formula, nothing she would ever attempt on her own. Sure. She finds herself saying before she can really think about it. The responding grin she gets is worth it. The speakers above them ring out every few minutes announcing how many have passed. Their group shrinks down as their classmates pass, but Izuku remains, a constant, someone to rely on, the foundation of their team. And at his side is Hitoshi, just as essential and supportive. Neither are pulling their punches in what has turned into an all-out war with the other examinees. Momo takes a deep breath, letting the sounds of battle wash over her. She hesitates, for a second, but she brushes off her hesitation just as quickly. A blue gas begins to seep from her skin, sinking low to the ground and brushing the feet of her classmates, but more importantly, the feet of their competitors. Some people begin to scatter, taking note of the unnatural gas and running for cover. What is it? She asks before she can think better of it. Poison. Comes the cheery response. Poison? The whole bus exclaims. Izuku just blinks in a confused manner. Well, it's more like a heavy sedative in a gaseous form, but yes, poison. The other examinees are not nearly as lucky. They are, of course, not used to the chaotic nature of Class 1, do not run from the strange blue gas. Rather, they continue to barrage Class 1A with their quirks and weapons, with little regard for their surroundings. It is, of course, this naivety that leads to their demise. The poison is not terrible fast-acting, but the longer they remain in contact with it, the stronger the effect become, until one by one their opponents begin to react. Most simply lose their lunch, vomit making its way across the ground. A few even pass out, from exhaustion or illness, no one is quite sure. The speaker crackled to life above them as more and more members of Class 1A pass. There aren't many more empty slots. Momo isn't worried though. She cuts off the poison production as she claims her final target, all three of her own turning green to signal her passing grade for the first round. She chances a quick glance behind her at the remaining members of her class, just in time to see Izuku grin that maniacal grin of his, the one that, had Momo not known any better, would have made her think he was a villain. No, Momo isn't worried. What's there to worry about with Izuku around? There's a loud noise as Momo walks away, one that sounds concerningly similar to a gunshot. Momo does not risk turning around again. Why the hell do you have a gun? Someone, nobody is quite sure who at this point, shouts. Izuku Jut grins and raises high weapon again, firing another shot in the air. Attention divert to him, and his classmates wisely use the chance to fling their own projectiles at the others. Even through the mayhem, Izuku can see the target on the last few member of 1A turning green. Well, the last few members except for himself, Hitoshi, and Shudo. Wait, why are you the last one to pass? Denki asks, staring at the plan that had been laid out, all 43 steps, on a white board in the back of the bus. Won't we need you in the second round? Most of the class is frowning and nodding along, and Izuku doesn't cry. He doesn't. Because the best way to ensure that everybody make it to the second round. As soon as you pass, you have to leave the battlefield. So if I pass first, I won't be there to help anyone else pass. That is only half of the reason, but what Izuku's classmates don't know won't kill them. Most of his classmates agree with that. All except Hitoshi and Shudo. I won't pass unless you do. Shudo says, and if Izuku wasn't already not crying, he would be now. I appreciate that, Shudo, I really do, but dash. No. It's Hitoshi this time. I'm not leaving you out there on your own. We all pass together or we don't pass at all. Izuku blinks back his not tears and grins. This time, it's only a little bit feral. The gun in his hand is warm and it drips with invisible blood. Smoke clouds the air and the putrid scent of rotting flesh flood his senses. Izuku grimaces at the grisly sight before him, a field of dead, war-torn bodies. His friends and family. Not a dream, his mind scream at him, and for a moment it is not a battlefield, but it is the silence that comes after, a choked laugh, a hollow victory. Izuku is dying slowly but surely, and it must be real because none of this is a dream no matter how unsightly it is all real. Perhaps not is this universe but in another timeline, it is all real. Not a dream, no, but certainly not a reality either. And that is a new thought, one the voices in his head have never offered up as sacrifice before. Truly, they had all declared his visions to be a universal truth, a fate, a destiny, inescapable. But they had never once said they were from this universe. There are millions of eyes watching him, none of them from the living. There is determination in their eyes. A prophecy, a promise, a premonition, a possibility. Perhaps there was something Izuku had been missing all along. Not a dream, not a dream, not a dream, but a warning. The scene flickers, just for a moment, and Izuku breathes. The rest of them aren't nearly as lucky. Perhaps, they will consider later, it wasn't quite fair to force them to fight the boy who toes the line of life and death on the regular. Perhaps it was just a bit mean of them to let these children, because that's what they are, children, play God and lose. Perhaps, looking back, they should have let this boy who drips blood like it isn't something valuable and watches the world crumble if it's nothing to worry about have a day in his life where he doesn't have to fight. Perhaps they should not have traumatized these children so much. But it is far too late for what-ifs and perhaps, so now they will deal with the repercussions of their choices. And if that means watching Izuku, Hitoshi, and Shudo burn this faux city to the ground with bloody grins and torn clothing, then so be it. Izuku is, after all, far too used to such visions for it to faze him. Hitoshi and Shudo, by extension, barely blink at the hellish landscape set before them. And that's how we all pass the first round. Any questions? There is someone staring at Shudo and Izuku does not like the look in his eyes. It is sharp and calculating and cruel and one Izuku know all too well. So if he glares and lets his quirk flicker across the walls of the waiting room, just a bit, can anyone really blame him? The answer is yes, Hitoshi can and will blame him, if his brother's amused smirk is anything to go off of. They don't get to rest long before the intercoms crackle to life once more, announcing the beginning of the second phase of the test. Rescue. They get no warning when the walls fall down around them and another battle begins. Only thing one isn't against each other, but against the clock. What about the second round? Tsuyu asks. You did say there are 2 phases to the test. There are various noises of agreement around the bus. Izuku merely grins and, with as much drama as possible, spins the shite board around to show another, second plan on the backside. Only this time with 71 steps. Let me start from the beginning. Step 1. They may be actors, but when Izuku takes one look at them, he sees spilled blood and empty eyes, and his instincts kick in. The following 5 minutes feel like they last an eternity, But despite that, Izuku pushes himself to go beyond. For the next 5 minuets, Izuku saves. Then an explosion rocks the ground beneath their feet, and everything shatters. This is, in the end, a heroic exam. And the two most proliferated parts of being a hero? Rescue and battle. Izuku points to the dot labeled, Step 13, on his whiteboard. Everyone stares blankly at it. So, what? We have to rescue people? Oh yes. They'll actually combine the two. It would be far too easy to just have a few dozen hero hopefuls rescue people. Where's the challenge in that? Shudo is fighting Gang Orca. Rather, Shudo is supposed to be fighting Gang Orca. When Izuku shows up, however, he is fighting with another examinee instead, the very same boy who had been glaring at him for the entire exam. But it's fine. Shudo is used to people hating him. He can deal with one more hater if it means passing this exam. If it means being one step closer to a real hero. So Shudo fights Gang Orca. Every hero has a weakness. I don't know who we'll be fighting, and we don't have the time to run through the weaknesses of every possible hero. But what I can do is teach you how to find and exploit those weaknesses. Gang Orca ha the constitution of a killer where, which means when he's out of the water he's weak to fire. And lucky for them, Shudo has plenty of fire. If only this goddamned idiot next to him would stop putting out the fire with his wind. What is your problem? Shudo screams, his throat raw from the dust they've kicked up. You. The other examinee spit out, so much in his gaze it might have crippled anyone else. Anyone who hadn't been faced with that same gaze since they were a child. If you weren't so egotistical and self-involved, I could be fighting Gang Orca right now. The words are a slap to the face, figuratively. Izuku, however, is a slap to the face literally. At least, for the other examinee. Do not speak to him that way. Izuku grit out, and the world drips with blood, just a bit. For a moment, Shudo sees stars. Then he sees dead people. It seems like he's not the only one, because the blood drains from the faces of Gang Orca and his helpers so quickly, you'd think they were anemic. Everybody in the immediate vicinity stares at the ghosts that flicker in and out of existence. No one is paying attention when Izuku pulls out his gun, his finger on the trigger, until all victims have been returned to the medic area. The exam is now over, please locate the nearest dash. The speakers ring out above them, but it takes a while for people to shake themselves awake. Even Shudo has to pry his eyes away from Izuku as he stalks toward the student that had been fighting with Shudo earlier. If you ever, Izuku's eyes flash with an unknown vision of a death far from here, speak to Shudo like that again, not even death will save you from me. The other boy is too startled, or perhaps scared, to do or say anything, so Izuku turns away and grabs Shudo's hand. He and Izuku walk away to meet up with the rest of their classmates. And when Izuku smiles at him, glowing eyes and blood-stained fingernails, Shudo smiles back. Shudo thinks he might be the slightest bit in love. And then they'll announce everyone who passed both part of the exam and hand out our licenses. Wow, and it only took a total of 114 steps to get there. Cut it out with the sarcasm, Hitoshi.